In a world where everyone has beast companions, with various monstrous kingdoms and endless fierce beasts roaming, humanity's dominance on Blue Star has been easily taken away. Chen Mu, having crossed over, is surprised to discover that he has the ability to view the evolution paths of digital beasts corresponding to each beast companion. While others tame beasts, he directly commands digital beasts. Fighting Tyrannomon, Red Lotus Knightmon, Fallen Hell Dragon, Omnimon, Emperor Greymon. Even Seraphimon, Lilithmon, and Flower Fairy. Under Chen Mu's training, one by one, the ultimate digital beast that could be considered bug-level existences appear in the beast companion world. Just as Chen Mu reaches the pinnacle of beast tamers and prepares to relax and enjoy life with Seraphimon, the abyssal dragon invades with endless fierce beasts from the dragon abyss, shaking the entire beast companion world. With a smirk, Chen Mu casually releases an ultimate form from his side. Standing 100 feet tall, the ancient war god Tyrannomon, resembling a deity, swings its dinosaur-killing weapon and looks up at the abyssal dragon. I see. You look quite like a dragon too. Chapter 1. Is a digital beast considered a beast companion? Students, please pay attention. These few beast companions are called pink-hair armored pigs. Although this breed is not suitable for combat, the beast milk they produce is a high-quality supplement. Students who have studied the postpartum care for sows course might consider contracting one. This is an ice needle snow leopard, a relatively rare ice-type beast companion here, and this is a soil Kuan chicken. In the Yinhuang Kingdom, in Green Grass City, at the Green Grass Beast Companion Cultivation Base, a group of nearly graduating high school seniors is selecting the beast companions they want to contract under the guidance of the base staff. Chen Mu calmly follows the team. On his face, which he considers sunny and handsome, his right eyelid twitches slightly, revealing that his inner thoughts are not as calm as they appear. Parallel world. Human kingdoms divided, endless fierce beasts roaming. An era of universal beast companions. Selecting new beast companions. As numerous memory fragments flash through his mind, Chen Mu can't help but rub his temples. I was just reminiscing about the Digimon cartoons I watched as a child, and, while dozing off, how'd I end up crossing over? Could it be that he has also become one of the chosen children? Chen Mu feels a bit of a headache. If he is indeed one of the chosen children, he should have been brought to the digital world. So why did he end up in a perilous beast companion world? In the end, he was just the leftover choice. After crossing over, although he no longer has to endure the torture of the difficult college entrance examination compared to the peace and comfort of his previous life, this world is filled with countless crises that may strike at any moment. Countless powerful fierce beasts descended from a rift in the sky called the Dragon Abyss many years ago, easily taking away humanity's dominance on Blue Star. Even outside the multinational alliance formed by humans for mutual protection, many kingdoms established by fierce beasts have emerged. Humanity, relying on taming and contracting fierce beasts to become beast tamers, has barely established cities capable of resisting the threat of fierce beasts. And now, it is the day for the new batch of high school seniors in Green Grass City to select their beast companions and become new beast tamers. Students, these are all the types of beast companions that can be selected with the ordinary qualification. In half an hour, it will be time for the next batch of newcomers. So everyone hurry up and select and register, we won't wait. Coming back to his senses, Chen Mu realizes that the staff member leading them has finished introducing the types of beast companions available for their batch of students. Although he had been somewhat distracted, just listening to the staff's explanation was enough to leave Chen Mu feeling quite disappointed. According to his memories, the beast companion selection qualifications are divided into 3 grades: ordinary, precious, and meritorious. The higher the grade, the harder it is to obtain, and the potential of the selected beast companions is better. The number of beast companions raised at the cultivation base is limited, and not every child from every family has the qualification to select a new beast companion from there. Although Chen Mu is not from a prominent family, his family is relatively well off. Thanks to his father Chen's connections, he has been fortunate enough to obtain one instance of ordinary qualification. But even with ordinary qualification, can I get a beast with higher potential? The school and the Beast Companion Association often preach about how excellent the potential of the beast companions from the cultivation base is, but it seems all just empty promises. Beasts like the pink-hair armored pig and ice needle snow leopard are obviously not powerful or high-potential beast species at best. They're suitable for raising for their milk production to make money. If he were to use these beasts to fight against powerful, fierce beasts, with good luck, one slide tackle could feed them. At most, they could ensure that the fierce beasts would not go after others, gaining a small banner of self-sacrifice. Moreover, Chen Mu has never studied courses like postpartum care for sows or sow milking massage. He doesn't understand much about this. The gap between the promises made and reality is so vast, complaining is just a waste of time. It's better to think about what to do next. Looking around, he sees that most of his classmates have expressions of disappointment, and Chen Mu shakes his head helplessly, having to accept his current situation. Under the protection of the Beast Tamer Alliance, ordinary people are generally safe as long as they don't venture into the wild and stay within the city. But if one unfortunately encounters a beast tide, even the top-tier beast tamers can rely on their strength to protect themselves, while ordinary people in front of fierce beasts can only hope to escape, and whether they live or die depends entirely on whether the fierce beasts are hungry. The beast companions that can be selected with ordinary qualification, even if raised well with money, can only be at the mid to lower tier among beast tamers. This is simply not enough for me to protect myself in the potential beast tide in the future. Chen Mu looks up at the sky, the white ceiling sealing off the entire cultivation base. Even after crossing over, he still finds himself in a massive cage. In fact, he doesn't need to think so much. He could just live his life like an ordinary person. And if he encounters a large beast tide, he could escape if he can, or consider himself unlucky if he can't. But having crossed over from a peaceful era to this chaotic world, Chen Mu feels no sense of security at all. Moreover, having finally arrived in a world with extraordinary powers, how could he just go with the flow and be aimless? Wouldn't that make his crossing meaningless? To become a powerful beast tamer in the future, and to break out of this cage, he must find a starting beast companion with high potential. If there's really no way, lying flat can wait. What if I take a risk and see if I can contract a wild, fierce beast? Chen Mu glances at the classmates around him who have resigned themselves and started selecting beast companions, rubbing his chin as he searches through the memories that have suddenly appeared in his mind. Outside the cities where humans live, fierce beasts are everywhere. As long as one is willing to spend money, it is relatively easy to hire other beast tamers to help capture a high-potential fierce beast cub for contracting. Many newcomers without the qualification to select beast companions can only rely on this method to become beast tamers. However, compared to the specially cultivated beast companions for newcomers at the cultivation base, wild fierce beasts are too aggressive, and rashly contracting them often carries the risk of backlash. If backlash occurs, one could suffer from mental disorders, become a vegetative state, or even suffer brain death on the spot. Sigh. It seems that no matter which world, ordinary people have very few paths to take, and most upward paths are blocked. Opportunities fall from the sky. Fierce competition and taking a gamble are the only three ways for ordinary people to transcend their class and become stronger. Chen Mu takes a deep breath. There is still more than 20 minutes left for the selection time. I need to weigh whether to choose to take the risk of contracting a wild, fierce beast. Letting the ordinary qualification go to waste is a complete waste. I can take my time to select one first and then decide. With that thought, Chen Mu turns to look at the nearest ecological cultivation room, which houses several plant-type beast companions called venomous bulbs. They're probably less than half a meter tall, resembling the roots or bulbs of some kind of plant, entirely red, like a big tomato with two large leaves on its head. In front of the bulb, there's a pair of round, big eyes that look quite adorable. At this moment, part of the highly toxic bulb is buried in the soil, soundly asleep, while another part is staring back at Chen Mu with its round eyes, maintaining a mutual gaze. In the midst of this eye contact, Chen Mu suddenly froze. Memories from before his transmigration surged forth. He inexplicably felt that the appearance of these highly toxic bulbs resembled a kind of Digimon called Seedmon from the digital monster anime of his past life. It is a Digimon that can evolve into Flower Fairy at the perfect stage. The only difference is in color. One is red and the other is green. At the same time, Chen Mu noticed a transparent data panel that had abruptly appeared before him. Species, highly toxic bulb. Rank, Rookie 2, skills, external toxin, growth evolution route. 1. Rookie 2, highly toxic bulb. Rookie 2, Seedmon 2. More evolution routes can be viewed after evolution. Could this be my cheat after transmigrating? Chen Mu's mind was a bit muddled, almost thinking that his recent late nights had caused him to hallucinate. What mess does it mean? These highly toxic bulbs can evolve into Seedmon from the Digimon world, and even stronger ones like Cactuar and Flower Fairy, etc. At this thought, Chen Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, so controlling Digimon also counts as beast taming? Chapter 2. Selecting beasts? Choosing partner Digimon. To verify whether he was hallucinating, Chen Mu stepped towards the other cultivation rooms. However, he found everything normal in his sight, with nothing unusual. But when he looked back at the highly toxic bulbs again, the data panel popped up once more. Can I only see the information of the highly toxic bulbs and their corresponding Digimon evolution routes, because they look so much like Seedmon? After the surprise, Chen Mu's expression turned thoughtful. A slew of doubts arose. If that's the case, what is the reason for their similar appearances? Why does only the highly toxic bulb family have the potential to evolve into Digimon? It can't be that the digital world has some connection to this beast taming world, and that Digimon have intruded here, right? Chen Mu's imagination ran wild. He vaguely felt that this world was not just an ordinary beast taming world. There might be significant hidden secrets behind it. Forget it. No matter what the secret is, it has nothing to do with me for now. He then shook his head and lightly laughed in resignation. Even if there were secrets between the two worlds, so what? He was just a pure newbie without even a contracted initial beast. Why think so much? If the sky were to fall, it wouldn't be his responsibility. The urgent task now was to choose a beast. To be precise, it should be choosing a partner Digimon. Previously, Chen Mu complained that the beasts he could receive with ordinary qualification were all subpar, seemingly not useful at all. But now that he had awakened this cheat, it was different. If he could rely on the panel's ability to successfully evolve the highly toxic bulb into a Digimon, its future would have nearly infinite possibilities. Unlike various beast species with almost fixed potential, Digimon's growth has nearly no bottlenecks. As long as the individual's strength accumulates to a certain level, they can rely on evolution to become a stronger species, allowing their strength and potential to undergo a fundamental transformation. In the past lives anime, Digimon evolution stages were divided into Rookie Type 1 and Type 2, Champion, Ultimate, Perfect, and Mega. According to Chen Mu's awakened memories, the strength levels of beasts in this world were also divided into Spirit Awakening, Transcendence, Elite, War General, Commander, Monarch, and so on. Although they are two completely different power systems, they could be said to have the same ultimate goal. Chen Mu was very curious to know if he could use the panel's power to evolve beasts into Digimon, and step-by-step evolve them to the ultimate Digimon. Battle Tyrannomon, Red Lotus Knightmon, Fallen Heaven Hellmon, Emperor Dragon Armor, Omnimon. These familiar ultimate Digimon, each possessing the power to destroy the heavens and earth, even controlling rules. If he could evolve even one of them, he should be able to easily crush the monarch-level ferocious beasts or beast tamers in this world, right? However, according to the panel just now, the strength rank of these highly toxic bulbs is only equivalent to the weakest rookie in Digimon, far from the ultimate form. No matter how strong the ultimate form is, it must first evolve and transform step by step. For now, I shouldn't think too far. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Mu focused his mind back on the present. After some contemplation, he discovered that the data panel not only provided evolution routes. When he concentrated on the evolution route, it also displayed the conditions and success rates required for evolution. So, Chen Mu carefully checked the panel of each highly toxic bulb, but found another strange thing. Not every highly toxic bulb had the potential to evolve into Seedmon. Only about half of them had evolution potential. Moreover, different highly toxic bulbs had different success rates for evolving into Seedmon. Why is that? Different individuals may have different bloodlines, or their physiques may have different compatibility with Digimon. Chen Mu speculated randomly in his mind. Among the several highly toxic bulbs, the success rates for evolution varied greatly. The highest was close to 10, while the lowest was less than 1. The first one he saw had the highest success rate. Species, highly toxic bulb, evolution route. 1. Rookie, 2 highly toxic bulb rookie 2 Seedmon. Consumes 10 universal data points to complete evolution directly, success rate 10. 2. Higher evolution routes can be viewed after evolution. Remaining universal data, 200 points. Based on the setting in the past lives anime, Digimon are actually collections of data, but can descend into the real world through materialization, looking no different from ordinary flesh and blood life. To evolve the flesh and blood body of a beast into a materialized Digimon, it seems that a resource called universal data is needed. Although I don't know what universal data is, it sounds like something related to the digital world. Clearly, the higher the evolution success rate of the contracted highly toxic bulb, the less universal data it consumes for evolution. Currently, I only have 200 universal data points, and I don't know how to obtain more in the future or how difficult it will be. I must choose and use them carefully. Chen Mu thought. Consuming 10 universal data points allows him to attempt to evolve the highly toxic bulb into Seedmon once, with a success rate of 10. This means that it would take about 100 universal data points to succeed in evolution. As long as he wasn't extremely unlucky and chose to contract the highly toxic bulb with the highest evolution success rate, 200 points should be enough to evolve it into a Digimon. he would get his first Digimon partner, Seedmon. However, Chen Mu did not rashly choose to contract it. When the staff introduced earlier, I wasn't paying full attention. Perhaps there are other species with potential to evolve into Digimon that I might have missed. Taking advantage of the time he had left, Chen Mu quickly walked around again. Sure enough, he made a new discovery. Species: Earth-Kuin Chicken. Rank: Rookie 2. Skills: Petrified Skin, Fierce Peck, Evolution Route. 1. Rookie 2 Earth-Kuin Chicken. Rookie 2 Bighorn Beast. Consumes 15 Universal Data Points. Success rate 0.75. 2. Higher evolution routes can be viewed after evolution. Bighorn Beast. Chen Mu stared at the few Earth-Kuin chickens in front of him, somewhat stunned. I at the juvenile form of the Bijou Beast, the Butola Beast, and the Galita Beast. But the problem is the Earth-Kuin chicken and the Bijou Beast have basically no similarities, right? The one with the highest evolution success rate, the Earth-Kuin chicken, only has a pitiful 0.75. However, thinking about it, this seems to validate his earlier guess. The more certain trait like physique, appearance, or bloodline aligns with the Digimon, the higher the success rate of consuming universal data and transforming into a Digimon. With such a low evolution success rate for the Earth-Kuin chicken, it seems the best choice is to go back and contract that toxic bulb. Just as Chen Mu was thinking this, his footsteps suddenly halted, and an inexplicable strange feeling arose in his heart. It was like a faint wave of electricity flashed through his mind, giving him a sense of being touched spiritually. At the same time, a flickering orange-eared flame, resembling a data cluster, quietly danced on Chen Mu's fist before quickly disappearing. Even Chen Mu himself didn't notice any changes in his body. He just instinctively turned around with the feeling and saw a staff member holding a strange creature that was entirely pink, with a pair of long pink ears and a round, plump body. Its large eyes, as clear and bright as black gemstones, were now drooping, looking quite listless. When Chen Mu saw the pink creature, his heart suddenly jolted, and the information reflected on the data panel left him completely stunned. Species: Rolling Beast Level. Juvenile Form 2 Skills: Bubble, Acid Bubble Evolution Route. 1. Growth Stage Agumon. Consumes 600 Universal Data Points. Success rate 102. Growth Stage Black Agumon. Consumes 700 Universal Data Points. Success rate 65.3. Growth Stage Ice Agumon. Consumes 360 Universal Data Points. Success rate 39. 13. Growth Stage Agumon Doctor. Consumes 5,000 Universal Data Points. Success rate 114. Growth Stage Hackman. Consumes 9,000 Universal Data Points. Success rate 115. Leap Evolution Mature Stage Earth Tyrannomon. Consumes 6,900 Universal Data Points. Success rate 9616. Higher Evolution Route available after evolution. Remaining Universal Data 200 points. Chapter 3. Electromagnetic Interference. Has he really become the chosen one? The Rolling Beast? Looking at the 15 different evolution paths, Chen Mu was completely stunned. The pink creature in front of him was actually a bona fide Digimon. Since Digimon evolve in a web-like manner, this rolling beast was different from the previously encountered toxic bulb and Earth-Kuin chicken, as it had many evolution routes right from the start. Moreover, the success rate of evolving into Agumon was an astonishing 100. As the staff member holding the rolling beast was about to walk away, Chen Mu couldn't help but think about the brief moment of telepathic connection he felt earlier. He immediately took 3 steps forward in 2 strides. With a sprint, he blocked the staff member's path. What do you want? The staff member, startled by the sudden appearance of a clean-faced young boy who was staring at him, trembled and asked, I didn't mean to do anything. Chen Mu realized he might have been a bit too excited and calmed himself down to explain, Hello. I'm one of the new recruits here to receive a partner beast. I would like to adopt the beast you are holding. Although Chen Mu didn't know where this rolling beast came from or why the staff member was holding it separately, it seemed that this rolling beast was not meant to be freely adopted. However, according to the regulations, as long as the beast was raised in the nearby area, it could be adopted with a normal adoption qualification, which is why Chen Mu spoke directly rather than asking a question. If he asked if he could adopt it, the likely response would be no. Is it a newcomer beast? Hearing Chen Mu's words, the previously downcast rolling beast suddenly perked up its ears and spoke. It seemed like it had just learned to talk, and its pronunciation was a bit unclear. The rolling beast's round eyes turned to Chen Mu with a glimmer of intelligence. For some reason, it felt a strange sense of familiarity with this new bipedal creature in front of it, perhaps due to absorbing data from the human world's network. Many Digimon are born with the ability to speak human language. The fact that it could speak further confirmed that this cute pink creature was undoubtedly a rolling beast among Digimon. As Chen Mu made eye contact with the rolling beast, that brief telepathic connection emerged once again. What is going on? I seem to be able to feel the rolling beast's emotions, familiarity, curiosity. Chen Mu was surprised in his heart but maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, concealing his thoughts. Meanwhile, the staff member, in a fluster, quickly covered the rolling beast's mouth, causing it to make only muffled sounds. The more the staff member did this, the more the rolling beast struggled, jumping vigorously and breaking free from the staff member's grasp, leaping toward Chen Mu while happily shouting, "Newcomer beast," clearly in its juvenile evolution stage. The not-so-smart rolling beast had directly taken Newcomer beast as Chen Mu's name. Seeing this scene, Chen Mu was a bit bewildered. He admitted that he was handsome. But was it really to the extent that a Digimon would jump into his arms just from a glance? As strange thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Mu instinctively opened his arms to catch the leaping rolling beast. He felt a warm, soft cushion in his embrace, which felt great to the touch. "Hiki, Newcomer beast." The rolling beast grinned foolishly, its ears resting on Chen Mu's shoulder, instantly feeling filled with courage and a sense of security. After arriving in this strange place, surrounded by unfamiliar Digimon, it had never felt this relaxed before. "No, you guys." On the other side, the staff member was completely at a loss, unsure how to put his thoughts into words. Who could tell him what was going on with this suddenly appearing young man? The moment he opened his mouth, he had managed to coax away the beast he had worked so hard to tame. Was his talent related to being favored by beasts, making them like him so much? After a moment of hesitation, the staff member frowned and scrutinized Chen Mu. "Student, it's true that with a normal adoption qualification, you can adopt this beast. But you must not think that just because it can speak, it's a powerful beast species offspring. According to our breeding center's assessment, this beast is of an undocumented species, with very low potential and strength, almost comparable to a common caterpillar found on the roadside, and it can only blow bubbles." Before the staff member could finish, Chen Mu nodded calmly and said, "Thank you for the reminder. As long as I can adopt it, please take me to complete the adoption procedures." Once he confirmed he could adopt it, Chen Mu had no other concerns. As for choosing the toxic bulb and earth Kun chicken, was there even a choice? This rolling beast, which he inexplicably felt a telepathic connection with, appeared adorably foolish and was indeed a bona fide Digimon, was undoubtedly his destined partner. To be able to share feelings with a partner Digimon upon first meeting, wouldn't they be able to form a bond and evolve into their ultimate form later on? Now, who would dare say he wasn't the chosen one? Seeing this, the staff member's frown deepened, and he continued to advise, "Student, you must understand that a beast that has not been documented by predecessors means you won't be able to find any evolution methods for it. Even if you invest a lot of resources after hitting a growth bottleneck in the future, you won't be able to enhance its potential. Are you sure you want to choose it? Although beasts and fierce beasts in this world cannot accumulate enough data like Digimon and then evolve randomly, nothing is absolute. Beast masters specializing in beast evolution research have also discovered many evolution methods through extensive exploration and have passed them down in small circles. For instance, the powdered hair armored pig actually has an evolution route called powdered hair angel pig. Compared to its pre-evolution, the powdered hair angel pig not only has a tremendous increase in potential but also has incredibly delicious meat, worth a fortune. However, this evolution route is controlled by a family in Greengrass City that specializes in raising powdered hair armored pigs, making it impossible for ordinary people to obtain. Of course, Chen Mu naturally didn't care about whether there were evolution routes for the rolling beast. His data panel displayed a full 15 evolution routes for the rolling beast, which he couldn't possibly exhaust. Chen Mu was completely unfazed by the staff member's kind reminder and shook his head again in refusal. Seeing that Chen Mu was so ungrateful, the staff member became a bit anxious. After some hesitation, he pulled Chen Mu aside and whispered, "Little brother, to be honest with you, this beast has caught the eye of the young master of the Wong family because it can speak and looks very cute. He wants to take it home as a pet." The young master pre-ordered this beast a few days ago when he visited the breeding center, planning to come personally to pick it up after obtaining another normal adoption qualification. "I estimate the young master will arrive this afternoon, little brother. Could you please give me some face?" Chapter 4. Newcomer Rewards. 2 Battle General Level Beast Masters. Chen Mu felt quite speechless. No wonder this staff member was so insistent in persuading him. It turned out he had a deal with someone. Chen Mu didn't know which family the Wong family referred to. However, he knew that the young master of the Wong family was the type to squander money recklessly, wanting to keep a Digimon with boundless potential as a pet. If he hadn't arrived at just the right time, The future could have seen him relying on the indomitable war god Tyrannomon, who could shred countless ultimate forms, becoming a pet for the young master to play with. Wasn't he that just pure comedy? It wasn't just the young master of the Wong family who had made a reservation. Even if the head of the Wong family came specifically to snatch it, Chen Mu would never give away the rolling beast. Thinking of this, Chen Mu was too lazy to say more to the staff in front of him and casually asked, "The breeding base is managed by the Green Grass City Beastmaster Association, right? It has nothing to do with the various families. Why don't I remember any regulations stating that the beasts from the breeding base can be reserved? Or is this reservation something you decided on your own?" The staff's expression froze, and he was suddenly speechless. He stood there in a dilemma, realizing that if he continued to persuade, it would become an abuse of power. To please a young master, he might accidentally lose his job, which was clearly not worth the loss. To prevent further complications, Chen Mu directly held the rolling beast and quickly walked to the front desk of the breeding base to handle various business transactions. He quickly presented his receipt, successfully completed the beast retrieval, and exited the breeding base. The new rolling beast was hungry, cuddled in Chen Mu's arms. The rolling beast said in a baby voice, but it sounded a bit weak. After being taken away by a group of strangers, it hadn't dared to eat a single bite and had already been hungry for 3 days. "Just hold on a little longer. I'll take you to eat something delicious when we turn around." Chen Mu patted the rolling beast's fluffy head, speaking with some affection. The rolling beast was indeed quite cautious. It refused to eat when various beast foods were shoved in front of it by the staff, only relaxing its guard and indicating it wanted to eat when it saw Chen Mu. "Sure enough, I'm the chosen partner of the rolling beast. Hey, Brother Mu. The beast you chose can talk?" At this moment, Chen Mu suddenly felt a hand slap his shoulder hard. Turning around, he found a thin, dark-skinned boy looking at the rolling beast with suspicion. "What breed is it? I didn't see this kind of beast when the staff introduced them before?" The thin boy, named Zhang Xuanda, was a classmate of Chen Mu, and the two had a good relationship. Because Zhang Xuanda had a dark complexion since childhood, he was given the fitting nickname Black Brother, seeing Zhang Xuanda's expression as if he had discovered a new continent. Chen Mu smiled slightly and didn't intend to discuss the rolling beast further, casually changing the topic. "It seems Black Brother has also finished choosing his beast. We can talk about the others later. Just now, the school group urged us to gather, and it seems there's good news to announce." Zhang Xuanda rolled his eyes. "Don't think about it. Any good news will be enjoyed first by those rich second-generation kids from the families. We probably won't even get a sip of soup." Outside the breeding base, several long queues had already formed. Just like the college entrance examination physical examination in the previous life, these lines came from several major beast master high schools in Green Grass City. However, these students were not here for a physical examination but to choose their beasts, including Chen Mu and Zhang Xuanda. Nearly 300 of the over 1,000 third-year students from Green Grass No. 2 High had gathered in one line, all with ordinary retrieval qualifications. The chubby head of the grade stood at the front, holding a megaphone, announcing, "I believe everyone has chosen their favorite beast. First of all, I want to congratulate you on officially stepping into the first step of becoming a beast master, just like the school leaders of the previous life." He started with a bunch of official rhetoric. Chen Mu secretly slipped into the nearby convenience store to buy some snacks for the rolling beast to fill its stomach. When he returned, he just caught the grade head finishing his meaningless talk, according to custom, to encourage new beast masters to strive to improve their strength. The school will reward some talented newcomers who improve their strength quickly in each new batch. If you can cultivate your beast to the 9th stage of transformation within a month and report to the school for verification, you will receive a large amount of cultivation resource rewards. The one who cultivates the fastest will receive a precious item sponsored jointly by the president of Yuntian Group and the principal of Green Grass No. 2 High, both of whom are battle general level beast masters. Everyone, please work hard to improve your strength. After the grade head finished speaking, most of the students from No. 2 High not only did not show excitement but instead booed loudly. "Work hard? What a load of crap. The school just knows how to draw big pies. The reward conditions are set so high. Who among the ordinary can achieve that? Cultivating to the first stage of transformation in just 1 month is already considered good. The 9th stage of transformation to get a reward? Are they playing with us?" Zhang Xuanda also silently complained beside Chen Mu. "Brother Mu, let us disperse. Each go back to our homes and find our own mothers. I thought the school would offer some real benefits, but it turns out to be pretty much the same as what the seniors said. It's the same every year." Chen Mu didn't rush to respond, his eyes flashing with a hint of contemplation. I think this reward might be worth competing for. The ranking in the Beastmaster world is different from the digital world, divided into Awakening, Transformation, Elite, Battle General, and other stages. Just born, with initial intelligence and little combat power, the beasts basically belong to the Awakening stage. The rolling beast should currently be in this stage. The beasts provided by the breeding center for newcomers also generally have this level of strength. If they were stronger, they wouldn't be suitable for newcomers to contract. The transformation stage is the process of the beast gaining initial wisdom, shedding its feral body, and gradually entering the path of extraordinary life, divided into 9 stages. Each promotion will result in significant transformation. A beast of average potential, without a large supply of extraordinary resources, would take at least more than a month to grow from the awakening stage to the first stage of transformation. Moreover, growing from the first to the 9th stage of transformation would take several years. And beasts like the Earth Coon Chicken and Pink Spiked Pig, with average potential, would already reach their limit at the 4th to 6th stages of transformation, making it difficult for them to break through their potential bottleneck in their lifetime. However, the school openly stated rewards for reaching the 9th stage of transformation within a month. This is clearly just a pipe dream for ordinary newcomers. The time given is too short. The strength requirements are too high. Saying there are rewards, in reality, it's out of reach for ordinary people, even with more effort. They won't be able to achieve it. Only those from wealthy families who start with high potential beasts and have abundant resources at home might succeed. However, I am a bit different. Every time a digital beast evolves, whether in potential or strength, there will be a massive leap. Don't be fooled by the rolling beast's weak appearance. If I can help it complete its evolution within a month, it's not impossible for its strength to soar from the awakening stage to the 9th stage of transformation. A sense of anticipation surged in Chen Mu's heart. With the rolling beast, he even felt he could aim for the precious item offered as a reward by the 2 battle general level beast masters for the first place. If the awakening and transformation stages represent the new beast master and the formal beast master, then the elite level is the elite force among beast masters, on average. Among 10 transformation level beast masters, at most only 1 can reach the elite level. The battle general level above the elite is the level of big shots. The high-level members of the Green Grass City's power organization, the Green Grass Beastmaster Association, and the heads of various families are basically strong at this level. The school is willing to invest so much to bring in 2 battle general level powerhouses to bestow a treasure upon a newcomer. There are likely some undisclosed deals behind this. Even the first place might have a predetermined candidate. The path of growth for Beastmasters is undoubtedly slow and gradual. If I can't obtain this school reward, it will undoubtedly widen the gap with those who already enjoy abundant resources, leading to an increasing disparity in the future. Chen Mu clenched his fist, a sense of urgency rising in his heart. I need to quickly figure out a way to help the rolling beast evolve. Chapter 5 Evolution Path. Complete form Super Sea Dragon Beast? Black brother, I have something to do, so I'll head home first. I want to go to school these days. Please help me ask the homeroom teacher for leave. We can catch up when we have time. After saying goodbye to Zhang Xuanda, Chen Mu hurriedly left with the rolling beast in his arms. He needed to seriously plan the evolution strategy for the rolling beast. At Beast Taming High School, the management of senior students nearing graduation is very relaxed. They can attend classes if they want, or freely arrange their time if they don't, with everything focused on training their beasts to become stronger. After all, the students at Beast Taming High are different from those at regular high schools, as almost no one goes to university, and the school is not concerned about the graduation rate, but rather about cultivating a top-tier group of students. Zhang Xuanda stood in place, scratching his head, recalling Chen Mu's slightly confident words from earlier, his eyes filled with confusion. Is Mu Ge not fully awake? Did he actually believe the school's empty promises? Under normal circumstances, how could someone break through from the spirit awakening stage to the 9th stage of transformation in just a month? Moreover, his round, pink beast looked quite weak. Although theoretically this might be correct, after years of understanding his good brother, Zhang Xuanda felt that something was off. Chen Mu is usually quite low-key and cautious, rarely making grand claims. If he said he could try to compete for rewards, it meant he had some confidence. Wait, could the talking pink beast he chose, which no one had heard of, actually be a rare high-tier beast cub? Perhaps most people were unaware, and he quietly took advantage of it? There are countless types of wild beasts in the wilderness, making them hard to count. If one frequently reviews the adventure notes left by various beast tamers and learns about a large number of rare and powerful beast cubs, They can rely on their knowledge to try to pick up some seemingly inconspicuous but strong beast cubs through various channels. Many people specialize in this kind of work and are even respected as beast appraisers. Among them, the knowledge and notes held by top beast tamers certainly contain the most information about rare beasts, which is generally only available to their family descendants, making it hard for ordinary people to access. However, in Zhang Xuanda's memory, Chen Mu loved to look for all kinds of miscellaneous books. So perhaps he happened to use knowledge from one of those books to gain an advantage today, worrying about his brother's hardships while fearing he would drive a luxury car. With this thought, Zhang Xuanda instantly became agitated. No, I must treat this kid to a meal and interrogate him properly. On the other side, while Chen Mu was taking a taxi home, he glanced at the evolution route on the rolling beast panel again. 1. Growth stage ancient beast consumes 600 universal data points. Success rate 102. Growth stage ancient beast doctor consumes 5,000 universal data points. Success rate 1. 3. Growth stage Harker beast consumes 9,000 universal data points. Success rate 1. 4. Leap evolution mature Earth Tyrannosaurus beast consumes 6,900 universal data points. Success rate 96. Evolution routes with a success rate below 1 are not displayed. Remaining universal data, 200 points. There are so many evolution routes for the Ice Ancient Beast. Ancient Beast, Black Ancient Beast, Toy Ancient Beast, Gaw Beast, Little Demon Beast, and even Harker Beast. Moreover, the latter routes are increasingly powerful. Chen Mu sighed. The saying that everything begins with the rolling beast is truly not a joke. If the evolution routes with a success rate below 1 were displayed, there would probably be dozens of them. According to Chen Mu's memories from his previous life, the direct ultimate form of the Harker Beast, the Jess Beast, is one of the 13 Royal Knights hailed as the highest authority in network security. Additionally, among the Royal Knights whose powers surpass ordinary ultimate forms, it ranks in the top 3. Furthermore, the Ancient Beast Doctor evolution type is also not simple. Its own rank is merely growth stage, but it is very prominent within the growth stage with not much strength but exceptional intelligence. It is rumored that there is an Ancient Beast Doctor who is one of the behind-the-scenes manipulators of the Steel Empire, a major power in the digital world, capable of creating powerful ultimate digital beasts like the Steel Sea Dragon Beast, Infinite Dragon Beast, and Ultimate Angela Beast. And the last, Leap Evolution, route can directly skip the growth stage, allowing the rolling beast to evolve into the mature Earth Tyrannosaurus beast, increasing its strength by who knows how many times. Unfortunately, these powerful evolution routes consume too much universal data, and he has no idea how to obtain it. In the digital world, killing other digital beasts allows one to obtain and absorb the data left behind after their death. As for universal data, does he need to hunt some wild beasts with the potential to evolve into digital beasts to obtain it? If given the chance, Chen Mu would definitely want to try it. But the wilderness is too dangerous. Even beast tamers with transformation stage beasts generally team up to go. The rolling beast currently can only blow bubbles, weaker than an average spirit awakening stage beast, and recklessly exploring the wilderness would be akin to seeking death. Sigh. Initial strength is too weak. Chen Mu sighed helplessly. Right now, he simply cannot provide the best training for the rolling beast. The rolling beast in his arms sensed his mood and gently brushed its ear against Chen Mu's cheek, comforting him in its own way. Seeing this, Chen Mu exchanged a glance with the silly rolling beast, no longer feeling anxious. Forget it, Royal Knights and the Steel Empire are out of our league. It's better not to get involved. Directly evolving into the battle god Tyrannosaurus beast and then trying to use energy bombs in the future sounds much better. Doesn't he? Aside from the Harker beast, Ancient Beast Doctor, and Earth Tyrannosaurus beast, which require particularly high amounts of universal data, the other routes require less than 1,000 points of universal data, which is relatively acceptable. However, the success rates vary. For instance, the evolution routes for Ice Ancient Beast, Toy Ancient Beast, and the like seem flashy, but they are of little use. The strength after evolution might even be worse than that of the Ancient Beast, the main character of the animation. Moreover, none of them have a 100 success rate, and if the evolution fails, it could waste a lot of universal data. Without further thought, Chen Mu directly chose the Ancient Beast with a 100 success rate as the evolution direction for the rolling beast. The data panel's functionality is very user-friendly. When wanting to specifically view a certain evolution route, it displays 3 evolution methods. Juvenile rolling beast to growth stage ancient beast, 1. Normal evolution. Accumulate data to the limit of the growth stage, 2. Universal evolution. Consume 600 universal data points, 3. Auxiliary evolution. Consume 100 universal data points and collect materials such as elite-level dragon blood and elite-level beast fangs or claws powder for assistance. All three evolution methods are easy to understand. The first is to slowly grow and enhance strength, and once the strength reaches the requisite level, it will naturally evolve. However, this method takes the longest, estimated to take several years, and Chen Mu is looking to earn rewards from the school within a month. So he definitely can't wait that long. The second option consumes 600 universal data points for direct evolution, but Chen Mu only has 200 points. To obtain new universal data, he would likely need to hunt wild beasts, which is not feasible in a short time, although it could be temporarily set aside. However, upon seeing the third evolution method, Chen Mu's face lit up with joy. Consuming 100 universal data points, along with materials from 2 elite-level beasts, could also complete the evolution. The evolution of digital beasts can actually utilize materials from the Beast Taming world for assistance. This data panel is incredibly considerate. Knowing that he cannot obtain universal data for a long time, it directly provided an auxiliary evolution method. After a brief moment of excitement, Chen Mu quickly calmed down. Each elite-level beast is extremely powerful, easily overwhelming ordinary transformation stage beast tamers. An auxiliary evolution requires materials from 2 elite-level beasts, which is not something that can be easily achieved. Although he can't defeat elite-level beasts, I can buy the materials, Chen Mu thought. At such a time, the advantage of being a transmigrator with a living father becomes evident. Even if he can buy them, the materials from elite-level beasts are definitely very expensive, starting at tens of thousands. Although Chen Mu was short of money, it seemed that his father had saved quite a bit over the years to help him with his marriage. Women would only affect his beast taming speed. What is the point of saving money for a wife? It's better to use it to train beasts. In this world of extraordinary power, once he becomes strong, what won't he be able to get? It's time for old Deng to splurge. Cough, just kidding. That's his dad's hard-earned money. So he still needs to think it through. With this thought in mind, when Chen Mu stepped into his home, he found it completely empty. Wait a minute. It's a holiday today. Why isn't his dad home? When he returned to his room, holding the rolling beast, he found a note on the table with some messy handwriting. Son, you've grown up. The 600,000 in the bank card on the table is meant for you to use for marrying a wife, but how you use it is up to you. I've finally managed to raise you, and now I can go out and have some fun. A few days ago, Wangpa introduced me to some blind date candidates, so I've been busy these days and won't be coming home. Take care of yourself. Oh, and one more thing, remember to take care of the fish I raised. Just don't let it starve to death. Signed, loving father Chen Kanglin. After reading the note, Chen Mu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It was indeed very much in line with his dad's usual character. Carefree and unruly. If it weren't for having him as a son to raise, he probably would have been wandering around without a care in the world. But this seems pretty good, no need for discussion. He could freely use the 600,000. That should be enough to buy evolution materials for the rolling beast, right? Newbie. I'm hungry. After returning home, Chen Mu stopped holding the rolling beast. It curiously jumped around in this new environment. It had just eaten a lot of snacks to fill its belly, but after bouncing around for a while, its stomach started growling again. Chen Mu couldn't help but facepalm, as expected of the rolling beast. Alright, it's just about time for lunch. I'll go get something to eat. Beasts usually consume a huge amount of energy and generally require food made from fierce beast meat to feed them. However, the rolling beast is a digital beast. And in the animation of his previous life, digital beasts seem to only eat regular food. With this in mind, Chen Mu walked toward the kitchen, ready to see if he could make some not-so-dark cuisine. As he passed through the living room, his gaze passed over a palm-sized ornamental fish with beautiful blue scales in the ecological fish tank, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Sigh, I can hardly cook for myself, and now I have to feed a digital beast and a fish? Just as Chen Mu was thinking this, he felt that the little blue-scaled fish in the tank was looking at him with a sense of disdain. Suddenly, a data panel appeared in his vision. Species, Azure Blue-Scaled Dragon Rake, Perfect Body Evolution Route 1. Perfect Body Azure Blue-Scaled Dragon to Perfect Body Super Sea Dragon Beast 2. Higher evolution routes can be viewed after evolving. Perfect Body Azure Blue-Scaled Dragon? Chen Mu's eyes nearly popped out. What the hell? Chapter 6 World Tree Yggdrasil. Chen Mu's brain momentarily crashed, and he doubted whether the panel was malfunctioning. After blinking several times, a highly unreasonable but hard-to-believe hypothesis surfaced in his mind. Could this little blue-scaled fish, no, this azure blue-scaled dragon, be his father's beast? If that's the case, his dad, while appearing to be an ordinary businessman, is actually a powerful beast master behind the scenes? The perfect body rated by the digital world must at least be equivalent to a battle general level beast master, right? This is a bit too outrageous. Is it possible that I seem to start with a middle-class family after my transmigration, but in reality, my parents are both kings? Starting with a heavenly hand? Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu didn't want to get too excited too soon. After sorting out his thoughts, he felt that things might not be that simple. If his dad were really a battle general level beast master, why would he have lived in a small place like Green Turf City for so many years without making a name for himself? He couldn't even get a high potential beast for his son. There might be some hidden secrets behind this. This matter couldn't be taken seriously for now. He needed to wait for his dad to come back and ask him directly. Chen Mu's expression kept changing, but his gaze remained serious as he observed the little blue-scaled fish in the tank, seemingly trying to see what made it different from ordinary blue-scaled fish. Seeing this, the little blue-scaled fish nonchalantly blew a few bubbles and then slowly sank to the bottom of the tank, closing its eyes as if it were going to sleep. However, the little fish was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. In fact, it felt a bit panicked. One of its tightly shut fish eyes secretly opened a crack, and it stealthily observed Chen Mu. Damn it, what is up with this kid? This Dragon King had maintained a seamless disguise for many years, and yet it was seen through by an ordinary person who hadn't even officially contracted a beast? Was it that the old injury had acted up just now, causing it to lose control of its breath and expose itself? Impossible. If that were the case, how would it explain to Chen Kanglin? No, that old wall lamp. The little blue-scaled fish grew increasingly anxious, secretly gritting its teeth. And a glint of cold light flashed in its slightly squinted fish eye. Damn it, little master, you have already chosen your path to death. At this moment, Chen Mu was taken aback again. It wasn't that he sensed what the little blue-scaled fish was thinking, but because a clear, cold female voice suddenly rang in his mind. Detected the threat of a perfect body or higher digital beast. The host will be in a desperate situation. Protection program initiated. World Tree Yggdrasil forcibly rebooting. Fault detection in progress. Current host damage level 99. Initial data remaining 0 points. Universal data remaining 200 points. Virus data species vaccine species data remaining 0 points. Computing power remaining 19. Intelligence remaining 01. Analysis and creation capabilities basically lost. Forced reboot successful. Chen Mu? What the hell is going on? At this moment, Chen Mu was full of question marks. Just when he was wondering why the little fish his dad raised looked off, an even weirder situation arose the next second. The World Tree Yggdrasil appears in the worldview of the 5th season of Digimon, equivalent to the existence of a manager or deity of the digital world. In the animations, comics, games, and other extended works of Digimon from his previous life, the various worldviews were all different, making it a big hodgepodge, seemingly a collection of many parallel digital worlds. Without discussing the others, just according to the setting in the 5th season of the animation, the world tree looks like a gigantic divine tree and existed before digital beasts were born, being the manager of the digital world. If the digital world were compared to a massive database, then the world tree would be the host with database management rights. Saying it is the deity of the digital world wouldn't be an exaggeration. As memories from his previous life surfaced, Chen Mu's shock became overwhelming. The world tree, which is like a deity in the digital world, is actually bound to me. Was being able to see the data panel of beasts also a capability of the world tree? It was just that the world tree had been in a shutdown state due to high damage, and now, upon discovering the danger of the azure blue-scale dragon, it forcibly rebooted? But why was the world tree damaged? Just as he sorted out part of his thoughts, 2 urgent mechanical female voices appeared again in Chen Mu's mind. Current situation is extremely dangerous. Please choose, host, whether to activate the absolute deletion program to exterminate the currently detected unknown perfect body. Reminder, the current perfect body object S data has not been recorded in the residual database, and the opponent S data structure has exceeded that of ordinary digital beasts. The absolute deletion program may be ineffective, and forcibly activating the absolute deletion program may lead to the current host crashing. No. As soon as the voice fell, the thought of denial repeatedly appeared in Chen Mu's mind. Absolute deletion process has been terminated. If the host has any questions, feel free to seek my help. It seems that this world tree is not very intelligent. Is it because the damage is too severe? Upon seeing this, Chen Mu let out a sigh of relief. If the green-scaled little fish is indeed a beast raised by his father, how could it possibly harbor any ill will towards him? if the world tree forcibly initiated the absolute deletion program at the risk of self-destruction. That would be a foolish act akin to flooding the Dragon King's temple. Moreover, the green-scaled water dragon is clearly a beast of flesh and blood, not a digital beast composed of data, so it's normal that there are no records of its data in the world tree's database. Additionally, the absolute deletion program is equivalent to an invincible concept skill for digital beasts, but it may have many restrictions when it comes to beasts. If the absolute deletion program were truly initiated, it might not necessarily inflict fatal damage on beasts. To prevent this newly rebooted, seemingly a bit foolish world tree from taking any extreme actions, Chen Mu quickly moved away from the ecological fish tank in the living room. With countless questions in his mind, he went to the kitchen, trying to make some dark cuisine while communicating with the rebooted world tree. Why have you been damaged to this extent? With so many powerful beings in the beast world, why did you choose to bind with me? Also, is the digital world really existent? If so, what is the relationship between this beast world and the digital world? And does my crossing over have anything to do with all this? Taking this opportunity, Chen Mu asked all his questions in one breath. However, the replies he received were somewhat disappointing. Current damage level is too high, data loss, unable to answer all of the host's questions. I have records in my remaining data. The digital world is indeed real, and a major upheaval has occurred, which is why I am mostly damaged. I found that the data on the host is somewhat different from other life forms in this world and is very compatible with the digital world, seemingly coming from a dimension I am not aware of. Hence I bound with the host. I hope the host can help me with repairs and return to the digital world. Listening to this, Chen Mu fell into deep thought. The action of frying the egg slowed down a bit, and he poured too little oil, almost burning the pan. In the last episode of the 5th season, Demon Beast smashed the world tree with one punch. It can't be that she was damaged to this extent just because Demon Beast hit too hard, right? That doesn't seem right. Demon Beast's punch could at most injure the world tree, not cause most of its data to be lost. And there weren't any other major upheavals in the digital world at that time. With too few clues, Chen Mu couldn't deduce the reason. So he temporarily set it aside and glanced around, saying, if I help you with repairs, what other benefits can you provide me, aside from the data panel function? If it's within the scope of possibility, he was willing to help the world tree with repairs. After all, it could provide the powerful data panel ability. Of course, the more benefits, the better, so Chen Mu asked again. The mechanical female voice sounded again, revealing a hint of pride. With my assistance, the host can cultivate any digital beast to a powerful ultimate form, standing at the peak of this world. As for the data panel that the host mentioned, it is merely a supplementary ability when I am powered off. The next moment, a massive blue code composed of numerous zeros and ones appeared before Chen Mu's eyes, which then transformed into 2 light orbs, representing the 2 main abilities of the world tree: data analysis, analyzing everything related to the digital world, as well as some things beyond the digital world, data creation. Using data and information for creation. Chapter 7. Analysis and creation. Abnormality in the beast space at the same time. A lot of introductions about these 2 abilities of the world tree automatically appeared in Chen Mu's mind. Data analysis can be considered an upgraded version of the original data panel, not only capable of analyzing the information of beasts with corresponding digital beast evolution routes. After the world tree rebooted and automatically analyzed the data of the beast world, the data panel could now analyze all information about beasts and interpret their strength, potential, skills, etc., according to the rules of this world. For example, the information of the rolling beast, after being converted according to the rules of the beast world, became species, rolling beast attribute, dragon, beast potential, elementary transcendence level, awakening phase, type 2 juvenile, basic skills, bubble, perfect, acidic bubble, perfect, evolution route, slightly, a relatively special individual among rolling beasts, possessing data from ancient digital beasts. Its own data volume far exceeds that of the same rank. Data analysis is indeed powerful, but it seems a bit conventional. In fact, the reason the world tree can be called a deity of the digital world mainly relies on its second ability, data creation. As soon as Chen Mu's thoughts moved, countless information about things that could be created instantly surged into his mind. Sword of Omega, a holy sword inscribed with absolute deletion runes. Requires 100 million source data points and 90 billion universal data points to create Ultimate Blade King Dragon Sword, a holy sword transformed from the ultimate digital beast. Requires 50 million source data points and 60 billion universal data points to create Behemoth, one of the 7 demon kings, the mount of the demon king of gluttony. A motorcycle with autonomous life. Those who ride it may be controlled by its consciousness and become puppets of Behemoth, requires 69,000 universal data points to create Dinosaur Slayer, the weapon of the ultimate digital beast, Battle Tyrannosaurus, which can exert immense power against dragon-type digital beasts, requires 85,000 universal data points to create Tamed digital alloy, Yellow Dragon, or Hiss, even as a transmigrator. Chen Mu couldn't help but gasp when he saw this seemingly omnipotent synthesis list. If he had enough data, he could directly create a complete set of top-tier armor made of Tamed digital alloy, with Yellow Dragon or as embellishment for the Rolling Beast. Plus, a holy sword exclusively for the Rolling Beast inscribed with the Absolute Deletion rune, which could be manipulated with thought. Wouldn't that make him invincible? Chen Mu couldn't help but recall the familiar scene of the Rolling Beast evolving while spinning around. The hack power of the Rolling Beast evolves, bond of Rolling Beast permissions. However, the next moment, the World Tree doused him with cold water. Friendly reminder, due to the high damage level of the host, most things cannot be created temporarily. Please help me with repairs, and my creation ability will be restored. Current universal data remaining, 200 points. Source data remaining, 0 points. Other ordinary data remaining, 0 points. If the host wishes to perform data creation, please refer to the following filtered partial list. Goodness, you are trying every means to tempt me to help you with repairs. Chen Mu muttered. But it must be said, this temptation is really enticing. As expected, painting a pie is humanity's primary driving force. As for how great this driving force is, it depends on the size and realism of the pie painted. So, how exactly can I help you with repairs? First, my relationship with the host is currently equivalent to a soul binding. As long as the host's strength continues to increase, my recovery speed will also accelerate. Secondly, I need a massive amount of source data, universal data, and various other data to fully repair. I see. Through the World Tree's explanation, Chen Mu now understands that the various data constituting the digital world are divided into 3 categories: source data, universal data, and other ordinary data. Among them, the most abundant are various ordinary data, which constitute digital beasts of types such as vaccine types, data types, and virus types, as well as the sky, earth, mountains, and oceans of the digital world. Through the power of the World Tree, ordinary data can be transformed into universal data. As the name suggests, universal data has a myriad of uses. Relying on universal data, the World Tree can create various things at will, demonstrating its godlike power. Additionally, the rarest and least abundant type of data is the primordial data. This data constitutes the core of the digital world and can be used as universal data. But it is infinitely more precious than universal data. When a Digimon evolves into its ultimate form, only a tiny portion of the ordinary data within its body is transformed into primordial data, and upon its death, the primordial data is likely to dissipate. If that's the case, the difficulty of collecting it is too high. Where would I even find it? Remembering that creating the Omega Sword requires a staggering 90 billion universal data, Chen Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes. To completely restore the World Tree, the amount of data needed is probably even more, right? You don't need to worry too much about this, host. Just focus on improving your strength. I have partially analyzed the world rules of this beast taming world. Although it differs from the digital world, the essence is the same. After you hunt fierce beasts, I can convert their life essence into pseudo-universal data and various types of ordinary data, and I will only take the remainder for you. That sounds somewhat acceptable. Finally, my fried rice is done, though it looks a bit purple. Did I add too much soy sauce? After hearing this, Chen Mu let out a slight sigh of relief. Universal data is extremely useful, not only for Digimon evolution, but also for creating various things using the World Tree. However, such precious materials can be obtained simply by hunting fierce beasts and converting their life essence. I must say, the World Tree is truly powerful. With this big boss backing me, why worry about relying on a commoner's identity to crush the so-called genius children of prestigious families? Thinking of this, Chen Mu clenched his fist. Just for frying some rice, he was getting fired up. He served the purple fried rice into a bowl and brought it back inside. Looking somewhat guilty at the rolling beast, you must be starving, right? Give it a try and see if it suits your taste. However, he hesitated to take a bite himself. The rolling beast seemed to have a low sensitivity to taste. Upon seeing the food, it jumped to the table and opened its mouth to swallow half a bowl of rice, chewing happily with its big eyes squinting in delight. Newbie beast. This is so delicious. What wild grass is this made of? I've never eaten anything this good. As long as it's tasty, you can eat it all. Chen Mu smiled awkwardly, realizing that the rolling beast must have had a rough time before and only eaten wild grass. No wonder he thought his dark cuisine was so delicious. Really? The newbie beast is so good to me, boohoo. Hearing this, the rolling beast's eyes teared up, making Chen Mu feel a bit helpless from the praise. While the rolling beast was eating, Chen Mu opened his computer and logged onto the official sales website of the Beast Taming Association in Greenfield City, which sold various items related to beast tamers, including materials from fierce beasts. He remembered the third method for the rolling beast to evolve into an Agumon. Consume 100 points of universal data, collect elite-level dragon essence, and powdered fangs or claws from fierce beasts above elite level, etc. The juvenile Digimon is too weak, so it's better to buy materials for evolution as early as possible. Once it evolves into an Agumon, it should have the ability to hunt fierce beasts in the wild and obtain universal data. While thinking, Chen Mu tried to search for keywords like fierce beast claws, dragon essence, and elite level. Claws and fangs are practically available from every fierce beast, considered common goods, and even those from elite-level fierce beasts are relatively inexpensive. He found a lot of results, ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000. However, when searching for dragon essence, Chen Mu's expression turned bitter. There was only one supplier, and a drop of dragon essence costs 500,000. That price is undoubtedly outrageous. As a soon-to-be graduate from the Beast Tamer High School, Chen Mu had some understanding of the value of fierce beast materials and extraordinary resources. The lowest level awakening period fierce beast materials are hardly worth anything, available for dozens or hundreds. As for the metamorphosis level, it varies widely, with cheap ones costing hundreds to thousands, while precious ones can reach tens of thousands or even over 100,000. Elite-level materials, due to their strength and rarity, also start at over 10,000, with expensive ones reaching over 100,000. But 500,000 for a drop of dragon essence completely exceeded Chen Mu's expectations. Even things related to dragons, even if they are from a very thin dragon bloodline like the Dragonlings, are so outrageous. Chen Mu painfully linked the bank card left by his father and then closed his eyes to place the order, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. His father's bank card had a total of 600,000. The housing prices in the beast taming world are not as outrageous as in his previous life, and 600,000 is enough to buy a house of over 100 square meters in the city. Yet, just for a drop of essence, he would have to part with more than half a house, and adding the purchase of a pair of elite-level fierce beast claws, 600,000 would be gone in an instant. Moreover, it was still uncertain if a single drop of essence would be enough for evolution. I take back what I just thought. Looking at the rolling beast beside him, which had finished 2 big bowls of fried rice and was contentedly leaning against the pillow burping, Chen Mu couldn't help but shake his head. He had thought that the rolling beast was easy to feed, just making some fried rice would suffice. But now it seemed that the profession of a beast tamer, regardless of what they raise, is burning money, easily costing the equivalent of a house. Well, since the money has been spent, let's wait for the fierce beast materials to be delivered. I hope that a drop of dragon essence will allow the rolling beast to successfully evolve. After a moment of reflection, Chen Mu turned to the rolling beast, putting on a serious expression. Rolling beast, now that you're full, we need to get down to business. The rolling beast blinked its eyes, perked up its big ears, and looked at Chen Mu with a silly expression. What business, newbie beast? First, I need to correct you. My name is Chen Mu, not newbie beast. Chen Mu explained that this was a small misunderstanding from their first meeting, but he couldn't let the rolling beast keep calling him newbie forever. Oh, so your name is Chen Mu beast. Hello, Chen Mu beast. The rolling beast showed a very surprised expression and nodded seriously. Chen Mu, why do you insist on adding beast to my name? It seemed that in the perception of Digimon, names must end with beast. Forget it, just call me Brother Mu, partner, or boss from now on. It's better not to use my name. In fact, many beast tamers would make their beasts see them as their masters. But influenced by his previous life, Chen Mu naturally wouldn't demand that from the rolling beast. He preferred to see the rolling beast as a combat partner. Oh, okay, boss. The rolling beast nodded in confusion, not quite understanding what kind of quirk Chen Mu had. Did Digimon even have such titles? Now, it's time to formally establish the beast taming contract. The first step to becoming a beast tamer is, of course, to form a contract with the beast. However, generally, after individuals bring their beasts home from the cultivation base, They spend about a week slowly building a bond before proceeding with the contract to ensure the beast won't resist in the middle of the process, preventing any mishaps. But for Chen Mu, it was unnecessary to be that troublesome. The rolling beast was very friendly upon meeting him, so directly forming a contract wouldn't pose any danger. Following the method taught in school, Chen Mu used a fine needle to prick his finger, letting a drop of blood fall on the rolling beast's forehead, and silently meditated according to the commonly known Beast Taming meditation method. A very faint spiritual power surged from Chen Mu, enveloping the rolling beast. The rolling beast instinctively realized that if it didn't resist at this moment, it would be bound forever to the owner of this spiritual power. But it can feel that this power belongs to Chen Mu, so in a daze, it has no intention of resisting. After a moment, the contract is completed. Chen Mu's mind moves, and the rolling beast suddenly disappears from view. He then focuses his attention on his forehead, where he can sense a mysterious space formed by faint white mist, with a blue barrier surrounding it. This space exists within the mind of the Beast Master and will be born after contracting a beast, named the Beast Space. It can not only house the contracted beasts but also has magical effects that promote their growth and accelerate their recovery from fatigue and injuries. Boss, where is this? Why did you lock me up, boss? In the Beast Space, the rolling beast's eyes widen as it looks around warily, continuously emitting a panicked emotion, making it seem a bit dull. Chen Mu feels quite helpless and releases the rolling beast again. After briefly explaining what the Beast Space is, Chen Mu turns his attention back to the white mist in the Beast Space. This mist is actually transformed from the mental power of the Beast Master. Relying on this mental power, the Beast Master can utilize their Beast Mastery talents. Logically speaking, when the Beast Space appears, the Beast Mastery talents should also awaken simultaneously. However, Chen Mu is dumbfounded to find that he seems to have no talents at all. No way, I can't be a useless person, right? Chen Mu frowns as he notices that his beast space begins to change. A wisp of white mental power suddenly emits specks of orange-red light, which then transforms into a wisp of energy resembling a data cluster. As this mental power transformation completes, the white mist in the entire beast space appears to be influenced by a tumor, and its form begins to change. In just a moment, the orange-red data stream fills the entire beast space, pushing the remaining small cluster of mental power into a small corner. What is going on? Although Chen Mu doesn't understand, he is greatly shocked. Just by contracting a digital beast, how did his mental power turn into a pile of gibberish? In response, the World Tree provides an explanation. The combination of the digital beast and the Beast Master's power system seems to have undergone some incredible changes. The host's mental power has automatically transformed into a type of power more compatible with the digital world called the Digital Soul. Chapter 8. Digital Soul, 6 Transformations. Soon, Chen Mu receives information about his Beast Mastery talent, which is an abstract flow of consciousness that only each Beast Master can understand. Digital Soul, by resonating with the consciousness of the partner digital beast. After endowing the mental power with the Beast Master's own spiritual characteristics, a unique digital soul will be born. A Beast Master with the digital soul talent will have a total mental power that is more than 10 times that of a Beast Master of the same level. This is my Beast Mastery talent. My mental power is more than 10 times that of others at the same level. And that pile of orange-red things is actually the digital soul? Chen Mu is momentarily stunned, then filled with excitement. In the 5th season of the previous Life-S animation, it was mentioned that the digital soul is a product of the resonance between humans and digital beasts, mainly serving 2 purposes. First, as long as there is enough digital soul, it can be charged into the 5th season version of the digital monster machine to temporarily evolve the digital beast. Second, it can be used for combat, and sometimes its combat power is extremely abnormal. The joke about Big Door's ultimate beast defeating an ultimate body with a single punch arose because of the digital soul. However, imagining being as abnormal as Big Door might be a bit difficult. After all, many people in the 5th season have digital souls. But Big Door's beast was the only one born. Thus, the digital soul talent is mainly used to enhance mental power and allow digital beasts to temporarily evolve. But where am I going to get the 5th season version of the digital monster machine? Thinking of this, Chen Mu's expression becomes a bit strange, and he asks the World Tree in his heart. Although this Beast Mastery talent seems powerful, having half of it rendered useless is quite frustrating. At this moment, the World Tree's voice sounds again. The host's idea is very interesting. According to the mainframe's calculations with the assistance of a special device, the digital soul can indeed allow the digital beast to temporarily complete its evolution. The following are the manufacturing requirements for the special auxiliary device. 100 points of original data, 100 points of universal data. No way. I can even create a 5th-generation digital monster machine out of thin air? Chen Mu's mouth drops in surprise, then he calms down. With the world tree's capabilities. As long as there is data, creating a digital monster machine is indeed simple. It's just that the 100 points of original data in the manufacturing requirements are somewhat impossible for Chen Mu to obtain right now. That is core data that constitutes the digital world. Where can a newbie beast master like him find it? Unless he can go to the digital world right now. He might as well use materials and universal data to allow the rolling beast to evolve. Thinking about the digital soul evolution is out of the question for now. While waiting for the purchased evolution materials to arrive, Chen Mu eats something and then sits cross-legged on the bed. Practicing the beast master meditation method, taught at school to slowly increase his mental power. Being a beast master is not a profession where one can just rely on powerful beasts and do nothing. The strength of a beast master depends on 2 factors. One is the level of the beast, awakening, transformation, elite, war general, etc. And the second is the level of their own mental power. The level of mental power corresponds to the level of the beasts, and it can be increased through meditation or by the beasts enhancing it in return. Currently, Chen Mu's mental power level is the most basic level 1. Equivalent to a beast in the awakening stage. Under normal circumstances, considering the return of the beast strength when they level up, as long as a beast master cultivates normally, their mental power level can keep up with or even exceed the growth rate of their beasts. However, Chen Mu suddenly realizes that he seems to be different from ordinary beast masters. The limit of the strength of the beast that the beast space can accommodate depends on the strength of the beast master's mental power. Each time a digital beast evolves, its strength skyrockets. In the beginning, this is not a problem. If in the future, when the rolling beast evolves, its strength level exceeds his mental power level too much, wouldn't that blow up his beast space? Then he might set a record as the first beast master to be crushed to death by his own beasts. Thinking of that scene, Chen Mu can't help but feel a bit embarrassed. That night, he stayed up all night, cultivating until dawn. However, the several strands of mental power he gained during cultivation mostly transformed into digital souls. The next morning, a knock on the door wakes Chen Mu, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Is the material here? He sits up from bed with dark circles under his eyes and finds that the rolling beast has quietly covered him with a blanket, warming his heart a little. He then opens the door and signs for a huge package. After opening it, he finds a pair of massive paw bones and a small white jade bottle about the size of half a palm. The note states the material source, the paw bones of the elite 2nd-tier fierce beast, steel armored bear, and a drop of blood from the elite 9th-tier fierce beast. Purple flame dragon lizard. Is this the blood of a war general level subdragon fierce beast? Wow. In this case, 50,000 is not only not a loss but actually a big profit. Chen Mu raises his eyebrows, and the hazy sleepiness is instantly dispelled, showing a hint of excitement. The strength of the fierce beasts of the war general level is terrifying, and their blood is extremely valuable. Not to mention the blood of a war general level fierce beast with dragon lineage, which is usually hard to find. He unexpectedly stumbled upon it. With no time to think about why, Chen Mu immediately returns to his room, logs back into the Beast Master Association's official website, only to find that the channel for selling blood has long been sold out. Yesterday, it showed there were still a dozen drops left, but today it was all gone. Chen Mu's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. What kind of trouble is this seller in, wanting to flee with their goods? That they would sell the blood of a battle general level race, and at a low price while they themselves are about to break through to the battle general level? This operation seems like something only a fool would do. Forget it, it's none of my business. If I had known, I would have borrowed money to buy a few more drops. Reselling them later would definitely net me a big profit. Chen Mu mumbled, feeling like he had lost $1 million. At this moment, the rolling beast was also awakened by Chen Mu's movements, and the first thing it said upon waking was, "Boss." The rolling beast is hungry. Chen Mu replied, "Hold on a bit. All the conditions are met now. Let's see if we can evolve. World Tree, please identify." Detection shows that the 2 materials purchased by the host meet the evolution requirements. Specific operation methods are as follows. Do you wish to consume 100 universal data points to assist in evolution? Following the World Tree's instructions, Chen Mu placed the heavy skeletal claws of the armored bear on the floor with effort, then opened the small white jade bottle. Suddenly, a faint bloody smell mixed with a thick aura of vitality wafted out, causing Chen Mu to frown. Just the residual aura of a drop of essence blood is uncomfortable. It's hard to imagine how terrifying a fully grown battle general level purple flame dragon lizard would be. Of course, if the rolling beast absorbs this power, its potential after evolution should be even greater. Sensing this aura, the rolling beast instinctively perked up its ears and became alert. Chen Mu then dripped the purple flame dragon lizard's essence blood onto the skeletal claws of the armored bear and placed the tense rolling beast in front of the bones, softly saying, "Don't be afraid, rolling beast. It's time for you to witness the true worth of your beast master. I will bestow upon you the power of evolution." Chen Mu shouted with a hint of overdramatization while quietly thinking, "Yes, evolution?" The rolling beast's eyes showed confusion. Immediately after, a stream of white light resembling data surged from Chen Mu's hand, enveloping the skeletal claws soaked in essence blood with a hint of crimson. The entire pair of claw bones astonishingly disintegrated and were assimilated by the faint white data stream. In the next moment, countless bits of zeros and ones, like the basic particles of a digital world, filled half the room. At this moment, Chen Mu was filled with shock. He was deconstructing the material of the beast world into basic particles and then transforming them into data similar to that of the digital world, integrating it into the digital beast's body, allowing it to complete a leap in the essence of life. This scene was undoubtedly a miracle. "Boss, what did you do?" The rolling beast felt like it was on fire all over. In its dazed state, the rolling beast felt enveloped by a comfortable warmth, its power skyrocketing as it underwent a transformation. As a large amount of white data streamed into the rolling beast's body, its digital core continuously organized and rearranged the added data, and the rolling beast's body began to expand, transforming into a small dinosaur. Moments later, the inflated data body solidified, and a small dinosaur with sharp claws and clear yet foolish eyes appeared before Chen Mu. Race, Agumon attribute, Dragon. Beast potential, High Elite Quasi-Battle General Level, Transformation Stage 6, Growth Period, Basic Skill, Small Flame, Perfect, Advanced Skills, Non-Evolution Route, Minor, a relatively special individual among Agumon, possessing data from ancient species digital beasts, with a data volume far exceeding others of the same level, evolution completed. Its potential actually skyrocketed from the weakest low-level transformation directly to quasi-battle general level. Looking at Agumon's astonishing panel, Chen Mu's eyes brightened, and his heart surged with joy. The increase in strength and potential from this evolution had exceeded his expectations. The potential of a beast is similar to its level, but it starts at transformation, then elite, battle general, and so on. Each level is further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced tiers. The higher the potential, the higher the growth limit, the faster the growth rate, and the stronger the beast of the same tier with higher potential. Meanwhile, digital beasts in the digital world actually do not have the concept of potential. As long as they keep evolving, their strength limit will continuously increase. After evaluating according to the rules and standards of the beast world, the world tree gave Agumon a potential rating, High Elite. It is even close to battle general level potential. This means that even without further evolution, as long as it grows normally, Agumon can reach the elite level 9. There is even a slight chance of breaking through to battle general level, joining the ranks of top powerhouses in Greenfield City. Among the graduating seniors this year, there are likely very few who have the conditions to contract a beast with such potential from the start. Agumon is still in the growth period, yet its panel is so outrageous. It feels a bit unreasonable, right? After the joy, Chen Mu felt a hint of doubt. The world tree continued to explain in its mechanical-sounding female voice. There are many factors leading to Agumon's overly strong data. First, the rolling beast you have is a rare ancient species with a data volume far exceeding others of the same tier. Secondly, the quality of the materials used during your evolution was relatively high, resulting in outstanding effects, coupled with my interference. The rolling beast only absorbed the data most suitable for itself during evolution, achieving what can be termed perfect evolution. So Agumon's current strength might be comparable to that of a slightly weaker mature digital beast. Chen Mu couldn't help but feel excited. Most of the newcomers who went to the Beast Cultivation Center with him yesterday were probably still in the phase of trying to bond with their beasts and attempting to contract them. Meanwhile, his Agumon had already skipped the initiation phase and directly entered the transformation phase, completing 6 transformations in one go. The school's standards for newcomer rewards are to reach transformation level 9 within a month. In just one day, he had brought Agumon to transformation level 6. Reaching transformation level 9 within the next month would certainly be a breeze. Chen Mu was now eager to find an opponent to test Agumon's strength. It looks like the school's reward is a sure thing for me. It all depends on whether I can earn that special reward for being first. The first to reach transformation level 9 could even receive precious treasures gifted by 2 battle general level beastmasters. The principal of the second high school and the president of Ution Group. Such treasures are irresistible to anyone, and Chen Mu is no exception. Boss, what exactly did you do to me to make me evolve directly? While Chen Mu was deep in thought, Agumon was beside him, looking bewilderedly at its own claws. Shock written all over its face. It had only just evolved into a rolling beast not long ago. Normally, to evolve again, it would take years of effort, eating, and accumulating data to grow significantly. What is going on right now? Don't worry, Agumon. You'll probably experience this feeling 3 or 4 more times in the future. Looking at Agumon's exaggerated expression, Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pat Agumon's head. The texture, however, felt a bit hard and rough. Nowhere near as comfortable as the soft rolling beast. Chen Mu felt a bit regretful. While it had become stronger after evolution, it was no longer suitable for petting. Agumon, I can evolve 3 or 4 more times? Agumon looked at Chen Mu with a dazed expression, but its eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, my boss is too strong. It had seen the strongest digital beast, which was just a mature one that had evolved once more than itself. If it were to evolve 3 or 4 more times, how much food would it need to consume in a day? Would a small mountain be enough? Thinking of this, Agumon excitedly waved its claws, bouncing around, and accidentally bumped into the nearby table. There was a loud sound of wood being crushed, and half of the hard wooden table shattered like tofu. The somewhat old floor also cracked in places due to Agumon's jumping. I said stop. Chen Mu hurriedly shouted. Goodness. Agumon, are you planning to demolish the house as soon as you evolve? Did I raise a Digimon or feed a husky? Upon hearing this, Agumon immediately stopped jumping around and awkwardly looked at the table that was half shattered into pieces. His stomach even growled. Boss, this big thing of yours is too fragile. You really can't blame me. Agumon glanced at Chen Mu, his eyes slightly evasive, and said, also boss. It seems I used too much power after evolving, and now I'm hungry. Chen Mu took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to give Agumon a beating. However, it was understandable that Agumon wasn't used to the sudden surge in power right after evolving. It was clear how strong Agumon could be in battle when just moving around could shatter tables and even crack the old floor. Thinking of this, Chen Mu's anger dissipated quite a bit, and he pretended to threaten, I'll let you off this time. Go familiarize yourself with your power in the yard. If you accidentally demolish the house again next time, don't expect to eat for 3 days. Upon hearing the word eat, Agumon was instantly put in check, nodding and grinning as he ran out to practice and get used to his newfound strength. Chen Mu lived in the suburbs, in an old small courtyard. Because it was far from the city center, it was relatively dangerous during beast tides and didn't hold much value. However, it had plenty of space, making it suitable for free training with his beast. Fortunately, he didn't live in a high-rise building. Otherwise, with the way Agumon just acted, the floor would probably have collapsed. Chen Mu sighed slightly and began to clean up the mess left by Agumon, feeling grateful that he hadn't placed his phone on the table just now. Otherwise, the loss would have been more than just a couple of hundred yuan. Just then, the phone he had placed by the bed vibrated. Chen Mu looked over and saw the screen light up slightly, displaying a familiar cute anime character avatar. Lin Qingya. Chen Mu. Did you go to the breeding center to pick up your beast? Lin Qingya? Picking up the phone. Chen Mu was somewhat puzzled. What does this girl suddenly message me for? Does she want to show off the beast she contracted? Lin Qingya had been his desk mate for 2 years in middle school, and they had some mutual feelings. But Lin Qingya was usually quite cold and seemed uninterested in everything. Chen Mu realized he was just overthinking. He had fallen for one of the 3 great illusions of the world. She seemed to like him. So they ended up being 2 ordinary deskmates for 2 years. However, due to their different family backgrounds, when they reached high school, Chen Mu was assigned to the second middle school based on district division, while Lin Qingya went to the first middle school, which was filled with rich second-generation students. Since then, their meetings had become rare, and they only occasionally stayed in touch. I received it, but the ordinary qualification for receiving beasts has too poor quality. I don't want it at all. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mu jokingly replied, What, does Miss Lin want to give me a high-quality beast? After sending the message, there was a long pause with no response. Chen Mu was a bit confused. This girl had a rather strange personality. She was mostly cold. But if they hadn't been in contact for a long time, she would actively seek him out to chat. Never mind. Let's go check on how Agumon is practicing. Chen Mu was used to it and didn't think much more. Just as he put down his phone, the screen suddenly lit up again. A short message almost choked Chen Mu. Lin Qingya, Okay, I'll give you one. Chen Mu. Huh? Chapter 9, did you really mean to give it to me? Chen Mu, give me one. Miss Lin, are you serious? Lin Xingya. I'm already at the entrance of your yard. I didn't have time to reply after getting out of the car. Please open the door for me. Looking at Lin Xingya's new message, Chen Mu was stunned. What the heck? How did she get to my house? No, I just said it casually. Are you really going to give me a beast? Although Lin Xingya usually didn't joke around, Chen Mu still found it hard to believe. He quickly walked to the door of his yard and found a familiar figure standing outside, looking up at him. The girl was wearing a light blue long dress. Her features delicate, skin fair as snow, with a pair of lively and clear eyes beneath her arched willow-shaped eyebrows. Her long hair, tied with ribbons, gently fell to her waist, exuding a pure yet slightly aloof aura, like a snow lotus on Tianshan Mountain. The only flaw was that the peak where this snow lotus resided wasn't that towering. Lin Xingya nervously clutched her long dress. Upon seeing Chen Mu's figure, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. After not seeing each other for a long time, Lin Xingya thought for a moment and didn't know what to say. So she just stood quietly waiting for Chen Mu to open the door, not saying a word. Chen Mu naturally knew that his deskmate was not one to talk much and usually had a cold face, so he didn't take it to heart. After opening the yard gate, he greeted her with a smile. Long time no see, Miss Lin. What kind of beast are you planning to give me? Upon hearing this, a flicker of conflict crossed Lin Xingya's face. Then she gathered her courage and took out a silver badge from somewhere, which was engraved with the logo of the Greenery City Beast Association and the beast breeding base. She softly said, "The initial contract beast is definitely a significant event in life. It's best for you to choose which type of beast you want yourself. Do you think this precious beast receiving qualification from the breeding base is enough?" What qualification? Looking at the silver badge shimmering under the light, Chen Mu almost thought he was seeing things. The beast receiving qualifications at the breeding base were divided into 3 types: ordinary, precious, and meritorious. The badge Lin Xingya was holding was precisely the qualification for precious beasts. Moreover, looking at Lin Xingya's serious expression, she didn't seem to be joking at all. It appeared she genuinely intended to give him this qualification. Chen Mu was dumbfounded. Are rich girls so extravagant nowadays? For an ordinary person, obtaining an ordinary qualification is already quite difficult. Yet Lin Xingya could casually give away a precious qualification? If I had known this earlier, why did I work so hard back then? Seeing Chen Mu's expression, Lin Xingya secretly bit her lip, feeling flustered like a deer. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. What should I do? Would it be too sudden to give it away like this, making me seem like I have no modesty as a girl? Or does Chen Mu think the precious qualification isn't good enough? The initial beast must be carefully selected. I used a meritorious qualification to choose my beast, and Chen Mu usually has high standards, so it's normal if he doesn't like it. As her mind raced, Lin Xingya, as usual, used her stiff expression to mask her inner turmoil and calmly said, "Actually, I had a meritorious qualification badge before, but unfortunately, I used it up. If you think the precious qualification isn't enough, I can think of another way for you." Chen Mu's expression became even more peculiar. Wait a minute. If I don't like this badge, can you really find me something even rarer? The Greenery City Beast breeding base can't be run by your family, can it? I initially thought my beautiful deskmate was just an ordinary rich second-generation girl, but now it seems Lin Xingya's background is far more mysterious than I imagined. After a moment of consideration, Chen Mu waved his hand and said seriously, "Xingya, you're too polite. No reward without merit. This badge is too precious. I definitely can't accept it casually." Joking aside, does Chen Mu seem like someone who would take advantage of others? If he didn't have the world tree as a cheat, a few bites would be fine. After all, a true man can bend and stretch, knowing when to yield and when to stand firm. But now Agumon is in a growth stage with the potential of a high elite, and as long as he continues to evolve, his future is limitless. What is a silver badge from the Greenery City breeding base compared to Agumon's 1/10,000th? Hearing this, Lin Xingya's delicate face showed a hint of anxiety. Chen Mu, you should know that beast masters below the elite level can only contract one beast. If a beast master's initial beast has too low potential and doesn't grow to the elite level, then they will be stuck at that level for life. So you don't need to be polite with me right now. Just consider this badge as a loan from me. You can return me another one when your strength is strong enough in the future. Seeing this, Chen Mu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He rarely saw Lin Xingya so anxious that she spoke so much at once. It seemed that although his deskmate usually appeared cold, she truly regarded him as a friend. Even the wealthiest second-generation rich kid wouldn't treat a precious qualification like it's cabbage. just like that Wang Xiao, who wanted to keep a rolling beast as a pet. Had to spend several days just to obtain an ordinary qualification. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mu said, although the beast I received from the breeding base has low potential, I had my dad help me buy a wild, fierce beast cub with good potential. And I have already completed the contract, so I really have no use for this badge. Qingya, you can keep it for now. Before he had enough backing, Chen Mu wasn't ready to reveal that he had a method to evolve the rolling beast into an ancient beast, as that could lead to unknown risks. For now, he would use this excuse when others asked him, You chose to contract a wild, fierce beast? Lin Qingya's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. The wild, fierce beasts are still aggressive, and for ordinary people without awakened beast space and mental power, forcibly contracting a wild, fierce beast is akin to gambling with their lives. The higher the fierce beast's strength, the greater the danger. If it backfires, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Mu was taking too much of a risk. Although he appeared fine on the surface, was his mental state not affected in some way? Worry rose in Lin Qingya's heart as she looked Chen Mu up and down, making him think she doubted his credibility and was about to take her to see the ancient beast. But just then, a loud bang suddenly came from behind the house. Following that was a crackling sound like flames burning wildly, with thick black smoke rising into the sky. What is going on? Did the ancient beast just finish tearing down the house and now start on the yard? Chen Mu's expression changed as he thought this was bad and instinctively grabbed Lin Qingya's wrist, leading her around to the back of the house. From a distance, they could see a large banyan tree about 3 to 4 meters high, with a forked branch entwined in purple flames. The flames were fierce, and in an instant, they engulfed the entire tree. A yellow creature that looked like a small dinosaur stood under the tree, looking confused and helpless. It seemed to be pondering, did I really release such a fierce fire? Upon seeing Chen Mu rushing over, the ancient beast hurriedly covered its head and shouted at Chen Mu, Boss, this time it really isn't my fault. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Seeing this scene, Chen Mu's mouth twitched. He swore he wouldn't let the ancient beast eat today. This guy simply wouldn't learn a lesson without some consequences. How were they going to extinguish such a large fire? Lin Qingya's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently pulled her wrist free and said softly, Let me give it a try. Does the initial beast you contracted have water attributes? Chen Mu asked in confusion, but Lin Qingya shook her head slightly, and a phantom summoning array appeared in front of her. The next moment, a small beast that was entirely ice blue, resembling a fox, jumped out and lightly landed on Lin Qingya's shoulder. It opened its mouth and sprayed a burst of ice blue mist at the tree being scorched by the purple flames. At that moment, a data panel appeared in Chen Mu's view, causing a look of surprise to flash in his eyes. Oh? This little fox actually has a corresponding digital beast evolution route. The ultimate form of the pipe fox is the 8-legged horse beast, and there is also the demon fox beast and the Shiguya beast. Chapter 10. The Evolving Ice Spirit Fox, the Unquenchable Purple Flame Species. Ice Spirit Fox, Evolving, Attribute, Ice. Beast Potential, Medium Elite, Evolving, Level, Transcendence Level 4 Basic Skills. Light Snow, blows out energy, ice mist like fine snow. Quickly freezing objects. Charming Eye can cause male fierce beasts to briefly lose their sanity. Nine-tailed Spirit Fox, Evolution Skill. Can complete evolution autonomously after proficiency reaches perfection. High-level skills. None evolution route. 1. Growth Stage Pipe, Fox Beast. Success rate 26. 2. Growth Stage Demon Fox Beast. Success rate 39. 3. Other routes can be unlocked after evolution. A medium elite potential beast species. The Ice Spirit Fox? Chen Mu was taken aback. The beast Lin Qingya contracted was actually an ice attribute that was quite rare in Green Meadow City, and it was currently evolving. It is well known that evolution almost always leads to a significant increase in potential. Before evolution, it was at medium elite. He wondered if it would become comparable to the ancient beast after evolving, or if it would leap to a general level potential. But regardless of the outcome, the Ice Spirit Fox's qualifications after evolution would definitely rank at the top among new recruits. The fact that it could evolve right after contracting also highlighted how formidable Lin Qingya's family or faction background was. At the very least, they had a stable evolution route for the Ice Spirit Fox, and as long as the resources were not cut off, they could continuously cultivate qualified family heirs. Since they had a stable evolution route, wouldn't it be more convenient to contract the evolved Ice Spirit Fox directly? Why go through the process of contracting first and then evolving? After marveling, Chen Mu felt a hint of doubt arise in his heart. Speculating, perhaps it was still because the beast space of newcomers had limited capacity. Contracting a beast with too strong a strength or potential might be overwhelming. But if they first contracted a not-so-strong initial beast and then slowly evolved it, it would be easier to manage. Chen Mu felt that his speculation was quite close. The limit of what newcomers could bear when contracting was likely a beast with medium or high elite potential at the transcendence stage. No wonder he had never heard of any wealthy second generation successfully contracting a general-level potential beast as a newcomer. As Chen Mu fell into thought, the ice spirit fox sprayed out ice mist with all its might, almost covering half the tree. The pure ice attribute energy spread in the air, forming layers of ice flowers in midair, looking quite beautiful. But the purple flames coiling around the large tree were exceptionally fierce, under the continuous suppression of the ice mist. While it could not spread further, it showed no signs of extinguishing at all. The ice spirit fox whined, seemingly unconvinced, and exerted more effort to expel the ice mist. What kind of skill was that unquenchable purple flame? Was it really spewed out by Chen Mu's dinosaur beast? Seeing this, Lin Qingya's expression remained calm as water, but waves of emotions rippled in her eyes. It should be noted that her ice spirit fox was a medium elite species, with strength reaching the transcendence level 4. With the advantage of racial potential, it could easily freeze a fierce beast below transcendence level 4 into an ice sculpture with its fully exerted light snow skill. Yet facing the purple flame, the ice spirit fox struggled with all its might and still found it difficult to extinguish. Unless that dinosaur beast's strength far exceeded that of the ice spirit fox, and the purple flame was also a very powerful skill, such a situation would not occur. But Chen Mu was just an ordinary student from a regular family. How could he have successfully contracted such a powerful beast? Is that reasonable? Quite reasonable. Lin Qingya secretly glanced at Chen Mu, who was seriously observing the ice spirit fox. The boy's face couldn't be described as handsome, but it exuded a sense of sunshine and determination. She noticed the boy's eyebrows slightly raised, seemingly questioning why the ice spirit fox was so weak, unable to extinguish even the flames casually spewed by the ancient beast. Seeing this, Lin Qingya's lips curled into a slight smile. It made sense, after all. Chen Mu had promised to marry her when they were kids, so how could the initial beast he contracted be worse than hers? It seems that my previous worries were completely unnecessary. After a stalemate for a while, until the entire tree was basically burned to carbon ash and the ice spirit fox was panting with exhaustion, the purple flames finally disappeared. Chen Mu, I have something to do today, so I'll head back first. Lin Qingya said coldly after recalling the ice spirit fox into the beast master space to recover its strength, then turned to leave. She had come today specifically to give Chen Mu a beast with at least low-level elite potential, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. Even her ice spirit fox, which had medium elite potential, appeared to be inferior to that little yellow dinosaur. How could Chen Mu possibly appreciate the beast she was giving him? When she got home, she needed to help the ice spirit fox complete its evolution. She couldn't let Chen Mu pull ahead. All right, then I'll treat you to a meal another day, Miss Lin. Although Lin Qingya's behavior of coming and going as she pleased seemed a bit inexplicable to ordinary people, Chen Mu had long since gotten used to it and smiled as he saw her out the door. If it weren't for Lin Qingya's visit today, his house would probably have been burned down by the Agumon. Speaking of which, the Agumon. Chen Mu locked the iron gate of the courtyard again, but when he turned around with a dark face, he found that the Agumon had already disappeared. Scanning the courtyard, Chen Mu fixed his gaze on a slightly swaying patch of grass and pretended to be furious as he shouted, "Agumon, come out." The grass trembled violently, and after a few seconds, a yellow little dinosaur emerged from it, covering its head with a silly smile. "Boss, what do you need?" "If there's nothing, I'm going to train and get familiar with my new power." Chen Mu rolled his eyes at the Agumon. After evolving, the Digimon had indeed changed a lot. The previous rolling beast was so obedient, with no shortcomings other than its appetite. But after evolving into Agumon, it went from being well-behaved to a little demolition expert. Moreover, it had learned how to act and deceive on its own. However, Chen Mu called Agumon over not to scold it, but to ask, "Agumon, how did you produce that purple flame just now? Do you know how many skills or types of abilities you have?" The panel given by the World Tree showed that Agumon only had one skill, Small Flame, which released an orange flame of extremely high temperature. And that indomitable purple flame was clearly not the same thing. Hearing this, Agumon secretly felt relieved that Chen Mu didn't bring up the issue of not letting it eat for 3 days again. After scratching its head, Agumon replied in a deep voice, counting on its fingers. 1, 2, boss, I think there are 3, but I can't be sure. Should I demonstrate for you? Saying this, Agumon opened its mouth and began to gather a ball of purple energy, prompting Chen Mu to quickly interrupt. Wait. Try to make the flame as small as possible and aim for the ground over there where there's no grass. Oh, Agumon nodded, trying hard to shrink a purple fireball the size of a soccer ball down to the size of a fist. When the fireball hit the ground, it exploded into a small pit. Even when it exploded on the moist soil, the purple flame still burned for a long time before slowly extinguishing. Chen Mu observed it for a while and inexplicably felt that the aura emitted by that purple flame was somewhat familiar. This purple flame. How does it resemble the aura emitted by the blood of the purple flame dragon lizard? It couldn't possibly be the racial skill of the purple flame dragon lizard. Could it? Chen Mu was stunned. No way. Did Agumon learn the racial skill of the purple flame dragon lizard after absorbing its blood and evolving? After releasing the purple fireball, Agumon paused for a moment before starting another action. It first released an orange-red fireball with destructive power similar to the purple fireball. This fireball did not have the ability to burn continuously on the soil, clearly indicating it was the small flame skill, which was an ability Agumon originally had. But what surprised Chen Mu even more was that Agumon's movements didn't stop there. It raised its right claw, which began to shimmer with a silvery metallic luster. Chapter 11, Absorbing Skill Data. All beasts are my resources. In the next moment, a layer of hard metallic substance seemed to instantly coat Agumon's hard claw. It focused its gaze on the only large rock in the courtyard, and with a sudden leap, it swung its claws, smashing the rock, which was even bigger than Chen Mu, into pieces with a loud bang. Another skill not belonging to Agumon. Chen Mu's mood trembled with that massive rock. In the digital world, the skills of Digimon are either innate or fixed. Skills that are learned are innate and can be used perfectly. But skills that are not innate are basically impossible to learn later. This is considered a rule. However, it seems that the racial skills of beasts in the Beast Master world combined with Digimon can break this rule. Chen Mu looked at the shattered rock and muttered, "World Tree, your ability is lacking." At this moment, Chen Mu realized that the World Tree seemed not as reliable as he had imagined. It couldn't even accurately detect Agumon's skills. In response to Chen Mu's complaints, the World Tree was not angry. Its mechanical female voice was as cold as Lin Xingya's after rechecking Agumon's digital core. After absorbing the data from the blood of the purple flame dragon lizard and the claws of the steel bear, has indeed gained some abilities from both, which seems quite miraculous. The host needs to know that my calculation ability is not omnipotent, just like you awaken the digital soul. I certainly did not anticipate this unexpected and peculiar change. Agumon's panel has been updated. Race: Agumon, Transcendent Stage 6, Basic Skills, Claw of Rupture. A racial skill of the steel bear that covers the claws with a special metallic substance, making attacks sharper. Proficiency: Beginner, Small Flame. Releases a high-temperature fireball. Proficiency: Perfect Advanced Skills. Purple Dragon Flame. Racial skill of the purple flame dragon lizard that releases a purple flame like a poison attached to bones. Proficiency: Beginner Advanced Skill. Purple Dragon Flame. The fact that Digimon can learn the skills of Beast Masters brings unimaginable benefits. Looking at the updated panel, Chen Mu felt a surge of excitement. The racial skills of different beasts are essentially the embodiment of their racial talents and powers. When the potential and level are the same, the stronger the skill, the stronger the overall strength of the beast. The assessment of a skill's strength is divided into two aspects. One is the grade of the skill, which is divided into basic skills and advanced skills. Basic skills are very common. Almost all races of beasts have one or two. However, advanced skills are quite rare, generally. Only beast races with warrior level potential or higher will master them. Unexpectedly, after Agumon absorbed the blood of the initial level warrior race, the purple flame dragon lizard, it acquired its only advanced skill. What a tremendous gain! Chen Mu felt that with just this one purple dragon flame skill, Agumon could fight beyond its level and confront beasts of Transcendent Stage 7 or even 8. Besides the grade, another important factor affecting a skill's power is its proficiency. Proficiency ranges from low to high as follows: beginner, proficient, mastery, perfect, and subtle. Skills that are just learned and have not undergone any training are at the beginner level. And only through rigorous practice can proficiency gradually reach perfection. As for the higher subtle proficiency, it cannot be achieved under normal circumstances. It requires exceptionally high comprehension or opportunities. However, the remarkable thing is that Digimon can naturally master skills perfectly, as their digital cores already contain all the relevant data on how to use the skills. Therefore, Agumon's proficiency in small flame does not need to be practiced gradually. It is directly at the perfect level. Even though the small flame is rated as a basic skill, its perfect proficiency boost makes its destructive power not much different from the entry-level proficiency of the purple dragon flame. However, the purple dragon flame has a mysterious trait that allows it to burn continuously and is hard to extinguish. Of course, if the subsequent ancient beast can also raise the proficiency of the purple dragon flame to perfect, its power will naturally surpass that of the small flame at perfect proficiency. However, under normal training circumstances, it would likely take years to raise the proficiency of a high-level skill to perfection. Chen Mu recalled the knowledge taught in school: the higher the skill grade, the harder it is to improve proficiency. For example, the caterpillar commonly seen in vegetable fields has a pitifully weak racial skill of spinning silk, which can probably reach perfection after a month of practice. In contrast, the ice spirit fox's snowflake skill, while also a basic skill, is much stronger than spinning silk, and reaching perfect proficiency might require several months of practice. Of course, the actual improvement speed also greatly depends on the potential and comprehension of the beast itself, making it difficult to determine precisely. While pondering, Chen Mu suddenly had a flash of inspiration, right? Since absorbing the essence blood of the purple flame dragon lizard in the bones of the steel-armored bear during evolution can grant skills, could normal hunting of ferocious beasts, converting their blood and flesh essence into universal data absorption, also allow him to learn their skills? Upon hearing this, the world tree began to smoke. A tree-like pattern in the palm of Chen Mu's hand glowed slightly, and at that moment, he clearly felt the presence of the world tree. The aura was faint and tenuous, almost as if it could fade away at any moment. After a brief silence, the world tree responded, "Host, theoretically, this is feasible. Absorbing the blood and flesh essence of ferocious beasts into universal data can not only raise the level of digital beasts but also has a certain probability of allowing them to learn the corresponding skills. However, the probability of learning is not as high as during evolution. Moreover, continuously absorbing the blood and flesh essence of the same species of ferocious beasts may also enhance the proficiency of the corresponding skills. In other words, if he could take down many purple flame dragon lizards or steel-armored bears, he could quickly elevate the proficiency of the purple dragon flame and rending claw to perfection." After receiving the world tree's affirmative response, Chen Mu was ecstatic. While other beast tamers could only hunt ferocious beasts for money and then exchange it for breeding resources to slowly cultivate their beasts, for him, the blood and flesh essence of ferocious beasts was the food for upgrading his ancient beast, and the racial skills were the manuals for learning. Everything could be absorbed, none left behind. If that were the case, as long as he continued to hunt ferocious beasts and absorb them, wouldn't his strength increase incredibly fast? Thinking this way, Chen Mu felt a bit like a devil that devours beasts without spitting out bones. Ahem, host, please don't be so greedy. A child who eats too many candies can also suffer from food poisoning. Digital beasts evolve in a networked manner, theoretically having infinite evolution possibilities. If the ancient beast absorbs all kinds of data, it could lead to a chaotic digital core data, and I can't guarantee what it will evolve into. I see. Chen Mu nodded slightly. However, it wasn't a big issue. He could give useful data to the ancient beast and let the chaotic data go to the world tree, which could be considered helping it repair itself. After all, if the ancient beast evolved randomly and ended up as something like a platinum poop beast, he would have nowhere to cry. Even if the probability were extremely small, Chen Mu was unwilling to take that gamble. Since that was the case, it was time to head outdoors. Under normal circumstances, once a beast's strength surpasses the awakening stage and reaches the transformation stage, they can team up to hunt ferocious beasts for money or to enhance their strength. The rolling beast not only skipped the novice phase, but also reached the 6th stage of transformation in one go. With that level of strength, as long as it didn't recklessly venture into particularly dangerous areas, going outdoors would be very safe. Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had previously thought about reaching the 9th stage of transformation within a month to receive rewards from the school. But now it seemed that as long as he hunted enough ferocious beasts, he could not only reach the 9th stage of transformation, but even break through to elite level within a month. Chapter 12. Ancient God Forest. Would Spirit Lizard Clan with a method to quickly enhance the strength level and skill proficiency by hunting ferocious beasts? Chen Mu no longer valued the school's rewards as much. However, he still aimed to secure the first place. As a student from an ordinary family who successfully contracted a high-potential ancient beast, he was like a commoner with a precious jewel, easily targeted for his beast. To safely grow stronger, he needed to find a backing. and the best way to find that backing was to showcase enough talent. If he could raise the ancient beast to the 9th stage of transformation, or even elite level within a month, and have it certified by the school. Both the principal of No. 2 Middle School and the president of Yuntian Group, 2 veteran beast tamers, would definitely notice him. At that point, choosing either of the 2 big shots as a backing would be no problem. If that didn't work, he could also seek support from the wealthy Lin Qingya, whose backing was definitely not simple. Previously, Chen Mu had rejected Lin Qingya's badge because, subconsciously, he was still unwilling to rely on others. But if he were in a situation where he could starve at any moment, he would have to reluctantly accept it. Speaking of big shots, Chen Mu didn't forget to feed the blue-scaled fish in the ecological aquarium in the living room and watched it carefully for a while. The blue-scaled fish slowly swallowed the fish food, looking like an ordinary ornamental fish. However, after recalculating by the world tree, the updated data panel still displayed the extraordinary nature of this blue-scaled fish. Species: Azure Water Blue-Scaled Flood Dragon Attribute: Water. Dragon Potential: Low-Level Transformation Level, Elite Stage 5, Complete Body. Skills: Minor Evolution Path. Complete Body Azure Water Blue-Scaled Flood Dragon. Complete Body Super Sea Dragon Beast. Peak Strength is equivalent to a Complete Body Digital Beast, but has suffered permanent severe injuries, resulting in loss of potential, drastic drop in strength, and nearly exhausted lifespan. World Tree: Are you sure your calculations aren't malfunctioning again? Looking at the notes on the panel, Chen Mu silently questioned, but received no response. The tree-like pattern in his palm seemed to roll its eyes slightly. Before the world tree completed the data panel according to the rules of the beast world, it only displayed that the blue-scaled fish was equivalent to a complete body. Without showing its specific level, Chen Mu had fantasized that his father had contracted a hidden big shot, the Azure Water Blue-Scaled Flood Dragon, but just hadn't told him. But now it seemed that there was a reason his father had kept it a secret. His beast had suffered some injury, nearly half destroyed, and it was of the unrecoverable kind. Originally, the Azure Water Blue-Scaled Flood Dragon, which was equivalent to a complete body, had not only lost its potential but had dropped to low-level transformation, with its strength level only at Elite Stage 5. Its lifespan was almost gone. Saying it was a complete body was actually just a fully damaged version, and it might not even be able to defeat some mature digital beasts. Could it be that the iron law of the loyal and brave sea dragon beast had such a significant influence? In the previous life, when a member of the Sea Dragon Beast clan was killed by the protagonist group in an animation, Chen Mu had only thought of it as a joke, laughing every time he heard it. But when that joke turned into reality, it was no longer funny at all. He needed to seriously ask his father what had happened. Chen Mu felt a toothache. Why did his father have to contract a beast that could evolve into a Super Sea Dragon Beast? Now it seemed that relying on his father was out of the question. In the end, everything would still depend on himself. Goo goo goo. The blue-scaled fish secretly glanced at the departing Chen Mu and blew a bubble, feeling somewhat surprised. Just one night had passed. But why did it feel like Chen Mu's mental power had increased significantly? Moreover, where had that pink round ball gone? Instead, there was now a little yellow dinosaur. Did the little yellow dinosaur eat that pink round ball? The little fish with green scales felt that its brain wasn't quite enough, making it hard to understand. Forget it. That little dinosaur is really weak and can't eat me at all. At my peak, just a breath could blow it to death. Haha. Look at how silly my little master looks while serving me food. It seems my disguise hasn't been seen through it all. I was just overthinking things yesterday. With that thought, the little fish quietly sank to the bottom of the water, no longer tangled up about whether to kill its little master to silence him, and happily fell asleep. Meanwhile, Chen Mu arrived at the courtyard and instructed Agumon. Agumon, have a good meal this afternoon to regain your strength. After you're familiar with your skills, we'll head out for training in the wild first thing tomorrow morning. Dad is totally unreliable in this dangerous otherworld. I need to quickly improve my strength. There's no need to get familiar with the perfect level small flame. But the rending claw and purple dragon flame have just reached the basics and need more practice. Otherwise, I might not be able to use them smoothly in battle. However, Chen Mu didn't mention punishing Agumon by not letting it eat, partly because he felt reluctant and partly for safety's sake. When heading to the perilous wilderness, it's crucial to maintain peak condition. If Agumon's combat strength is affected due to hunger and something happens, Chen Mu would probably hate himself for it. Okay, boss. As soon as Agumon heard about food, it beamed with joy, excitedly patting its belly like a yellow seal. Chen Mu also didn't waste time. After ordering a big takeaway meal and spending a bit extravagantly, he began researching various strategies online to prepare for their trip to the wilderness. Under the threat of endless powerful beasts, the land occupied by humans on Blue Star actually accounts for only a small portion, not even 10. This doesn't even include the ocean, which would make it even smaller. Although the wilderness is vast and boundless, most areas are unsuitable for ordinary beast tamers to step into. Otherwise, they would die horribly. Ordinary beast tamers are only suited to explore areas not too far from the city. The distribution of beast species in these areas has mostly been marked, allowing beast tamers to choose according to their own level. The wood spirit lizard territory in the ancient god forest seems like a great place. After looking at the strategy for a long time, Chen Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. The ancient god forest is a vast forest located south of Green Grass City, and its name is now hard to trace. There are many types of beasts within the wood spirit lizard clan. Living in a certain area on the outskirts of the ancient god forest generally has a racial potential of elementary transformation and intermediate transformation, and their levels are not very high, making it very suitable for Agumon to train. Most importantly, they possess the same racial skill, rending claw, as the steel-armored bear. Hunting wood spirit lizards can not only help Agumon level up, but also enhance the proficiency of rending claw, effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for why not directly choose steel-armored bears and purple flame dragon lizards, it's because the former's clan strength is too strong. If Agumon goes, it would be a death sentence. The latter is an elementary war general level race, so there's no need to mention it. There are no beasts of that level on the outskirts of the ancient god forest, and no one knows where purple flame dragon lizards actually exist. If a large number of war general level beasts gather on the outskirts of the ancient god forest, it wouldn't be long before a level 3 beast tide capable of destroying a small city erupts. Chapter 13, Wilderness, Data Extraction. Early the next morning, Chen Mu drove to the wilderness. To resist the occasional beast tide invasion, Green Grass City has built a strong wall around the city with the help of beast tamers. Guarded by the city's army, separating the dangers outside the wall from the city. There are 2 city gates, north and south. And since Chen Mu's goal is to head to the ancient god forest in the south, he naturally went to the south gate. Upon reaching the edge of Green Grass City, he could see a towering wall stretching for thousands of miles in the distance. Almost as spectacular as the Great Wall he saw in his previous life. However, this wall has been reinforced by Earth attribute war general level beasts, making it much sturdier than the Great Wall of his past life. Beasts below the elite level would struggle to break through. At the city gate, various beast tamers were coming and going. When Chen Mu summoned Agumon and stepped out of the city gate, the guard looked at him in surprise. You're still a student, right? Are you sure you want to leave the city? Someone like Chen Mu looked like a senior who had just contracted a beast not long ago and was about to graduate. It seemed he had contracted a relatively rare beast, but its strength was at most 1st or 2nd level of transformation. Newbies are fearless, without an elder to guide them. They dared to venture out alone, and most of them never returned. The guard, feeling a bit soft-hearted, couldn't help but give a reminder. Thanks for the reminder. I'm aware, Chen Mu replied with a smile, then stepped away. The guard shook his head, not saying anything more. Everyone has their fate, and he couldn't interfere too much. This was Chen Mu's first time outside the city. Besides a slight cold breeze, there was also a faint smell of earth and blood in the air. Ahead lay a vast, boundless forest, with trees as robust as those in a primeval forest. Dark and dense as far as the eye could see. Boss, why do I feel so restless all over? Feeling the familiar wilderness atmosphere. Agumon's combat instincts as a digital beast awakened, and it couldn't help but wave its claws excitedly. This is our first time in the wild. Excitement is normal. But we must be careful and not let our guard down. Chen Mu reminded, and Agumon nodded obediently, quickly moving towards their destination. That kid looks clean and tidy. He should be a student, right? How dare he go into the wood spirit lizard territory without a team? Along the way, other beast tamers who had also come out to hunt beasts whispered among themselves upon seeing Chen Mu. He is simply asking for death. Although most of the wood spirit lizard clan has elementary transformation potential and are below 3rd level transformation, the leader of that nearby wood spirit lizard clan has undergone evolution and is extremely powerful. Even we old-timers don't dare to enter casually. A hawk-nosed man couldn't help licking his lips, since this kid is going to die anyway. Why not just take him out ourselves and save the trouble for those beasts in the forest? I've never seen that dinosaur beast of his. Maybe it can sell for a good price in the black market. Before the hawk-nosed man could finish his sentence, a teammate interrupted him harshly. Idiot. A student who can contract a rare beast can't be an ordinary person. What if this kid is from some big family? If he dies in the ancient god forest, it's not our business. But if you kill him, who will take responsibility? You? If you have any more stupid ideas, just leave the team to avoid dragging others down. Hearing this, the hawk-nosed man quickly laughed awkwardly and apologized, saying he was just joking. Chen Mu ignored the strange looks from those around him. If someone mistakenly thought he and Agumon were easy targets, they would definitely meet a tragic end. Of course, those beast tamers who could operate in the wilderness for a long time were extremely cautious. Nobody was foolish. Agumon, do you remember what I told you before we set out? After stepping into the ancient god forest, Chen Mu reminded Agumon while extending his mental power and entering a tense state. He had already chosen the location to enter the forest. They would soon reach the wood spirit lizard territory, so he remained vigilant. At this crucial moment, Agumon surprisingly acted cautiously, solemnly nodding and closely following Chen Mu, scanning the surroundings with its eyes. In Agumon's intuition, this area on the outskirts of the forest posed little danger to itself, but for the physically weak Chen Mu, it was quite perilous, so it tried to set aside its usual carefree demeanor to ensure Chen Mu's safety. Crack! The sound of footsteps crushing fallen leaves continued to echo. After advancing for several minutes in the wood spirit lizard territory, they hadn't encountered any obstacles. The surroundings grew quieter and felt very unusual. Agumon. Suddenly, Chen Mu whispered a reminder. At almost the same moment, under the cover of the tree branches and leaves, a green shadow shot out like a sword. The tearing claw. Agumon suddenly turned around, a hint of excitement flashing in its eyes. With hard claws wrapped in a layer of metallic sheen. Before Chen Mu could give a warning, Agumon seemed to be well prepared, striking hard with its sharp claws towards the flying green shadow. Swish! Scarlet blood spurted out as a creature, about 1 meter long and entirely blue, resembling a blue snake, was cut in half. After the severed body fell to the ground, Chen Mu could clearly see its specific appearance. Race, tree arrow snake attribute, beast potential, elementary transformation level, transformation stage 2, basic skills, tree arrow, beginner, hiding, beginner, evolution route, none world tree, it's your turn. Without taking the time to carefully examine the first beast he had killed, Chen Mu slightly bent down and quickly touched the corpse of the tree arrow snake. Data extraction. In the next moment, the tree arrow snake's body, which still looked quite lively after death, instantly shriveled up a bit. Killed an elementary transformation race. Transformation stage 2 tree arrow snake, extracted blood essence, converted to 1 point of universal data, 30 points of beast type digital beast data. Agumon, get ready for battle. Chen Mu had no time to think about his gains because he knew he might have been surrounded by a large number of wood spirit lizards. Before setting off, he had read a lot of guides and thoroughly studied the habits of the wood spirit lizard tribe. They often cohabitate with the tree arrow snake tribe. The wood spirit lizards are strong and like to ambush enemies in groups, but they are not very agile. While the tree arrow snakes prefer sneak attacks but are relatively weak and find it hard to defend themselves if the sneak attack fails. Thus, the two formed a symbiotic ecological relationship. The previous silence around made Chen Mu and Agumon realize they had entered the ambush circle of the wood spirit lizards, always on guard against the sneak attacks of the tree arrow snakes. Relying on a mental strength more than 10 times stronger than that of ordinary beast tamers of the same level, Chen Mu, with his mental power extended, easily sensed the sneak attack of the tree arrow snake and ordered Agumon to kill it. However, killing the tree arrow snake also meant greater danger had arrived. They were completely surrounded by a large number of wood spirit lizards. Chapter 14. Fighting the wood spirit lizard group. The sound of rustling leaves continued, and Chen Mu held his breath slightly, his whole body tense. He could clearly sense that under the cover of the trees, at least 10 lizards covered in deep green scales resembling leaves had entered a range of just a few meters around him. Race, wood spirit lizard attribute, wood. Beast potential, intermediate transformation or elementary transformation. Level, transformation stage 3 or stage 4. Basic skills, hiding, beginner, tearing claw, proficient. Bite, proficient, evolution route. None. This group of wood spirit lizards was as robust as trees, nearly 2 meters long, with a strength around transformation stage 3. Their eyes all blood red, flashing with a look of hatred. After reaching the transformation level, fierce beasts have begun to develop intelligence, upon seeing Chen Mu cruelly kill their companion. The tree arrow snake, their ferocity was completely triggered. If it weren't for their instinctual perception of Agumon's strong aura, things would have gone badly. The wood spirit lizards would not wait at all. charging forward to tear their enemy into pieces. Agumon, tearing claw. Since the opponent did not attack, Chen Mu naturally took the initiative. Although it was his first time facing wild beasts, Chen Mu showed no signs of being dazed or afraid. His gaze fell on the smallest wood spirit lizard, and he coldly ordered, Agumon. Agumon had already bent its legs, slightly hunched over, entering a battle stance, baring its sharp teeth and fiercely staring at the much larger lizards. Most digital beasts are born with an instinctive desire for battle. Defeating hostile or evil digital beasts absorbs their data, allowing for evolution. In front of Chen Mu, Agumon appeared very friendly, like an extremely loyal little brother. But facing wild hostile beasts, Agumon's fighting instinct was fully ignited at that moment. Hearing Chen Mu's command, it pushed off with its legs and leaped towards the smallest wood spirit lizard, its claws shimmering with silvery metallic substance, aiming directly for its head. Roar! The small wood spirit lizard let out a shriek, seeing Agumon's sharp claws glinting, and it was so frightened that it wanted to turn and run. The wood spirit lizard tribe was not particularly fierce, and this one was the youngest among them, just recently matured, having been protected in the nest until now. This was its first time hunting outside. As a result, encountering such a terrifying invader on its first outing understandably frightened it. However, the wood spirit lizard's slow movement couldn't compare to Agumon's full-speed charge. Whoosh! As Agumon approached the small wood spirit lizard, two sounds of air being sliced open suddenly came. 3 green shadows shot from the high branches, aiming directly at Agumon's vital points, trying to force Agumon back with their attacks. There was naturally more than one tree arrow snake cohabiting with this group of wood spirit lizards. However, since the tree arrow snake's body was weak, it could only lurk on nearby branches, waiting for the right moment to launch a sneak attack. Behind, Fireball, Chen Mu kept alerting Agumon to the surroundings. And at the same moment the tree arrow snakes attacked, he loudly reminded, Agumon, behind you. Agumon quickly turned, its mouth wide open, and an orange-red energy fireball began to gather in its mouth. The proficient small fireball was no longer limited to just releasing a single fireball. It could now undergo many subtle changes. As Agumon turned, the fireball transformed into a long stream of orange-red flames sweeping across. The 3 attacking tree arrow snakes had thought that Agumon could only deal with 2 of its companions at most with its 2 claws. Even if 2 of their companions fell, the remaining one would be enough to make this annoying invader, resembling a small yellow dinosaur, pay the price. But they never expected that this yellow little dinosaur could also breathe fire. Hiss! Under the enveloping high-temperature flames, the tree arrow snakes let out a sharp scream. Their bodies were already weak, and with the highest level among them being only Transformation Stage 3, they were vastly outmatched by Agumon, directly burned to death by the flames. Roar! The tree arrow snakes, having failed their sneak attack and been counterkilled, happened in an instant, seeing 3 more of their companions die. The wood spirit lizards were completely enraged, their beast instincts flooding their brains, all roaring as they charged towards Agumon and Chen Mu. Even the most timid of the small wood spirit lizards no longer ran away, taking advantage of Agumon's back being turned for a moment. It bared its fangs and lunged crazily at Agumon. In response, Agumon fully utilized its advantage of being smaller and more agile, swiftly turning. And with a swipe of its claws, it severed the small wood spirit lizard's head. At the same time, 2 normal-sized wood spirit lizards were also approaching Agumon. Without needing Chen Mu's reminder, Agumon charged forward, its sharp claws quickly killing the 2 giant lizards. In just a few seconds, it had consecutively slain 3 digital beasts much larger than itself, and Agumon felt an inexplicable excitement. When it was still a Gomamon, it could only spit bubbles. It had never had such glorious achievements, nor had it ever experienced such a thrilling battle. Looking at the other approaching wood spirit lizards, Agumon showed no signs of nervousness. Instead, it bared its teeth in a grin, excitedly waving its claws, and growled, "Fighting is awesome." Chen Mu blinked and was slightly taken aback. Is Agumon really this combative? Time was tight, and he couldn't afford to daydream. He quickly touched the corpse of a nearby 3-headed wood spirit lizard. And the world tree diligently completed the data collection. Killed 3 primary level evolution species, 3-stage, and 1st-stage, wood spirit lizards, extracted blood and flesh essence. Converted into 2 universal data points, 90 beast-type data points, 10 plant-type data points, 10 dragon-type data points. Is their data suitable for Agumon to absorb? Do you want to proceed with data injection? Yes. Upon sensing the information provided by the world tree, Chen Mu felt a slight joy and immediately confirmed it. Subsequently, an invisible data code surged from the divine tree pattern in the palm of Chen Mu's hand and merged into Agumon's body. Injected 10 points of dragon-type data. 10 points of beast-type data. Skill proficiency of Rending Claw increased. Beginner proficiency. The skill proficiency increased just like that? Chen Mu raised his eyebrows, astonished. Even though Rending Claw wasn't a powerful skill, it usually took days of hard practice for a beast tamer with ordinary aptitude to go from beginner to proficient. But this process was completed solely with the data provided by the 3 wood spirit lizards. The efficiency was too high. If a few more wood spirit lizards contributed, wouldn't the proficiency of the Rending Claw skill that Agumon just learned reach perfection? At the same time, with the absorption of a large amount of data, Agumon's strength would also rapidly increase. Thinking of this, seeing the other wood spirit lizards rushing madly towards him, Chen Mu's eyes shone brightly, as if he were looking at a group of walking experience packs, and he immediately shouted, "Agumon, don't waste too much energy protecting me. Just go all out." Feeling a slight increase in power, Agumon was also pleasantly surprised. "Okay, boss." After replying, Agumon continuously spat out several orange fireballs, repelling the wood spirit lizards that wanted to prioritize attacking Chen Mu, and drew all their hatred towards itself. It then excitedly charged out, engaging in fierce battle with the remaining 8 wood spirit lizards. He remembered that when he was first in the founding village, a powerful mature digital beast, the fire salamander, which resembled a flame lizard, had invaded. At that time, in the eyes of the weak rolling beast, that fire salamander was like a giant fire dragon, and it was so powerful that it was impossible to defeat, relying on the village's only mature digital beast, along with a group of growing ones. They suffered heavy casualties before barely forcing it back. Therefore, the rolling beast had always disliked digital beasts that looked like fire dragons. This dislike was imprinted in its digital core. In its memory, the appearance of that fire dragon was quite similar to the group before it. However, the fire salamander was wrapped in flames and was red, while the group of wood spirit lizards before him was deep green. Just because you all look like dragons? Agumon roared angrily, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, breaking through the encirclement of the wood spirit lizards. Chapter 15. The Choice of Data Absorption, 7 Evolutions. Watching Agumon charge in and fiercely battle with the remaining 8 wood spirit lizards, Chen Mu was slightly stunned. Wow, Agumon is even more excited than I am? As a combative digital beast, Agumon's digital core stored quite a few combat techniques and was naturally very good at fighting. Coupled with the level advantage of 6 stages of evolution and the small flame skill at perfect proficiency, along with the Rending Claw skill that had just broken through to proficiency, Agumon was dominating even against 8 opponents. Agumon roared, showing an extremely angry expression. Using the small flame as an area attack skill, it repelled most of the wood spirit lizards while continuously swinging the Rending Claw, killing the isolated wood spirit lizards one by one. In just a few minutes, more than half of the 8 wood spirit lizards had been slain. The remaining 3 were still furious, but upon seeing their companions being killed one by one, they were filled with extreme fear. At this moment, even if they hated Agumon, they dared not continue fighting and lowly growled as they scattered and fled. "You dragons, where do you think you're going?" Agumon roared again, quickly chasing after them. Did Agumon have a deep-seated grudge against the wood spirit lizards? Why was it fighting so fiercely? Seeing this scene, Chen Mu was a bit confused. Logically speaking, he and Agumon were the evil invaders, while the wood spirit lizards were somewhat innocent. However, Chen Mu wasn't a saint. He not only didn't stop Agumon from pursuing, but instead quickly followed along. Wild beasts are naturally opposed to humans, and countless ordinary people die in beast tides. So there is no discussion of right or wrong when it comes to hunting beasts. Boss, one of those dragon-like creatures escaped. How infuriating. Although the wood spirit lizards ran much slower than Agumon, they scattered, and Agumon couldn't chase them all down. So it returned to Chen Mu's side with a disgruntled expression. "Agumon, do you hate the wood spirit lizards so much because they look like dragons?" Chen Mu asked curiously. Agumon nodded affirmatively, and Chen Mu's expression became somewhat strange. How to put it? Combative and loves to kill dragons. My Agumon really is a good candidate to evolve into a War Greymon. Well done, Agumon. Summarizing the gains from this time, your strength should improve significantly. Without wasting time on unnecessary thoughts, Chen Mu smiled and praised Agumon a couple of times. He silently searched for the corpses of the fierce beasts killed by Agumon. Data extraction. Immediately, continuous prompts from the world tree appeared in Chen Mu's mind, extracting blood and flesh essence from primary level evolution species, 3-stage with spirit lizard. Converted into 1 universal data point, 35 beast-type data points, 5 plant-type data points, 3 dragon-type data points. Extracting blood and flesh essence from tree arrow snake, damaged after burning. Converted into 0 universal data points. 10 beast-type data points, current remaining data. Universal data, 107 beast-type data, 360 plant-type data, 46 dragon-type data, 29 other miscellaneous data, 0, quite a harvest. Looking at the panel organized by the world tree, Chen Mu was quite pleased. Agumon closely followed Chen Mu, mimicking his actions to touch the corpses. Confusion filling its big eyes. Shouldn't digital beasts be able to directly absorb their data after being killed? Why can't I absorb it? Do I really have to rely on the boss to touch each one? How strange. World tree, if all this data is injected into Agumon's body, how much would its strength increase? Chen Mu didn't understand Agumon's confusion, but communicated with the world tree in his heart, replying to the host, yes. But it's highly discouraged. You should already know that a digital beast's evolution is influenced by the various types of data it absorbs. If all types of data are absorbed, even with my nearly universal effects of universal data, it would be difficult to interfere during the final evolution. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. According to the world tree, the most suitable type of data for Agumon to absorb is dragon-type digital beast data, among the same level. Dragon-type digital beasts are almost the strongest type. If all the data absorbed into Agumon's digital core is dragon-type data, it would be easier for it to evolve into dragon-type digital beasts like War Greymon and Ancient Greymon in the ultimate form. At the same time, relying on the power of dragon-type data, Agumon would also be stronger among its peers. However, dragon-type data is relatively rare and difficult to obtain. At this stage, there is no need to be too harsh. It's sufficient to increase the proportion of dragon-type data in Agumon's body as much as possible. Chen Mu thought helplessly. Indeed, obtaining dragon-type data is not easy. The closer the fierce beast is to dragon bloodlines, the higher the proportion of dragon-type data that can be extracted. Just like the tree arrow snake that was just killed, it only has beast-type data and plant-type data, with no relation to dragons. The wood spirit lizard, as a lizard and the prototype of Western dragons, performs quite well, with each one able to extract a few points of dragon-type data. In fact, universal data can be transformed into any type of data, but it is harder to obtain than dragon-type data and is more valuable. As long as there is enough universal data, it can not only help Digimon directly complete their evolution, but also utilize the world tree's data creation ability to create various things out of thin air. Therefore, Chen Mu is unwilling to let Agumon absorb universal data directly. At least, it should maintain no less than half of its dragon-type data. For the remaining half, let's temporarily absorb the most abundant beast-type data, as beast-type data is still suitable for Agumon, but plant-type data should be avoided. Or else how will it evolve in the future? Moreover, the world tree also had Agumon absorb data in this ratio just now. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mu made a decision in his heart. With a wave of his hand, a stream of data flowed into the puzzled and dazed Agumon. The next moment, Chen Mu could clearly see that Agumon's originally not-so-tall body began to grow a little taller, about 3 to 5 centimeters. And the claws on its hands became longer and sharper. Consumed 29 points of dragon-type data, 29 points of beast-type data. Skill tier claw proficiency increased, proficient, as the world tree issued the prompt. Chen Mu could also clearly feel that his mental strength, or digital soul, had also grown a bit. Boss, I've become stronger. Agumon suddenly woke up from its confusion and exclaimed joyfully. The data that couldn't be absorbed could actually be absorbed after Chen Mu touched it. At this moment, Agumon looked at Chen Mu with admiration. Boss, this ability of yours is simply amazing. Chen Mu's eyes also flashed with joy. Agumon's strength has reached the 7th level of transformation. After absorbing this data, Agumon easily completed its 7th transformation during the transformation period. Chen Mu's mental strength enhancement was also a feedback from Agumon's strength improvement. Moreover, since the absorbed data mainly came from the wood spirit lizards, they all had experience in using the racial skill Tier Claw, and after absorbing it, Agumon's proficiency in the Tier Claw skill was further enhanced. Although Tier Claw is just a basic skill, its proficiency jumped from beginner to proficient in such a short time, which would be hard for anyone to believe. Chen Mu thought happily. Of course, this was also thanks to the selfless contributions of his wood spirit lizard friends. Since this is the case, it's time to visit the home of the wood spirit lizard friends. Chen Mu suddenly looked in the direction where the lucky wood spirit lizard had escaped and thought to himself. According to his research before setting off, wood spirit lizards naturally have nests, and juvenile wood spirit lizards are protected in their nests, while adults go out hunting with the leader. Most adult wood spirit lizards are around the 3rd level of transformation, while their leader often reaches the 6th or even 7th level of transformation. What puzzled Chen Mu was that among the 11 wood spirit lizards he encountered this time, the strongest one was only at the 3rd level of transformation. Could it be that their leader hadn't gone out hunting with them recently? With this thought, Chen Mu felt even more grateful towards the wood spirit lizards. Agumon could easily crush more than 10 wood spirit lizards. Although this was also due to skill proficiency and high potential, the main reason was the huge level difference, as a single skill could easily take them out. However, the leader of the wood spirit lizards at the 6th level of transformation is a fierce beast of the same level as Agumon. And if the leader brought a group of subordinates, the battle could become very challenging. But the wood spirit lizard leader didn't appear. Instead, a group of subordinates surrounded them, which was simply handing experience packages to Agumon. With such a generous gift, how could Chen Mu not reciprocate? While thinking, Chen Mu waved to Agumon. Let's go visit the wood spirit lizard's nest to express our gratitude. Chapter 16. The Leader of Evolution. Special use of digital souls in the beast cultivation base of Greengrass City. In the hall, a boy dressed in the uniform of Greengrass No. 2, followed by an old man with a gray beard, stepped out of the door with some annoyance. Immediately after, a staff member of the cultivation base hurriedly chased after him, awkwardly explaining to the uniformed boy, "Young Master Wang, please let me explain. I had specifically prepared an independent cultivation room for that talking pink beast, just waiting for you to come and collect it. But suddenly, a student barged in and insisted on taking that beast, no matter how I tried to persuade him. It didn't work, not even using your name. How about?" Wang Tung waved his hand impatiently. "You can't even handle such a small matter. What use are you?" Today, Wang Tung brought a strong member of his family out, actually to do some important business. But he just happened to stop by the cultivation base to collect a special breed of beast he had reserved a few days ago. He thought it would be a small matter without any setbacks, but unexpectedly, it was messed up by this staff member, so he was naturally very unhappy. He didn't want to waste any more time talking to that staff member, fearing it would affect his mood for doing important business, and prepared to leave directly. But Wang Ting suddenly thought of that talking pink beast, which he had carefully selected as a gift for another family's young lady. If he lost it just like that, how would he win the girl's favor later? Wang Ting suddenly stopped in his tracks and coldly asked, "Tell me, what is that student's name? I will personally go find him to ask for it back. Don't tell me you didn't even remember his name." Seeing this, the staff member let out a sigh of relief and quickly replied, I remember. His name is Chen Mu, just like you, young Master Wang. He's also from No. 2. Wang Ting nodded slightly. Chen Mu from No. 2, right? Got it. I have important business to attend to. I'll find that kid later to ask for it back. The staff member nodded and asked, "May I ask what business young Master Wang is going to do? Is there anything I can help with?" If he could get closer to the young master of the Wang family, it would undoubtedly bring endless benefits. So the staff member racked his brains. Wang Ting glanced at him with some disdain. "I heard that there is a leader of the wood spirit lizards in the ancient god forest that has accidentally completed an evolution, breaking through its original racial potential limit to reach the 9th level of transformation. I need its blood for the evolution of my initial beast, but I don't know where its nest is. Do you think a small staff member from a cultivation base could find out the specific location for me? There are multiple groups of wood spirit lizards on the outskirts of the ancient god forest." If he couldn't determine exactly which one it was, finding the nest with a 9th level transformation leader could only be done by the brute force method, searching one by one. But Wang Ting felt that would be too much of a waste of time, so he casually asked, not expecting to get any useful information. However, the next moment, the staff member's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Young Master Wang, I actually know a bit of information. I have a friend who is a beast master at the 7th level of transformation, and he told me that he recently took his hunting team into a wood spirit lizard nest and unexpectedly encountered a terrifyingly strong wood spirit lizard leader. Almost everyone in the team was injured, and they only escaped by luck. I know the specific location of that nest and can personally take you there." On the other side, in the ancient god forest, under the dense cover of the forest, a person and a beast were moving quickly, with a sound of breaking air. The small beast resembling a yellow dinosaur shouted, "Boss, be careful." A green shadow shot out from the branches, but it wasn't aimed at the yellow dinosaur, but rather at the seemingly weak human, targeting the neck. In a moment of desperation, Agumon jumped up with all its strength, trying to block the attack aimed at Chen Mu, but it was too far away and couldn't make it in time. Agumon's heart raced, and just when it thought Chen Mu was in danger, it saw him smile slightly, seemingly having sensed the danger beforehand. He suddenly reached back with his right hand. In the next moment, a fiery orange-red data light group burst into flames in his hand, instantly enhancing the strength of Chen Mu's palm several times. With a powerful grip, he firmly grasped the vital point of the tree arrow snake that had been waiting for the right moment to ambush. Under the immense pressure, this relatively weaker tree arrow snake, which was only at the first stage of transformation, was actually choked to death. Extracted the essence of the tree arrow snake's flesh and blood, converted into one point of universal data. The power of the digital soul is truly terrifying. Seeing a formidable beast of the transformation level being easily crushed by a human, Chen Mu couldn't help but feel astonished. "Boss, you're incredible!" Agumon stared wide-eyed at the scene. Bewildered, the boss looks so thin and weak, yet is so fierce. Beast tamers continuously enhance their physical abilities through the power of their beasts, making the gap between them and ordinary people increasingly larger. However, in front of beasts of the same level, the physical fragility of beast tamers remains no different from that of ordinary humans. Without the protection of their beasts during combat, beast tamers can be killed in an instant by ferocious beasts. But after some contemplation, Chen Mu discovered that if he used the power of the digital soul, it could temporarily enhance his already superior physical condition even further. This was also the reason he told Agumon not to focus too much on protecting him during battles and to fight freely. Chen Mu knew that relying on the power of the digital soul, as long as he was careful, he would have the ability to protect himself while Agumon fought. What he didn't realize was just how strong his self-protection ability truly was. With a full-strength fist, he easily crushed a first-stage tree arrow snake. Though this was also related to the tree arrow snake's inherently weak defenses, it still sounded ridiculous. A humanoid beast, could it be me? Chen Mu's expression was somewhat strange. His unexpectedly awakened digital soul talent was indeed full of surprises. Not only could he convert all of his mental power into the digital soul, but the total amount was also more than 10 times that of a beast tamer of the same level, completely overwhelming them in terms of mental strength. With the enhancement of the digital soul, his physical condition also skyrocketed, making him a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. Wait, the usage of the digital soul may not be limited to this. An idea suddenly struck Chen Mu. In the animated series of my previous life, characters typically gather the digital soul in their fists to fight directly, but that method seems too crude. In this world of beast taming, besides beasts, there are also equipment or weapons forged with extraordinary resources. I wonder what kind of special effects would occur if I applied the digital soul to extraordinary weapons. For instance, creating a sword with the digital soul attached to it to slash at ferocious beasts might yield outstanding results. Doing so would be equivalent to enchanting the equipment. Unfortunately, Chen Mu didn't have the money to buy those extraordinary pieces of equipment, so he could only think about it for now. While pondering, Chen Mu once again passed through several large trees, only to find himself in front of a massive rocky cave. His attention instantly focused, and he whispered, "Agumon, prepare for battle. This should be the lair of the wood spirit lizard." The tree arrow snake that had just ambushed them was likely guarding the entrance to the lair. Immediately after, the creatures within the cave seemed to sense Chen Mu's presence, and red lights began to illuminate from the dim rocky cave, coldly staring at him. Roar. Then, a loud roar echoed from the cave, causing the 3-meter-high rocky cave to tremble slightly. A colossal figure slowly crawled out, and as the data panel in its eyes began to flicker, Chen Mu's expression grew slightly serious. The leader of the wood spirit lizards is actually at the 9th stage of transformation? Chapter 17, The Cross-Level Battle. Powerless Fury Race, Vine Armor Giant Lizard Attribute, Wood. Metal Potential, Primary Elite Level, 9th Stage of Transformation Basic Skills, Hiding, Proficient, Rending Claw, Perfect, Bite, Perfect, Rock Tremor, Entry can induce vibrations in rock walls containing a large amount of metal, causing effects similar to an earthquake evolution route. None. Speculated that the leader of the wood spirit lizard achieved evolution after consuming special metal minerals. Did it evolve by chance, significantly enhancing its potential, thus reaching the 9th stage of transformation? Chen Mu murmured. The creature before him, nearly 4 meters long and covered in a dark green, vine-like metallic armor, looked somewhat fearsome, with half of its body emerging from the cave, its black eyes coldly scrutinizing Chen Mu. Surprisingly, it did not immediately attack. Behind the vine armor giant lizard, many lights illuminated in the dark cave, clearly indicating the presence of many juvenile wood spirit lizards. Is it unwilling to attack proactively to protect the juvenile with spirit lizards? Chen Mu speculated in his heart, but did not dare to let his guard down. Quietly stepping back half a pace to shield Agumon in front of him, he weighed whether to engage in battle with this powerful, ferocious beast. Agumon was currently only at the 7th stage of transformation, and fighting 2 levels higher was not an easy task. After all, the previous Agumon, at the 6th stage of transformation, faced a group of wood spirit lizards around the 3rd stage of transformation, and the level suppression made the battle feel like cutting through vegetables. Now, the level suppression was reversed. The evolved vine armor giant lizard not only had nearly doubled in size, but its hardened, metallic vine armor also greatly increased its defense, making it look formidable. Plus, with a group of juvenile wood spirit lizards backing it up, the outcome of the battle was indeed uncertain. Another creature that looks like a dragon. Unlike Chen Mu's caution, Agumon was excited to rush towards the vine armor giant lizard upon seeing its appearance. However, Chen Mu quickly held it back and cautioned, "Wait until it comes out to fight. We can't go into the cave." The skill rock tremor displayed on the panel by the vine armor giant lizard should be able to induce tremors in the rocky cave. If they fought inside, it would definitely be disadvantageous for Agumon. The vine armor giant lizard likely had plans to lure Chen Mu and Agumon in, intending to bury them both. This old lizard seems unexpectedly cunning. Chen Mu certainly wouldn't fall for its tricks. After thinking for a moment, he ordered Agumon, Purple Dragon Flame, target the juvenile with spirit lizards in the cave. Agumon responded with a sound, opening its mouth to gather a purple fireball, which it then spat out. Roar. Seeing this, the vine armor giant lizard raised its massive front paw and used its perfect level rending claw skill to easily swat the purple fireball aside. It then let out a disdainful growl at Chen Mu. This little monkey is too naive, trying to attack its offspring right in front of it. As if that were possible. Just as the vine armor giant lizard thought this, the purple fireball it had swatted away quickly transformed into clusters of purple flames, splattering in all directions. A portion landed on the lizard's vine armor and the rocky walls of the cave, gradually extinguishing without causing any stir. However, another portion landed on the juvenile wood spirit lizards, causing them to ignite in a frenzy. Ouch! As the flames grew stronger, several juvenile wood spirit lizards ran around in pain, crying out in distress. Roar! The vine armor giant lizard, seeing this, attempted to bat at the juvenile wood spirit lizards with its claws to extinguish the flames on them. Yet it was astonished to find that this purple flame was like a parasite, unable to be extinguished until the essence of the ferocious beast was burned away. Seeing that the skill effect was impressive, Chen Mu's eyes lit up. Very good. Agumon, let's do it again. The purple dragon flame is the only high-level skill that Agumon obtained after absorbing the essence blood of the purple flame dragon lizard from the primary battle general race, possessing a characteristic that is hard to extinguish. The vine armor giant lizard is powerful and has a vigorous vitality that can resist the erosion of the purple flames. So the purple dragon flame does not easily ignite on it. However, against a group of juvenile wood spirits lizards, it is extremely effective. Although the fire in its cave has not been extinguished, that detestable yellow little dinosaur shot out another fireball. The vine armor giant lizard watched helplessly as its little brothers were burned to death, losing all composure. Roar! It let out a furious roar and used the earthquake skill, causing the entire cave to tremble with its rage. Huge rocks fell from the cave walls, crashing onto the bodies of the burning wood spirits lizards to prevent the fire from spreading further. Then the vine armor giant lizard charged out of the cave, using its massive body to block all the purple dragon flames released by Agumon. Immediately afterward, it opened its fearsome mouth and lunged at Agumon to bite. Agumon, retreat. Maneuver and continue attacking the juvenile with spirits lizards in the cave with purple dragon flames. Chen Mu shouted to prevent Agumon from recklessly charging in and clashing head-on with the defensively strong vine armor giant lizard. At the same time, he jogged away from the battlefield to avoid being slapped to death by the enraged vine armor giant lizard. Agumon trusted Chen Mu's command completely, suppressing the urge to battle the vine armor giant lizard and circling around the cave while spitting multiple purple fireballs at the entrance. The wood spirits lizard tribe was slow in movement, and even after evolving, their agility could not match Agumon. They could only be baited by Agumon, roaring in frustration. Meanwhile, to protect its little brothers in the cave, the vine armor giant lizard stubbornly withstood several purple fireballs. After the fireballs exploded, countless tiny purple flames attached to the vine armor giant lizard's body, accumulating more and more. Gradually, They coalesced into a chilling purple flame, burning fiercely on top of the lizard's armor. When the vine armor giant lizard realized something was wrong, and that the purple dragon flame on its body had become difficult to extinguish, it desperately rolled on the ground. But it was in vain. The appearance of the flames was incredibly chilling. The vine armor giant lizard could clearly feel the flames burning through its thick armor, directly using the essence of its blood and flesh as fuel. It felt as if its body was being hollowed out, instantly becoming extremely weak. Now's the time to strike. Agumon, rending claw. Chen Mu hurriedly reminded as the vine armor giant lizard rolled on the ground, exposing its weaker abdomen. Got it, big brother. Agumon couldn't wait to kill quickly. A pair of sharp claws was raised high, with metallic material not only covering the claws, but also reinforcing the bones of Agumon's entire arm, allowing for a stronger strike when slashing. This technique could only be used once the proficiency of rending claw reached mastery. Agumon's body suddenly leaped into the air, channeling all its strength and weight into its claws, fiercely charging toward the vulnerable abdomen of the vine armor giant lizard. Sizzle! The powerful force directly tore apart the vine armor giant lizard's weak abdomen, and with a painful roar, blood splattered everywhere. A formidable monster at the 9th stage of transformation was killed in one strike by Agumon, which was only at the 7th stage of transformation. Seeing their immensely powerful leader fall, the juvenile wood spirits lizards hiding in the cave panicked, roaring as they rushed out of the cave and scattered in all directions, making it difficult to chase them down. Chen Mu did not let Agumon pursue. The data panel showed that most of these juvenile wood spirits lizards were below the 1st stage of transformation, only possessing the strength of the awakening period, and would not contribute much data. He wondered how much dragon-type data could be extracted from the 9th stage vine armor giant lizard. Moreover, the rending claw skill proficiency of this vine armor giant lizard had reached perfection, so absorbing its data would definitely increase Agumon's rending claw proficiency significantly. Turning his gaze to the body of the vine armor giant lizard still burning with purple flames, Chen Mu rubbed his hands, looking for a suitable spot to initiate data extraction with the world tree. If he waited for the purple dragon flame to extinguish slowly, the essence of the vine armor giant lizard's blood and flesh would probably be burned away. Unfortunately, Agumon's proficiency with the purple dragon flame skill was too low, only at the beginner level. Otherwise, with a thought, it could skillfully manipulate the flames to extinguish them automatically. Just as Chen Mu was reflecting, several figures quickly darted through the woods, entering the range detectable by his mental energy. Chapter 18. Young Master Wong, I see you have the demeanor of an emperor. Who is approaching? Could it be other beast tamers here to hunt with spirits lizards? Chen Mu frowned slightly. Soon after, a boy wearing a familiar second middle school uniform with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes appeared before him. Behind the boy was an old man with grizzled whiskers. Strangely, the two were traversing the dangerous woods without summoning their beasts. Such audacity could only mean two possibilities. Either they were both fools unaware of the dangers of wild beasts, or they were immensely powerful and bold. Chen Mu became alert, leaning toward the latter reason. The boy in the second middle school uniform looked somewhat familiar. He should be a student from the same year, just having received his initial beast, and thus should not be too strong, so he posed no threat. However, the old man behind the boy seemed unremarkable, yet his true strength was definitely above the elite level. There's almost no order in the wild, even among beast tamers. It's common to snatch spoils and even kill for them. But looking at the standard team configuration of this old man and boy, Chen Mu guessed that the boy was likely a disciple of some family, brought out for training by a family expert. Such families usually have wealth and are unlikely to rob him, so there was no need to panic too much. After a moment of thought, Chen Mu chose to speak first. Are you two here to hunt with spirits lizards? Facing Chen Mu's question, the old man squinted his eyes, showing no interest in conversing. The boy scanned the surroundings. Upon seeing that the only beings present, apart from Chen Mu and Agumon, were the bodies of the burning vine armor giant lizard, he showed a look of surprise. You must be a student from the second middle school. I seem to remember you a bit. The deadwood spirits lizards in the woods were all killed by you, right? And you single-handedly took down this evolved leader of the wood spirits lizards? Chen Mu nodded. There was no other beast tamer in this area. The sudden appearance of so many wood spirits lizard corpses could only mean he was responsible, and denying it would not be believed. Wang Tong turned to the old man. What level is his dinosaur beast? The old man casually glanced at Agumon and replied, Young master, it should be at the 7th stage of transformation. Oh, 7th stage of transformation. Yet it killed a 9th stage transformation beast? Your beast is quite interesting. Wang Ting's gaze shifted to Agumon, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, Chen Mu, who had a slight understanding of reading expressions, felt his mood suddenly sink. Trouble was coming. This young master from a family was indeed not interested in robbing him, but it seemed he had his eyes on Agumon's potential and wanted to take Agumon for himself. Even facing the unknown strength of the old man, Chen Mu could not just sit back and let Agumon be taken away. Chen Mu quickly contemplated a countermeasure. Although he was unlikely to win in a beast tamer battle, as long as he could get close and use the power of the digital soul for a sneak attack, he might be able to directly kill the old man. Wait a minute, brother, you seem to be misunderstanding. Seeing Chen Mu's tense expression, Wang Ting quickly waved his hand and smiled as he explained, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Tung, and I mean you no harm. I came to the ancient god forest just to obtain the essence blood of the wood spirit lizard leader behind you. Of course, that creature is your prey. So I won't take it directly, but I hope you can sell me its essence blood. We're both from the same school, so I won't take advantage of you. I'll offer a flat price of 100,000. How about that?" Wang Tung's explanation made Chen Mu relax slightly. The other party's strength was definitely much greater than his, so there was no need to deceive himself. However, upon hearing the offer, Chen Mu suddenly widened his eyes and couldn't help but respond, 100,000? Wang Ting smiled and repeated, 100,000. Since it's our first meeting, let's consider it making a friend. Chen Mu was stunned. 100,000 for the essence blood of a transcendent level beast? How much wealth did his family have? Materials from transcendent level beasts typically ranged from several thousand to tens of thousands. The vine armor giant lizard wasn't a particularly high potential beast species, and its two most valuable materials were the vine armor and the essence blood, with the essence blood alone being worth at most 10,000. Yet Wang Tung offered a full 100,000. That was at least 10 times the market price, which left Chen Mu astonished. The level of extravagance was almost second only to the rich girl Lin Xingya. Deal. Chen Mu didn't think much further and quickly nodded. He even smiled and said, "Wang Xiao, with your demeanor and vision, you will definitely have the bearing of a great emperor in the future." Wang Tung smiled. "You're overpraising me. By the way, I still don't know your name." Although he knew Chen Mu was complimenting him, he felt it was a bit strange. "I'm Chen Mu, from Class 9 of Senior Year 3. After a brief self-introduction, Chen Mu reminded him, "If you need to collect the essence blood, it's best to do it quickly. That purple flame is a skill of my beast, and it will continuously burn the blood and flesh essence of the corpse, and I currently can't extinguish it." Upon hearing this, even the old man with the white beard opened his eyes in surprise. He waved his hand towards the sky, and Chen Mu saw a huge shadow enveloping them. A giant bird with a wingspan of over 5 meters dove down from the sky and gently flapped its wings at the corpse of the vine armor giant lizard. The purple dragon flame, which had been so difficult to extinguish, vanished into thin air in an instant. Race, Fierce Sky Eagle attribute, Wind. Beast potential, Elementary War General level. War General level 1 basic skills, Eagle Eye, perfect, Investigation, perfect, Wind Control, perfect, Advanced skill, Fierce Sky Wings evolution route, none. Wow. A War General level? No wonder they dared to move about in the woods so boldly. With this fierce sky eagle guarding the sky, let alone a transcendent level beast. Even elite level beasts at the 9th rank couldn't harm the two of them. Chen Mu looked at the panel in front of him, his heart shaking. The old man following behind was also at the War General level. How strong must Wang Ting's family be? Besides the old man's strength, Chen Mu was equally surprised by Wang Ting's unexpectedly low profile despite being from such a powerful family. As a fellow student from the same school, Chen Mu had never heard of Wang Ting's name, indicating that Wang Ting was so low-key in school that few knew of his family background. Even when going out for training, he wore a complete school uniform, pretending to be an ordinary student. Compared to those rich second-generation heirs who flaunted their wealth and often got into conflicts, Wang Tung might actually be the truly impressive rich kid. Chen Mu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. By selling the essence blood of the vine armor giant lizard, he not only gained an excess of money, but also made a connection with a generous rich second-generation heir. Talk about incredible luck. After collecting the essence blood, Wang Ting thought for a moment and handed Chen Mu a completely black card, intricately carved on the surface, smiling as he said, "Chen brother, this is a membership card for my father's company. If you ever need to purchase beast materials or extraordinary resources, you can get a discount with this card." Chen Mu took the membership card in a daze, his expression becoming a bit strange. Giving both money and a card, Was Wang Tung being overly courteous? Was his sexual orientation not quite normal? Just as Chen Mu was puzzled, a young man hurriedly ran out of the woods, sweating profusely. After stopping, he couldn't help but gasp for air. Wang Xiao, you ran too fast. I assure you, the evolved with spirit lizard leader is incredibly terrifying. No beast master will come to steal your essence blood. Seeing the young man suddenly appear, Chen Mu was taken aback, as memories from a few days ago flooded back. This guy was the one from the breeding base who had crazily advised him against taking the rolling beast. He remembered that he had repeatedly warned him not to take the rolling beast because a young master from the Wang family had reserved it. So the Wang Xiao he mentioned was referring to Wang Tung? Thinking of this, Chen Mu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What a coincidence. Meanwhile, the young man's gaze swept around. Upon seeing Chen Mu, his expression first showed some confusion, blinking a few times, and when he confirmed Chen Mu's appearance, it instantly turned cheerful. He quickly shouted, Wang Xiao, you don't need to waste time looking for him anymore. He's the Chen Mu I mentioned. This is the guy who stole the beast you reserved. Chapter 19. I said you have the bearing of a great emperor. But you want to take me as your little brother Wang Xiao. You don't need to waste time looking for him anymore. He is the Chen Mu I mentioned. This is the guy who stole the beast you reserved. The young man pointed at Chen Mu, his tone incredibly excited. He thought he had helped Wang Ting find the thief who stole his reserve beast and would regain the young master's trust. However, Wang Ting's expression turned cold at this scene, and he scolded the young man. Fool, Chen brother is my friend. How could he steal my beast? But Wang Xiao, you didn't say that before. The young man looked at Chen Mu, then at Wang Tung, momentarily bewildered. During their time at the breeding base, hadn't Wang Tung specifically asked him for Chen Mu's name and claimed he would personally seek him out when he had the time? Why had Wang Tang's attitude changed upon meeting the person in question? The young man attempted to continue explaining, but was met with a fierce glare from Wang Tung, forcing him to give up. The essence blood has been obtained, and I have other matters to attend to. Chen brother, let's meet again when we have time. The 100,000 will be transferred to the membership card I gave you. Wang Ting waved his hand, bid farewell to Chen Mu, and turned to leave with the old man and the young man, without mentioning the rolling beast again. Was that it? Chen Mu blinked, as if watching a comedy unfold. He had initially thought he would have to entangle with Wang Tung for a while, but the other party had surprisingly good temper and left without saying anything. This made Chen Mu's impression of Wang Tung a bit more favorable. What Chen Mu didn't know was that Wang Tang's temper wasn't that great. It was just that he adjusted his demeanor depending on the person, since Chen Mu had indirectly revealed the ability of the ancient beast to easily fight above its rank. Wang Ting deemed him worthy of befriending, which explained his warm and generous demeanor. After parting ways with Chen Mu on the way back, the old man who had contracted the war general level fear Sky Eagle casually asked, Young master, that kid is just a commoner. Why treat him so politely? Wang Tung shook his head. I've never seen Chen Mu's beast, but being able to slay the transcendent level wood spirit lizard leader, its potential should not be underestimated. At least it's of high elite quality. Although there are several newcomers in Green Grass City this year who can contract beasts with high elite potential, those people all have family support behind them, making it difficult to win them over. Chen Mu, however, was just an ordinary student from a humble background. Today, I offered him some small favors, and gradually, once he sees the strength of my Yuntian group, he will naturally propose to join. At that time, I will give him some resources, and he will naturally be loyal and become my capable assistant. Wang Ting is a direct descendant of the Wang family. One of the three major families in Green Grass City, was naturally extremely proud. Although he spoke of treating Chen Mu as a brother, it was merely a means to win people's hearts. A beast master like Chen Mu, who came from an ordinary family, even if he had good talent and luck, and contracted a high-potential initial beast, would find it difficult to become a top powerhouse in the future without the support of family forces. In the end, he would still need to rely on a major power. Wang Tung felt that his willingness to provide Chen Mu with some resources and see him as a future little brother was already a great fortune for Chen Mu. He would naturally be grateful and sincerely work for him in the future. The young master's idea was quite good. The old man with a white beard murmured, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. On the other side, in the wood spirit lizard's lair, Chen Mu never expected that while he was kindly praising Wang Tung for having the demeanor of an emperor, the other party was actually thinking of taking him as a little brother. After Wang Tung and the others walked away, Chen Mu examined the all-black card in his hand, which was engraved with a pattern of an unknown fierce beast and the Yuntian group in golden lines. This membership card actually belonged to the Yuntian group? Could Wang Tung's father be a high-ranking member of the Yintian group? Chen Mu couldn't help but be astonished. Although he didn't know much about the Wang family forces behind Wang Ting, he was very familiar with the Yutian group. Or rather, everyone in Green Grass City was quite familiar with it. The industries under the Yutian group almost spanned all walks of life in Green Grass City and sold various rare extraordinary resources and fierce beast materials. If the Wang family was closely related to this giant, then it made sense that Wang Tung was so generous. Previously, the age director of No. 2 Middle School announced that the first student to reach the 9th stage of transformation within a month would receive a precious sponsorship from both the principal of No. 2 Middle School and the general manager of the Yuntian group, who were both battle general level beast masters. Wang Tung was a senior in number 2 Middle School, and the Wang family had ties to the Yutian group, so there must be some transactions behind this. Connecting the information he knew, Chen Mu suddenly felt that Wang Ting might be the one predetermined to receive the first prize. If I were to win that first place, I wonder what expression Wang Ting would have. A sly smile crept onto Chen Mu's lips. The ancient beast had only taken 3 days to progress from the awakening stage to the 7th stage of transformation. As long as I made a few more trips to the ancient god forest and collected more data suitable for the ancient beast to absorb, I believe I could easily raise its level to the 9th stage of transformation within a week. Even with Wang Tung's family backing him and countless resources, he might not be able to match my speed of leveling up. With this thought, Chen Mu reached out to touch the corpse of the vine-armored giant lizard. Its flesh quickly shriveled, and the strange metal-like vine armor on it gradually turned yellow, as if the plant was withering. Extracting the essence of the blood and flesh of the initial elite species, 9th stage transformation vine-armored giant lizard, defective, converting into 3 universal data points. 96 beast-type data points, 13 plant-type data points, 15 dragon-type data points, and 137 special metal data points. Indeed, the stronger the fierce beast, the more data can be extracted. The data yielded from a 9th stage transformation vine-armored giant lizard was at least equivalent to 3 wood spirit lizards. This was also due to the fact that I had sold some of its essence to Wang Ting, resulting in the defective blood essence. If I added the essence, the extracted data would double again. Injecting the newly acquired 15 dragon-type data points along with 15 beast-type data points into the ancient beast, its strength also got closer to the 8th transformation. After finishing the data extraction, Chen Mu had no intention of leaving immediately, but instead looked towards the dark rock cave inside, walking straight in. According to the panel displayed by the world tree earlier, the leader of the wood spirit lizards evolved into the vine-armored giant lizard after devouring a special mineral. That special mineral was most likely found in the rock cave where it resided. For a wood spirit lizard with potential at the initial transformation, or intermediate transformation, level to evolve into a vine-armored giant lizard with elite potential, that special mineral must be a relatively rare extraordinary resource. As for extraordinary resources, Chen Mu was naturally eager to acquire them, planning to search through the cave extensively. After all, even if I didn't need it, I could exchange it or sell it for money. Chapter 20. The method of creating digital alloy, ancient beast armed and tempered. Upon entering the rock cave, aided by the small flames occasionally emitted by the ancient beast to illuminate the surroundings, Chen Mu was surprised to find that the cave was quite extraordinary. Although the cave was not deep, the surrounding rock walls were covered with many dark green vines, resembling the skin of the wood spirit lizard. After forcefully pushing aside these vines, he could see that the color of the rock walls at different positions varied, seemingly containing multiple types of minerals. As for which minerals were precious and which were worthless, Chen Mu was utterly clueless. So, he inquired of his bound universal pendant, World Tree, "Didn't you just extract the special metal data from the vine-armored giant lizard? Can't you use this data to identify what kind of mineral the vine-armored giant lizard consumed? I can give it a try. Please place your hand on the rock wall, host." Receiving a reply from the World Tree, Chen Mu was overjoyed and kept touching various colored rock walls. However, the World Tree kept indicating that the data did not match. "Boss, what are you doing?" Seeing Chen Mu's new puzzling behavior, the ancient beast scratched its head and asked in a silly manner. Chen Mu absorbing data from corpses was one thing, but why was he touching these rocks one by one? Did the data from the stones also count? Chen Mu glanced at the silly ancient beast, feeling rather speechless. "Ancient beast, you don't understand. I'm treasure hunting. If I find rare minerals, perhaps it could allow you to undergo a simplified version of evolution." Evolution? Hearing this term, the ancient beast instantly became excited. It also started to mimic Chen Mu and touch the rock walls, although its actions were of no real use. Thus, One person and one beast kept touching until they reached the deepest part, where there was a huge rock resembling a disc in the center of the rock wall, which appeared to have been covered with numerous vines by someone. This should be the nest the vine-armored giant lizard made for itself, and it emitted a foul odor. When Chen Mu pinched his nose and pulled aside the vines covering the nest, he found that the surface of the huge rock was embedded with many pitch-black peculiar metals. Interestingly, under the illumination of the small flames, the black metal seemed to actively absorb the light emitted by the flames, gradually turning from black to red. And the temperature began to rise continuously. Detected that the composition of this metal mineral matches extremely well with the special metal data extracted from the vine-armored giant lizard. After data analysis, it is speculated that this metal possesses the ability to absorb various attribute powers and is most compatible with fire, water, and wood attributes. According to the rules of the Beast Master world, this metal can be classified as a top-tier elite extraordinary resource. Chen Mu's eyes immediately lit up. Top-tier elite metal mineral extraordinary resource? This is a treasure I've stumbled upon. The classification of extraordinary resources is similar to that of Beast Master levels, which includes several grades such as Transformation, Elite, Battle General, and Commander. However, each grade is further divided into lower, middle, upper, and top tier. And this metal was actually evaluated by the World Tree as a top-tier elite resource, truly worthy of being a precious metal mineral that could allow the wood spirit lizard to evolve. Upon a rough glance, the total amount was quite substantial. If sold, it should easily fetch 3 to 500,000. At this moment, the giant stone that was used as a nest by the vine-armored giant lizard appeared to Chen Mu as if it were inlaid with gold. He eagerly pried off the black metal embedded in it one by one, stacking them together, which amounted to about the size of a large suitcase. Although the quantity was not very large, it was too heavy to carry. After a moment of consideration, Chen Mu decided not to move these metals directly but to communicate with the World Tree. World Tree, with your ability of data creation, can you transform these ores into something like digital alloy, and then create armor or weapons for Agumon? Chen Mu was not joking with Agumon. It was similar to how Tyrannomon evolved into Mecha Tyrannomon, which involved mechanical modification of its body. With these rare metal ores, it might be possible to create a set of armor for Agumon, effectively achieving a semi-evolution that could significantly enhance its strength for a short period. As for why not directly evolve Agumon into Tyrannomon or other mature forms, the reason was simple, as shown on the data panel: race, Agumon attribute, dragon, beast potential, high elite quasi-warrior level, transformation stage 7, growth stage, basic skills, rending claw, mastery, small flame, perfect, advanced skills, purple dragon flame, beginner, evolution path, 1. Tyrannomon, success rate 100 consumes 6,300 universal data 2. Mecha Tyrannomon, success rate 100 consumes 7,600 universal data 3. Dragon Beast, success rate 50 consumes 7,200 universal data 4. Blade King Hackmon, success rate 30 consumes 99,000 universal data, only shows evolution methods relying on universal data. Other evolution methods can be clicked to view specific evolution paths. Low success rate evolution paths are not displayed for the time being. More evolution paths can be viewed after evolving. These evolution paths required too much universal data, often thousands of points. In a short time, Chen Mu believed he could not collect that much. However, he could find another way to significantly enhance Agumon's strength. The stronger Agumon became, the more efficiently he could collect universal data, allowing for earlier evolution. Returning to the host, consuming a small amount of universal data. Data creation can be performed to transform these special metals into ordinary digital alloys and create suitable equipment or weapons for Agumon, according to the host's needs. A list of items available for data creation has been automatically filtered. 1. Full body armor. But the drawback is that there are not enough special metal materials to perfectly cover the whole body, requiring 110 points of universal data 2. Auxiliary armor covering a pair of arms, requiring 93 points of universal data 3. Exoskeleton armor enhancing explosive power, requiring 130 points of universal data. The list provided by the World Tree even included 3D models, making it very intuitive. However, Chen Mu was not very satisfied. The consumption of universal data for the 3 options was still a bit too much. There was no need to use all the metal ores. He only needed to use part of them to create an auxiliary mechanical claw for Agumon's right arm, similar to Mecha Tyrannomon. Could that be done? According to the host's thoughts, the consumption of universal data can be reduced to 56 points. Yes, let us do it. Looking at the new model provided by the World Tree, Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction. The precision machinery wrapped around Agumon's entire right arm, making Agumon's right hand appear a whole fist larger, as if filled with muscle, extremely strong. Moreover, it could launch the mechanical claw to surprise and attack enemies. It could be regarded as a low-spec version of LadyDevim's mechanical arm. After the enhancement modification of the mechanical arm, Agumon, in a strict sense, could no longer be considered just an Agumon. Perhaps it should be renamed Agumon Arm Steel Form. Chapter 21. Creation Countdown. Level 1 Beast Tide Warning, consuming 56 points of universal data, 175 points of special metal data, and several top-grade elite extraordinary metals. Ordinary digital alloy mechanical arm is being created. As the World Tree's prompt sounded, a stream of data light surged from Chen Mu's palm, decomposing most of the metal ores he had piled on the ground into black data streams, which then returned to his palm. Chen Mu initially thought the creation would be completed instantly. However, the World Tree provided a countdown message. Creation progress, 001. Expected to be completed within 5 days. Chen Mu wondered, didn't the rolling beast evolve instantly when absorbing 2 types of beast materials? Why would it take so long to create a mechanical arm? The World Tree calmly explained, when helping the rolling beast evolve. It only needed to transform the beast materials into data, remove the chaotic parts, inject them into Agumon's digital core, and with a little guidance, the rolling beast could complete the evolution on its own. But this time, it requires a large amount of data to create a new entity from scratch. The complexity has increased by more than 1 order of magnitude, naturally requiring more time. Of course, ultimately, it's still because I am currently too severely damaged. My data creation ability is less than 1/10,000th of its peak period. Otherwise, with enough data, creating an ultimate digital beast from scratch would only take a few days. So please, host, double your efforts to collect data to help me repair. Chen Mu. He even saw the World Tree send a cheer-up emoji. Alright, the World Tree said a lot. But the main purpose was still to get him to help it repair sooner. This had to be done step by step. Chen Mu shrugged. To completely repair the World Tree required an enormous amount of data that was clearly beyond what he could achieve at this stage. He would have to wait until he cultivated a team of ultimate digital beasts. However, the current World Tree was not working for free. The useful data converted from the essence of beast blood and flesh had been temporarily reserved for him, while the chaotic data that was useless or even harmful to him had been readily accepted by the World Tree. After doing all this, Chen Mu searched again in the rocky cave. In a corner, he found 3 wood spirit lizard eggs and picked the largest one to hold in his arms. Then, with one hand holding a wood spirit lizard egg and the other hand holding the remaining special metal ores, he returned to Green Grass City, truly coming back with a full load. When passing by the city gate, the guards had not yet changed shifts. The guard who had kindly reminded Chen Mu not to go out earlier, upon seeing the large pile of things in Chen Mu's arms, couldn't help but rub his eyes, almost dropping his jaw. The student, what you are holding is a spirit energy, or did you collect this in the wild? Chen Mu stopped in his tracks, nodded, and casually asked, do you know what this is? It should be quite valuable, right? Since the guard recognized the name of the spirit energy, or Chen Mu wanted to take the opportunity to inquire about its information, which was why he asked. Seeing Chen Mu's nonchalant demeanor, the guard couldn't help but swallow. What do you mean quite valuable? It was extremely valuable. Spirit energy, or is naturally harmonious with various attribute energies, and can even absorb various energy attacks. High-level beast masters, in order to compensate for their physical weaknesses, love to use spirit energy or to create a set of battle armor. Wearing such armor can even withstand energy-type skill attacks, playing a life-saving role at critical moments. It was something that was almost priceless, although the total amount Chen Mu was holding was a bit too small. Many elite beast masters would still scramble to get it. This young man's luck was simply too strong, entering the ancient god forest alone with seemingly unimpressive strength. Not only did he survive, but also found such a treasure. While envying Chen Mu's good fortune, the guard was preparing to give Chen Mu a brief introduction to the preciousness of spirit energy, or so that this newcomer wouldn't be taken advantage of later. Before the guard could speak, a hunting team of beast tamers happened to pass by the city gate. One of the men in the team, with a hooked nose, quickly interrupted the guard, smiling kindly as he asked Chen Mu, "Little brother, your strength isn't strong. Carrying these low-grade elite-level extraordinary metal resources around isn't a good thing. Why not sell them directly to us? I'll offer you 10,000, guaranteed fair and square." The guard frowned slightly, clearly aware that this price was unreasonable. but he didn't speak up. He recognized the Beast Tamer team the hook-nosed man belonged to. Knowing that the members were all around the 8th and 9th stages of transformation, making them a relatively strong team. Although the guard had decent character, he wasn't foolish. Nor was he a pushover. It was impossible for him to confront a competent team just to remind Chen Mu. I'm not interested in trading at the moment. Chen Mu shook his head, looking at the hook-nosed man as if he were a fool. Although he didn't know the name of the energy mine, it didn't mean he was unaware of its preciousness. The remaining metals he had were classified as top-grade elite-level resources by the World Tree. Even if they weren't worth 100,000, they could still fetch around 70,000 to 80,000. Yet the hook-nosed man falsely claimed the energy mine was a low-grade elite-level resource and offered only 10,000. It must be said that these old-timers really knew how to cheat people. If it were another newcomer, they'd probably trade on the spot, thinking they had made a profit. Chen Mu had no intention of saying more to the hook-nosed man. As he turned to leave, he quietly slipped a piece of energy mine, about the size of half a palm, to the guard as a small token of gratitude. If the guard hadn't told him the name of the energy mine, it would have been quite troublesome for him to look it up later. The guard felt delighted and remembered the favor Chen Mu had done. Meanwhile, the hook-nosed man, ignored by Chen Mu, felt a surge of anger. This wasn't the first time he had set his sights on Chen Mu. He had noticed that the Yagu beast was a rare beast when Chen Mu left the city and wanted to snatch it, but after being warned by the captain, he hesitated, fearing that Chen Mu might be a disciple of some family, so he abandoned the idea. Now encountering Chen Mu again, he found that Chen Mu didn't even recognize a high-level extraordinary resource like the energy mine, showing his lack of knowledge. He instantly dismissed the possibility of Chen Mu being a family disciple or a high-level beast tamer. Just another lucky newcomer. Thus, the hook-nosed man began to plot again. He quietly pulled the team captain aside and said, "Captain, I plan to have someone keep an eye on this kid when he leaves the city next time." The hook-nosed man smirked and made a gesture across his throat. He thought the captain would strongly agree with his idea, but to his surprise, the captain replied expressionlessly, "You do this alone. If you succeed, you're still part of my team. If you fail, we won't have any further contact from today onwards, understand?" Upon hearing this, the hook-nosed man cursed inwardly but still smiled and nodded. After returning home, Chen Mu diligently searched for all the information about the energy mine he could find online. And he had some new thoughts. The energy mine is valuable but hard to find. Selling the remaining ones directly would be too much of a waste. It would be better to think about how to develop their value. He could have the World Tree use these to forge a weapon for him. Combined with the power of the digital soul, it might produce unexpected effects. However, this method not only had no immediate benefits, but he would also have to pay some universal data. In addition, he had a bold idea. I should be the only one in Greengrass City who knows that the wood spirit lizard can evolve into the primary elite species, the vine-armored giant lizard, by devouring energy mines. If I can research a stable evolution route, the money I could make would be substantial. However, to complete the research, this amount of energy mine is not enough. Just as Chen Mu was immersed in his beautiful fantasies, an alarm suddenly rang out, quickly spreading throughout Greengrass City. Chen Mu was startled and quickly walked outside, looking toward the city wall. This is a level 1 beast tide warning. A large number of fierce beasts are attacking the city? Chapter 22, The Impact of the Beast Tide, Continuous Transformation Roar. Because Chen Mu's home is in the suburbs, close to the city wall, he could vaguely hear a lot of angry beast roars after the level 1 beast tide warning sounded. Clearly, a large number of fierce beasts were assaulting the city wall. However, Chen Mu wasn't too worried, as beast tides are graded. A level 1 beast tide warning indicates that the attacking fierce beasts are all at the transformation level. Although transformation level fierce beasts are much stronger than ordinary wild beasts, in the eyes of the top experts in Greengrass City, they are just cannon fodder. Even if there are many of them, they would find it difficult to breach the city wall. Moreover, there are quite a few elite-level beast tamers among the city's guard, making a level 1 beast tide hardly a threat. A level 2 beast tide indicates that many elite-level fierce beasts have appeared, which would be somewhat troublesome. Greengrass City might even specifically dispatch general-level experts to suppress it. A level 3 beast tide occurs once in a decade, usually formed by a gathering of many general-level fierce beasts from deep within the ancient god forest. Its danger is so great that even the top experts in all of Greengrass City would find it difficult to fully resist. During a level 3 beast tide, many fierce beasts would break through the city wall's defenses. Those living in the suburbs like Chen Mu would be affected first, and many ordinary people would suffer casualties. As for beast tides above level 3, That was a horror Chen Mu didn't even dare to imagine. Once the scale of the beast tide reaches level 4, it means a large number of commander-level fierce beasts will attack the city. In front of the commander-level king beasts, even general-level experts would seem utterly powerless. By that time, defending the city wall would be unnecessary because it wouldn't hold up. It's better to run far away. Of course, by then, half of the ordinary people might not even be able to escape. Therefore, it's essential to improve one's strength quickly. Chen Mu is well aware of the hidden dangers behind this world. Although disasters like a level 4 beast tide are rare, if luck is particularly bad, encountering a level 4 beast tide tomorrow isn't impossible. If Chen Mu himself had the strength of a general-level expert, even if he couldn't ensure the safety of Green Grass City by himself, he could at least protect himself and those around him. Hopefully, this level 1 beast tide won't last too many days. After eating something to fill his stomach, Chen Mu practiced meditation to improve his mental power while sensing the movements outside the city. During a beast tide outbreak, it's clearly not appropriate to go out hunting fierce beasts, as it is too dangerous and unnecessary to take risks. He could only pray for the beast tide to be suppressed soon. Suddenly, his phone rang with several message notifications. Chen Mu opened it to find that one was from the rich girl in Qingya, asking if he was out in the wild. Chen Mu reassured her that he was safe, and she didn't reply further. The other messages were recruitment texts sent by the Green Grass City Guard headquarters to all beast tamers. The content stated that they needed to expand the army for exploring the depths of the ancient god forest, and the benefits offered were unexpectedly good in Chen Mu's view. Beast tamers above the elite level would receive resources, money, and ranks just for joining. Those at the transformation level would receive even double the benefits. With such generous offers, it was clear that it wasn't a good job. Chen Mu shook his head. Only a fool would go if they weren't in dire need of money or resources. Exploring the depths of the ancient god forest might allow elite-level beast tamers to protect themselves. But those at the transformation level would be basically facing a 9-to-1 chance of survival, coupled with the appearance of a level 1 beast tide. Chen Mu didn't dare to imagine how dangerous it would be. Wait, after the level 1 beast tide is suppressed, the city guard should be able to harvest a large number of fierce beast corpses. If I could get my hands on those corpses, that would be great. Chen Mu suddenly thought. Killing ferocious beasts and extracting data doesn't necessarily require hands-on involvement. After a ferocious beast dies, its essence, blood, and relatively precious scales and materials will be taken, but the remaining body is not in high demand. This is because after the ferocious beast's death, the essence of its flesh will gradually decay, making it cumbersome to transport, thus not worth much. The longer the corpse is left, the less data can be extracted. However, the sheer quantity makes it cheap. Chen Mu regretted not having any acquaintances in the military, otherwise, he could have obtained quite a few ferocious beast corpses for free. However, once the beast tide passes, the military should also sell some ferocious beast corpses cheaply through various channels. He thought he could buy more then. Although he didn't have money at the moment, once the ancient beast reached the 9th stage of transformation and he received his rewards at school, he would definitely get a considerable bonus. By then, he would have money. This first-level beast tide lasted for more than a day. After it calmed down, Chen Mu eagerly took the ancient beast out of the city to hunt again at the outskirts of the ancient god forest. However, he was ambushed by a hawk-nosed man. Chen Mu remained highly vigilant in the wild, and with his strong mental power, he sensed the ambush in advance. Although the hawk-nosed man had a beast tamer level of 8th stage of transformation, which was one small stage higher than the ancient beast, his potential was only high-level transformation, making him weaker than the vine-armored giant lizard. Naturally, he was no match for the ancient beast, which had the potential of a high-level elite or even a quasi-war general. The ancient beast easily counter-killed him without even using high-level skills. The hawk-nosed man was stunned. He didn't expect that a student who wasn't even a family disciple could be stronger than a beast tamer who had been in the field for several years. To save his life, the hawk-nosed man pretended to be pitiful and begged for mercy. However, in the lawless wild, Chen Mu had no mercy and decisively eliminated the threat. In the following days, Chen Mu went out hunting every day, and through the data extraction from the world tree, the ancient beast's strength surged continuously. It broke through to the 9th stage of transformation in one go. Race, ancient beast attribute, dragon, beast potential, high-level elite. Quasi-war, general level, 9th stage of transformation, growth period, basic skills, tear claw, perfect, small flame, perfect, beast blood boiling, perfect burns blood to transform into power. Enhancing overall physical quality swift, perfect adjusts the flow of energy within the body, making it incredibly light and greatly increasing speed high-level skill, Purple Dragon Flame, entry, evolution route, slightly updated over 5 days. Chen Mu invaded the territories of 2 wood spirit lizards, as well as several territories of swift wind wolves and ironback savage bears, killing nearly 100 transformation-level ferocious beasts. The extracted beast type and dragon type data continued to be absorbed by the ancient beast at a 1:1 ratio, pushing its level to the 9th stage of transformation. Additionally, he acquired the skills Swift from the Swift Wind Wolf and Beast Blood Boiling from the Ironback Savage Bear, both of which were quite useful, and their proficiency easily reached the perfect level. If it weren't for the World Tree sternly warning that the ancient beast learning too many unsuitable skills would lead to a chaotic internal data structure and be detrimental to evolution. And having stripped away a lot of skill-related data, the ancient beast would probably have over 10 skills by now, Chen Mu thought. Of course, he also knew that the World Tree was right. Having too many skills was not necessarily better. Quality over quantity. A skill with perfect proficiency could enhance combat power even more than 4 or 5 entry-level skills. Currently, the ancient beast had 4 basic skills at perfect proficiency and 1 high-level skill at entry-level proficiency. With its current strength, it wouldn't be surprising to crush elite first-stage ferocious beasts by crossing a large stage. Chen Mu was very satisfied with the ancient beast's current strength, although it had almost destroyed a piece of iron railing in the yard earlier and had held its head, claiming it wasn't its fault and blaming it all on the newly learned skill. As soon as Beast Blood Boiling was used, it couldn't help but want to tear something apart. Chen Mu took a deep breath, choosing not to dwell on that infuriating memory. It was time to go to school to claim his reward. He also wondered how Wang Ting was doing with his beast cultivation. He was very curious to see what expression Wang Tung would have if he snatched away the first place that was practically his. With that thought, a mischievous smile gradually appeared on Chen Mu's face. Chapter 23. The low-key aristocratic family disciple, Zhang Xuanda's initial beast. However, it was a bit late today. The school leaders probably had already left work. He decided to take a good rest and go collect the reward early tomorrow morning. These past few days had been busy hunting ferocious beasts and cultivating mental power. So he finally had some free time to relax on his bed while scrolling through his phone. When he opened the chat app, he noticed that the messages in the senior year group chat he had set to Do Not Disturb suddenly skyrocketed to 99. Oh, did the school announce something new? Chen Mu felt curious. There were about 300 people in this senior group, and only those who qualified to receive beasts would be added, making it convenient for everyone to exchange cultivation insights. Initially, the group was chatting about how to cultivate feelings with their initial beasts to avoid any mistakes during the contract. But Chen Mu lost interest and directly turned on Do Not Disturb. After all, his intimacy with the rolling beast was practically maxed out from the start, allowing him to complete the contract without any pressure. After opening the chat box, new messages kept flooding in. Bystander A. Brothers, about the latest news on the newcomer reward. It seems the first place is already decided. It's Wang Ting from Class 1. According to insider news, Wang Ting's beast has already reached the 8th stage of transformation, and his family elders just found him the evolution materials, preparing to help his beast evolve. So it's likely to reach the 9th stage of transformation soon. Bystander B. What is there to compete for? My clever cat just completed the contract 3 days ago. I fed it a lot of growth potions and high-quality beast food, and it just broke through from the awakening stage to the 1st stage of transformation, while he is almost at the 9th stage. What do you expect me to compete with? Bystander C. No way. Really? How did it happen so fast? Yesterday someone in the group said they broke through to the 5th stage of transformation, and I thought that was already outrageous. But today someone is at the 8th stage? Did you all give your beast hormones to grow that fast? Bystander D. Everyone else is quiet. I feel like I'm the only clown in the group. It's been a week, and I haven't even completed my contract. Suddenly, a familiar avatar appeared, and Zhang Xuanda also chimed in. Wang Tung's ability to make his beast's strength increase so quickly has its reasons. I heard from someone in Class 1 that he has the Wang family and Yuntian group backing him, but he is just too low-key usually, so nobody knows. As soon as Zhang Xuanda said this, the group exploded. Wang Ting, rich kid, congratulations. I'll see how strong he is, Wang Tung, young Master Wang. I don't want to work hard anymore. Please let me ride your coattails, Wang Ting. I am Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Please quickly tell me the secret to cultivating beasts, so I can return with an army. The messages skyrocketed to hundreds. Wang Ting, however, calmly replied, I'm using a relatively niche evolution route, and the difficulty is a bit high, so evolution isn't guaranteed to succeed. We'll see tomorrow at school. This was equivalent to indirectly admitting his wealthy status while subtly showing off. Chen Mu clicked his tongue. What a guy. Having family support makes a difference. With enough resources in the early stages, the speed of strength improvement is like riding a rocket. When they met in the cave of the vine-armored giant lizard, it must have been Wang Ting looking for a family-supplied war general to collect evolution materials. Collecting transformation-level ferocious beast materials and directly finding a war general-level expert as a helper is just as outrageous as those pay-to-win players looking for carry services in games. Fortunately, I have the ability to extract data, so I've gotten a little ahead of Wang Ting. I need to go to school early tomorrow to avoid being outpaced by him again. With that thought, Chen Mu went to bed early. The next day, he got up at 6 o'clock and headed straight to school with Agumon. The school in the Beast Tamer world strictly enforced the rule that students could only enter after 8 o'clock, so it looked quite empty at this early hour. As soon as he entered the school gate, Chen Mu saw a familiar black, thin figure and was a bit surprised. He approached and patted the other person's shoulder. Hey, Black, you're here so early. This isn't like you. The thin black youth turned around, and it was his friend Zhang Xuanda. He was also quite surprised to see Chen Mu and shrugged helplessly. I came to train my beast in the training hall. I have to graduate soon. And I heard there are rules that you won't get your diploma unless your strength reaches the transformation stage. But what about you? You've been elusive these past few days. Why did you suddenly come to school? Also, what happened to that pink beast you had? You didn't end up not contracting it, and instead contracted this dinosaur beast. Did you? Zhang Xuanda then looked at Agumon following Chen Mu with a puzzled expression. This yellow dinosaur was another unfamiliar species, just like the pink beast from last time. Zhang Xuanda was very curious about where Chen Mu got these strange beasts. He had been thinking about inviting Chen Mu out for a meal to ask about it. But Chen Mu hadn't come to school until now. With the chance to catch Chen Mu in person, Zhang Xuanda's curiosity grew even stronger. The pink beast has been sold. And my dad used the money from that to buy this dinosaur beast from a hunting team. Unable to explain how he evolved the rolling beast into Agumon, Chen Mu made up a small lie. Upon hearing this, Agumon tilted his head. Huh, didn't I evolve from the rolling beast? How did I end up being bought? What is the boss talking about? However, Agumon didn't speak up and only quietly murmured in his heart. Chen Mu had warned him multiple times in the past few days that it was best not to speak in front of outsiders. Zhang Xuanda was taken aback. Bro, you also chose to contract a fierce beast caught from the wild. Just like me? Chen Mu pondered for a moment and then nodded sheepishly. Zhang Xuanda sighed. We really are brothers who are unwilling to be ordinary. I also thought the beasts from the breeding base were too trashy. So I bought a freshly hatched wood spirit lizard from a hunter team. I almost went crazy trying to contract it. And I'm sure you faced just as much trouble. Contracting an untrained fierce beast as a new beast tamer was indeed a life-risking endeavor. Zhang Xuanda recalled his experiences from the past few days and felt a wave of fear. If that wood spirit lizard hadn't been just a hatchling, he might have faced mental backlash from a failed contract. You contracted a wood spirit lizard as your initial beast? Chen Mu smiled and nodded, but was secretly surprised. What a coincidence. If Zhang Xuanda was willing, he could help his good brother by using his wood spirit lizard hatchling as a test subject to study the specific evolution method of the vine-armored giant lizard. Although Chen Mu had also obtained a few eggs from several wood spirit lizard nests in the last few days, hatching them was still a problem. However, he didn't think too much about it since he didn't come to school to research the evolution route of wood spirit lizards. After chatting briefly with Zhang Xuanda, Chen Mu walked toward the school's research office. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xuanda followed him curiously. What are you going to do? Zhang Xuanda had felt that Chen Mu seemed like a completely different person these days, mysterious and secretive. Chen Mu had initially planned to act low-key. But seeing Zhang Xuanda's curiosity, he decided not to hide it any longer and calmly said, I'm going to the research office to collect a reward. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanda's brain almost couldn't keep up with the information, and he stammered, What reward? After realizing what Chen Mu meant, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Staring at Agumon, No way. Dude, don't tell me your beast has already reached the 9th stage of transformation? Chen Mu silently nodded. Yeah. I got lucky and just broke through yesterday. Zhang Xuanda, What? Chapter 24. How awesome it is to tear down the school in front of school leaders at Greenfield No. 2 High School in the research office. The head of the senior year and a specially invited instructor from the city guard were sitting inside, sorting through some documents. Both had been quite busy in recent days. Arriving at school early every day, and during their spare time, they occasionally provided guidance to students on beast cultivation. Compared to some school leaders, they could be considered quite dedicated. After finishing a form titled Newcomer Reward ranking on the computer, the head of the year leaned back in a recliner to rest quietly and, feeling a bit bored, spoke up, Captain Gua. You've also looked over the profiles of the more promising students in the school, right? Which ones do you think can cultivate their beasts to the 9th stage of transformation within a month? Captain Gua naturally referred to the instructor hired from the military, who previously held the position of captain and was among the top elite beast tamers. The principal of No. 2 High School had relied on connections to bring him in as an instructor. To be honest, your batch of students isn't that impressive. Besides that young Master Wang Ting from the Wang family, who can easily reach the 9th stage of transformation with ample resources, he will undoubtedly be the first. The highest potential among the other contracted beasts is only at the mid-elite level, with none reaching high elite. Captain Gua spoke directly, without particularly considering the head of the year's feelings. I estimate that your list can only include at most 5 names. The head of the year smiled awkwardly. Well, you can't say that. The potential of young people is limitless. Who knows, maybe a kid who contracts a mid-elite potential beast will get lucky and evolve it, easily reaching high elite. Captain Gua shook his head, non-committal. A stable high elite beast cultivation route isn't something just any big family can have. It's not that easy. He himself had contracted an initial beast with only low elite potential and didn't know how much effort and resources he had spent to evolve it to high elite. Their conversation fell into a lull. Just then, a knock sounded at the door of the research office. Which kid is here at this time? Just what I need to relieve my embarrassment. The head of the year felt a bit pleased, cleared his throat, and said, Come in. The door was gently pushed open, and 2 boys, one black and one white, walked in one after the other. Chen Mu appeared calm and politely greeted the head of the year and Captain Gua, who looked somewhat unfamiliar. Zhang Xuanda's face was as if he had been beaten in a certain game by a boss character multiple times, almost breaking his spirit. Chen Mu also didn't know where he got such a beast with heaven-defying qualifications and directly completed the contract. His speed of improvement was even leaving Wang Ting, who had resources from a big family, behind. Clearly, they were childhood friends who wore the same shorts, yet the gap had grown so large as they grew up. Zhang Xuanda sighed in frustration, even too lazy to pay attention to the head of the year, although he felt happy for his brother's success. The complex feelings in his heart were something only Zhang Xuanda himself could understand. The grade director had a slight impression of Zhang Xuanda, simply because his name and appearance were quite special. He was the first to speak. You 2 are from Class 9, right? Are you here to ask us about cultivating beast tamers? Zhang Xuanda remained silent, while Chen Mu smiled and shook his head. Director, I'm Chen Mu from Class 9 of Grade 3. I'm here to collect the newcomer reward because my beast has just broken through to the 9th rank of the transformation stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the research office fell silent for a moment. Here to collect a newcomer reward? After a brief moment of confusion, the grade director confirmed he hadn't misheard, and his expression became serious. Chen Mu, please be responsible for what you just said. Fooling around with school leaders can lead to punishment. The grade director's first reaction was disbelief. He thought Chen Mu had become bold as graduation approached, daring to joke around with school leaders. However, he did not reprimand him directly, only giving a verbal warning. To his surprise, Chen Mu calmly uttered a few words. Agumon, rending claw. Upon hearing this command, Agumon blinked in confusion, not expecting Chen Mu to suddenly let it use its skills freely in public. Excitement flashed in Agumon's eyes. It had been itching to tear something apart for days. It immediately raised its arms, and metallic material quickly enveloped a pair of sharp claws, merging into the bones of its arms, nearly doubling their explosive power. Then it slashed down towards the ground. With 2 loud crashes, the solid brick floor shattered, revealing several huge claw marks. Today was meant to fully showcase its strength and potential, the more direct the better. That's why Chen Mu let Agumon go wild for a bit, as long as it could demonstrate enough value, even if it damaged some school property. The principal and various leaders would not only not blame it but would reward it even more. Moreover, in his past life, Chen Mu had long wanted to experience what it felt like to destroy school property, especially in front of the grade director. One word, exhilarating. Wow. Brother Mu is already this powerful? Seeing this scene, Zhang Xuanda was shocked, his mouth agape. He knew that his wood spirit lizard also had the rending claw skill. However, although both used the rending claw, his juvenile wood spirit lizard at the awakening stage could only leave some scratch marks on the brick. In contrast, the 9th rank Agumon effortlessly split the bricks, looking grand and impressive. Zhang Xuanda sighed softly, feeling a bit down. He regretted following Chen Mu here. The merciless blows he had suffered in such a short time surpassed all he had experienced in 3 years of high school. The grade director's expression was equally rich. He didn't care at all about how badly the floor in his research office was damaged or how much it would cost to repair, since the money would come from public funds. Instead, his attention was entirely on the skill displayed by Agumon. The rending claw, a very common basic skill, could be learned by many beast species, and the grade director naturally understood how to discern the proficiency of the rending claw skill. The metal material flexibly covered the entire arm and likely merged with the bones, allowing for seamless combat. This was a perfect level of proficiency for the rending claw skill. At this moment, the grade director looked at Chen Mu as if he had discovered a treasure, his eyes shining. Just a week after contracting the beast, he had cultivated it to the 9th rank of the transformation stage. He even mastered a skill with perfect proficiency. What kind of genius had suddenly emerged? Without further thought, the grade director quickly stood up and politely said to Chen Mu, "Chen Mu, I believe in your strength, but to claim the newcomer reward, you still need to go through a process and use the machines in the battle hall for a specific test." Although Chen Mu was an ordinary student, being able to cultivate an initial beast to the 9th rank of the transformation stage before Wang Teng was somewhat unbelievable. But reality was right in front of him. The grade director wasn't blind, and despite feeling strange, he chose to believe. The process was a bit tedious. Chen Mu inwardly complained, but still politely said, "Then I'll trouble you, director." The two quickly left the research office and headed towards the school's battle hall, with Zhang Xuanda following behind. However, he did not accompany Chen Mu, instead taking his wood spirit lizard to train alone. This young man was definitely a military prodigy. Even Captain Guo, hired from the military, was filled with curiosity and silently followed, eager to know the test results. He came to the 2nd high school as a guidance teacher to scout for talent for the military. If he could recruit a genius like Chen Mu, who suddenly appeared without any background, it would be a great achievement. Chapter 25, The Secret of a Genius. All thanks to the Beast Tamer? At the 2nd high school. In the battle hall, Chen Mu, the grade director, and Captain Guo entered a room equipped with several testing instruments. The grade director then picked up a device resembling a large thermometer, but much larger, needing both hands to hold, and introduced, "Chun, this is an energy level detection gun, which can accurately measure the rank and overall combat power of a beast, as well as the comprehensive energy level value of vitality and energy intensity." Chen Mu looked surprised. The school even had something like this. It must cost at least several $100,000, right? He had heard of energy level detection guns and similar monitoring devices. Since a beast S rank does not fully reflect its true combat power, beasts are classified into several energy levels based on their vitality and energy intensity. The awakening stage corresponds to the first energy level, with values below 30. 30 to 200 corresponds to the second energy level, which is the transformation stage. 200, 1000 corresponds to the third energy level, which is the elite stage. After the grade director finished explaining, he directly aimed the energy level detection gun at Agumon and pressed the button. The next moment, the green and blue indicator lights, representing the first and second energy levels, lit up rapidly. The small electronic display also showed the words 9th rank of transformation. The grade director nodded in approval. Indeed, it was the 9th rank of transformation. This year, the 2nd high school had produced a super genius. He just didn't know how high the energy level value would be. Below the words 9th rank of transformation, a series of numbers rapidly jumped, quickly rising from 1 to 200. After a slight pause, the red indicator light, representing the third energy level, suddenly flickered on. The energy level value directly broke through 200. Wow, an energy level value of 239? The beast Chen Mu had trained had already surpassed the limit of the transformation stage and could rival the elite stage. The grade director was shocked again. How did he manage to contract such an abnormal beast? Although the limit energy level value for the transformation stage is 200, most beasts at the 9th rank of transformation struggle to even reach 150. Yet Chen Mu's beast directly broke through the limit of 200. To surpass this limit, there are only two possible reasons. Either the species has immense potential, reaching the level of a primary combat general, or multiple skill proficiencies are exceedingly high, greatly enhancing the energy level value. Did it really exceed 200? Chen Mu also saw the value displayed on the energy level detection gun, but he calmly nodded, feeling it was only natural. Agumon not only had the potential of a high-level elite, but also mastered 4 basic skills at perfect proficiency and 1 advanced skill at beginner level. He felt that this energy value was underestimated. During combat, if he simultaneously used skills like beast blood boiling, swiftness, and Rending Claw, which enhance physical qualities. Agumon's energy level would surely rise significantly. Forget about 239. It was very possible to directly break through the 300 barrier. The grade director suppressed the fluctuations in his heart and looked at Chen Mu with a monstrous gaze, saying, "Let's skip the other specific tests like explosive power, endurance, and muscle strength, and just test your mental strength." Most of the school's testing equipment is only aimed at beast tamers below the elite level. And although Chen Mu's beast is at the 9th stage of transformation, its strength is comparable to that of an elite. If they tested everything, the grade director estimated that many instruments would be rendered useless. To replace them would likely cost millions, although it would still be using public funds. He didn't want to take the blame for it. Then the grade director brought over a device similar to a virtual game helmet and asked Chen Mu to put it on. This helmet can detect the mental strength level of a beast tamer. The classification of mental strength is quite simple, without specific values, only levels 1 to 4. With level 1 corresponding to the strength of a beast in the awakening stage, and so on. As the beast strength increases, it continuously feeds back to the beast tamer. So the rate at which the beast tamer's mental strength increases is often faster than that of the beast strength. This time, the grade director took a deep breath, having prepared himself mentally. If Chen Mu were to train a bit harder, his mental strength might reach level 3, equivalent to an elite beast. However, the next moment, the grade director, who was mentally prepared, was still taken aback. On the mental strength detection helmet, there were also 3 indicator lights, green, blue, and red, representing mental strength levels 1, 2, and 3. But only the green light was lit. After waiting for a while, there was no response from the other 2 lights. What is going on? Chen Mu's mental strength is only level 1? Something is off. How did he contract a 9th stage transformation beast, whose strength is comparable to that of an elite, without experiencing a mental breakdown? Seeing this scene, the grade director was even more puzzled. Could it be that the helmet is broken? Watching the grade director's dazed expression, Chen Mu awkwardly cleared his throat. "Director, the helmet must not have made a mistake. My beast taming talent is quite special, so my mental strength is lower than that of ordinary beast tamers. Currently, it is indeed only level 1. Chen Mu took off the helmet, feeling somewhat speechless. This thing isn't very smart. His mental strength level should currently be level 2. Also, under the influence of the digital soul, talent, his total mental strength is 10 times that of the same rank, which isn't much different from level 3. But the problem is that over 95 of his mental strength has automatically transformed into digital soul, leaving only a tiny bit of normal mental strength tucked away in the corner of his beast space. And it seems that the detection helmet is not very clever. It can't detect digital soul and can only detect that tiny bit of normal mental strength, directly determining Chen Mu's mental strength to be level 1. Is there such a situation? The grade director opened his mouth but didn't know how to evaluate Chen Mu. He had been a grade director for over a decade and had seen many geniuses, but someone as peculiar as Chen Mu he had never encountered before. Clearly, the beast was powerful enough to fight across ranks, yet the beast tamer's mental strength had dropped a rank. The greatest role of a beast tamer is to spend mental strength to activate the beast's talents, assisting the beast in growth or combat. But what can Chen Mu do with so little mental strength? Is he just a decoration for the beast? Could it be that the secret of his genius relies entirely on his beast? The grade director felt a bit complicated, but still briefly explained to Chen Mu before hurriedly running out to call the principal. Chen Mu's talent and potential are beyond doubt, but given the peculiar situation, he didn't dare to make decisions casually about how to cultivate him or what resources to reward him with. Seeing this, Chen Mu, feeling a bit bored, started to examine the various testing machines in the room with his ancient beast. Just then, a stern-looking middle-aged man approached him and introduced himself. "Hello, Chen Mu. I'm Guolin, the captain of the 3rd Special Operations Team under Commander Fan of the City Guard Army in Greenfield City. I'm currently working part-time as your teacher at the 2nd high school." Chen Mu was taken aback. What the heck? This guy is a captain in the army. He hadn't been to school these past few days and naturally didn't know Guolin's identity as a specially appointed instructor. Earlier, he had seen Guolin silently following the grade director and thought he was some assistant teacher. He didn't expect him to be a big shot. The high-ranking officials of the Greenfield City Army consist of a commander and several deputy commanders, with the commanders being battle generals. Below the commander are several team captains, each at least at the elite level, leading hundreds of beast tamers, so they possess both strength and authority. Thinking of this, Chen Mu quickly responded, "Hello, Captain Gua. May I ask why you were looking for me? Guolin forced a smile. I would like to invite you to join my team. You would start as a team leader with double the pay, and when it comes time to recommend someone for commander, I will prioritize voting for you. How about it? Guolin's smile looked a bit stiff. Since becoming a captain in the city guard army, he had always maintained a cold image and hadn't he deliberately smiled at others for a long time. But in order to recruit Chen Mu, he naturally had to appear more amiable. Chen Mu fell into deep thought and didn't he rush to speak. He always felt that Captain Guo's serious appearance was not as straightforward as it seemed. With his current strength comparable to an elite, it wouldn't be a problem to start as a team leader if someone promoted him, and a higher salary was also possible. But the so-called recommendation for him to become a commander was purely a pipe dream. Guolin himself was still just a team captain, with several government commanders above him. His vote couldn't be said to have no effect, but it was certainly limited. At that moment, the grade director returned after calling the principal and was instantly startled to see Guolin talking to Chen Mu. He hurried over. Looking at Guolin with an unfriendly expression, Captain Guo, you previously said you weren't optimistic about this year's students and were only interested in Wangtang. The principal wants to personally talk to Chen Mu, so don't think about poaching him. Seeing this, Guolin calmly replied, without a change in his expression. Then I can take back my previous words, right? The military's principle has always been to not restrict talent. A passionate young man like Chen Mu should experience the brutality of the battlefield to achieve greatness. Hiding under the protection of your school and being a greenhouse flower. What use will that be in the future? The grade director twitched his mouth. You weren't saying this before you met Chen Mu. Also, where do you see Chen Mu being passionate? After working together for a few days, he hadn't realized that Guolin, the city guard army captain, was so shameless. All this talk was just to covet Chen Mu's initial beast taming talent, right? Guolin didn't respond further and maintained his expressionless demeanor. If he weren't a bit thick-skinned, how could he have risen to the position of team captain in the military? Watching the two argue because of them, Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, clearing his throat twice to interrupt. Captain Guo, thank you for your invitation. Let us exchange contact information first. As for joining the army, please allow me some time to consider. Chen Mu had always been used to freedom, and joining the army would subject him to many restrictions, which he honestly didn't want to do. Moreover, with the recent outbreak of beast tides, the death rate in the city guard army had skyrocketed. Now was a good time to join. Currently, he was only at the transformation level, with strength far lower than that of true powerhouses. So it was best to stabilize and develop for a while longer. After politely declining Guolin, Chen Mu looked at the grade director, whose mouth was involuntarily curling up, and asked expectantly, Director, you mentioned that the principal wanted to talk to me, right? Could you please take me to him? The principal of the second high school is also a battle-level beast master, and usually only shows up a few times a year. This time, the principal personally wanted to talk to him, which likely wasn't just a simple matter of handing out a reward. So Chen Mu was also looking forward to it. Seeing this, Guolin secretly glared at the grade director and then handed Chen Mu a token-like item. If you're interested in joining the military, take this to find me. Chen Mu accepted it seriously, thanked him, and then followed the grade director out of the research room. When they arrived at the principal's office, the grade director took the initiative to knock on the door. Chen Mu felt a bit nervous about talking to a battle-level beastmaster. Perhaps there would be some probing involved. After all, no battle-level expert would be willing to invest significant resources in a newcomer who only seemed to have potential without knowing their background. Of course, Chen Mu was prepared for this. Upon entering, he found a man in his 50s, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a kind expression. Principal Chen, I've brought Chen Mu to you. I won't disturb you any longer. Once inside the principal's office, the grade director appeared even more nervous than Chen Mu and quietly left after speaking cautiously. Chen Mu frowned. From the moment he stepped in, he felt an invisible pressure enveloping him, making him want to leave quickly. Although both were battle-level beastmasters, the principal's overwhelming aura compared to the family expert he had followed last time was several times stronger. It felt like they were not on the same level at all. The grade director also sensed this pressure and hurriedly left. After a moment, Principal Qin Cha-Ching smiled slightly. Xiao Chen, no need to be polite, sit down. Immediately, Chen Mu felt all the pressure dissipate. The elderly man's aura retracted, becoming an ordinary old man. Principal Qin, did you call me here for something? Chen Mu sat down on the sofa in the room and did not rush to ask about the reward. Surprisingly, the two began talking about everyday matters. Almost like the principal was inquiring about how the student was doing at school. After a while, Qin Cha-Ching looked at Chen Mu with approval. not bad. Not arrogant or impatient. Although I know you're mostly pretending, it's still rare. On the path of a beast master, if you don't learn to be astute. Many talented individuals will fail halfway through. It's useless no matter how talented you are. Chen Mu, are you praising me or criticizing me? He didn't know how to respond to the principal's sudden remark, so he awkwardly smiled without saying anything. However, Qin Chongqing changed the subject and looked at Chen Mu with a scrutinizing gaze, asking, Xiao Chun, I'm curious, without any resources backing you, how did you manage to raise your initial beast to the 9th stage of transformation in just 1 week? For these questions, Chen Mu had long prepared his answers. Principal, when I contracted, my beast was already at the 7th stage of transformation. I spent quite a bit of money to raise it to the 9th stage. Qin Chongqing smiled and nodded slightly, noncommittally. Newbie beast masters have incredibly weak mental strength, and the higher the beast strength, the greater the chance of failure and the more severe the backlash. As a newcomer, without a strong protector, how could you survive contracting a wild 7th stage beast? Especially one that is still untamed? It's almost impossible. Then let me ask you this. How did your beast master multiple basic skills at perfect proficiency during the transformation stage, allowing its energy value to surpass 200? Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's expression froze, pretending to be deeply troubled, as if his biggest secret had been exposed. After a difficult internal struggle, he shrugged and said, Principal, I'll come clean. I'm actually like that legendary beast master who came from Green Lawn City decades ago. After contracting my initial beast, I awakened one of the top Beastmaster talents recognized by the Beastmaster Association, the skill teaching talent. All right. So you have the skill teaching talent. You should have said that earlier instead of making me ask you step by step. At this moment, Qin Chongqing laughed heartily, as if he had anticipated Chen Mu's talent. To enable an initial beast to master multiple basic skills at perfect proficiency in such a short time is equivalent to what others might achieve in months or even years. In Qin Chongqing's view, only this Beastmaster talent could explain it. Decades ago, there was a genius student from a civilian background in Green Lawn City who contracted an initial beast that was considered a trash beast, a caterpillar, and was mocked by classmates. Although the caterpillar had extremely low species potential and combat power, it was highly malleable from another perspective. That genius taught the caterpillar a variety of skills through the skill teaching talent and eventually devised a multi-stage evolution route for it, transforming a small caterpillar into a terrifying creature with potential comparable to a dragon, thus silencing countless people who had previously ridiculed him. Chen Mu pretended to be awkward and embarrassed, giving a sheepish smile as if he were a child caught in a lie. It seemed his acting was still quite good. Qin Chongqing believed him. Of course, he didn't possess the skill teaching talent. He was merely using it to cover up the secret of the world tree. In the past few days, he had researched online and found a beast master talent similar to the data extraction ability of the world tree, which led to today's situation. The goal was naturally to gain the trust and support of Qin Chongqing, a battle-level expert. Once Chen Mu was willing to be honest, Qin Chongqing did not continue to dig deeper. Nor did he ask why Chen Mu had such low mental strength or how he managed to find a high-potential dinosaur beast that even he didn't recognize. Principal Qin was also a clever man. Knowing that Chen Mu still hadn't fully come clean, there might be some other small secrets behind it. But there was no need to investigate too deeply. After all, he just wanted to invest in and cultivate Chen Mu, not covet the secrets behind him. Thinking of this, Qin Chongqing looked at Chen Mu seriously and said slowly, Originally, the newcomer reward was to distribute a growth potion every month for a year. However, I will specifically apply to change it to a weekly distribution of a growth potion, a meditation crystal. And I will find someone to customize high-quality beast food suitable for your beast for a duration of 2 years. Additionally, I can tell you honestly that the original candidate for first place was Wang Tong, who was also the target I initially prepared to invest in. If you hadn't shown up as one of the future heirs of Yuntian Group after winning first place, he would have received 2 pieces of battle-level extraordinary resources from his father and me. Chen Mu nodded silently, as he thought. Wang Tong was indeed a predetermined rich second generation. However, he had originally thought that Wang Tong's father was just a senior leader in Yuntian Group. But it turned out he was the boss. He looked at Qin Chongqing and awkwardly asked, Since I've taken Wang Tong's first place, will his father still be willing to give resources? They won't seek revenge on me later, will they? Qin Chongqing chuckled. You don't need to worry about that. I can help you communicate with Wang Tong's father, and I believe he will agree. Although you lack a background, from now on, you can consider me, Qin Chongqing, as your strongest backing. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu was taken aback and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Before growing into a battle general, what he urgently needed was not various resource rewards, but the protection of a powerful battle general. Soon, Chen Mu asked again, "In that case, Principal Qin, what do I need to do?" The investments and protection from these big shots naturally required a return. For instance, if one were to ally with the Wang family, they would need to serve the Wang family in the Yutian group. Joining the military would require fulfilling the responsibilities of a soldier. The first two options had too many restrictions, and Chen Mu wasn't very interested. However, as the principal of the second high school, Qin Changqing would only expect Chen Mu to participate in a competition and strive for some honor for the school, which would certainly be easier. Hearing Chen Mu's question, Qin Changqing shook his head slightly. In the next 2 years, you don't need to do anything. Just focus on improving your strength. You must be at least stronger than Wang Ting. Chen Mu was puzzled. Isn't Wang Ting only at the 8th stage of transformation? I should have already surpassed him, right? Qin Changqing laughed and scolded. The Wang family is one of the 3 major families in Green Grass City. You underestimate the foundation of top families too much. As far as I know, the initial contract beast species that Wang Tung has is of high elite potential. Recently, he has not focused on leveling up but on preparing for his beast evolution. Through the evolution route passed down by his family, his beast's potential could directly leap to medium battle general level after evolution. In a situation where levels are similar, a battle general level beast with potential will easily crush an elite level beast. So, do you still think you can easily defeat Wang Tung? Chen Mu fell into deep thought. It was indeed hard to say. The Agumon also had the advantage of skill proficiency. Then, Qin Changqing continued, reaching the level to crush Wang Ting is actually just a prerequisite. What I hope you can help me achieve is to participate in the resource competition among the 5 major cities in 2 years and ensure a place in the top 3. If you can secure a top 3 position, not only will you gain resources and status, but I will also benefit immensely. Chen Mu was taken aback. What is this resource competition among the 5 cities? Shouldn't I be competing against other schools to raise our second high school's profile? Qin Changqing looked at Chen Mu with a strange expression. Why would you think that? Whether second high school is well known or not has nothing to do with me. Being the principal is just a part-time job for me when I'm bored. No matter how well the students perform, I only gain a little extra money, which isn't much use. Chen Mu was stunned. It seemed that was indeed the case. Strong battle generals had a different way of thinking compared to ordinary beast tamers. They were no longer interested in money. What really mattered to them was whether they could obtain battle general level extraordinary resources that would help enhance their own strength. Seeing Chen Mu's astonished expression, Qin Changqing explained, "You should know that there are 4 other cities relatively close to Green Grass City, right? Although our 5 cities are all under the jurisdiction of Y Province. The communication is difficult due to the vast territories occupied by ferocious beasts that lie between us and the provincial capital, Yuqing. However, the 5 cities are relatively close to each other, forming a small offensive and defensive alliance, even sharing some resources. Every 2 years, there is a major redistribution of shared resources among the 5 cities. However, this distribution is not even. It roughly follows the rule that the city that produces more geniuses gets a larger share. Gradually, the resource competition among the 5 cities came into being, held every 2 years, where only individuals under the age of 20 can participate. The top 3 geniuses in their respective cities can receive a substantial tilt in resource distribution. Chen Mu looked a bit surprised. He did not expect such a connection between the 5 cities. This resource competition was indeed a high-level affair. Compared to it, school competitions felt like child's play. Relying on the resource competition to distribute benefits could indeed allow more talented geniuses to receive better training, thus fostering more top-tier strong individuals among the 5 cities. This would also enable better mutual assistance when the beast tide came. However, such matters were completely beyond the qualifications of ordinary beast tamers. About 2 weeks later, the resource competition will be held, and your current strength is too weak compared to those geniuses who have trained their beasts for 1 or 2 years. However, you are only 18 this year, and I'm not asking you to place in the top 3 this time. Just work hard to improve your strength. As long as you rank in the top 3 among the many geniuses in the 5 cities 2 years from now, don't let my investment go to waste." Qin Changqing patted Chen Mu's shoulder earnestly and then handed him a beautifully packaged box. This is a high-quality battle general level extraordinary resource, the Zen Crystal, which can help you improve the speed of your mental training and enhance the stability of your beast space. It is basically of no use to me now, so I'm giving it to you as a gift. Chapter 28. 2 years later, the baby cup? Wang Tang's exploding mental state. Don't worry, principal. I'll definitely secure a top 3 position for you. Chen Mu smiled as he took the box from Qin Changqing's hands, not in a hurry to open it. After putting it away, he assured seriously, just do your best. However, Qin Changqing suddenly sighed lightly for no reason. Green Grass City hasn't entered the top 3 for 3 consecutive sessions. I originally thought Wang Tang might have some hope, so I was preparing to invest in him, but now you've suddenly emerged as a variable, so I took a small gamble. I will register you for this resource competition, and you don't need to compete for any ranks for now. Just meet the geniuses from the 5 major cities. Broaden your horizons, and clarify your goals. You can go back now. Use the resources I've given you to improve your strength, and I will notify you if there's anything else. After leaving the principal's office, Chen Mu felt a bit excited. He opened the box that Qin Changqing had given him and found a crystal-clear, transparent crystal inside. It was indeed the high-quality battle general-level extraordinary resource, the Zen Crystal. Besides that, at the bottom of the box, there was an unnamed bank card, and he wondered how much money was in it. Given the extravagance of a battle general, it should have at least several 100,000, right? But compared to the high-quality battle general-level extraordinary resource, several 100,000 was nothing. A treasure like the Zen Crystal, which could assist in improving the speed of mental training and stabilize the beast space, was definitely something that countless people would fight over, with a price but no market. Moreover, it was just what Chen Mu needed. The Agumon was about to break through from the 9th stage of transformation to the elite level, while his own mental strength was still quite far from level 3. The strength of one's mental power almost determined the stability of the beast space. The faster the Agumon's level improved, the greater the gap would be with his own mental strength. Gradually, it might lead to his beast space being unable to withstand the Agumon's power, causing various hidden dangers. However, with the Zen Crystal's assistance, Chen Mu's mental training speed would at least double. Before reaching the battle general level, he shouldn't have to worry about a significant gap with the Agumon. Coupled with growth potions, meditation crystals, high-quality beast food, and various resource supplies, the treatment Chen Mu could enjoy now was already not much worse than Wang Tang's. This is the benefit of having a backing. One had to say, old Qin had good insight. He chose to invest in me over Wang Tang, and it would definitely pay off in the future, Chen Mu thought to himself. Raising his strength to the top 3 level among the 5 cities in 2 years was a daunting task for an average person, even for most family science. After all, combined, the 5 cities probably had more than 20 top family forces like Wang Tang's. But Chen Mu, relying on data extraction, would likely upgrade faster than real skill teaching talent. In 2 years, he would probably become a battle general level, and at that time, competing against a group of young geniuses under 20 would be like playing a baby cup, right? Thinking of that dramatic scene, Chen Mu couldn't help but smile slightly. 2 years is a bit too long. With some effort, he might achieve some rankings this time. Suddenly, Chen Mu's phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he saw a message from Zhang Xuanda. Brother Mu, you should have received the new recruit reward by now. You finally got first place. You have to show off a bit, right? Do you want me to help you promote it? There's really nothing to show off about, right? After thinking for a moment, Chen Mu felt it was better to keep a low profile. Making money quietly is the way to go. However, even if he didn't mention it, the school would still announce that he had won the first place new recruit reward. So Chen Mu replied, promotion or not is fine. I don't mind. Zhang Xuanda replied immediately. All right, keeping it low-key makes you look more impressive, Brother Mu. I understand what you mean. At that moment, Zhang Xuanda, who was training idly in the battle hall, excitedly grabbed his phone, changed his avatar and group nickname in the grade group, and then sent a message in the group. Brothers, guess what I saw today in the battle hall? A guy named Chen Mu from Class 9, along with the grade director and Captain Gue, was doing various tests in the battle hall. And the results confirmed that this Chen Mu's strength has already reached the 9th stage of transformation. That means he beat the big shot Wang Tang to win the first place in the new recruit reward. What do you all think about this? These few messages stirred up a huge wave. The chat interface, which initially had only a few new messages, instantly became flooded with messages. What the hell? Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? How is that possible? What evaluation? I'm sitting on the toilet, and seeing your message makes me feel pressured, even while pooping. I'm freaking out. It's the 8th day, and I still haven't successfully contracted. How did another big shot break through to the 9th stage of transformation? Wang Tang and Chen Mu are not. How are you big shots leveling up so fast? I don't believe it. It must be a rumor. Immediately after, Zhang Xuanda silently sent a link. The school's official website just announced it. You can check it out yourself. Once the people in the group clicked in, they were instantly dumbfounded. One after another, comments expressing how they felt devastated started to appear. Zhang Xuanda watched the various messages flooding the screen, feeling immensely happy, and his heart felt much more balanced. He had just been thoroughly discouraged by Chen Mu, feeling genuinely upset. But everyone has a sense of competition and empathy. When all the classmates in the grade were simultaneously hit hard, Zhang Xuanda felt that he regained his confidence instead. After Zhang Xuanda stopped participating in the chat, the group began discussing who Chen Mu really was, and the more they talked, the more outrageous it became. Some even said that Chen Mu was actually like Wang Tong, a disciple of some big family, but both were relatively low-key, which was why their identities had not been revealed until graduation. Moreover, Chen Mu's family background was far stronger than Wang Tang's. He actually came from the imperial capital of the Yanwan kingdom, but because his family was marginalized, he had to hide his name and come to the remote Greengrass city. Meanwhile, in a luxurious training room on the 88th floor of the Yuntian Group headquarters, Wang Ting was quietly sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, a powerful aura rose around him. Feeling the mental power feedback from the Beast Master space, he abruptly opened his eyes, a glint flashing in his black pupils. The evolution is completely finished. My beast has just broken through to the 9th stage of transformation. It's time to take a little trip to school. Wang Ting grinned. As one of the future heirs of the Yuntian Group and the Wang family, he actually didn't want to rely on the family's power to embellish himself, but hoped to achieve something independently. He had been low-key in high school for so many years, just to showcase his strength to others after he truly had it. Now, it was time for his Dragon King to return. Picking up his phone, which had been set to silent, Wang Tong found a bunch of new messages from his contacts. Thinking someone was eager to ask if his beast's evolution had succeeded, so he smiled and scrolled through the message history, ready to respond lightly. However, the further he scrolled up, the stranger his expression became. The more he scrolled, the faster his heart raced. Thump, thump, thump. Gradually, Wang Tong's smile began to stiffen, and his expression disappeared instantly. What the hell? Chen Mu went to school for testing this morning, and the result was that he had already reached the 9th stage of transformation, and he even got a personal interview with the principal. Chen Mu usually pretends to be a commoner just to keep a low profile, but in reality, he is a disciple from a hidden big family in the imperial capital. After reading all this, Wang Ting's mindset nearly exploded. My Dragon King's return is just gone like that. Chapter 29, The Value of Growth Potions, Gambling Battle. A smile will never disappear. It will only transfer from one person's face to another. Just like at this moment when Chen Mu returned home, Wang Tong's smile transferred to his face. Old Qin's efficiency was incredibly high. Chen Mu had just returned home not long ago, and the first batch of resource rewards was delivered to his doorstep. A growth potion of level and a meditation crystal, along with a voucher for high-quality beast food, which included a contact number. The growth potion was primarily made from the blood of fierce beasts, manufactured using unique techniques from the Beastmaster Association, allowing beasts to absorb it perfectly and grow rapidly. Growth potions are divided into 5 levels. The most precious growth potions available on the market are only level. Level potions require special purchasing channels. As for level growth potions, only strong individuals above the battle general level can obtain them more easily. The meditation crystal is used for beasts to absorb and enhance their mental power, while its rarity is considerably lower than that of level growth potions. It is still a valuable item that is hard to find on the market. Unfortunately, Old Qin specifically instructed the delivery person to tell me that I could only use it myself and could not sell it otherwise. Selling it for money to buy more fierce beast corpses would be great. Chen Mu felt helpless about this. Growth potions cannot be absorbed in unlimited quantities. Different potential beasts have vastly different absorption efficiencies for growth potions. For example, a wood spirit lizard with initial transformation potential might take 1 or 2 months to absorb a level growth potion, even if provided with an unlimited supply. No matter how much is supplied, if it can't be absorbed, it's useless. In the case of an ancient beast, it might also take several days to absorb one. At this moment, the world tree, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. I do not recommend the host let the ancient beast absorb this kind of potion directly. The mixed blood of various fierce beasts is too much, and absorption could lead to a disordered data core, affecting future evolution. Chen Mu, upon hearing this, felt a bit frustrated. So according to you, this thing is practically useless? Selling it is not allowed, and it can't be absorbed. What use is it? Not exactly. Because this potion is made from the blood of various fierce beasts, it can be used for data extraction. Chen Mu, can't you just finish your sentence in one go? Then let's try data extraction. Immediately, a lengthy message appeared in Chen Mu's mind. Extracting level growth potion, converting to 36 points of universal data, 179 points of beast-type data, 215 points of plant-type data, 66 points of dragon-type data, 37 points of aquatic-type data, 97 points of flying-type data, 36 points of dark-type data, 3 points of holy-type data, and 1699 points of chaotic data. Just this small vial of potion can extract so much data? Chen Mu was instantly shocked. Just the universal data alone amounted to 36 points. Previously, a wood spirit lizard that had reached the third stage of metamorphosis could only yield a small amount of universal data, and sometimes not even that. This time, extracting data was equivalent to hunting at least 36 wood spirit lizards, which would take him 2 to 3 days to complete. The value of the growth potion far exceeded Chen Mu's expectations. This item seemed unexpectedly useful. Overjoyed, Chen Mu had the Agumon absorb the newly acquired dragon-type and beast-type data in a 1:1 ratio, and its power immediately saw a slight increase. Agumon exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, I feel like I'm about to evolve to the mature stage." After pondering for a moment, Chen Mu shook his head. It should be an illusion. Generally, the potential of a rookie-level Digimon is estimated to be at most high-level metamorphosis, and reaching the 9th stage of metamorphosis is about its limit. Spending a lot of time accumulating data to a certain point will cause a qualitative change, allowing it to evolve from rookie to mature. But Agumon has high elite level potential, which is a significant step above the average rookie level. If it waits for natural evolution, it needs to raise its level to elite 9th stage and spend a lot of time accumulating data. The signs Agumon is sensing should not be evolution, but rather that it's about to break through to elite level. Chen Mu thought, giving one growth potion every week for 2 years is not as good as overdrawing all of them at once. I need to ask Principal Chen in 2 days if I can get a few more growth potions in advance. If I absorb 2 more, Agumon should be able to reach elite 1st stage. Although transitioning from the peak of metamorphosis to elite level also requires a lot of accumulation, the effect of the growth potion is so good that 3 should be enough. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Yuntian Group, Wang Tong, after receiving news that his first place had been snatched away, still felt a bit incredulous. So he went to school with a serious face to personally ask the grade director. The results showed no changes. Chen Mu indeed came to school early that day and confirmed that he had reached the 9th stage of metamorphosis. When they encountered each other in the ancient god forest before, wasn't he only a 7th stage metamorphosis? Unless he used high-level cultivation resources like growth potions. How could he have advanced 2 stages in such a short time and even surpassed me? The problem is, as a commoner, where did he get access to these top-notch cultivation resources? Wang Tong was completely bewildered. Could it really be as those reckless youths in the group said, that Chen Mu actually comes from some hidden prestigious family? He irritably walked out of the school, only to run into a few familiar classmates who whispered to him, "Wang Xiao, did you break through successfully? You better not make too much noise about it. Because there's bad news. There's someone in class 9 named Chen Mu. Don't say anything. I already know." Wang Tong was once again thrown off balance and fled the school without looking back. He even called his father, the owner of Yuntian Group, Wang Yuntian. "Father, I'm sorry to disappoint you. My first place was taken by someone else." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, with no response. Wang Tong cautiously probed, "Father, the battle general grade treasure you were prepared to give me will be given to someone else, right? Also, the treasure Principal Chen was going to give me, that's 2 battle general grade extraordinary resources." At this moment, the voice on the other end of the phone finally spoke lightly. "You are outperformed. Naturally, you must be willing to accept defeat. Those 2 treasures will belong to Chen Mu." Hearing his father mention Chen Mu's name, Wang Tong was taken aback. "Father, you already know about this?" The other end replied with a simple "Principal Chen has already discussed this with me. The rewards originally intended for you will be invested in Chen Mu." Wang Tong gritted his teeth and couldn't help but ask one last question. "Father, I want to know, is Chen Mu really a commoner? Or does he have family support behind him?" He received a brief admonition in response. "Tunger, do not underestimate the geniuses among ordinary people." After hanging up the phone, Wang Tong clenched his fists, a sense of defiance surging within him. He immediately took out his phone and sent Chen Mu a message, 3 days later. "At the Yutian building, let's duel. No matter the outcome, I'll give you 50. On the other side, at the top floor of Yutian building." In a meeting room, Qin Changqing was sitting there, having tea with a slightly plump middle-aged man. After the other party hung up the phone, Qin Changqing smiled and joked, "I thought it would take quite a bit of effort to persuade you to invest in Chen Mu. But I didn't expect you to give up your son so easily." The plump middle-aged man shook his head. Tunger has always had high aspirations and is never satisfied. It's good for him to experience some setbacks. Life is long, and he shouldn't be too concerned about temporary successes or failures. He will probably end up challenging Chen Mu to a duel, and I am also curious to see who will win between the two. In an old courtyard, Chen Mu let Agumon play or practice skills casually in the yard while he sat cross-legged inside, holding the top-grade battle general level extraordinary resource meditation crystal sent by Old Qin. As he operated the mental training method taught by the school, the Beast Master meditation method, the transparent crystal began to tremble slightly, gradually resonating with Chen Mu's mental power. It then transformed into a stream of light and entered Chen Mu's Beast Master space. Chen Mu shifted his attention to the Beast Master space. In the space filled with a large number of orange-red digital souls, there was a phantom barrier surrounding the space, and a small portion of mental power was forced into a corner, pressed against the space barrier. At that moment, a transparent crystal suddenly appeared in the center of the Beast Master space, emitting a faint glow, attracting that small portion of mental power and absorbing it into the crystal. After a while, it spat it out again. During the inhalation and exhalation, this portion of mental power actually grew slightly, which surprised Chen Mu. Indeed, this is a top-grade battle general-level treasure. As long as the meditation crystal is in the Beast Master space, doesn't that mean I can continuously enhance my mental power without any meditation? If I also add my own efforts in meditation in the weekly assistance of a meditation crystal provided by Old Qin, my mental power enhancement speed will surely not be inferior to Agumon's upgrade speed. This thing probably only has a huge effect on Beast Masters below battle general level. Otherwise, Old Qin wouldn't have given it to me. He must have kept it for himself as a treasure. While Chen Mu was thinking this, he saw Agumon excitedly running in from outside, waving its arms and exclaiming, "Boss, boss, look what I just learned." "What?" Chen Mu looked at Agumon with a puzzled gaze, only to see metallic material swirling around its claws, then suddenly slashing towards him. "What the hell? Are you trying to bite your master, Agumon?" Chen Mu's alarm bells rang in his mind, startled. His reaction was naturally far slower than Agumon's speed. Before he could dodge, he saw Agumon's claws slicing through the air, creating 3 tiny claw marks made of air currents. The air current claw marks brushed past Chen Mu, softly slicing through 3 pins and a pin holder on the table beside him. The air current claw marks then dissipated. Nothing was harmed except for the 3 pins. What impressive control. Seeing this scene, Chen Mu swallowed hard. He had almost thought he was going to be attacked by his own beast. Fortunately, Agumon still had a sense of measure. Chen Mu let out a sigh of relief and looked at Agumon, asking, "Agumon, is this the rending claw skill you used? How did you manage to control it so precisely?" He didn't blame Agumon. After all, Agumon usually had such a silly personality but never dropped the ball at critical moments. Chen Mu had gradually gotten used to this over the past few days. The ancient beast's eyes turned around, confused, and said, "I don't know either. I was just practicing my skills, and suddenly I had an epiphany about the skill-tearing claw. I can use it however I want." Chen Mu's eyes lit up as he listened. Skill proficiency is divided into beginner, proficient, mastery, perfection, and subtlety. To be able to use tearing claw to this extent means your skill proficiency has reached the subtlety level, ancient beast. After reaching the subtlety level, not only can you execute the skill with great control and vary its usage, but the consumption will also be lower, and its power will be greater. Hearing that he was so impressive, the ancient beast looked silly and happy. However, Chen Mu had some doubts in his heart. Achieving subtlety proficiency is not something that can be accomplished solely through hard work. It requires insight or an opportunity. The ancient beast's proficiency in tearing claw had only recently risen to perfection, so how did it suddenly become subtlety? Could it be that the ancient beast appears foolish on the surface, but is actually a genius with extraordinary insight? Just as Chen Mu was having such strange thoughts, a message notification from his phone interrupted his train of thought. "Wang Teng has sent you a friend request from the senior class group. Do you accept?" Note: Chen Mu, 3 days later, at the Cloud Sky Building Duel Arena. "Regardless of win or lose, I'll give you 50. Win or lose." He gives money? Chen Mu was stunned on the spot. Aren't these big shots and rich second-generation kids being too polite? Old Qin and Wang Teng. Why is it always around 50 that they give away? Without thinking too much, he immediately accepted Wang Teng's friend request and replied instantly. You're too polite, Wang Xiao. See you at the Cloud Sky Building Duel Arena in 3 days. It seems that I stole Wang Teng's first place, and he is quite angry. But with Principal Qin backing me up, I'm not worried about retaliation from the Wang family, Chen Mu thought. Besides, Wang Xiao is so magnanimous that he wouldn't quibble over such trivial matters, right? If it really comes down to it. I can just fight a few more times to let him vent his anger. Every match could earn me an extra 50. Fortunately, Wang Ting didn't know Chen Mu's true thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely be spitting blood on the spot. After all, he had lost 2 pieces of warlord-level treasures. Even a clay figurine would be furious. After seeing Chen Mu's agreement, Wang Ting simply replied with a good, and the two ended their conversation. According to Old Qin, after Wang Ting's beast evolution was completed, not only could his strength reach the 9th level of transformation, but his potential could also rise to the mid-level warlord tier. In that case, the energy level of his beast would easily break through the limit of 200 at the transformation level, making him a powerful existence capable of fighting elite-level beasts. Although my ancient beast's potential hasn't even reached the warlord level, mastering 4 skills with proficiency above perfection and 1 high-level skill at the beginner level makes it hard to say who is stronger. Chen Mu pondered. Even though he could earn 50 regardless of winning or losing, he still wanted to try to win. That way, Wang Teng would still feel dissatisfied. And maybe he would give him money next time. Plus, with the 50 from Old Qin, that would give him 100 in cash. All of it could be used to buy the corpses of transformation-level ferocious beasts that died in the Beast Tide. He could definitely buy a lot. And there's that warlord-level treasure that Wang Teng's father promised to give me. I wonder when that will be. I should ask about it on the day of the duel. Suddenly, a prompt appeared in Chen Mu's mind. Ordinary digital alloy mechanical arm has been created, automatically integrating into the ancient beast's digital core. The next moment, a data stream resembling black metal flowed from the divine tree mark in his palm, wrapping around the ancient beast's right arm and transforming into a virtual mechanical arm. Boss, what is this? The ancient beast was momentarily stunned, realizing that with just a thought, the virtual mechanical arm could instantly solidify. As the sound of mechanical gears turning echoed, the ancient beast felt that this newly appeared mechanical arm was like an extension of its own bones. It instinctively used the tearing claw skill, reaching the subtlety level, and the metallic substance filled the gaps between the ancient beast's arm and the mechanical arm completely. The skin and the machinery perfectly merged through the medium of the tearing claw skill. The ancient beast had an illusion that as long as it controlled the alloy steel claw on the mechanical arm, it could easily pierce through the walls of the entire house like they were made of tofu. With just a few simple movements, the whole house would probably collapse. The ancient beast's eyes sparkled with eagerness. It really couldn't help but want to demolish the house to try it out. The voice of the world tree suddenly sounded. Seemingly a bit surprised, detected that the created digital alloy mechanical arm perfectly fits with the ancient beast. The tearing claw skill seems to have undergone an incredible change. The power that can be exerted by tearing claw combined with the mechanical arm has already surpassed its original limits. This is the super limit level of skill proficiency. Chapter 31. The second wave of the Beast Tide. Super limit skill proficiency? Hearing the world tree mention this unfamiliar term, Chen Mu blinked in confusion. The tearing claw had just broken through to subtlety. How did it reach super limit so quickly? He had never heard anyone say that skill proficiency could further break through after reaching subtlety. It seemed he had unintentionally accomplished something remarkable. After pondering for a moment, the world tree said, Superlimit is a term I coined. In summary, with the assistance of the digital alloy mechanical arm, the power of the tearing claw skill has surpassed the limits of a basic skill, comparable to a weaker high-level skill. The power of a basic skill can actually rival that of a high-level skill? Chen Mu was both astonished and delighted. High-level skills are generally skills that can only be awakened automatically by beasts with warlord-level potential, overpowering any basic skill. Yet, the ancient beast not only comprehended the high-level skill Purple Dragon Flame by absorbing the blood essence of the Purple Flame Dragon Lizard, but also elevated Tearing Claw to a level comparable to high-level skills. The ancient beast's potential was only elite level, yet it possessed 2 high-level skills. This would surely make those beast masters who contracted warlord-level potential beasts extremely envious. With the enhancement of 2 high-level skills, how much would the ancient beast's energy level increase? Just a moment ago, Chen Mu thought that if the ancient beast fought Wang Ting, it would at most be a 50-50 chance. But now, it seemed that the odds were more like 30-70 or even 20-80. I was busy with the final creation of the digital alloy mechanical arm earlier, so I didn't pay much attention to the ancient beast's changes. Now I think it's necessary to explain to the host to avoid raising the host's expectations too high. The World Tree elaborated. The reason the ancient beast can quickly elevate the proficiency of tearing claw from perfection to subtlety is mainly due to the fact that many of the ferocious beast data it absorbed contained relevant data about the tearing claw skill. I did not exclude the relevant data of tearing claw, resulting in an accumulation of a significant amount of skill data regarding tearing claw in the ancient beast's digital core. In the end, quantitative change led to qualitative change. No special insight was needed, and the proficiency naturally reached subtlety. As for why it reached super limit, as I mentioned earlier, it is thanks to the digital alloy mechanical arm I created. Without the mechanical arm, the proficiency of tearing claw cannot reach super limit. Alright, I understand. Thank you, World Tree. It's all thanks to you that the ancient beast has become so strong, Chen Mu replied with a smile. He could tell that the World Tree was emphasizing her importance, which translates to, the ancient beast is just a fool. I, the World Tree, am the real genius. How should I put it? The World Tree seems unexpectedly a bit competitive. While Chen Mu was communicating with the World Tree, the ancient beast looked at its cool mechanical arm, glanced at the ceiling of the house, and then quietly looked at Chen Mu. In the end, he silently resisted the urge to dismantle the house. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to eat for 3 days. Then, with a thought, the digital alloy mechanical arm transformed from solid to ethereal, subsequently turning into a stream of black data and entering the digital core. Produced by the World Tree, it is considered a high-quality product. This mechanical arm is not only powerful but also easy to use, able to be retracted and deployed like a regular weapon, ready for use at any time. At this moment, it was close to noon. After lunch, the remaining afternoon time, minus the time for traveling back and forth, wouldn't be enough to go out and hunt fierce beasts. Chen Mu wasn't in a hurry to go. He could continue tomorrow. He planned to finish a few tasks first. He took the high-quality beast food customization voucher given by Old Chen and called the contact number on it to schedule a discussion for customization this afternoon. The normal growth of a beast requires various nurturing resources and often consumes a lot of beast food made from fierce beast meat to replenish energy. However, as a pure digital beast, the Agumon seemed to be different from regular beasts. It was enough to eat some human food to replenish energy. But according to the principle of not wasting what could be obtained for free, Chen Mu naturally didn't waste this high-quality beast food customization voucher. After making the appointment, Chen Mu called Principal Chen. When connected, the voice on the other end sounded puzzled. "Xiao Chun, why are you looking for me so soon?" Chen Mu tried to ask. "Principal Chen, I found that my beast absorbs the growth potion at a terrifying speed. Within a few hours, it finishes 1 potion. Didn't you say you would provide me with 1 potion a week for 2 years? That would be quite troublesome. So I think it would be better if you just give me all the potions at once." There was silence on the other end of the line, as if Principal Chen was taken aback by Chen Mu's request. Sitting in the principal's office, Chen Changqing couldn't help but press his temples. Absorbing a growth potion in just a few hours? Is that true? If it weren't for the fact that he had already warned Chen Mu that the resources he provided were not to be sold, Chen Changqing would seriously suspect that Chen Mu was trying to trick him into giving him all the potions just to sell them for money and then live off that money. After pondering for a while without speaking, Chen Mu felt a bit anxious. Then a voice on the phone sounded irritated. "You should know that growth potions are not cabbages. Even getting 1 for you each week is not easy. How about this? Since your beast absorbs so quickly, I can give you 4 additional growth potions each week besides the one you were originally getting. That should be enough for you to absorb, right?" Hearing this, Chen Mu quickly nodded. "Of course, no problem, Principal. You're generous. After all, data extraction is something that can be done quickly." And he was willing to accept any level of potions offered, just as Chen Mu wanted to ask if he could get more potions of a higher level. Chen Changqing decisively hung up, not giving Chen Mu a chance to say more. Although Chen Changqing is a general-level beast master, he is almost alone, without any major forces backing him. Being able to provide Chen Mu with so many resources is already a result of his full support. The claim that Chen Mu could absorb a potion in just a few hours sounded a bit too outrageous. Even general-level beasts can't absorb them that quickly. But what if it were true? As long as Chen Mu's beast could perfectly absorb these resources, Chen Changqing couldn't predict how fast Chen Mu's growth rate would be. At least within 2 years, there shouldn't be any problem in obtaining a top 3 position in the city resource competition, right? And as Chen Mu's biggest supporter, when it comes to distributing resources, Chen Changqing would be able to gain more than just a few general-level resources. Chen Mu was unaware of Qin Changqing's thoughts. After hanging up, he suddenly received a public text message sent out urgently by the city guard. In recent days, a large number of fierce beasts have been observed gathering outside the city, and a level 2 beast tide may emerge. All transcendent level beast masters are advised not to go outside the city in the near future. We also hope that citizens living in the suburbs can temporarily move to the city for refuge to avoid being affected by the beast tide. Chapter 32. Purchasing Fierce Beasts and Thoughts on Evolution and Maturity. A Level 2 Beast Tide Warning. After reading the message, Chen Mu's expression changed. A Level 2 Beast Tide could occur only once every 3 to 5 years. Many elite-level fierce beasts would lead the attack on the city. Even with the tall and thick city walls and the city guards defending together, it couldn't guarantee complete protection. The suburban area where his courtyard was located was very likely to be impacted by the aftermath of the Level 2 Beast Tide. It was only a few days ago that he successfully suppressed a Level 1 Beast Tide, so how did it turn into something more terrifying? After careful consideration, Chen Mu felt that something unusual was going on. The cause of this Level 2 Beast Tide was likely not simple. However, this was no longer a concern for Chen Mu, a transcendent level beast master. It was something for the general level powerhouses to worry about. What Chen Mu was more concerned about was, if a Level 2 Beast Tide could appear at any time, then it seemed unsuitable for him to leave the city before reaching the elite level. Although Agumon's current strength could match some low-level elite fierce beasts, it was still too dangerous to go outside the city at this time. The risks outweighed the benefits. 3 days later, he was supposed to have a betting match with Wang Teng. In more than 10 days, he would also participate in this year's 5-city resource competition. Although Old Qin only wanted Chen Mu to see the world and experience it, Chen Mu didn't want to just be a number. He was also thinking of taking advantage of these few days to go out and hunt fierce beasts to level up, so he could compete for a ranking in the resource competition. But with the uncertainty of when the Level 2 Beast Tide would appear and how long it would last, he was hesitant to leave the city at all. His plans were almost completely thrown into disarray. Sigh, the world is unpredictable. Chen Mu sighed. After pondering for a moment, he quietly opened the chat software and clicked on a new contact's avatar. The note read, Captain Gua. After exchanging a few greetings, Chen Mu stated his purpose. Captain Gua, there was a Level 1 Beast Tide attacking the city a few days ago. A lot of fierce beasts were probably killed, right? I want to ask if I can buy some fierce beast corpses from the military. If he couldn't personally hunt fierce beasts, he would have to find another way. Chen Mu had long thought about purchasing the corpses of fierce beasts that died during the Beast Tide. He just hadn't implemented it before due to a lack of money and channels. But now, he was about to have 100 cash. And he had previously obtained the contact information of the city guard's captain, Guolin, at school. He naturally wanted to try to see if he could take a shortcut from Guolin to buy a relatively cheap fierce beast corpse. Seeing Chen Mu's question, Guolin replied, Chen Mu, you probably want the blood of fierce beasts, right? Normally, I could easily get some for you. But you must have seen the message from the city guard that a Level 2 Beast Tide is expected to appear in the next few days. The military high command has decided not to sell the blood obtained from the Level 1 Beast Tide, and instead to turn it all into growth potions to distribute to soldiers, enhancing the overall strength of the military. Guolin was also a bit troubled. The decision made by several military leaders was something he couldn't interfere with. The upcoming Level 2 Beast Tide had a significant impact. Even he, who was temporarily assigned to the second middle school as a guidance teacher, would soon have to lead the team back to the battlefield, ready for combat at any time. Chen Mu, Captain Gua, it's fine if the blood is taken away. I just need the corpses of the fierce beasts. And the more, the better. Seeing Chen Mu's puzzling request, Guolin was once again confused. If he didn't want the blood, what use would he have for the corpses of the fierce beasts? Essence blood is the most concentrated part of the flesh and blood essence within fierce beasts, which can be used to create growth potions or directly consumed for absorption. However, the carcass of a fierce beast without essence blood is truly of little value, as the blood and flesh essence quickly dissipate after the beast's death. Unless the essence is extracted and processed into beast food using specialized techniques before it deteriorates, utilizing a fierce beast's corpse can be quite troublesome. Moreover, transporting it is even more complicated. Transporting a fierce beast's corpse from the wild back to the city can cost several thousand in transportation and preservation, and selling it would likely be nearly 10,000. Most people wouldn't spend such unnecessary money. The majority of fierce beasts killed in a Level 1 Beast Tide have their corpses burned after the essence blood is extracted, to prevent them from piling up and taking up space in front of the city walls. Guilin didn't think much about why Chen Mu had such a strange request and straightforwardly said, "One transcendent level fierce beast corpse counts as 5,000. I can sell you 20 for 100,000. How about that?" The price he offered was equivalent to half the market price, as a favor to Chen Mu. Chen Mu paused for a moment and replied, "Thank you, Captain Gua, but 10 is too few. Can you manage to get 80? Guilin was taken aback. 20 wasn't enough, and now he wanted 160? Did his family run a beast food manufacturing plant? He didn't expect Chen Mu to need such a large quantity. After thinking for a while, Guilin responded, "All right, I'll try to help you get them. But since your request is so large, it might take a couple of days." Seeing this message, Chen Mu repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Having connections and relationships is great. After turning off his phone, Chen Mu felt a wave of emotion. If it weren't for knowing Guilin, it would have been impossible to buy such a large quantity of fierce beast meat at a low price. Once the 160 fierce beast corpses, valued at 80 each, were delivered, even if most of the blood and flesh essence had dissipated, absorbing the remaining would still significantly boost the strength of the Yaga beast. Breaking through to the elite level would be a piece of cake, and even a breakthrough to the second tier of elite wouldn't be impossible. With Captain Gua's promise, Chen Mu didn't think about hunting outside the city for the next 2 days. Instead, he stayed home to cultivate his mental strength while contemplating the next evolution step for the Yaga beast. Race, Yaga beast attribute, Dragon. Beast potential, high-level elite quasi-war general level, transcendent level 9, growth phase, basic skills, tier claw, subtle after combining with a digital alloy mechanical arm. Proficiency will temporarily reach super limit level, with power comparable to high-level skills. Small flame, perfect slightly. Beast blood boiling, perfect burns blood to transform into power, resulting in an all-around enhancement of physical qualities. Swift, perfect adjusts the energy flow within the body, making it extremely agile and significantly increasing speed. High-level skills, purple dragon flame, entry slightly. Evolution paths. 1. Tyrannosaurus beast, success rate 100 consumes 6, 300 universal data points. 2. Earth Tyrannosaurus beast, success rate 100 consumes 7, 600 universal data points. 3. Dragon beast, success rate 61 consumes 7, 200 universal data points. 9. Blade King Hark beast, success rate 23 consumes 99, 000 universal data points. Only displays evolution methods relying on universal data. Other evolution methods can be viewed by clicking the corresponding evolution path. Evolution paths with excessively low success rates are not displayed. More evolution paths can be viewed after evolving. Remaining universal data, 166 points, compared to a few days ago. The success rates of several evolution paths for the Yaga beast have also changed slightly. The success rate for evolving into the Blade King Hark beast decreased from 30 to 23. Conversely, the success rate for evolving into the Dragon beast increased from 50 to 61. These subtle results were due to changes in the proportions of various types of data within the Yaga beast's digital core. Chen Mu then deeply realized the importance of the world tree's warning about not absorbing all types of data, if relying solely on universal data for evolution. Regardless of which path is chosen, thousands of universal data points are required. He believed that collecting enough universal data to allow the Yaga beast to evolve into its mature phase before the next resource competition among the 5 cities would be relatively easy. However, Chen Mu felt that he shouldn't wait that long. The warning of a level 2 beast tide raised a subtle sense of crisis in his heart. This was a sense of urgency stemming from insufficient personal strength, as he couldn't respond to the potential crisis that might arise. If possible, Chen Mu wanted the Yaga beast to complete its evolution within these 10 days. That way, not only would he further possess self-protection capabilities, but he would also become a sudden dark horse in this resource competition. Chapter 33, Methods for Collecting Evolution Materials, Enemy Invasion. It is basically impossible to accumulate thousands of universal data points within 10 days. Only by collecting fierce beast materials as assistance would there be a glimmer of hope to evolve the Yaga beast into its mature phase within such a short time. Chen Mu thought. For each evolution path, the world tree provides 3 evolution methods. Regular evolution, which occurs naturally after accumulating data to the current phase limit over about 5 years, during which continued absorption of data can shorten the accumulation time. Universal evolution, which directly consumes a large amount of universal data, and assisted evolution, which consumes a small amount of universal data after collecting suitable fierce beast materials. Now that Chen Mu has established quite a few connections and relationships, he felt that gathering some auxiliary materials for evolving into the mature phase was still possible. Indeed, I still prefer to evolve the Yaga Beast into a Tyrannosaurus Beast. Whether it's due to nostalgia from my past life or the Yaga Beast possessing a kind of potential akin to a battle god Tyrannosaurus Beast. Chen Mu prioritized checking the 3 evolution methods for the Tyrannosaurus Beast. 1. Regular evolution. Strength increases to elite level 9 after accumulating about 5 years, during which continued absorption of data can shorten the accumulation time. 2. Universal evolution. Consumes 300 universal data points. 3. Assisted evolution. Consumes 860 universal data points. Collecting 3 types of fierce beast materials. A. Chitin shells from insect-type fierce beasts or rock armor from rock-type fierce beasts, both of which are above the first tier of potential war general level. B. Full skeletons from subdragon or dragon-type fierce beasts, also above the first tier of potential war general level. C. Essence blood from high-level war general level dragon-type fierce beasts. Hiss, these evolution requirements are a bit too high, aren't they? After reading, Chen Mu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. 860 universal data points might be manageable if he worked diligently and borrowed a bit more to buy fierce beast corpses. But all 3 auxiliary materials must be obtained from war general level fierce beasts, and 2 of them must be from dragon-type fierce beasts. Chen Mu realized he had been overly confident. He was only at transcendent level 9. Where would he find a bunch of war general level materials? The conditions for his Yaga Beast to evolve to its mature phase were probably not much different from those for many mature digital beasts to evolve into their perfect forms. When pushed to the limit, one can come up with all sorts of things. Upon careful consideration, it wasn't impossible to gather them. Chen Mu had been keeping track of time. Tomorrow he would go to find Wang Ting for a betting battle. The key wasn't the betting battle itself, but that Wang Teng's father still owed him a war general level resource. The Yuntian group is quite large. It should be feasible to scrounge a war general level insect-type fierce beast's chitin shell or rock armor from the Yuntian group. As for the essence blood from a high-level war general level dragon-type fierce beast, Chen Mu pondered for a moment and walked to the living room. He took some fish food left by his father, Chen, and fed it to the little blue-scaled fish in the fish tank, which was happily blowing bubbles. This little guy, although it usually looked like a fish, according to the world tree, its true race is the azure-scaled flood dragon, which sounds quite impressive. Although it has suffered serious injuries and lost its potential, its essence blood is definitely of much higher quality than that of an ordinary war general level dragon-type fierce beast. It's better to wait until I gather the other 2 materials and then discuss with my father about taking a drop of the blood of the dragon. The little blue-scaled fish suddenly realized that Chen Mu was looking at it with ill intent, and its body tensed, becoming alert. To be honest, the little blue-scaled fish seemed to be living quite carefree these days, eating, sleeping, and blowing bubbles. But in reality, it was somewhat anxious. It always felt that its disguise seemed to suddenly become transparent in front of Chen Mu. It shouldn't be like this. With this Dragon King's overwhelming strength and unparalleled luck, even if it fell to less than 1/10,000th of its peak, a perfect disguise shouldn't be something this kid could see through. After Chen Mu turned his back, the little blue-scaled fish's gaze became sharp. It was once again torn about whether to kill the young master to silence him, although it was unwilling to admit it. The little blue-scaled fish had witnessed Chen Mu contract a pink beast with only the strength of the awakening stage. In just a few days, its strength had risen to the 9th level of transcendence. Moreover, the contracted beast had transformed from a pink ball into a small yellow dinosaur, which was truly astonishing. The opponent's speed of strength improvement was so fast. Perhaps in a while, it would surpass its current self. Damn it, that yellow dinosaur was also quite audacious. It had looked at this Dragon King with curiosity and greed several times, and as a low-level dragon of the Transcendent stage, it dared to covet this Dragon King's flesh and blood. It deserved to be exterminated along with its entire clan. The thoughts in the little blue-scaled fish's mind were good, but it only dared to think them. It knew that the master deliberately kept it around to secretly protect Chen Mu. If it really killed the young master along with his beast, when Shun Kanglin returned, wouldn't it have to fight for its life? Fortunately, the little blue-scaled fish was still unaware that Chen Mu was also coveting its dragon blood. Otherwise, it would surely be in a state of extreme anger for an entire day. Similarly, Chen Mu had no idea about the little blue-scaled fish's thoughts these days. He still thought it was just a silly dragon, knowing nothing but eating, sleeping, and blowing bubbles. Overall, 2 out of the 3 materials had been secured. But the last one, the skeletal remains of a battle general level dragon or subdragon beast, was indeed somewhat difficult to obtain. After returning to his room, Chen Mu's expression was somewhat conflicted. He couldn't just kill his father's beast to use it for his own evolution, right? That would be a bit too much. The little blue-scaled fish was already in a severely injured state, with little life left. Just taking a drop of its essence blood would probably greatly deplete its vitality and take a long time to recover. After all, essence blood was different from ordinary blood. The quantity was extremely limited, and even a beast might only have a few dozen drops, with some having less than 10. At that moment, the world tree appeared and said, if the host is only missing one of the evolution materials, it is also possible to use other substitutes. If the skeletal remains of a battle general level dragon beast cannot be obtained, then finding a large number of elite level dragon beast skeletal remains and extracting their essence can also serve as a substitute, though the effect won't be as good. If you are eager to evolve, you can adopt this plan. It can be done this way. Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly felt a wave of excitement. If he could use a large number of elite-level dragon beast skeletal remains as a substitute, then when the sub-ancient beast broke through to the elite level, he could try hunting elite-level dragon beasts again outside the city. After working hard for more than 10 days, maybe he could truly complete the evolution of the sub-ancient beast before the resource competition of the 5 cities. Taking the lead in strength means taking the lead in every step. As long as he could achieve a ranking in the competition, he would gain a lot of battle general level resources, and his strength would also increase by another level. He wouldn't have to wait painfully for 2 years. Just as Chen Mu was excited, he suddenly heard the sub-ancient beast roar from outside. Boss, enemies are invading. Chapter 34. Father returns. The source of power is evolution. Enemies invading? Hearing the sub-ancient beast's roar, Chen Mu was startled. Although he couldn't understand why someone would invade his little shabby house, he hurriedly moved his feet and ran outside. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a rather comical scene. A middle-aged man who resembled Chen Mu by about 70 to 80%, with distinct facial features, a bit of stubble on his chin, and a somewhat weathered look, but still able to tell how handsome he was in his youth, stood at the gate of the courtyard, looking bewildered with his hands raised, repeatedly saying, "I'm really not an enemy. I'm Chen Mu's father." Meanwhile, the sub-ancient beast was baring its teeth fiercely, with a ball of purple flame in its mouth, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Seeing this scene, Chen Mu quickly shouted, "Sub-ancient beast, stop. That's my dad." Upon seeing Chen Mu, the sub-ancient beast relaxed, and the purple dragon flame in its mouth naturally dissipated, blinking in confusion. "What is that to the boss?" Chen Mu couldn't help but cover his face. "Sub-ancient beast, you almost ate my dad instead of the master." Because digital beasts have no parents, they all hatch from digital eggs that are automatically born in the digital world. The sub-ancient beast really didn't know what a dad or mom meant. However, the anxious tone of Chen Mu made it realize that this person in front of it seemed quite important to Chen Mu. It had mistaken him for an invading enemy. Well, it seemed like it had caused trouble again. The sub-ancient beast scratched its head in a silly manner, looking aggrieved. "Boss, this really can't be blamed on me." After watching this farce, Chen Kanglin slowly lowered his hands and suddenly realized this yellow little dinosaur he had never seen before was actually the beast contracted by his son. From his feelings, this beast seemed to be quite strong, almost reaching the elite level. This wasn't right. He had only been gone for a few days, and his son had grown to this extent. Could it be that his genius genes were still so excellent even after being inherited by his son? Had he cultivated another super genius that was no less than himself back in the day? Chen Kanglin's eyes were filled with surprise. If he hadn't seen Chen Mu appear in front of him, he would have thought he had entered the wrong house. "Dad, did you finally come back after finishing your dates with the matchmakers?" Chen Mu, feeling the awkwardness of the situation, couldn't help but tease to lighten the mood. He hadn't expected that the invading enemy mentioned by the sub-ancient beast would actually be his father, Chen Kanglin. Chen Kanglin came back to his senses, clicked his tongue, and joked, "Good boy, after not seeing you for a few days, you've really grown some wings. If it weren't for your old man being quick to raise my hands, I might have been directly killed by your beast as an enemy. That would be quite the reverse." Chen Mu smiled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. At the same time, he pondered how to start the conversation. Over the past few days, he had accumulated a lot of questions that needed Chen Kanglin to answer. Finally, the main person had returned home. Before Chen Mu could speak, Chen Kanglin suddenly changed to a serious expression and said, "Xiao Mu, I heard that you won first place in this session's newcomer award at number 2 middle school, which is somewhat reminiscent of your old man's youthful flair. I prepared to celebrate for you, so I hurried back. But before that, quickly tell your old man how you leveled up so fast? And what's the deal with your yellow dinosaur beast? Chen Kanglin was also full of questions now. He always felt that this yellow little dinosaur had considerable potential. He clearly only gave his son a certificate for the Green Grass City cultivation base, ordinary receiving qualifications, and logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible to obtain a beast with such potential. Even if he went to the wild to find a wild beast, it would be unlikely to find one. Could it be that his son inherited his looks and hitched up with a rich girl from some big family in Green Grass City, and then got a beast from that family? If that's the case, Chen Mu's rapid improvement in strength should be the result of being supported by a little rich lady. Which makes sense. After all, I did the same when I was young. Sons inherit their father's genes. If not taught, they will still learn, which is quite reasonable. Chen Mu was unaware of how many stories Chen Kanglin had conjured up in just a few seconds. After pondering for a moment, he did not immediately answer Chen Kanglin's question, but instead asked seriously, "Dad, let's not talk about anything else for now. I really want to know what that dragon in the ecological fish tank is all about. Is it your contracted beast?" As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Not only did Chen Kanglin's expression suddenly change, but even the Qinglin little fish in the room, which had been sensing the movements outside, suddenly foamed at the mouth, causing the temperature around the fish tank to drop a few degrees. After a pause, Chen Kanglin's expression became serious, and he asked in a low voice, "Son, you noticed?" Chen Mu nodded. "Dad, after contracting a special beast from the cultivation center, I awakened 2 beast master talents. The first is the insight talent, which allows me to see through the true strength of many fierce beasts. So I noticed the unusualness of that Qinglin little fish in the tank. The second is the evolution talent, which can help contracted beasts evolve. In these past few days, I relied on my evolution talent to help my contracted beast evolve once, which is why my strength has improved so quickly. To outsiders, Chen Mu would only claim to have the skill professor talent. This way, it showcases his genius without exceeding the realm of genius, preventing unnecessary troubles. However, with his father Chen Kanglin, Chen Mu didn't have to worry about betrayal and could share a little bit. After all, if he couldn't trust his own close relatives, then there would be no one in the world worth trusting. However, Chen Mu didn't directly mention the world tree, mainly because he had previously agreed with the world tree not to let anyone or digital beasts know of her existence. Insight plus evolution? Dual talents. After just a brief exchange with his son, Chen Kanglin's heart raced several times. He had thought there was a slight possibility that Chen Mu would inherit his bloodline and awaken one of the top beast master talents, Dragon's Beast Master. However, his son's talent completely exceeded his expectations. Insight could be set aside. Many people among beast masters awaken this type of talent, but the strength of the talent varies. But evolution is different. If someone were to ask what drives beast masters crazy the most, low-level beast masters might answer resources, connections, contracted beasts, money, rich ladies, etc., with each answer differing. In reality, it's otherwise. All the powerful beings at the top of the pyramid, whether beast masters or beast emperors among fierce beasts, would only have one answer: evolution, because the source of power is evolution. Every beast race has specific potential limits, and only through evolution can these limits be broken. The evolution routes of all powerful beast races are monopolized by various families. It is precisely because they control the evolution routes, equivalent to controlling the foundation for continuously strengthening their kin, that these families can thrive. And Chen Mu possesses the evolution talent. This also means that Chen Mu can continuously help his contracted beasts evolve and grow stronger solely based on his talent, without relying on any family power. Even in the distant future, he could surpass the limits of the top human powerhouses. How terrifyingly potential-filled a son he has given birth to. Thinking of this, a hint of fervor flashed in Chen Kanglin's eyes, but he quickly calmed down and asked Chen Mu in a low voice, "Little Mu, you didn't reveal your talent just to attract the young ladies from the wealthy families, did you?" Chen Mu replied, "Dad, how do you turn such a serious question into something so nonsensical?" Chen Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes. This question really matched his father's character. He replied with some annoyance, "Dad, do you think I could be as unreliable as you? For others, I would say I've only awakened a talent that helps beasts learn skills." Chen Kanglin then sighed in relief, but still cautioned, "Little Mu, your talent is truly astonishing. Before you have a real top powerhouse as your backing, Remember not to reveal it to anyone. At this point, Chen Kanglin couldn't help but sigh. Ah, what a pity. If I still had a fraction of my former strength, I wouldn't need you, this genius, to hide like this. At this moment, Chen Mu's curiosity piqued. Although Chen Kanglin usually wasn't very reliable and might just be bragging, he couldn't help but ask again. So Dad, you still haven't answered me. What is that dragon all about? What was your strength when you were young? Chapter 35. Above War General. Am I actually a family disciple? What was my strength when I was young? Chen Kanglin slightly tilted his head, his expression deepening, as if filled with nostalgia for the past. After inviting Chen Mu into the room, he slowly said, I once aimed for the peak above War General, only a step away from the top ruler position. Back in the day, I was prominent among the younger generation of the Yanhuang Kingdom, and countless family disciples seemed dim in comparison to me. Chen Mu listened in shock. Above War General, is it really that close to the ruler level? In the eyes of the vast beast masters in Greenfield City, the 4 stages of awakening, transcendence, elite, and War General are realms that one might only touch in a lifetime. Little did they know, above War General, there is the commander level, which oversees a region and commands myriad beasts, and the ruler level, which is among the top of the human race. Chen Mu had thought that his dad's peak strength during his prime would at most be at the pinnacle of War General. But he never expected that he was only a step away from the king level, although there might be some exaggeration on Chen Kanglin's part. As long as he was above War General in his youth, that was already quite shocking. In astonishment, Chen Mu couldn't help but ask, Dad, why did your strength fall to such a level? Also, a commander-level beast master should be able to contract 4 beasts, right? Where are your other beasts besides this Qinglin little fish? Upon hearing this, the Qinglin little fish in the tank spat out some foam again, flipping onto its back as if pretending to be dead, seemingly recalling some terrifying events. Chen Kanglin sighed slightly, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, exhaled a ring of gray smoke, and his voice turned a bit low and hoarse. They died. All my other beast companions are gone. It was all because I uncovered a secret about evolution. Not only was I betrayed by my family, but I was also hunted down by several other major families in the imperial capital. Of my 4 beast companions, only Qinglin remains. In the end, I pretended to be dead to escape to this remote Greenfield City. Chen Mu swallowed slightly. His father's words carried quite a bit of weight. So, it turns out he was still considered a family disciple? The rumors he had seen in the grade group, which were made up by many, turned out to be true. However, his dad had turned against the family because of some secret, which was why he had to hide his identity and come to this Greenfield City. Wait, isn't this just like the protagonist's background template? As long as he quietly regains his strength and returns to the imperial capital, slaughtering all the families that were once his enemies, wouldn't that lead to a perfect conclusion with the mighty Dragon King returning? Chen Mu couldn't help but indulge in wild thoughts. If that's the case, with his dad as a backing, why would he need to struggle so hard? He could directly obtain unlimited resources, easily reaching the commander level, or even the ruler level. Seeing the change in Chen Mu's expression, Chen Kanglin couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Son, you don't think I'm lying low in Green Grass City to regain my strength, do you? Chen Mu was puzzled. Isn't that the case? Chen Kanglin silently shook his head. Qinglin is nearing the end of its life and cannot be restored. I lost 3 of my beasts in battle and was affected by the contract backlash, which caused my beast space to collapse long ago. It's unlikely that I can contract and cultivate new beasts again. Chen Mu was immediately stunned. This script doesn't seem right, does it? In the end, I still have to rely on myself? With just one sentence, Chen Kanglin shattered all of Chen Mu's beautiful fantasies. After that, the father and son talked for a long time, and Chen Mu learned a lot of secrets from Chen Kanglin. Chen Mu could clearly feel that although his father was immersed in the sadness of the past with a somewhat haggard expression, there was a faint spark in his eyes when he looked at him. After their conversation, Chen Kanglin left again. He said he was going to meet a new partner introduced by Wang Po, but Chen Mu felt it wasn't that simple. Because this time, Chen Kanglin was leaving alone. The Qinglin fish in the fish tank was also taken away. Chen Mu pondered for a long time in the house and couldn't help but ask the World Tree, is there really no way to restore my father's beast's injuries? The World Tree immediately replied, it's not that it can't be restored, as long as it evolves into a digital beast. Its flesh and blood will transform into a tangible data body, and the original injuries will automatically heal. Strength will also gradually recover over time. Chen Mu's eyes widened. So it can gradually recover after evolving? Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? The World Tree replied, Host, you didn't ask, and besides, Having a peak strength beast that may reach the leader level evolve into a digital beast is not that simple. Chen Mu asked, so what are the requirements? The World Tree directly provided a panel. Evolution Route. Complete Body by Shui Qinglin Jiao. Complete Body Super Ocean Dragon Beast. Success rate 63. Consumes 199 universal data points. Collects metal armor from Fierce Beasts with initial leader potential and above, and blood essence from Thunder Attribute Fierce Beast of War General Level 1 and above. Looking at the conditions provided by the World Tree, Chen Mu is quite speechless. These conditions are indeed a heavy burden. Although letting the beast transform into a digital beast consumes much less universal data than evolving a digital beast, only 199 points are needed. However, the two types of materials required are too precious, and with Chen Mu's current abilities, he definitely wouldn't be able to obtain them. Moreover, the success rate of evolution is only 63, and it's possible that after collecting the materials with great difficulty, it might fail. Perhaps, once I achieve a better ranking in the resource competition, I can help my father's beast complete the evolution. Chen Mu thought to himself. Evolving the Bai Shui Qinglin Jiao into a super ocean dragon beast would bring many more benefits than evolving the Agumon into a Tyrannosaurus. Of course, the difficulty is much greater. The blood essence from Thunder Attribute Fierce Beast of War General Level 1 and above is manageable. But Chen Mu had no idea where to find the metal armor from Fierce Beasts with initial leader potential and above. Even if he searched the entire Green Grass City and the Ancient God Forest, he probably wouldn't find many Fierce Beasts with leader-level potential. He could only take it step by step, and for now, prioritize the evolution of Agumon. Meanwhile, on a deserted river in Green Grass City, a small Qinglin fish gently leaped from the surface of the water. The calm water suddenly became turbulent after its appearance, as if cheering for the emergence of a great being. Splash! The calm river water rose high, forming a massive archway several meters tall. The Qinglin fish leaped through, and its tiny body, wrapped in the water flow that formed the archway, began to swell rapidly. After passing through the archway, a giant serpent measuring 20 meters long raised its head high, coiled above the river. Its deep azure eyes quietly staring at the middle-aged man with a haggard back by the riverbank. Master, with my current ability using the super-level skill, 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, I can only achieve the first transformation and take on this form. Qin Kanglin nodded slightly. Has your strength increased from Elite Level 5 to Elite Level 7? Although it's still too weak, it should be enough. With our current strength joining the army, taking some risks should allow Xiaomu to obtain a War General Level Extraordinary Resource to learn the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. The dinosaur beast contracted by Xiaomu also seems quite extraordinary. If it can learn the super-level skill 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, its future achievements will surely surpass both of us easily. I'm counting on you, old friend, to take one last risk for me. Chapter 36, Cloud Sky Building. Wang Yuntian's reception upon hearing Chen Kanglin's request, the Bai Shui Qinglin Jiao immediately buried its proud head into the water. At the same time, it complained about its beast master in its heart 100 times. Old man, if you want to take risks to fight for resources for your son, don't drag me into it. It's me who fights, not you. I've really had the worst luck, encountering a pitiful beast master like you. Almost dead. And I still have to follow you on a risky adventure? After struggling internally for a long time, the Bai Shui Qinglin Jiao suddenly remembered that if it hadn't met Chen Kanglin, it would probably still be a drifting Qinglin fish, living a muddled, fearful life. It would never have the chance to become stronger. In fact, it could easily be devoured by other fierce beasts in the river and meet its end. It was precisely because it fortuitously met Chen Kanglin that it was able to leap through the Dragon Gate, gain prestige, and see the vastness of the world. Remembering the past, the Bai Shui Qinglin Jiao slowly stood upright and said solemnly, Master, I am willing to die for you one last time. In the dilapidated courtyard, Agumon was lazily lying on the grass, basking in the sun, as the level 2 beast tide was approaching, making it unsuitable to hunt outside the city. The fierce beast corpses promised by Guilin had not arrived yet, and the 4-grade growth potions mentioned by Old Qin were also delayed. Therefore, Agumon currently had no data to absorb and seemed a bit idle. Chen Mu, on the other hand, felt a sense of urgency. He seized every moment to cultivate his mental strength, striving to elevate it to level 3 as soon as possible. He was also pondering over tomorrow's bet battle with Wang Tong. Just now, Wang Tong sent another message, telling him to be ready for the battle at the Cloud Sky Building at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Seeing him so confident, could it be that his beast has broken through to the elite level in these few days? Chen Mu thought cautiously. Although the probability was low, It didn't mean it was impossible. There was also a problem he hadn't considered before. If he went alone to the Wang family's territory, wouldn't he encounter any danger? For example, Wang Ting's father might not want to give resources and might take the opportunity to get rid of him out of anger. This was something that villains often did in the novels Chen Mu read in his previous life, as it could eliminate a competitor for Wang Ting while saving a precious war general-level resource. Such behavior seemed worthwhile, but in reality, it was short-sighted and narrow-minded. Although as the owner of the Cloud Sky Group, Wang Tung's father shouldn't engage in such foolishness, one could never be sure. It would be safer to ask Principal Chen to go with him tomorrow. After considering it thoroughly, Chen Mu felt relieved. Early the next morning, he hurried to the principal's office at number 2 middle school. Fortunately, Qin Changqing had been at school a lot these days, so he could find him directly. When Qin Changqing saw Chen Mu, he was quite surprised, thinking that Chen Mu had come to extort some resources from him again, and said, "Xiao Chen, the 4-grade growth potions I promised you should arrive tomorrow. Young people shouldn't be in such a hurry." Chen Mu shook his head, indicating that he wasn't that eager for resources. "Principal, I feel that going to the Wang family's territory alone isn't very safe. How about you come with me?" Qin Changqing didn't think too much and casually agreed. He was already quite curious about Chen Mu's true strength. Taking this opportunity, even if Chen Mu didn't come to find him, he would still go to watch the battle. This was also to prevent Chen Mu from accidentally being deceived by that cunning old fox, Wang Yutian, using resources. Afterwards, the two of them arrived at the headquarters of Yutian Group, Yutian Building. The building had 99 floors. The first floor was the lobby and reception area, while the second to fifth floors sold various beast-related items, and the upper floors operated various businesses. Chen Mu really didn't know which floor the battle arena was on. It seemed Wang Tung forgot to mention it. After getting out of the car, he was about to enter and ask someone at the reception desk when he saw a professional-looking young woman in business attire. Upon seeing Chen Mu and Qin Changqing, she hurried over and said, "Principal Qin and young Master Chen Mu, Mr. Wang has been waiting for you for a while. Please go to the top floor of Yuntian Building for a brief chat." Chen Mu was slightly taken aback. Mr. Wang, and not young Master Wang. Was it because he knew that old Qin was accompanying him, so Wang Tung's father personally came to meet them? However, he didn't want to go for tea and reminisce. He was eager to finish the battle with Wang Tung and get back home to cultivate his mental power. Fortunately, old Qin directly answered for him, "No need. I estimate that Wang Yutian is also too busy to chat with an old man like me. Just call that kid Wang Ting to have a battle with Chen Mu." After a moment of contemplation, the young woman led Chen Mu and Qin Changqing into the exclusive high-level elevator of Yuntian Building, arriving at the underground level -2. Chen Mu didn't expect the battle arena to be built in the basement. After a short wait, he saw an older man and a young boy coming down from the elevator. The young boy had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and his expression seemed quite aloof. However, upon seeing Chen Mu, his eyes instantly turned cold as he walked over to the side of the battle arena and said loudly, "Brother Chen, long time no see. The last time we met in the ancient god forest, I really didn't expect you to hide so deeply and surpass me by one step, raising your beast to the 9th level of the transformation stage." Seeing Wang Tung's demeanor, which was quite different from their polite encounter in the ancient god forest, Chen Mu thought to himself that after he took the first place prize from the newcomer competition, Wang Xiao was indeed quite upset. To comfort the slightly wounded pride of Wang Xiao, lest he become difficult to deal with in the future, Chen Mu humbly replied, "Long time no see, Wang Xiao. I also didn't expect my beast to grow so quickly. Being ahead of you is mostly due to luck." Hearing this, Wang Ting was nearly infuriated to the point of spitting blood, gritting his teeth and saying, "No need for more words. Summon your beast. Let's duel." Wang Tung was indeed provoked again by Chen Mu's words. Being surpassed by this commoner was already enough of a blow. Yet Chen Mu even said it wasn't due to strength, but rather luck. Wang Tung felt his pride being rubbed into the ground by Chen Mu. Suddenly, a crimson summoning array appeared in front of him, and a figure over 2 meters tall, covered in light golden fur and surrounded by swirling crimson flames, emerged from the array like a giant ape. Although this beast looked quite impressive with its fur, its skin was a cold, dark green like that of a wood spirit lizard, which somewhat diminished its attractiveness. Chen Mu was a bit bewildered by Wang Tung's sudden rage. He could only see the data panel of Wang Tang's beast displayed in front of him. Indeed, it was a beast of the battle general level potential. Chapter 37, Thunderfire Staff, Battle of the Samadhi Spirit Monkey. Species, Samadhi Spirit Monkey. Attributes, Fire, Thunder. Wood potential, Medium battle general level. Transformation Stage 9 Basic Skills. Rending Claws, Proficient. Monkey Staff, Proficient. Roar, Proficient. 8 Extreme Staff Technique. Mastery. Quickly strike from 8 directions to seal the opponent's movements and deliver a fatal blow. High-level skills. Samadhi Spirit Fire. Entry Control, a unique spiritual fire containing the attributes of fire, thunder, and wood to enhance combat power. Evolution Route. Mature Samadhi Spirit Monkey. Hanu Beast, Ape Beast. Success Rate 13. Fortunately, Wangtung's Beast was still at the Transformation Stage 9 level and had not broken through to the Elite level. Thus, even if the opponent had medium battle general potential and mastered a powerful high-level skill, I could still fight. After reviewing Wangtung's Beast panel, Chen Mu felt relieved and stood on the opposite side of the battle arena, releasing his Yaga Beast. Qin Chongqing said nothing, silently standing a short distance behind Chen Mu, ready to watch the show. The middle-aged man who came with Wangtung, who was also the boss of Yintian Group, Wang Yintian, nodded slightly to Qin Chongqing before walking to the referee's position and smiling at Chen Mu, saying, "You are Chen Mu, right? I've heard Tunger mention your name before. Today, seeing you in person, you truly have the appearance of a talented individual. After this battle, how about visiting some of the entertainment facilities on a few floors of Yintian building?" Facing Wang Yuntian's casual flattery, Chen Mu detected a hint of an attempt to draw him in. He neither agreed nor directly refused, just smilingly replied, "Thank you for the invitation, Uncle Wang. I will come to visit when I have time." Seeing his father casually trying to get close to Chen Mu before the battle, Wang Tong was burning with anger and could no longer wait. "Father, let me finish with Chen Mu first. We can talk about other things later." In response, Wang Yuntian shook his head helplessly. His son was still too impatient and competitive. Indeed, he needed a strong competitor to temper his character. Chen Mu's sudden appearance might actually be a good thing. Thinking of this, Wang Yutian spoke. "All right. I want to clarify in advance that this match is just for sparring and communication. Let's keep it light. You young people are all full of energy. There's no need to harm relationships over trivial matters." Upon hearing this, Wang Tung snorted coldly. "Samadhi Spirit Monkey, take the staff." The next moment, he shot forward like a drawn sword, his whole aura instantly reaching its peak. Following that, several clusters of flames and arcs of thunder suddenly appeared in front of Wang Tung, and a long staff, formed purely from condensed mental power and wrapped in flames and lightning, appeared out of thin air. Upon hearing the command, the Samadhi Spirit Monkey leaped back. Grasping the staff engulfed in flames and electric arcs in its hand, its aura instantly surging. The flames burning on its body seemed to resonate with the power of the staff, a powerful aura far exceeding the transformation stage enveloping the surroundings, causing Chen Mu to be slightly taken aback, using mental power to condense a staff as a weapon to enhance the beast's strength. Is mental power capable of being used like this? Or is this Wang Tung's beast talent? This was Chen Mu's first battle against a beast master, and he truly didn't understand these flashy things. Fortunately, Qin Cha-Ching explained, that is the weapon-type beast talent, a tribute warrior passed down through generations of the Wang family, allowing them to condense various types of weapons with different attributes using mental power. Clearly, what Wang Tung could condense was a staff with both thunder and fire attributes, which seemed to be very compatible with the attributes of his contracted beast, allowing their powers to enhance each other. Although Wang Tung's beast level was only at Transformation Stage 9, with various enhancements, it was likely stronger than an ordinary ferocious beast at Elite 2nd Stage. While speaking, Qin Cha-Ching wore a smile, still appearing to be watching a show. Chen Mu lowered his head and thought. Many beast masters' talents could temporarily enhance their beast strength during battle. In this regard, it seemed he was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. "Chen Mu, in this battle, I will show no mercy at all. I will let you know just how great the gap between us is. Samadhi Spirit Monkey, in the battle within 3 rounds. Wang Ting didn't give Chen Mu much time to think, calmly issuing the battle command. As a contracted beast, the Samadhi Spirit Monkey had long sensed its master's displeasure, and as soon as Wang Tung's words fell, it erupted. The Thunder Flame long stick was swung with vigor in its hands, and the high-level skill, Samadhi Spirit Fire, was fully activated, intertwining the thunder and flame with the long stick, boosting its power once again. In an instant, it arrived in front of the Yaga Beast, raising the long stick and striking fiercely at the top of its head. Chen Mu frowned slightly, but there was no sign of panic in his expression as he quickly commanded, "Tear Claw, try to take this blow." Although the Samadhi Spirit Monkey's attack looked ferocious and flashy, he felt it wasn't that strong. While pondering, the Yaga Beast's right claw was enveloped in a metallic substance, directly facing the incoming blow. Was Chen Mu really this reckless? How could that strike be something his beast could easily withstand? Beside him, Qin Chanqing squinted, silently thinking. However, he didn't jump to conclusions. Perhaps Chen Mu had some tricks up his sleeve that he was unaware of. In the next moment, the usually cautious Yaga Beast not only unleashed the Tear Claw skill, but also activated two other perfect level skills, Beast Blood Boiling and Swift. The previously calm expression of the Yaga Beast instantly turned its eyes crimson, its beast blood boiling like an enraged dragon, and its right claw erupted with several times the usual power. When the long stick collided with the Tear Claw, the Samadhi Spirit Monkey's expression changed dramatically. Feeling a tremendous force feedback from the long stick that made its hands ache, nearly splitting open. "Oh whoa!" It quickly shouted, retreating several steps, barely stabilizing itself with a special technique to avoid losing grip on the long stick. What? Seeing this scene, Wang Tung's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected that after a simple exchange, it was his own beast that was forced back half a step. However, Chen Mu thought, why is the Samadhi Spirit Monkey so weak? Wang Tung must not be using all his strength and is just testing, right? With this thought, Chen Mu didn't dare to be careless and immediately shouted, "Yaga Beast, use the complete form of the Tear Claw." In the next moment, to the astonishment of Wang Tung and the others, a weapon resembling a mechanical arm appeared out of thin air on the right hand of the Yaga Beast. "Roar! Let's fight!" Without giving the Samadhi Spirit Monkey any chance to breathe, the Yaga Beast, spurred by the Beast Blood Boiling skill, surged forward excitedly. The heavy digital alloy mechanical arm combined with the Tear Claw unleashed power that was not at all inferior to the Samadhi Spirit Monkey's high-level skill, Samadhi Spirit Fire. Furthermore, the ferocity and sharpness of the Yaga Beast equipped with the digital alloy mechanical arm surpassed that of the Samadhi Spirit Monkey. As the mechanical arm swung, the Samadhi Spirit Monkey was forced to hurriedly raise the Thunder Flame long stick to defend, with almost no ability to parry. Wang Tung was nearly bewildered. Chen Mu's beast was actually this fierce. What kind of weapon was that mechanical arm? Use the 8 extreme staff technique to restrict the opponent's movements. Seeing his beast being pressured, Wang Ting didn't have time to think about why Chen Mu was so strong and quickly ordered. The Samadhi Spirit Monkey seized an opportunity, stabilizing itself and using its understanding of staff techniques to strike at the Yaga Beast's vital points. The Samadhi Spirit Monkey's basic skill, 8 extreme staff technique, had already reached the mastery level. With its exquisite staff techniques, it could even win against opponents of similar strength. It was confident that with this strike, it could disrupt the Yaga Beast's attack rhythm and re-establish control over it. But in the next moment, the mechanical claw on the Yaga Beast's hand shot out, colliding violently with the Thunder Flame long stick in the Samadhi Spirit Monkey's hands. With a crisp crack, the tremendous force combined with the sharpness of the mechanical claw caused the long stick to snap, breaking into 2 pieces. Subsequently, the Thunder Flame long stick, formed from condensed mental energy, transformed back into mental energy and slowly dissipated. Wang Yutian, Qin Cha-Qing, Wang Teng. Chapter 38, Means of Attracting Talent. Yuntian Group's treasury is the Thunder Flame long stick, now broken into 2 segments, transformed back into mental energy and automatically dissipated. Wang Ting felt darkness in front of his eyes and nearly fainted on the spot. He barely managed to support himself on one knee to avoid collapsing. The Thunder Flame long stick was formed from his externalized mental energy. Normally, it could be retracted after the battle, but after being broken, that portion of mental energy dissipated directly, causing him some backlash and significant injury. This sparring session should end here. It seems that Chen Mu has the upper hand. And Tunger, you need to work harder in the future. Seeing that his son's beast talent had been completely overwhelmed, Wang Yutian was astonished and quickly stopped the Yaga Beast from continuing its assault. Although before the battle, he felt that his son had little chance of losing due to various advantages, the outcome in reality was always surprising. As a battle general level beastmaster, he could clearly see many details displayed by Chen Mu during the fight. Thus, a hint of eagerness appeared in Wang Yuntian's eyes as he looked at Chen Mu. This kid, if he could be utilized by my Wang family, then. If before, he merely regarded Chen Mu as a small sharpening stone on his son's growth path, now, just based on this battle performance, his evaluation of Chen Mu had significantly increased, and he was already contemplating how to lure Chen Mu away from Qin Chanqing. Wang Tung, however, did not have the mood to think as deeply as Wang Yuntian. After struggling to stand upright, his teeth were clenched in frustration. He didn't understand how Chen Mu An ordinary student could upgrade so quickly and have so many hidden cards. The first time they met, he was just an ordinary beast master at the 7th rank of the Transcendence realm, using the excuse of purchasing the blood of the vine-armored giant lizard. He had even given Chen Mu 100,000 and a membership card, hoping that some small favors would make him a subordinate. But the second time he heard this subordinate's name, the subordinate had already rebelled, directly seizing his reward for being the top newcomer. Now, in this third gamble, he was filled with pent-up frustration and wanted to defeat Chen Mu in 3 moves without holding back. Yet, the result was that he was effortlessly taken down in 3 moves. In what seemed like a simple exchange earlier, Wang Ting felt that Chen Mu's beast seemed to be using multiple skills simultaneously, each of which was incredibly powerful. Coupled with the strange mechanical claw weapon that could suddenly launch surprise attacks, this did not seem like the foundation that a civilian beast master should possess. Damn it. Did old Qin stuff a bunch of good things into him? Or did Chen Mu actually have some big family supporting him behind the scenes? If Qin Cha-Ching, standing with his arms crossed and feigning indifference, trying to maintain an air of mystery in front of Wang Yutian, could know Wang Tung's thoughts, he would also be quite bewildered. Huh? Don't mention giving anything to Chen Mu. I didn't even know I had so many treasures. Wang Tung was extremely indignant. But he still quietly recalled the Samadhi spirit monkey into the beast space, his voice low. I admit defeat. Although he was proud, he was not foolish. With the talent boost, the Yaga beast had completely overwhelmed the Samadhi spirit monkey. Now that the talent boost was gone, continuing to fight would only result in serious injury for the Samadhi spirit monkey, with no suspense at all. Though Wang Tung was momentarily unable to adjust his mindset, he still had a certain level of self-awareness. It seemed that he was no longer a match for Chen Mu. Seeing this, Chen Mu smiled and clasped his hands. Young Master Wang is too humble. If I hadn't fortuitously obtained a mechanical claw weapon, I definitely wouldn't have been able to win against you. Only after the battle ended did Chen Mu realize that he seemed to have overestimated Wang Tung's strength. I originally thought that Yaga Beast would have to reveal all its trump cards to easily crush Wang Ting. So I directly had Yaga Beast summon the digital alloy mechanical claws. As a result, with just one casual strike, it broke Wang Tung's long stick. He didn't even have a chance to use his advanced skill, Purple Dragon Flame. But now it seems that the medium-ranked war general potential of the 3 mystical monkeys isn't that impressive, with the advantage of having more skills and higher proficiency. Even without the mechanical claws, Yaga Beast could defeat it as long as it fought a bit longer. Is it thanks to luck? Hearing this, Wang Ting took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to rush up and engage in close combat with Chen Mu, and coldly snorted, wait until both of us break through to the elite level, then we'll have another battle. Next time, I'll definitely win. Chen Mu's heart instantly filled with joy. Of course, no problem. Another match means another 500,000. This Wang Xiao is simply my lucky star. After seeing the battle finish, and having extorted quite a bit, Qin Cha-Ching, filled with questions, prepared to take Chen Mu away and ask him thoroughly on the way. He was also very curious about where Chen Mu's alloy mechanical arm came from. Wasn't it a skill professor talent? How could it teach someone to make a mechanical arm? If possible, he would want to get one for his beast as well. After all, that mechanical arm seemed very useful in both normal combat and surprise attacks. However, Wang Yutian didn't give Qin Cha-Ching a chance to slip away and enthusiastically said to Chen Mu, little classmate Chen Mu, I've been quite busy these days, so I haven't given you the promised war general level extraordinary resource. Since we both have free time today, how about I take you to the extraordinary resource treasury of Yutian Group, and you can personally choose a suitable item. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu was overjoyed. He didn't expect Wang Yutian to be so generous, just like his son. As the top consortium focused on Beast Master-related businesses, Yutian Group's resource treasury probably had quite a few war general level extraordinary resources. Chen Mu thought Wang Yutian would casually give him a low-grade war general level resource to dismiss him. He was even considering how to trick Wang Yutian into helping him get something useful. Yet the other party was so straightforward. No need to trick him. He was just allowed to pick from the treasury. Chen Mu readily agreed. Of course, no problem. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Then, Wang Yutian glanced apologetically at Qin Cha-Ching. Principal Qin, please forgive my rudeness, but the treasury of Yutian Group has a rule that not too many people can enter at once. So if I go with Chen Mu, you might have to wait a bit. Of course, if you have urgent matters at school, I can have my subordinates drive you back first. Qin Cha-Ching's expression changed slightly. He could see that Wang Yutian was completely focused on Chen Mu's talent and was even shamelessly trying to poach him right in front of him. This old man was really willing to spend To win over a genius, he was willing to open his own treasury to outsiders. All this talk about the treasury not allowing too many people was nonsense. He just wanted to take Chen Mu away alone to facilitate convincing him to join your Wang family, right? While secretly cursing Wang Yuntian for being cunning, Qin Changqing darkly told Chen Mu, "Little Chen, remember not to believe in the grand promises made by some old fellows." Chen Mu winked at Qin Changqing, signaling him to relax, as he was well aware. Crushing Wang Xiao had its benefits. At least it could help Yaga Beast find an evolution material. Chen Mu was filled with anticipation, thinking that if he could crush Wang Tung again next time, perhaps the results would be even more remarkable. Then he followed Wang Yutian out of the basement. Chapter 39, The Tempting Conditions of the Wang Family, the exotic treasure containing source data under Wang Yuntian's guidance. Chen Mu took the exclusive elevator again, reaching the top floor of Yutian building. After passing through several doors that required passwords, fingerprints, and iris recognition, they finally entered a spacious room. The room was simply decorated, resembling a museum from his previous life, with display cases showcasing various items, most of which Chen Mu, with his knowledge, did not recognize. Wang Yuntian kindly introduced. This is a large collection of extraordinary resources gathered by Yuntian Group from various places, totaling 319 pieces. And each of them is at least a high-quality elite level or above. Chen Mu was slightly surprised. 300 pieces of high-quality elite-level resources. What kind of concept is that? If one were to use these resources without regard for cost to cultivate talent, assuming an average of 10 elite-level resources to cultivate one elite 9th-tier Beast Master, then at least 30 elite 9th-tier Beast Masters could be rapidly trained within a few years. The military elite Beast Masters above 7th tier in Green Grass City probably numbered just over 10, without any War General level emergence. 30 elite 9th-tier Beast Masters could easily take over the entire Green Grass City. Yutian Group truly deserved to be the largest consortium in Green Grass City. Its foundation was indeed terrifying. However, these resources were the accumulation of Yutian Group over many years and could not be easily utilized all at once. While Chen Mu was sighing inwardly, he looked at Wang Yutian with curiosity. "Uncle Wang, since these are all elite-level resources, may I ask where the War General-level resources are?" Wang Yuntian lightly snapped his fingers. The next moment, a hidden door suddenly appeared in one corner of the room. Wang Yuntian walked over with familiarity and said to Chen Mu in a half-joking tone, "Little classmate Chen, the War General-level treasures stored in this secret room are the true foundation of my Wang family. You should be the third non-Wang family member to enter the secret room. So remember not to speak of anything you see inside. Otherwise, Uncle Wang might have to take drastic measures." Chen Mu paused his steps, looking at Wang Yuntian's smiling face, feeling a chill run down his spine. It is said that squinty-eyed people are the most terrifying, and at this moment, he deeply realized that it was indeed true. "Don't worry, Uncle Wang. I won't say a word." After Chen Mu nodded in assurance, the two entered the secret room. The layout inside was generally similar to the outside, but there were many fewer display cases, probably only about 20, and the cases themselves were much more exquisite. This is the shell of the armored dragon tortoise, identified as a low-quality War General-level resource. This is the dragon blood ore, a special mineral infused with a large amount of dragon blood, a medium-quality War General-level resource. This. Under Wang Yuntian's detailed introduction, Chen Mu gained quite a bit of knowledge. Although more than 20 War General-level resources were mostly of low quality, each of them was not something that War General-level Beast Masters below could obtain. To collect this many, the Wang family probably had at least 3 or more War General-level powerhouses backing them. How great would it be if he could take them all? Chen Mu looked on with greedy eyes. Among them, he also discovered a resource that was very suitable for Yaga Beast evolution, the shell of the rock-armored giant snail, also evaluated as a low-quality War General-level resource. Although the quality was not high, it perfectly met one of the evolution material requirements for Yaga Beast, basic War General-level potential War General first tier or higher insect-type ferocious beast carrot and shell or rock-type ferocious beast rock armor. Seeing that Chen Mu was quite interested in the shell of the rock-armored giant snail, Wang Yutian was puzzled. "Little classmate, do you want to take this one?" Connecting it with Yaga Beast's mechanical arm, Wang Yutian couldn't help but ask. The owner of this shell was a ferocious beast with high War General potential and strength at War General 7th tier. But its shell is really hard to utilize. Do you have a way to make it into equipment or a weapon? Chen Mu smiled and shook his head, not explaining what he intended to do with the shell, only saying, "Uncle Wang, I've definitely decided on this one." Seeing this, Wang Yutian didn't rush to open the display case to take the treasure, but instead asked without reason, little classmate Chen, besides this shell. Do you have any other treasures you have your eye on? Chen Mu's eyes turned slightly, and he nodded slightly. He roughly guessed what Wang Yutian was going to do next. Of course, he wanted all these resources, but clearly there is no free lunch in this world. To gain more resources from others, one has to pay an equally great price. Wang Yuntian smiled and said, "As the head of the Wang family and the owner of Yuntian Group, I can promise to lend you 3 warlord-level treasures for your use, as long as you return them to me after you reach the warlord level. How about that?" Hearing Wang Yuntian present this offer, Chen Mu remained very calm and asked in return, "What do I need to pay in exchange?" Wang Yuntian smiled slightly. "No longer beating around the bush, the resources provided to you by Qin Chaqing, our Wang family is willing to offer double. When you break through to the elite level and can contract a second beast, I will also find you a suitable warlord-level potential beast. I only hope you can join our Wang family and become Wang Tung's right-hand man in the future, that's all. Additionally, I can guarantee that your rights and status in the Wang family will only be below mine and Wang Tung's, and you will not be wronged in any way." Chen Mu was secretly shocked. Offering such conditions, it was not just an ordinary genius from a family that had not yet risen. Even a warlord-level beast master would be envious and want to join. It could only be said that Wang Yutian was determined to win him over. Unfortunately, as a transmigrator, Chen Mu's thinking was different from the people of this world. He had no intention of serving a powerful family. Such constraints would be too great for him and not conducive to his growth. Moreover, Wang Yuntian's words were unsubstantiated. It was hard to say what the actual treatment would be like. As for pretending to agree to join the Wang family, taking some resources before leaving, that might not be an easy choice either. In this world with extraordinary powers, there were many means to prevent betrayal. And Chen Mu did not want to take personal risks to try, as he did not want to refuse too bluntly. He feigned eagerness and struggled for a long time before saying, "Uncle Wang, could you allow me to consider it for a while longer?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yuntian's expression remained unchanged, still warm as he replied, "Chen Xiaodong, there is no need to rush. Just give me an answer in a few days. This shell is quite large, you can't take it directly, so I'll have someone deliver it to your home later." Wang Yutian did not continue to persuade him. He believed that no genius of Chen Mu's age could withstand the conditions he had offered. Little did he know, just a few days ago, his son had the same thought as him. As the two were exchanging pleasantries and about to leave the treasury, a prompt suddenly appeared in Chen Mu's mind, detected a small amount of primordial data nearby, which is extremely precious. It is recommended that the host find a way to obtain it. What? Primordial data? Chen Mu paused slightly, following the world tree's hint. He casually walked past a display case and looked inside. Chapter 40. Digital Rune Angel's Melody. Extracting primordial data. In a relatively inconspicuous spot in the room, a small display case less than 1 square meter in size quietly held a not-so-large stone tablet, intricately carved with dense and peculiar runes. When Chen Mu, under the guidance of the world tree, pretended to stop casually in front of this display case, his expression suddenly shook, because upon seeing these runes, even though he didn't recognize them, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Wait, this thing seems to be the kind of writing that appeared in the Digimon animation from my previous life. How did it end up here? As memories from his past life surged, Chen Mu's heart trembled, but he still tried to maintain a calm demeanor. Wang Yutian, who was beside him, naturally noticed Chen Mu's unusual reaction. "Chen Xiaodong, are you still interested in this stone tablet unearthed from ancient ruins?" "Ancient ruins?" Hearing this unfamiliar keyword, Chen Mu replied without thinking, "To be honest, Uncle Wang, my dad knows a scholar who studies these ancient inscriptions. This stone tablet looks quite strange, as if it were artificially replicated." Although Chen Mu didn't really know what ancient ruins and ancient inscriptions were, he casually set it to deal with Wang Yuntian. Moreover, the world tree indicated that this stone tablet likely carried primordial data. If possible, Chen Mu definitely wanted to get his hands on it. This stone tablet is artificially replicated? Wang Yuntian raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, several experts from my Yuntian group have assessed this stone tablet, but they couldn't understand its function. It just seems to have some collectible value, so we placed it here. Since you're interested, I'll give it to you. Although Chen Mu's wide knowledge was a bit strange, Wang Yuntian was not surprised anymore. Since Chen Mu was interested, he decided to do him a favor and enhance their rapport. Wow, this is a treasure containing primordial data. It's that simple to obtain? Chen Mu was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface, he calmly thanked him. According to the world tree, all data in the digital world was categorized into primordial data, universal data, and various ordinary data. Among them, the largest quantity was various ordinary data, which composed different types of Digimon such as vaccine types, data types, virus types, dragon types, beast types, flying types, aquatic types, dark types, light types, etc., as well as the sky, land, mountains, and oceans of the digital world. The World Tree could use its power to transform some ordinary data into universal data. Universal data in the World Tree's hands could be used to create various things at will and even grant Digimon the power to evolve, which Chen Mu had experienced. In addition, the least and most precious data was primordial data. This data constituted the core of the digital world and could be used as universal data, but it was countless times more precious than universal data. When Digimon evolved into their ultimate form, only a very small portion of the ordinary data inside them could be transformed into primordial data, and when they died, the primordial data would likely dissipate. Moreover, the World Tree needed a large amount of primordial data to fully repair its own damage. Not long ago, Chen Mu had no clue where to find primordial data. He thought he would have to wait until he was strong enough to cross space and reach the digital world to obtain it, but he never expected that primordial data would come looking for him. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Chen Mu bid farewell to Wang Yuntian. Not long after returning home, the shell of the rock-armored giant snail and the mysterious stone tablet were delivered by Yuntian Group's people. Chen Mu didn't even glance at the warlord-level resource, the shell of the rock-armored giant snail, and hurriedly picked up the mysterious stone tablet to have the World Tree conduct an analysis. He had a feeling that this was definitely a good item. Host is lucky. The text recorded on this stone tablet is digital runes. According to calculations, it should be an angelic melody written by a certain ultimate-level angel-type Digimon using part of its own power, possessing the ability to assist angel-type Digimon in evolution. An ultimate-level angel wrote this? Was it written by Seraphimon, Ophanimon, or Cherubimon, or perhaps by lower-ranking archangels like Shoutmon or Keymon? Chen Mu asked excitedly. Although he had never heard of what the angelic melody was, the descriptions of the digital world in the animation from his previous life were relatively rough, and he didn't know most of the details. But since it was created by an ultimate-level being and could assist angel-type Digimon in evolution, it must be a good treasure. Returning to the host, if it were the peak period, with enough universal data and original data, I could easily compose the angel's melody using digital runes. But after the body was damaged, too much data was lost, making it impossible to assess for the time being. Should we use data extraction on it? Smiley face, data extraction will not damage the power of the rune itself. Chen Mu could clearly hear the bravado in the World Tree's words and didn't tease it intentionally. Smiling slightly as he said, "Then let's proceed with the data extraction." Extracted the stone tablet that recorded the digital rune angel's melody, converting it into 75 points of original data, 135 points of universal data, and 2,357 points of angel-type data. So much data extracted? Chen Mu was suddenly taken aback. He placed the palm of his right hand on the stone tablet, and in the next moment, the modeled stone tablet suddenly shattered, transforming into a stream of data that surged into the divine tree pattern in his palm. After the stone tablet shattered, a large number of digital runes detached themselves, transforming into streams of flickering white light that surrounded Chen Mu and gradually merged into his body. Through inner vision of the Beast Master space, Chen Mu could see a golden page of a stone tablet forming out of thin air, with digital runes quietly engraved on it, though he didn't know what use it had for now. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mu's thoughts became active. Agumon is about to break through to the elite tier, and by then, relying on feedback, my mental power will basically reach level 3, allowing me to start contracting a second beast. With so much angel-type data and mysterious digital runes in hand, I can quickly cultivate a decent angel-type digital beast partner. However, it's somewhat difficult to find a beast with the potential to evolve into an angel-type digital beast. Chapter 41. The Choice of the Second Beast, Massive Data Extraction. Chen Mu had seen quite a few beast species with the potential to evolve into digital beasts so far. The ones with a higher success rate were Lin Qingya's Ice Spirit Fox, Long Kanglin's Azure Water Greenscale Flood Dragon, and Wang Teng's Samadhi Spirit Monkey. These beasts might have a higher evolution success rate due to good cultivation or some other reasons. As for those with a success rate below 10, even below 1, Chen Mu simply ignored them. Overall, among the various beasts Chen Mu had encountered, there were those that could evolve into various types of digital beasts. But he had never seen one with an evolution route leading to an angel-type digital beast. Even in the digital world, angel-type digital beasts were relatively rare, so it was normal not to see them in the beast world. Thinking of this, Chen Mu felt a bit conflicted. He was still considering contracting a cute Bada Beast or Dilu Beast, just as he had a considerable amount of angel-type data on hand. But this idea might be a bit challenging. If it doesn't work out, he could look for a plant-type beast similar to the toxic bulb he encountered at the beast cultivation base to cultivate. Because plant-type data and beast-type data were indeed easy to obtain, later evolving into lilac beast, flower fairy beast, or rose beast would be both pleasing to the eye and easy to raise. Chen Mu assured himself that he absolutely had no other thoughts unrelated to beast cultivation. After extracting data from the mysterious stone tablet, besides the large amount of angel-type data and the angel's melody digital runes, what Chen Mu was most concerned about was still that 75 points of original data. He remembered that the World Tree had once mentioned the requirements for creating the 5th-generation digital dragon machine: 100 points of original data and 100 points of universal data. Now he had accumulated nearly 400 points of universal data. The original data, which he originally had no means of obtaining, suddenly arrived at 75 points. And he was only a little short of fulfilling the conditions to create the 5th-generation digital dragon machine. The 5th-generation digital dragon machine would have an enormous impact on Chen Mu. Using the 5th-generation dragon machine as a medium, he could inject a sufficient number of digital souls into it, allowing Agumon to temporarily evolve one or even multiple stages. This didn't conflict with finding evolution materials for Agumon's normal evolution. The two functions complemented each other. Agumon's own evolution could enhance its combat power in its normal state, while the digital soul evolution could serve as a powerful trump card for Chen Mu. The only regret was that Chen Mu's digital souls did not surge endlessly like the main character in the previous Life S animation. He had to rely on cultivating his mental power slowly, which seemed a bit arduous. However, it was still quite good, compared to other Beast Masters' beast talents. The digital soul allowing beasts to temporarily evolve and significantly increase their strength was almost like having a cheat. Chen Mu didn't expect too much. Having a cheat is already great. If it got any stronger, people in this world would treat him as an outer world demon. Now, besides collecting evolution materials for Agumon, collecting the remaining 25 points of original data also had to be prioritized. The sudden appearance of the mysterious stone tablet indirectly reminded Chen Mu how to look for original data. Ancient ruins. This keyword was learned from Wang Yuntian, and after Chen Mu researched the information about ancient ruins, he was very surprised. This beast world not only possessed the extraordinary power of beasts, but also discovered the existence of what seemed to be prehistoric civilizations or remnants of the previous civilization. However, those civilizations' ruins were very rare, and there weren't many useful treasures among them, so not many people knew about them. After all, it was an extraordinary world. Having other civilizations didn't particularly surprise Chen Mu, but he was puzzled by how something like the mysterious stone tablet, related to the digital world, appeared in the ruins of what seemed to be the previous civilization. This world seemed a bit too strange behind the scenes. Chen Mu sighed with an odd expression. Speaking of which, he had once specifically asked Agumon where it came from. Agumon just blinked blankly, indicating that it didn't know either. It said that it was sleeping at the time, and in a daze, it changed to a place full of unfamiliar and dangerous digital beasts. The first instinct was to run away. At that time, it was still a rolling beast and couldn't run fast, and while running, it was captured by a group of digital beasts, humans. Finally, it ended up meeting Chen Mu at the cultivation base. From Agumon's narrative, Chen Mu felt that this beast world definitely had some connection with the digital world. Perhaps it was like in the animation where the human world and the digital world intersected. So Agumon accidentally got transported here. Chen Mu thought that when he had time later, he could also ask the staff at the cultivation base where they found Agumon. If the reason was indeed that the two worlds were about to intersect, then how to explain the existence of things related to the digital world in the ancient ruins? Could it be that digital beasts invaded the beast world in ancient times, and now it was actually the second wave? Chen Mu felt a bit overwhelmed. His strength was too weak, and he currently had too few channels to obtain other information, making it impossible to accurately analyze the specific reasons. The World Tree was also forgetful. It was fine for analyzing and extracting data, but when it came to many things about the digital world, it could only say it didn't know. Chen Mu didn't think too much more and could only give up. He then called old Qin, informing him that he had not accepted the Wang family's invitation, assuring him not to worry, and also inquiring about the shipping progress of the growth potion. Time waits for no one. With less than 10 days left until the 5 cities resource competition begins, Chen Mu couldn't wait to quickly upgrade to the elite tier. Many of the geniuses participating in the resource competition had already cultivated their beasts for 1 to 2 years. Their strength was definitely not something that talents like Wang Tong, who had just contracted a beast for about 10 days, could compare with. After 2 years, even the weakest among those geniuses had probably long reached the elite tier. As for the strongest, it was even more difficult to estimate. Reaching the elite 5th tier, or even the 6th tier, is not surprising. Chen Mu wants to compete with them, and breaking through to the elite tier is just the first step. As a result, on the afternoon of the same day, he finished his call with Old Qin, for growth potions of the elite tier were delivered. What surprised Chen Mu even more was that Guilin also sent over the 160 bodies of the extraordinary level fierce beast promised in their 80 trade deal. The two seemed to have coordinated perfectly to give Chen Mu a big surprise. Outside Chen Mu's courtyard, there were piles of various fierce beast corpses surrounding the area. Unfortunately, he lived in the suburbs where there were no people around. Otherwise, with so many fierce beast corpses, he wouldn't know where to put them. A strong smell of blood wafted from them, and Chen Mu's dilapidated courtyard seemed to be surrounded by a wave of small beasts. Standing in the center of a large number of fierce beast corpses, Chen Mu was extremely excited, placing the palm of his right hand on each of the corpses. Data Extraction. Chapter 42. Unexpected Increase in Dragon and Dark Data. Advancing to the elite level. Captain Gua is thoughtful. The fierce beast corpses sent over were not all below the extraordinary 3rd tier. There seemed to be quite a few above the 6th tier. Chen Mu glanced at the species of these corpses and silently praised Captain Gua. The data extracted from a fierce beast above the 6th tier could equal several fierce beasts below the 3rd tier. Guilin undoubtedly helped him a lot. Chen Mu kept this in mind. Subsequently, as Chen Mu's right hand touched each fierce beast corpse, the flesh and skin would quickly shrivel. It made Chen Mu feel as if he was practicing some kind of evil cult technique. The scene was quite bloody both in appearance and smell. However, after the data extraction was completed, the vital energy in the fierce beast corpses was almost drained, and the air became fresh again. Chen Mu instructed the Yagu beast to unleash a purple dragon flame to burn them all. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about others seeing a pile of dried corpses around his yard, making him look like some kind of cultist. It wasn't that Chen Mu was overthinking. It was because there truly are evil cults in this world. Due to the weakness of humanity and the threat of fierce beasts, many opportunists began to betray their own kind. Whether actively or passively, they chose to become traitors and no longer regarded humanity as their compatriots. Instead, they worshipped the top beings among the fierce beasts as deities. These people are collectively referred to as cultists. However, after living in Green Grass City for so many years, Chen Mu had never heard of any cultists appearing in Green Grass City. So, there was no need to worry about this. Extracting flesh and blood from extraordinary level iron-armored rhinoceros, extraordinary level dark jungle leopard, extraordinary level clever cat, extraordinary level dark flame python, extraordinary level wood spirit lizard, etc. To create 4 growth potions of the elite tier converted into 296 universal data points, 679 dragon-type data points, 1234 dark-type data points, 1359 beast-type data points, 431 flying wing-type data points. Current remaining universal data, 655 points. Why are there so many dragon-type and dark-type data? When the world tree summarized the extracted data, Chen Mu was almost shocked into thinking he misheard. The acquisition of dragon-type data is relatively difficult. When he hunted wood spirit lizards, each extraordinary 3rd tier wood spirit lizard could provide over 30 beast-type data points. Dragon-type data, on the other hand, was only about 3 points, roughly 1/10 of the beast type. Yet in this data extraction, the ratio of dragon-type data to beast-type data was close to 1:2. The ratio was somewhat absurd. Did many of the fierce beasts killed in this beast type possess thin dragon bloodlines? Chen Mu felt something was off. If there were more dragon-type data, it could be considered good luck. But what about the abundance of dark-type data? Fierce beasts with dark attributes are even rarer. However, just now, Chen Mu indeed saw a bunch of rare species of fierce beasts like dark jungle leopards, dark flame pythons, and shadow monkeys. Chen Mu stroked his chin, feeling that he had inadvertently discovered a significant secret. Perhaps the beast tide was actually led by 2 fierce beasts with dark and dragon attributes. They commanded their subordinates to fight, and after their subordinates died, it resulted in a higher proportion of dragon-type and dark-type data. At this moment, Chen Mu thought about reporting this information to the military. It might help them a lot. But then he realized that this information was not entirely accurate. and it would be difficult to explain the source, so he decisively dismissed the thought. The big shots in the military are not fools. If I can sense it, they should have noticed some clues as well. With this in mind, Chen Mu didn't dwell on the matter any further. For him, it was actually a good thing. Absorbing so much dragon-type data, he wondered how much it would enhance the Yaga Beast's strength. With anticipation in his heart, Chen Mu immediately called over the Yaga Beast, who was playing with some grass nearby. "Boss, are we leveling up so soon again?" The Yaga Beast ran over quickly upon seeing Chen Mu wave at it. Every time Chen Mu called it over like this, its strength would increase significantly. Naturally, the Yaga Beast was thrilled about gaining strength. In its eyes, Chen Mu's abilities were akin to those of a god from the digital world. In just a few days, he had helped it evolve from a weak and helpless rolling beast into a Yaga Beast. The strongest beings the Yaga Beast had seen in the digital world were merely a mature fire salamander beast and a mature flame beast. But at this moment, the Yaga Beast felt that, with Boss's help, its tier, although still in the growth stage, was already not weaker than those two mature beasts. Now, with another boost in strength, it would definitely be able to match or even defeat those two mature ones, especially that fire salamander beast, which had dared to invade the village and looked like a dragon. If it encountered it again, it would definitely defeat it. Injecting 679 beast-type data and 679 dragon-type data into the Yaga Beast's digital core, elevating the Yaga Beast to Elite Tier 2. Wrapped in a massive flow of data light, the Yaga Beast's eyes became incredibly sharp, and it silently vowed that besides swearing to protect Chen Mu for life, the other thing it wanted to do was to defeat all kinds of digital beasts that looked like dragons. It must teach those dragon-like creatures a severe lesson. As a powerful aura far surpassing the extraordinary level flashed by, the Yaga Beast's bones expanded significantly, and its originally small body rapidly grew taller. A normal Yaga Beast stands at less than 1 meter, which is quite small. But at this moment, Chen Mu saw that the Yaga Beast was only a head shorter than him, with Chen Mu's height close to 1.8 meters. Being a head shorter means the Yaga Beast was about 1.6 meters tall, although 1.6 meters might seem a bit short by human standards. It was definitely a giant among the Yaga Beast clan, with a physique so much stronger than its peers. It's no wonder the Yaga Beast felt it could match mature digital beasts at the growth stage. Not bad, not bad. You've directly reached Elite Tier 2. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his face. He didn't hesitate to praise the Yaga Beast, making it feel a bit elated, because the amount of dragon-type data obtained was far more than Chen Mu initially expected. The Yaga Beast not only successfully advanced to the elite level, but also broke through to Elite Tier 2 in one go. Moreover, it should be close to Tier 3 as well. This speed of upgrading is simply beyond imagination. At this time, Wang Xiao should still be working hard to get his beast to break through to Elite Tier 1. It seems that next time when he competes against him for money, he should have the Yaga Beast suppress its power a bit to perform at a level comparable to Elite Tier 1. To avoid breaking his mentality and making him unwilling to pay, Chen Mu thought with a sense of dark humor. Just then, a man in military uniform suddenly appeared at the gate of the courtyard. After confirming Chen Mu's identity several times, he handed over a letter and a reasonably sized package to Chen Mu, saying seriously, "Student Chen Mu, these are given to you by Captain Chen Kanglin. Please be sure to keep them well." Chen Mu took the envelope, feeling somewhat confused. Captain Chen Kanglin? What is going on? How did Dad get involved with the military? Chapter 43, Bloodline Inheritance, Supreme Skill, 9 Transformations of the Divine Dragon. Student Chen Mu, this is my contact information. Captain Chen has important matters in the military and may not be able to contact you easily. If you need anything, just find me. The man in military uniform gave a simple military salute after handing over the letter and then left directly, with a heart full of confusion. Chen Mu opened the envelope. "Son, I took advantage of the military's recruitment of talents to deal with the Beast Tide and managed to become a battalion commander. Albeit a deputy one. At least I have an official position now. Now I often have to go on missions and can't casually return to see you for a while, but Dad has brought you 2 gifts. Consider them your coming-of-age present. Hurry up and open them." The letter was signed. Loving Father Chen Kanglin, it was clear that this letter was not fabricated by anyone else. Why would he get involved with the military, which is so dangerous? And he even became a deputy battalion commander? After reading the letter, Chen Mu didn't rush to care about the gifts in the package. Instead, he frowned. Although Chen Kanglin didn't mention why he joined the military, it was obvious that it was for those 2 items meant for him. After all, Chen Kanglin had always enjoyed a carefree life and hated being constrained. He wouldn't even bother to glance at an official position. Life was all about being carefree. He remembered that at the time, the data panel showed that his father's strength had dropped to just the elite 5th rank. No matter if it was a battalion commander or deputy, one had to be at least elite 7th rank. How did he manage to become a deputy battalion commander without being sent to the front lines as cannon fodder? Chen Mu felt a bit of a headache. He didn't quite understand. For just these 2 treasures, why take such a big risk? Perhaps at his current stage, he really couldn't grasp it. As a parent, what they most hope for is that their children can live better or have a bright future. Originally, Chen Kanglin lived incognito in a small place like Greengrass City, hoping that Chen Mu wouldn't get involved in the disputes of the major families as he once did. He just wanted him to live an ordinary, simple life. It would be good enough to be carefree and happy. But after seeing that Chen Mu had awakened the top beast taming talent after the initial contract, and possessed a strong desire to become stronger, Chen Kanglin knew that his son was just like him when he was young, definitely a restless one. Thus, Chen Kanglin changed his mind. He wanted to help Chen Mu one last time, giving him a foundation that wouldn't lose to any top family. With mixed emotions, Chen Mu opened the package. Inside, there was a jade bottle in a box. The jade bottle seemed to contain a drop of golden blood, with small arcs of lightning dancing on it. Clearly not an ordinary beast's blood. Beast blood with lightning attributes? He wondered what level it was. But no matter what it was, it seemed useless to him. So he continued to open the box, only to see a blood-red dragon-shaped jade pendant quietly resting inside. When Chen Mu curiously reached out to touch the jade pendant, his mind suddenly shook. In an instant, he felt a strange sensation. His blood began to stir. As if resonating with the dragon-shaped jade pendant, a feeling akin to bloodline connection. The next moment, the dragon-shaped pendant suddenly shattered. A stream of light burst forth and entered Chen Mu's beast taming space, each occupying a spot alongside a top-tier battle general-level resource, the Zen Crystal. Immediately after, a roaring sea breeze, like that of a giant beast, echoed in his ears. Chen Mu's spirit seemed to be pulled into another time and space. In the vast ocean, towering waves surged up and crashed down heavily. Amidst the torrents, a small fish swam upstream, as if absorbing the power of the waves, its body continuously expanding. After about 9 transformations, it first became a giant snake, then grew long horns, and finally became as massive as the waves. With a casual flick of its tail, it effortlessly dispersed the towering waves. In a fiery mountain range, a lizard, after absorbing endless volcanic power, continuously transformed into a lava giant dragon. In the thunderclouds of the sky, a bird bathed in lightning, devouring the thunder, eventually transformed into a strange beast with a dragon's head and a bird's body. Then the scene shattered, and Chen Mu's consciousness returned to reality. A familiar voice echoed, "All things have spirit, even if born weak. One can seize the creation of heaven and earth, devour the bloodlines of all, and after 9 transformations, transform into a dragon. This is the supreme skill. 9 transformations of the divine dragon. Son, after your beast comprehends this skill, you will possess a foundation that rivals that of the top family disciples." A short time passed, and Chen Mu felt as if he had just had a dream. When he woke from the dream, he was still somewhat dazed. The sudden influx of memories in his mind revealed the origin of the dragon-shaped jade pendant. It was a treasure used by top families to pass down family knowledge. As the name implies, it could be used to pass down some family knowledge and secrets. However, this type of jade pendant was extremely advanced. Not only did it have an automatic anti-theft function, allowing only those with a bloodline connection to use it, but one also didn't need to worry about it being stolen. More importantly, it could directly inherit skills. This point was exceptionally abnormal, completely shattering Chen Mu's previous understanding. According to the school's textbooks, most skills of beast tamers or ferocious beasts were innate, while a small portion could be learned through special breeding methods and resource assistance. But this inheritance jade pendant was different. It could directly imprint the skills learned by a beast or ferocious beast into it. As long as the conditions were right, any beast could learn the imprinted skills using this pendant. Of course, the prerequisite was still that the conditions had to be appropriate. Just like a fire attribute beast, it would be impossible to learn a water attribute skill. To be able to learn skills that one's own race couldn't learn, this jade pendant was indeed impressive. But for me, it seemed quite useless. Chen Mu thought helplessly. Data extraction could directly extract the essence of all the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts, converting it into various data. Among these data, there were even insights that the ferocious beasts had about their skills during their lifetime. As long as the ancient beast absorbed the data extracted from ferocious beasts, there was a probability that it would learn their skills. It was equivalent to Chen Mu possessing countless inheritance jade pendants. In fact, to ensure that the data in the ancient beast's digital core was not too chaotic, the world tree would specifically delete the parts related to skill records when the ancient beast absorbed this data. The opportunity for all beast tamers to learn other skills seemed like a coveted opportunity, but in Chen Mu's eyes, it appeared somewhat disdainful. This couldn't be said to mean that the inheritance jade pendant was rubbish. It could only be said that the world tree's capabilities were somewhat too exaggerated in this world. Just as Chen Mu sighed helplessly, the world tree suddenly came online. According to calculations, the power contained within the dragon-shaped jade pendant may bring unexpected benefits to the ancient beast after it is obtained. At the same time, a small amount of source initial data has been detected in the shattered fragments of the dragon-shaped jade pendant. Would you like to use data extraction on it? Chapter 44. Creating the Digital Dragon Machine. In the shattered fragments of the dragon-shaped jade pendant, a small amount of source initial data has been detected. Would you like to use data extraction on it? There is source initial data in here too. Could the materials used to create this inheritance jade pendant be related to the digital world or ancient ruins? Upon hearing the world tree's words, Chen Mu was first stunned, then filled with unexpected joy. He immediately nodded in confirmation. Why bother with so much? Let us extract it first. Extracting dragon-shaped jade pendant fragments. Converting into 39 points of original data. 199 points of universal data, current remaining data, original data. 114 points universal data. 854 points now. He directly had enough universal data and original data to create the 5th-generation digital monster machine. Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with eagerness, and he even wanted to laugh out loud. This is like finding something after a long search, and it came effortlessly. Now, Chen Mu was very curious about where the raw materials for creating this inheritance jade pendant came from. He had to ask his father about it the next time they met. He initially thought the jade pendant his father sent was just a useless trinket, but unexpectedly, even its fragments contained incredibly valuable original data. Agumon had already reached the elite 2nd tier in strength. If he could leverage the power of the 5th-generation digital monster machine and the digital soul to temporarily evolve into Tyrannomon, it was unimaginable how much his strength would increase. At that moment, the world tree timely asked, "Do you want to consume 100 points of universal data and 100 points of original data to create the digital monster machine, digital soul evolution version?" Chen Mu calmed his emotions and nodded again. Digital monster machine creation progress. 001. Estimated completion time. 5 hours, so fast? That means it can be created tonight? Chen Mu was filled with joy again. The last time he created a digital alloy mechanical arm, it took several days. However, the powerful 5th-generation digital monster machine only needed 5 hours? Replying to the host, "I had already designed its structure in my spare time since you proposed the concept of the digital monster machine. The rest is just a simple accumulation of data. So the speed will be very fast." Chen Mu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the world tree to be so diligent. The fragments of the inheritance jade pendant not only provided 49 points of original data, but also 199 points of universal data. Chen Mu found that, combined with his previous accumulation, he was close to fulfilling the 4 conditions required for Agumon's normal evolution. 1. The chitin shell of an elite 1st-tier insect-type ferocious beast, or the rock armor of a rock-type ferocious beast with an elite warrior-level potential. 2. The essence blood of a dragon-type ferocious beast with a high-level warrior potential. 3. Consumption of 860 points of universal data. 4. The entire skeleton of a dragon-type or sub-dragon-type ferocious beast with an elite warrior-level potential. He had the shell of a warrior-level rock armor giant snail at home. He could ask his father for a drop of the essence blood of the azure-scaled dragon in the future. He had already collected 754 points of universal data, and he just needed to hunt some more ferocious beasts to reach the requirement. Therefore, he had unknowingly almost fulfilled 3 of the 4 conditions for evolution. Now, only the last condition of the entire skeleton of a dragon-type or sub-dragon-type ferocious beast remained. This required hunting a warrior-level dragon-type or sub-dragon-type ferocious beast directly, which was definitely not feasible. But the world tree said that using the bones of a large number of elite sub-dragon-type ferocious beasts and extracting their essence could also work. Chen Mu clenched his fist, his eyes shining with excitement. Once the 5th-generation digital monster machine is created tomorrow with this trump card, my hidden strength can reach a terrifying level. Even going deep into the ancient god forest to hunt ferocious beasts wouldn't be too dangerous. The surprise came so suddenly that even Chen Mu was caught off guard. His father's support was simply too strong. It allowed him to leap from a newbie who had just broken through to the elite level to become a top-tier existence among the elite. Besides the original data, the World Tree also mentioned the superclass skill, 9 Transformations of the Divine Dragon, recorded in the Inheritance Jade Pendant, which was also a skill suitable for Agumon to learn. Learning it might bring unexpected benefits. The term superclass skill was unfamiliar to Chen Mu. It was the first time he had heard of it. Previously, he only knew that beast taming skills were divided into basic skills and high-level skills. Basic skills were very common, and all beast species would have one or more. High-level skills were quite rare. Generally, only ferocious beast species with warrior-level potential could inherently master high-level skills, and usually, they could only master one. For example, Wang Tang's 3-Flame Spirit Monkey, even though its potential was medium warrior level, only knew one high-level skill, 3-Flame Spirit Fire. According to the records in the Inheritance Jade Pendant, the power of superclass skills surpassed any high-level skill, making it the pinnacle of beast taming skill tiers. If the proficiency of a superclass skill were practiced to the extreme, it could even possess the power to destroy the world. The skill, 9 Transformations of the Divine Dragon, however, was an anomaly among superclass skills. The 9 Transformations of the Divine Dragon had 9 proficiency stages. It did not directly grant the beast any specific ability, but instead gave the beast the opportunity to evolve, belonging to evolution-type skills. To be precise, it was a superclass evolution technique. Each time a stage of the 9 transformations was completed, the beast's bloodline would undergo a transformation, and its racial potential would significantly increase. Even awakening new skills. After 9 transformations, it would directly become a true dragon, although the idea of a true dragon sounded exaggerated. At least that was how the skill was described. According to the memories left in the Inheritance Jade Pendant, Chen Mu's father, Chen Kanglin's Azure Scale Dragon, only completed 6 transformations, yet reached the commanding tier of strength at its peak. This indicated that the 9 transformations to become a true dragon were likely not a joke. What a pity. Although his father quickly grew into a commanding tier powerhouse with the help of his unique beast taming talent, Dragon Tamer, and the unexpectedly acquired superclass skill, 9 Transformations of the Divine Dragon, and crushed the geniuses of various top families, he eventually exposed the existence of 9 Transformations of the Divine Dragon, which led to being hunted by major families, resulting in such an end. Chen Mu sighed slightly. As a unique superclass evolution technique, 9 Transformations of the Divine Dragon could not be taught indefinitely. Each time he wanted to impart it to someone else, Chen Kanglin had to pay a considerable price. And all the major families wanted to keep Chen Kanglin as a human machine to teach superclass skills. Given Chen Kanglin's rebellious nature, he naturally would not be willing to do so, ultimately having to pretend to be dead to escape the pursuit of the major families in the imperial capital. The fact that the top families in the imperial capital were so frantic also indirectly indicated how precious 9 Transformations of the Divine Dragon was. I am curious about what special changes will occur when Agumon learns this skill. Chen Mu called Agumon over again and returned it to the beast taming space. Following the method in the memory of the Inheritance Jade Pendant, he began to try it. Chapter 45, 100 Dragon-type Data, Ancient Dragon Form. In fact, creating the Inheritance Jade Pendant was not cheap, but it was very convenient to use. After recalling Agumon into the beast taming space, Chen Mu sat cross-legged in his bedroom, mobilizing his mental energy to guide the power of the Inheritance Jade Pendant, which was floating in the beast taming space, towards Agumon, merging it into its body. The next moment, a feeling of joy came from the beast taming space. Boss, it seems like I'm really going to evolve this time. Quickly let me out of this space. What? Chen Mu was surprised but still complied. Through the summoning array, he released Agumon from the beast taming space again. He saw orange-red data stream swirling around Agumon, and its body, which had originally materialized like flesh, began to transform back into a data form. Seeing this scene, Chen Mu's mind seemed to recall the familiar evolution from the animation of his previous life. It was just missing a spinning platform for Agumon to twirl around. At this moment, Agumon looked extremely excited. It had experienced this feeling before. Its entire data began to suddenly boil and surge, quickly reorganizing. When the data reorganization was complete, evolution would be finished. During this process, Agumon's appearance also began to change slightly, which made Chen Mu even more puzzled. Wait, this isn't right. The evolution materials haven't been found yet, and the amount of data is far from enough. It shouldn't be able to evolve directly at this point. Moreover, Agumon's body size hadn't begun to change significantly, which didn't look like an evolution into a mature form. After a moment, the World Tree seemed to understand the reason and explained. The power from the Jade Pendant allowed Agumon to absorb it, causing all its data to begin reorganizing. All data, whether Dragon type or Beast type, started to become similar to Dragon type data. This process is not the usual evolution. Once the data reorganization is complete, Agumon's main data will change from 50 Dragon type and 50 Beast type to 100 Dragon type data, becoming the purest Dragon type Digimon. This is quite astonishing because, according to my database records, there is only one Digimon with 100 Dragon type data, which is the ancestor of the Tyrannosaurus, the ultimate form of the ancient 10 warriors, the ancient Tyrannomon. Is this the change that comes from learning the super tier skill, Dragon Transformation? Chen Mu was surprised, and Agumon's evolution was already complete. A new type of Digimon appeared before Chen Mu, resembling Agumon but with a pair of white, bone-like curved horns on its head and gold and red armor surrounding its right arm. Species: Agumon, ancient dragon form attribute, dragon, fire. Beast potential, primary war general level, elite tier 2, growth stage. Basic skills: rending claw, subtle, small flame, perfect. Beast blood boiling, perfect. Swift, perfect. Advanced skills: purple dragon flame, entry, super tier skill, dragon transformation, entry. When Agumon's main data is composed of 100 dragon type data, it acquires traits similar to ancient Tyrannomon and evolves into a new subspecies of Agumon. Evolution route: 1. Tyrannomon. Success rate 100, consumes 6,300 universal data. 2. Earth Tyrannomon. Success rate 100, consumes 7,600 universal data. 3. Dragon Beast. Success rate 93, consumes 7,200 universal data. 4. Blade King Hakamon. Success rate 71, consumes 99,000 universal data. 5. Ascending evolution to ancient Tyrannomon. Success rate 100, consumes 263,000 universal data. Agumon. Ancient dragon form? This means it's moving closer to the evolution direction of the ancestor of the Tyrannomon, ancient Tyrannomon. Looking at the new panel provided by the World Tree, Chen Mu's expression was quite shocked. He didn't expect the super tier skill, Dragon Transformation, to have such a significant impact on Agumon. After the evolution, not only did its potential automatically upgrade from High Elite to Primary War General, greatly enhancing its overall combat power, but even the original evolution routes changed significantly. The success rates for evolving into Dragon Beast, Blade King Hakamon, and other Dragon-type Digimon all increased dramatically. There was even a new route added to evolve into the ultimate form, Ancient Tyrannomon, with a 100 success rate. The influence of the super-tier evolution skill is indeed terrifying. It allows ordinary beast tamers to let their Digimon gradually transform into true dragons, and for Digimon to learn it. It would also modify their entire data to be similar to Dragon-type data. Chen Mu couldn't help but exclaim. Although he didn't plan to let Agumon evolve into Ancient Tyrannomon at the ultimate form right away, this change in Agumon was basically all benefits with no downsides. The success rates for all evolution routes related to Dragon-type Digimon had greatly improved, which meant more choices in the future. When the time comes to evolve into the ultimate form, whether it evolves into Battle Tyrannomon, Ancient Tyrannomon, or Ultimate Dragon Beast, or even Jesmon, it would become much easier. Now Chen Mu realized that it wasn't a big deal what it evolved into during the growth stage to the mature stage. With the assistance of the World Tree, multiple evolution routes could be realized directly later on. However, when it came to the complete form, careful consideration of future directions would be necessary, as the evolution routes would become relatively fixed and not so casual. Just like Mechanical Tyrannomon, which easily evolves into Infinite Dragon Beast and Battle Tyrannomon, and Ascending Tyrannomon, which easily evolves into Shining Tyrannomon, and Heavenly Dragon Beast, which easily evolves into Ultimate Dragon Beast, etc. Looking at Agumon's current appearance, it seemed that evolving into Ancient Tyrannomon and Battle Tyrannomon were both good choices. Boss, I've completed my evolution. Why does it feel like I haven't gotten much stronger? While Chen Mu was pondering, Agumon was also examining its evolved body. After waving its hand and moving its legs, it suddenly looked distressed. As Agumon realized that aside from a slight change in appearance, its strength hadn't increased much. It shouldn't be like this. Seeing this, Chen Mu patted Agumon's newly grown bone-like horn and the armor on its arm that resembled Ancient Tyrannomon. Smiling as he said, "You haven't officially evolved into the mature stage yet. Your body's data composition has just become more similar to that of your ancestor, Ancient Tyrannomon. and you directly possess some traits similar to ancient Tyrannomon, which is equivalent to becoming a subspecies of Agumon. This form you have now might already be the strongest Agumon subspecies in history. Aside from the changes in its appearance, Agumon's digital alloy mechanical arm, which was almost integrated with it, also changed during the evolution. Not only did its color change from black to a blend of gold and red, but several flame nozzles also appeared on it, allowing it to shoot out scorching flames while swinging its rending claw. One could only say it was quite similar to the armor on ancient Tyrannomon's arm. Haha, boss, am I really this strong? Upon hearing this, Agumon regained its confidence, and its eyes sparkled with excitement. Ancient Tyrannomon sounds like a very powerful dragon. I wonder if I can defeat it when I evolve to become strong enough in the future? Chapter 46. Goal: the strongest dragon slayer warrior. Will Dad collect the evolution materials himself? Don't worry, Agumon. I will definitely make you the strongest dragon warrior in the digital world in the future. Feeling Agumon's combative spirit conveyed through their contract, Chen Mu vaguely guessed what it was thinking and smiled as he patted Agumon's shoulder. One must say, Agumon is truly brave. Thinking about fighting with an ultimate form at the growth stage? If an ordinary Digimon thought this way, it would be too overconfident and might not even know how it would die. But with Agumon's help, wanting to grow to the ultimate form is just a matter of time. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Agumon nodded heavily, but internally it was a bit skeptical. The strongest dragon warrior might not be that good. The strongest dragon slayer warrior would be more to my liking. Why do I suddenly feel so dizzy? As they were talking, Chen Mu suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes, almost fainting like someone with anemia. Fortunately, Agumon timely supported him, looking worried as it asked, "Boss, what's wrong? Did helping me evolve consume too much energy?" Agumon thought that with Chen Mu's strong abilities, there must be some cost. After Chen Mu steadied himself, he still looked a bit unsteady. After explaining that he was fine to Agumon, Chen Mu thought to himself, it should be that the mental burden is a bit heavy, right? Level 2 mental power is only suitable for contracted beast tamers of the transcendent stage. Forcibly contracting an elite tier 2 Agumon is still a bit overwhelming. He originally thought that after the Agumon broke through to the elite level, the power feedback from the beast contract, combined with his efforts and training over the past 2 days, would suddenly elevate his mental strength by 3 levels. However, in the end, he was still a bit short. Normally, beast tamers find it easier to train their mental strength because they can train themselves while also benefiting from the power feedback of their beasts. With this double boost, the speed at which a beast tamer's mental strength levels up is usually faster than that of their beasts. But Chen Mu was the opposite. The Agumon absorbed data, and its leveling speed was like riding a rocket. He didn't have much time to train himself, relying mostly on the feedback from Agumon, and he was slightly falling behind. While it was rare for a beast tamer's mental strength level to lag, it wasn't unheard of. In such cases, beast tamers would usually slow down the progress of training their beasts for safety reasons to prevent their mental strength from failing to support the contract, and wait until they had broken through before allowing their beasts to break through. But Chen Mu didn't care about that. He just charged ahead. As long as Agumon dared to break through, he dared to bear it. Due to the talent of Digital Soul, his total mental strength combined with the Digital Soul was 10 times that of a beast tamer of the same level, although it might be inferior in quality. With a 10-fold increase, there wasn't a significant difference in quantity. It just felt a bit empty. Chen Mu pouted, with various resources assisting him. He still felt that his talent for training mental strength was somewhat low, although it might just be an illusion. After another night of hard training today, he should be able to break through by tomorrow. A qualified beast tamer training all night to avoid affecting their beast strength improvement was quite reasonable, right? Chen Mu silently encouraged himself. However, before training, there were still some things to do. At this point, he took out the other gift his father had sent him. It was a small green vial containing a light golden drop of blood. He then recalled some of the memories left by his father in the Inheritance Jade Pendant. The Inheritance Jade Pendant had been carried by his father for many years, and there was only that one. The vial contained the blood of a Thunderlight giant python, a low-level War General level creature that had just broken through to the first rank of War General. It could barely be considered a low-quality War General level resource. His father had exchanged it for merit points as a reward when he joined the army. In his father's words, "Son, I see that your beast seems more suited to absorb fire attribute power and transform into a dragon, but now my abilities are not what they used to be. So I can only find this one that doesn't quite match the attributes. Using it as an aid should help your beast preliminarily learn the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon and reach an entry-level proficiency. Just make do with it." Having your beast evolve into a dual-element dragon with thunder and flame attributes will also be quite impressive. And it will probably charm quite a few young ladies from noble families. Although Chen Kanglin's words were casual, it was impossible to easily obtain a war general level resource in the military with just the strength of the elite level. Those merit points awarded upon joining the army were probably equivalent to buying half a life. However, as a former strongman above the war general level, his father should also have his own life-saving trump card. There was no need to worry too much. Now, would it still be possible to return this thing? Chen Mu felt a bit helpless. Agumon didn't need any auxiliary resources and learned the 9 transformations of the divine dragon directly. This drop of blood was useless to him. In fact, this item was not completely useless. One of the evolution materials needed for his father's by Shui, Qinglin Jiao to evolve into a super sea dragon beast was blood of a thunder attribute ferocious beast above the first rank of war general. By coincidence, his father had found his own evolution material. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mu chose to write a reply letter and handed it to the military officer who helped deliver the gifts. The letter indicated that this drop of blood was useless to him, and if possible, he would like to return it, preferably along with the military. If that was not possible, he would try to find another evolution material for the Super Sea Dragon Beast. Metal armor of a low-level leader-level ferocious beast above the first rank of War General. He hinted at the end of the letter that these 2 materials were very useful. In order to avoid leaking his evolution talent, Chen Mu did not directly state in the letter that these 2 materials could help Bai Shui Qing Linjiao evolve. But he believed that with Chen Kanglin's intelligence, he should be able to roughly guess the purpose of collecting these items. Although the possibility was slim, perhaps his father had some special means to gather his own materials. Chen Mu fantasized in his heart. Although the thought was beautiful, reality might not be so good. So he still made 2 preparations. He called Principal Qin. Principal Qin Cha-Ching, as an old-school war general level beast tamer, was able to invite Captain Guolin to become a guiding teacher at the 2nd middle school, which showed that he still had some connections in the military. If he could leverage his connections, he might help his father be directly transferred from the military and get a drop of war general level thunder attribute blood for free. After the call was connected, Chen Mu briefly said, Principal Qin, my dad chose to participate in the recent expansion plan of the army to get a training resource for me. Can you? Qin Cha-Ching sighed slightly after listening. He thought he shouldn't have answered Chen Mu's call, but thinking that it was Chen Mu's father, he might as well help a bit. After taking a sip of tea, Qin Cha-Ching deliberately appeared to be quite dignified and said, I do know some people in the military. Tell me, what is your father's position? Which team does he belong to, and what is that item he sent you? This was a good opportunity to show Chen Mu the strength of his backing. No way. It really works? Principal Qin is actually so capable? Chen Mu raised his eyebrows slightly and replied directly, his strength should be above the elite 4th rank. I haven't asked which team he's in, just know he is a deputy captain and sent me a war general level resource. Chen Mu suddenly heard a spray sound from the other end of the phone. Qin Cha-Ching patted his chest, almost choking on Chen Mu's answer. I checked your file. Your dad is not an ordinary businessman. How could he have elite level strength? Chen Mu casually replied. He was quite a famous beast tamer team captain when he was young. But later he thought it was too dangerous, so he retired. Qin Cha-Ching had a black line on his forehead. He originally thought that Chen Mu's father had no strength and would naturally just be an ordinary soldier in the army. Such a situation, with his connections, he could just transfer him out. But with strength above the elite 4th rank, being a captain, and even obtaining a war general level resource, this situation could not be easily transferred with just a bit of connection. However, having just made a promise to Chen Mu, Qin Cha-Ching couldn't turn around and refuse. He could only say with a dark face, I'll contact a vice commander I know in the military and try to help your father transfer to a safer position. But I can't guarantee whether it will work. Of course, no problem. Thank you, Principal Qin. Chen Mu immediately expressed his gratitude with a smile. The call was still not hung up, and after a moment of contemplation, Qin Cha-Ching said, I don't have the authority to directly transfer your father out of the military. But it's not impossible. Talents can receive special treatment in all aspects, as long as you demonstrate enough potential in this resource competition. Even if you don't get a top ranking, the higher-ups in Luin City will prioritize cultivating you as a key target. At that time, ensuring your safety and that of your family will be the most important matter, so do your best. I will send the resources for next week and the week after together in a couple of days. I hope you can break through and stabilize at the elite 1st rank in a week. The resource competition has already been set in the Ruined City. And once you break through to the elite first rank, I will personally take you there. Chapter 47, Ruined City, First Time Evolving Digital Soul. The venue for the resource competition is actually in the Ruined City? After hanging up with the old man Chen Mu muttered to himself, feeling very surprised. This place name is quite familiar to him, or rather, everyone in Greenfield City is quite familiar with it. It is said that decades ago, Greenfield City and 5 other nearby cities formed a defensive alliance. However, one of the cities suddenly encountered a terrifying level 4 beast tide, led by several king beasts that were stronger than battle generals. The tall and sturdy city walls crumbled before the king beasts, unable to withstand even a moment of attack. The battle general level powerhouses within the city were almost scared out of their wits, with no thought of resistance, and they fled in a frenzy. Because facing king beasts was merely a futile addition to death. Without the protection of top-tier powerhouses with sufficient strength, that city was easily flattened by the level 4 beast tide, resulting in countless casualties among its residents. Only a small number of powerful individuals managed to escape the beast tide with their relatives and sought refuge in the other cities. After that level 4 beast tide, the defensive alliance of the 6 cities lost an ally, becoming the current 5-city alliance. The city that was flattened by the level 4 beast tide was completely turned into ruins and was referred to as the City of Ruins by the people of the other 5 cities in the alliance. At that time, the City of Ruins served as the front line against the level 4 beast tide, sacrificing itself to buy precious time for the other 5 cities to seek aid from the imperial capital. The imperial capital sent several powerful individuals above the battle general level to eliminate several of the king beasts in the level 4 beast tide with a thunderous method. Even over 80 of the ferocious beasts in the City of Ruins were cleared out in the process. Only then did this tragic event come to a close. The other 5 cities remained safe, only affected by sporadic aftershocks of the level 4 beast tide. However, the City of Ruins was forever left in ruins. It has not been rebuilt for decades. At that time, it couldn't be blamed that the cities did not help each other. After all, in such a situation, sending battle general level powerhouses for aid was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. If there was anything to blame, it could only be attributed to bad luck or the negligence of the higher-ups, who failed to detect signs of the impending level 4 beast tide in advance. If they had sought aid from the imperial capital earlier, such a tragic situation could have been avoided. Chen Mu thought of this piece of history and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. After that incident, the remaining 5 cities became even more closely connected. It is said that even when Greenfield City erupted in a level 2 beast tide this time, the other 4 cities sent several battle general level powerhouses to assist, in order to minimize casualties. After the powerful individuals from the imperial capital swept through the City of Ruins, the most formidable ferocious beasts should have been killed off, leaving behind the weaker ones that could be used for training. No wonder old Chen said that the location for this resource competition would be set there. Chen Mu thought to himself. Old Chen said that if he could stabilize his strength at the elite first level in a week, he would take him to the City of Ruins to participate in the resource competition. This undoubtedly indicated that the ferocious beasts in the City of Ruins were mostly manageable for a beast master at the elite first level. And he was already at the elite second level now. If he worked hard for a few more days to level up, wouldn't he be able to slaughter them directly when he went to the City of Ruins? Competing for a top position in the resource competition shouldn't be a problem. The reason Chen Mu was so eager to improve his strength after crossing over was primarily due to the fear that if luck were to run out, Greenfield City might also encounter a level 4 beast tide. In the case of insufficient strength, there would be no way to escape, not to mention protecting the people around him. Let's work hard. Today, he aimed to break through his mental power to level 3. And then tomorrow he would go deeper into the ancient god forest to explore. He aimed to collect the last evolution material before the resource competition to allow the ancient beast to complete its evolution. With this in mind, after finishing up some trivial tasks, Chen Mu ordered a takeaway feast that the ancient beast loved to let it rest well before the battle. Chen Mu then focused on meditating and cultivating his mental power. Early the next morning, the sky was still somewhat dim. As a wave of invisible mental fluctuations was released from Chen Mu's room, a fiery orange-red digital soul suddenly ignited in his palm. Following that, the Beastmaster space underwent a dramatic change. A large amount of newly added mental power began to boil in the Beastmaster space and quickly transformed into digital souls, while the spatial barrier began to expand wildly, increasing in diameter by more than 10 times. Originally, the Beastmaster space could only accommodate the ancient beast, and even that was somewhat cumbersome. However, after the mental power level broke through to level 3, the the Beastmaster space underwent a qualitative change. In the void space, a surface resembling the ground of the real world gradually appeared, allowing the beasts to move freely within. The mental power and digital souls that originally filled the entire Beastmaster space transformed into rivers on that ground, flowing slowly. Logically speaking, the differentiation of the ground in the Beastmaster space and the gathering of mental power into rivers should only be achievable by battle general level Beastmasters with level 4 mental power. I actually achieved this at level 3 mental power? Chen Mu was quite surprised by the drastic change in his Beastmaster space. He speculated that this miraculous transformation was due to the power of the digital soul talent. He possessed 10 times the mental power and digital souls of a Beastmaster of the same level, and when his mental power broke through to level 3, the tenfold increase in quantity was not much inferior to a level 4 battle general level Beastmaster. The quality, however, differed significantly, but as long as the quantity was sufficient, he could differentiate the ground and form mental power rivers just like a battle general level Beastmaster. From this point on, the mental power would be continuously restored with the flow of the river, greatly increasing his endurance during battles. It is said that when a Beastmaster's strength reaches above battle general level, the Beastmaster space can automatically evolve into a small, incomplete world. By that time, the Beastmaster could even place other life forms within it to live. In one night's time, the World Tree had already finished manufacturing the 5th generation digital monster machine. It was time to try letting the ancient beast undergo a digital soul evolution. Chen Mu opened his palm. In the center of his palm lay a machine that was almost identical to the 5th generation digital monster machine from the animation. It was predominantly orange-red, with a screen embedded in it, and intricate patterns of gold and red intertwined around it, looking much cooler than the monster machine in the animation from his previous life. Unexpectedly, World Tree, you have quite the design skills. Chen Mu praised the World Tree, which led the latter to proudly emphasize that her capabilities at her peak were far superior to this. In the yard, Chen Mu woke up the ancient beast, which preferred to sleep under the big tree rather than inside the house. He informed it that it was time to try the digital soul evolution. As soon as the ancient beast woke up, it was bewildered. Boss, are we evolving again? Didn't we just evolve yesterday? However, the ancient beast quickly accepted the news with immense joy. If it evolved a few more times like this, wouldn't it soon be able to defeat that ancient dinosaur beast? Chen Mu smiled slightly. At that moment, his thoughts were almost in sync with the ancient beast, eager to have a grand battle. He reignited the digital soul in his hand, following the way it was done in the animation, and injected the digital soul into the monster machine. Immediately, Chen Mu could feel the small data river formed by the digital soul in the Beastmaster space almost instantly becoming violent. Countless streams of orange-red data flowed through the monster machine, transforming into a special power that could temporarily boost the ancient beast's data. Enveloped in the streams of orange-red data, the ancient beast's body began to grow wildly, almost doubling in size in an instant, reaching over 4 meters tall. It was even taller than the 2-story building in Chen Mu's home. Roar. With a furious dragon roar, the orange-red data flow gradually solidified, and the massive beast body that was wrapped within stomped heavily, causing the courtyard to shake as if a small earthquake had occurred. Chapter 48, Collecting Dragon Bones. Beastmaster Association as a large amount of orange-red data streams completely transformed into a part of flesh and blood. A towering and mighty dinosaur-like beast appeared in the courtyard. The beast had a head resembling that of a dinosaur, with skin that had hardened almost completely, akin to having a layer of prehistoric giant beetle-like armor. A massive horn, thick and sharp, could easily penetrate steel and iron. Roar. The beast let out a thunderous roar, its eyes burning with the flame of battle. As its enormous body swayed, it unintentionally knocked into a nearby tree. The only sturdy poplar tree left in Chen Mu's courtyard was directly crushed and fell with a loud crash. Boss, I want to fight 10 dragons. A deep and powerful voice came from the beast's slightly open mouth filled with sharp fangs. Despite its yellow skin and seemingly upright and mighty appearance, the beast's demeanor and tone at that moment were no different from that of a villain. Seeing this, Chen Mu's mouth twitched. Agumon really is a master at demolishing homes. Its appearance has changed drastically after evolution, but it hasn't lost its traditional nature. Originally, there were only 2 poplar trees in his yard that had been planted for over 10 years, and now one had been burned away by the initial purple dragon flame. The other surviving tree was also just knocked down. Forget it. It's no big deal. If it's gone, it's gone. Chen Mu sighed helplessly and then displayed Agumon's evolution information panel in his eyes. Species, Tyrannomon attribute: Dragon, Fire, Beast potential, Primary War General, Temporary Evolution. Potential uncertain, level, Elite level 7, Mature phase, Basic skills, Ripping Claw, Subtle, Small Flame, Perfect, Beast Blood Boiling, Perfect. Swift, Perfect, Advanced skills, Purple Dragon Flame, Entry, Super skills, Divine Dragon 9 changes, Entry, Uncertain skill levels from Temporary Evolution, Super Flame, Great Horn, Tyrannomon's Fong, Tail Whip. Horn Spiral, Flame Horn, the mature digital beast that underwent temporary evolution using the digital soul, due to being a temporary evolution, could not inherit the characteristics of 100 dragon-type data and is merely an ordinary Tyrannomon with uncertain potential. The newly added skill levels cannot be judged by the Beast Master World rules. After calculation, given the current host's mental strength and the number of digital souls, this evolution can last a maximum of 20 minutes. After evolving, its power level surged from Elite Level 2 to Elite Level 7 in one go. Chen Mu felt the intense drain on his mental strength and couldn't help but exhale deeply, feeling a bit fatigued. But he was incredibly pleased. The minimum strength standard for a captain in the army was only Elite Level 7. Rounded up, he could contend with a captain of the army relying on his trump card. Those captains had cultivated their beasts for 10 years or even 20 to reach this level. Yet he had only cultivated for a little over a week, and his upgrade speed was like heaven and earth. In fact, Elite Level 7 was far from the limit of the Tyrannomon that evolved from the digital soul. It was the limit of his mental strength. He needed to work harder on his mental training when he had time. Just moments after evolving, Chen Mu felt his body grow weak. Although the mental strength and digital soul in the Beast Master space flowed like a river, continuously restoring energy, it was relatively difficult for an ordinary Beast Master to deplete it completely. In battle, it could last a long time. However, the river in Chen Mu's Beast Master space seemed to be draining rapidly, like a flood. Thus, he promptly cut off the supply of digital souls. In the next moment, the once towering and fierce Tyrannomon, full of fighting spirit and ready to battle 10 giant dragons, suddenly shrank in size. It transformed into an Agumon that was even shorter than Chen Mu. The reverted Agumon widened its eyes, looking bewildered at its hands and feet, then at Chen Mu. Its expression instantly drooped. What is going on? Why did I devolve? Where's my strength? Where's my dragon-slaying power? You don't have that much strength yourself. You just consumed all my energy, Chen Mu thought to himself, feeling somewhat speechless. He then patted Agumon's head and explained, "How could you evolve continuously without any cost? We're not the protagonists who suddenly gain a surge of digital souls. That form just now consumed a huge amount of energy. It can't be maintained for long." Hearing this, Agumon immediately looked dejected. Seeing this, Chen Mu found it amusing. Agumon's mood changed incredibly quickly. Just a minute ago, it was full of vigor, and now it was downcast. He patted Agumon on the shoulder and encouraged, "Don't worry, we'll explore the wilderness in the next few days. Once we collect a large number of elite-level dragon-type ferocious beast bones, we can permanently evolve to the mature phase and no longer devolve." Upon hearing this, Agumon immediately lifted its head, full of fighting spirit. "Fighting dragons can help me evolve? This is my specialty. Then let us set off." Chen Mu nodded. It was just dawn, the perfect time to leave the city. He tucked away the blood of the thunder attribute ferocious beast and the shell of the rock-armored giant snail, and put the 5th-generation Tyrannomon machine into his inner pocket to carry with him. He also took a black digital alloy dagger. This dagger was made from a portion of the spiritual energy or found in the wood spirit lizard's lair, along with 10 points of universal data. Not only was the material hard, making it difficult for elite-level beasts to break, but the blade was also extremely sharp. After infusing it with digital soul, it was as if enchanted, boasting immense power. With the digital soul, Chen Mu was entirely different from an ordinary beast master with a weak physical body. Holding this digital alloy dagger, relying on his level 3 mental strength and the power of the digital soul, he could even take down weaker 9th-level ferocious beasts through ambush. It could be used for self-defense and to catch opponents off guard at certain times, making this dagger incredibly convenient. This time out of the city, he planned to enter the depths of the ancient god forest, where numerous elite-level ferocious beasts resided, including many at elite level 9. Overall, it was still quite dangerous. The outskirts of the ancient god forest, which Chen Mu had visited many times before, were relatively safe. This was because many 9th-level beast masters had previously explored, and they even marked the distribution map of ferocious beast species in the outskirts of the ancient god forest. Where it was dangerous and where it was safe were almost clear at a glance. But deep inside was different. there were not many elite-level beast masters to begin with, and most of the depths of the ancient god forest were unexplored areas. Often, several elite-level beast masters would team up to enter, proceeding with great caution. Even with the powerful trump card of digital soul evolution, facing a level 1 beast tied alone, he could only hold out for a while. But it was still wise to be cautious and well-prepared. After everything was ready, Chen Mu thought it over but still chose not to leave the city alone. Let's visit the Beast Master Association first to see if I can take on a task to team up and explore the depths of the ancient god forest. Going to the depths of the ancient god forest for the first time with experienced people is far better than going alone as a novice. Chapter 49, Bounty Task. Searching for the volcano dragon beast trace as the official authority of Greenfield City. The headquarters of the Greenfield City Beastmaster Association was not only located in the city center, but also decorated in a very luxurious and grand manner. Although it was called the headquarters, it resembled a small square, with different buildings handling various business. This was Chen Mu's first time here. However, Qin Changqing had previously helped him register his identity as a Beastmaster at the association, and his current identification showed that he was a 9th-level Beastmaster. Chen Mu had no intention of wandering around the square and headed straight for the Beastmaster Association's mission hall. This place was actually frequented by most Beastmasters, where they could post bounty missions to have others help them collect the blood or materials from fierce beasts. They could also accept missions to earn some extra cash. Chen Mu had never been here before because he found accepting missions too troublesome. Moreover, after he used data extraction, the most useful and valuable blood from the fierce beasts was completely consumed by the world tree. As for skeletal armor and the like, he couldn't carry it all by himself, making it impossible to complete most bounty missions. It was more enjoyable to go out alone with the Yaga beast and kill at will. Hello, I would like to see what missions are available now. Chen Mu casually approached a pretty receptionist in the mission hall and handed her his identity card. Luckily, Qin Changqing had helped him register his identity in advance, or he would have had to go through extra trouble today. Hello, sir. As a newcomer, I recommend you avoid going into the wild as much as possible. It's best to take on some simpler missions, the receptionist said with a signature fake smile as she glanced at Chen Mu's somewhat handsome face. However, halfway through her sentence, she suddenly paused. A newcomer registered for less than a month, yet at the 9th level of the transformation stage? Was this the strength a newcomer could possess? Upon seeing the information displayed on the identity card inserted into the machine, the receptionist almost gasped in surprise. Realizing her loss of composure, she quickly regained her demeanor. This seemingly fresh graduate in front of her had reached the 9th level of the transformation stage, undoubtedly indicating he was a descendant of a prominent family. Although she didn't understand why a disciple from a prominent family would come out to accept missions without an elder accompanying him. The receptionist didn't think too much about it. She figured she should leave a good impression on Chen Mu. Who knows? Maybe she could add him as a friend on a chat app later. Thinking this, the receptionist quickly called up the screen in front of her to display only the bounty missions that could be accepted by beast masters who had reached the high level of transformation, meaning those above the 7th level of transformation. Her smile became genuinely sincere. Sir, normally, newly registered beast masters can only accept one mission. But your initial permissions are quite high, so you can accept 3 missions at the same time. Collect the blood of a wood spirit lizard leader above the 4th level of transformation. Reward, 13,000 flame coins. Collect the skin armor of a dark jungle leopard above the 6th level of transformation. Collect materials above the 6th level of transformation. Chen Mu glanced at the tasks on the screen, feeling somewhat helpless. Why are they all like this? In the past, these tasks would have posed some difficulty for him, but now he completely looked down on them. Hunting these fierce beasts dwelling on the outskirts of the ancient god forest was a total waste of his time. Chen Mu shook his head slightly and asked, I've already reached the elite stage and want to head deeper into the ancient god forest. I wonder if there are any missions for team exploration in that area? Hearing this, the receptionist was once again taken aback. Already at the elite stage? Was the speed of improvement for prominent family disciples this outrageous? After hesitating for a moment, the receptionist shyly replied, Sir, it seems that there are no missions for going deeper into the ancient god forest these days. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu was speechless and couldn't help but complain internally. Was the mission hall of the Beastmaster Association this useless? He couldn't even pick up a single mission? In reality, the transformation stage was the level that most ordinary Beastmasters could achieve, and these individuals could only accept missions at that level. As for the few elite stage Beastmasters, they often didn't bother taking the risk to accept elite missions. Therefore, As a place that issued and accepted numerous bounty missions daily, the Beast Master Association's mission hall hardly had many elite missions available, let alone those for the more dangerous depths of the ancient god forest. Well, in the end, I still have to go by myself, Chen Mu muttered, preparing to turn and leave under the receptionist's continuously astonished gaze. Just then, a four-person team walked in through the main entrance of the mission hall. The most eye-catching member of the team was an elderly man with half-white hair. Despite his age, he walked with a commanding presence, completely contrasting Chen Mu's earlier nonchalance. The old man's aura was not intentionally restrained. His powerful mental energy radiated outwards, causing others in the hall to quickly make way. One stubborn individual had no intention of yielding and was forcibly pulled away by his teammate, who scolded him in a low voice. Didn't you see that he is clearly a top-tier elite stage expert? Elite stage experts weren't that rare, but those with such strong mental energy, like this elder, were practically non-existent. His strength likely already reached the 9th level of the elite stage and was close to breaking through to the battle general level. Naturally, others felt a sense of awe upon seeing him. Chen Mu didn't happen to be standing directly in front of the elder's team, as the elder was leading his group towards another reception desk. However, sensing a mental energy fluctuation slightly lower than his own, Chen Mu curiously turned to take a look. Upon doing so, he suddenly froze. In that four-person team, he spotted a very familiar girl. She was still wearing a light blue long dress, seemingly having tied her hair into a single ponytail for convenience while on a mission. The girl had a delicate appearance, but her expression was icy, almost as unapproachable as the elite stage elder. Little rich girl, Lin Xingya, Chen Mu murmured in surprise. At the same time, the girl across from him seemed to sense something and turned her head. Upon seeing Chen Mu, her usually expressionless face showed a hint of surprise, as if she was genuinely delighted. She waved her hand lightly as a greeting. Seeing this, Chen Mu curiously walked over. He noticed that the elder in the team was briefly communicating with the receptionist before posting a team mission under his name. They accepted the mission they had just posted as a four-person team. This operation was quite common. They found teammates privately and came to the Beastmaster Association just to register through official channels and roughly allocate rewards to prevent future disputes over benefits. Chen Mu found this unremarkable. What caught his interest was the mission displayed on the screen. Go to the Flame Valley and search for traces of the Elite High Stage Volcano Dragon Beast. Elite High Stage? That meant fierce beasts above the 7th level of the Elite Stage, and it even had the word dragon in it. Upon seeing this information, Chen Mu's eyes lit up, and he no longer kept his distance from Lin Xingya, directly approaching her and saying, "Xingya, can I join your team?" Chapter 50. The talented beast master from other cities, however, compared to the ancient god forest, very few beast tamers are willing to venture into the plains to the north. This is because the distribution of fierce beasts around the ancient god forest is relatively certain, and there are no fierce beasts above the 9th level of transformation, making it much safer. But the situation in the northern plains is different. In one area, the landscape and the distribution of fierce beasts are chaotic. You can't even be sure if a group of low-level transformation beasts will suddenly be attacked by a powerful 9th-level fierce beast. Therefore, most beast tamers dare not casually step into the northern plains without a top-tier expert leading the way, and the Flame Valley should be located there. There are numerous elite-grade volcanic rock beasts, as well as elite high-grade volcanic dragon beasts. If the Yaga beast knew there was such a good place, it would probably jump with excitement. Regarding Lin Xingya's concern about her weak strength, Chen Mu smiled slightly and didn't answer directly, only releasing his spiritual power. Boom. Suddenly, an aura that could barely rival the elite elder, Elder Zhou, appeared out of nowhere and swept outwards invisibly. Although this aura was much weaker compared to Elder Zhou, it clearly surpassed the level of transformation. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, nearly everyone's gaze in the hall focused on him. Elder Zhou, who was clearly in his 40s or 50s. Reaching elite high-grade strength was shocking, but many from large families were at this level. However, a youthful-looking boy, seemingly a high school senior, revealing an elite-grade aura was undoubtedly astonishing. Chen Mu believed he had been quite low-key. He just casually let Lin Xingya feel it, to avoid explaining for too long. His spiritual power was 10 times that of the same level, and if fully displayed, it would appear even more terrifying than Elder Zhou, who was suspected to be at elite 9th level. In the eyes of low-level beast tamers, it was even comparable to the might of a war general. To avoid seeming too outrageous, the spiritual power Chen Mu had just shown was only about 10 to 20% of his peak, and he immediately withdrew it. However, it still attracted countless gazes from those around him, making him feel a bit socially anxious. Chen Mu, you've already broken through to the elite level so quickly? Seeing this, Lin Xingya blinked her eyelashes, her clear eyes shining with surprise, showing an extremely shocked expression for the first time. When they met a few days ago, his beast was only at the 6th level of transformation, and his spiritual power had just reached level 2. How could he have reached level 3 in just a few days? That meant his beast must also have reached the elite level without a doubt. So impressive. Lin Xingya silently evaluated in her heart. She had spent a large amount of resources provided by her family to enhance her strength over the past few days. She even let her beast absorb a growth potion worth comparable to a low-grade war general's extraordinary resource, and after one evolution, her beast's level barely broke through to elite level 2. However, Chen Mu had no resources and relied mostly on himself. Yet he could barely keep up with her pace of improvement. No wonder I once thought highly of my deskmate. Since that's the case, I certainly welcome you to join our team, Lin Xingya said with a slight smile. Then she looked at the half-white-haired elder and another boy in the team who looked somewhat ordinary. Elder Zhou and Gu Feng. Chen Mu is my former classmate, and his strength has now reached the elite level. He definitely won't affect our outdoor training and completing this mission. Is it okay for him to join? The elder merely glanced at Chen Mu with a nonchalant expression. Sure, it all depends on your decision, Mississippi. However, I will only ensure your safety and won't care about this boy's life or death. After the elder finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to the seemingly ordinary boy called Gu Feng in the 4-person team. Chen Mu also looked at him, somewhat surprised. Wow. So these 4 aren't a team after all? He initially thought that if he could walk with Lin Xingya, at least the 4 of them should belong to the same family. But since the boy's last name was Gu, Chen Mu instantly dismissed his guess. This person won't be petty and try to stop me from joining, right? If so, once they reach the Flame Valley and see that it's not too dangerous, we can just split into 2 groups. Chen Mu thought to himself. If there were a petty teammate in the team who wanted to target him, the danger level would rise sharply. It would be better to act alone. After becoming familiar with the terrain of the Northern Plains and the Flame Valley while traveling with them, he could directly start working alone. However, among the disciples of the aristocratic families, there were naturally not many fools like Chen Mu who were deliberately on guard. The boy named Gu Feng laughed heartily when everyone looked at him and said, Miss Lin, you and Elder Zhou are the decision-makers of this team, so we will naturally follow your commands. I, Gu, have no objections. After speaking, Gu Feng turned to Chen Mu and cheerfully said, Let me introduce myself. I am Gu Feng from the Gu family in Xiang City of the 5 Cities Alliance. Please forgive me for forgetting, but I seem to have never heard of your name, Brother Chen. May I ask if you are not from the 5 Cities Alliance? Gu Feng's words did not carry any provocation. He was simply very curious about Chen Mu's identity, as he never expected that upon their first meeting, Chen Mu would make Lin Xingya suddenly speak so much. Since Gu Feng came from Xiang City to Levian City and got to know the young lady Lin, she had always been cold and distant. Asking 3 to 5 questions might only elicit a single response from her. Of course, Gu Feng was not angry. After all, his Gu family's power in the 5 Cities Alliance, while strong, was nothing compared to the family behind this young lady Lin. The difference in status made the other party's pride understandable. However, since seeing Chen Mu, Gu Feng had been somewhat astonished. This young lady Lin, who couldn't even be bothered to call his name, not only took the initiative to wave and greet him, but also spoke several sentences to Chen Mu in a row. It seemed she deliberately called out her name to ask for his opinion so that Chen Mu could join the team. Gu Feng was greatly shocked. For Lin Xingya to be so proactive, Chen Mu must at least come from the imperial capital or another large city, right? What on earth has been happening recently? It was just that their Xiang City, Levian City, and Yuxian City, among other relatively remote ordinary cities, were preparing to hold a competition for the younger generation. He was just trying to scout out the competition before the contest by wandering around the other 4 cities. But how could so many powerful outsiders suddenly appear as soon as he arrived in Levian City? It couldn't be that something big was about to happen, right? Chapter 51. Gu Feng, who wants to hug a big leg, and Yaga Beast doubts hello. Gu Xiao, I am Chen Mu, an ordinary new beast tamer from Levian City, with no family background. In response to Gu Feng's question, Chen Mu smiled and shook his head while extending his hand for a gentle handshake, marking their first meeting. However, Chen Mu was secretly surprised. He didn't expect this seemingly ordinary boy, who would be hard to find in a crowd, to actually be from the Gu family of Xiang City. When he communicated with his father, Chen Kanglin, He learned a lot about the major families in the Five Cities Alliance. Among them, the Gu family was not an ordinary family. It was widely recognized that Xiang City had the strongest overall strength in the Five Cities Alliance, not only because it had more war general level experts than the other 4 cities, but also because the only war general of 9th level in the Five Cities Alliance was stationed in Xiang City. The most powerful family in Xiang City was the Gu family. Their family members were all quite shrewd, relying on their connections and aligning themselves with whichever force was strong. While generally not offending anyone, they thrived in the Five Cities Alliance. They had people in important departments like the military and the Beast Tamer Association, and their reputation was quite good. Dealing with the Gu family is still manageable. It seems there's no need to worry too much about Gu Feng being petty. Chen Mu felt a bit less vigilant. No matter who it is, as long as they have enough value, they won't be taken advantage of by the Gu family. In fact, the Gu family will try to befriend them, just like when Gu Feng first arrived in Green Grass City and fortuitously ran into Lin Xingya. After learning about her general background, he immediately thought about clinging to the wealthy lady's leg. This time, the mission was for Lin Xingya to undergo training in the Fire Mountain Valley. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng quickly followed along, claiming he was also going to the Fire Mountain Valley to train, eager to get closer. However, Lin Xingya was not talkative and a bit socially anxious. Aside from Chen Mu, she hardly bothered with anyone else. Naturally, Gu Feng ended up with nothing. Haha, Brother Chen, now that we've met today, we're brothers. No need to be so formal. Just call me old Gu or Fingzi. Whatever works, Gu Feng said cheerfully when he heard Chen Mu describe himself as an ordinary person. Of course, Gu Feng didn't believe it for a second. Ordinary people have no resources to assist them. How could they possibly reach the elite level in such a short time? Relying on beast control talent? Gu Feng searched his mind, but couldn't think of any beast control talent that could be that impressive. Even the legendary evolution-type beast control talent requires resources to strengthen quickly. It's impossible to enhance beast strength out of thin air. So, Brother Chen must definitely be a big shot. Miss Gu is too aloof to approach. So I have to seize this rare opportunity with Brother Chen, this big shot. Gu Feng thought to himself. If he could connect with Chen Mu's mysterious network, his relatively low status in the family would surely turn around. Chen Mu, however, had no idea how Gu Feng had imagined him after registering his identity in the team. He left the city gates. To the north of Green Grass City, on a desolate plain, a 5-person team was meandering through the area. They did not choose to move in a straight line towards the Fire Mountain Valley, but instead kept to a winding path to avoid certain dangerous areas occupied by multiple elite high-level fierce beasts. Brother Chen, this is the habitat of the giant tooth elephant pig, where there is said to be an elite 9th level giant tooth elephant pig king. This is the territory of the Icefield explosive bear. Although there aren't many Icefield explosive bears, each one is above elite mid-level and quite difficult to deal with. Along the way, Gu Feng dutifully introduced information he knew to Chen Mu like a little brother. Even the Gu family's protector watching over Gu Feng felt a bit awkward at this scene. It's unfortunate. The young master of the Gu family appeared too humble. After all, he is a young master from the Gu family of Xiang City. Acting as a little follower, it would be a bit embarrassing if it got out. However, Chen Mu was very happy and felt more favorable towards the enthusiastic Gu Feng. He thought it was indeed a good choice to come out with Lin Xingya and others, and made an effort to remember everything Gu Feng mentioned. Although ordinary people don't know this information about fierce beast distribution, it is still circulated among many elite-level powers and family disciples. After familiarizing himself with the distribution of some fierce beasts in the plain, he could hunt fierce beasts alone in the future. In the 5-person team, even the weakest Gu Feng was a 9th-level beast master, so his stamina was not slow. Although the Fire Mountain Valley was quite far from Green Grass City. After 2 or 3 hours of walking, Chen Mu saw several low peaks ahead. There was a large amount of red lava flowing on them, with thick black smoke rising into the sky, gathering into large black clouds. As soon as they approached the gaps between these peaks, they could feel the scorching heat hitting their faces. If an ordinary person came here, they probably wouldn't last long before dying from heat stroke or dehydration. In the valley, there were numerous ravines that looked like they had been washed by rivers, except that what flowed through them was not water but high-temperature red lava. At this point, they had already entered the territory of the volcanic rock beasts, and everyone had summoned their beasts. The Yagu beast closely followed Chen Mu, watching the surroundings warily. But it was quite puzzled. Hey, it feels like I've been here before. Along the way, the Yagu beast felt more and more familiar, as if it had arrived at a nearby place after waking up in the digital world. At that time, It didn't have time to memorize the surrounding scenery, only seeing that the lava was filled with terrifying red digital beasts, so it fled in a panic. Those red digital beasts seemed to think that the rolling beast, which only had the strength of the awakening stage at the time, was too weak, like seeing a small insect and not bothering to pay attention, which gave the rolling beast a chance to escape. At that time, the rolling beast desperately fled to a relatively safe place, but before it could rest, it was captured by a group of beast masters. However, before their departure, Chen Mu specifically warned the Yaga beast not to speak in front of outsiders. So, the Yaga beast, full of doubts, chose to remain silent and planned to talk about it after returning. Gurgle. Unconsciously, the amount of lava around the 5-person team increased, with clusters of dense bubbles surfacing from the surrounding lava. Zhu Lao's originally calm expression immediately turned serious as he reminded Lin Xingya beside him. Miss, be careful. The number of volcanic rock beasts gathering nearby is a bit too much. Remember to pay attention to safety when fighting later. At the same time, the calm, flowing, high-temperature lava began to churn violently. Wow, wow, wow. Creatures nearly 3 meters long, resembling gigantic lizards, crawled out of the high-temperature lava, emitting a chilling sound like a baby crying. Their skin was covered with numerous orange-yellow patterns, and the high-temperature lava flowed slowly on their skin, as if they were wearing a layer of lava armor, seemingly unafraid of the high temperature's erosion. A group of volcanic rock beasts, numbering at least 30 to 50, had long been eyeing Chen Mu and his group, quietly hiding beneath the lava, waiting for the right moment to swallow them all. Chapter 52. Fighting the Volcanic Rock Beasts. The reappearance of Dark-type data at this moment, Chen Mu's eyes also displayed the data of these creatures, species, volcanic rock beast attributes, dragon, fire, beast potential, low elite level, elite first stage or second stage, third stage, basic skills, lava concealment, high temperature skin, fire breathing, lava charge evolution route, mature stage volcanic rock beast armored fire salamander beast, success rate 0, 139. So many volcanic rock beasts? And most of them are at elite first and second stage? Seeing that they were already surrounded by a large number of volcanic rock beasts wrapped in high temperature lava, Chen Mu felt no fear at all. Instead, he was very excited. Their potential hadn't reached the battle general level, and their levels were at elite first and second stage, making them perfect opponents for the Yaga beast to battle. Moreover, these volcanic rock beasts had attributes identical to the current Yaga beast, so the dragon-type data that could be extracted would definitely be substantial. This wave is entirely a big gift pack of data and experience. However, what surprised Chen Mu was that these volcanic rock beasts actually had the potential to evolve into armored fire salamander beasts, and some had a success rate as high as 39, which was a bit strange. The Yaga beast had previously mentioned that the digital beast it hated the most in the digital world was the fire salamander beast that invaded their village. The Yaga beast's hatred for dragons was also because the fire salamander beast looked like a dragon. Today was quite a coincidental encounter with an enemy, making them particularly hostile. Unlike Chen Mu's excitement, the others felt somewhat heavy-hearted upon seeing so many volcanic rock beasts gathering together. After all, beast masters are physically weak. Not everyone has a digital soul like Chen Mu and can act fearlessly. Being affected by the residual waves of fierce beast skills could pose a fatal danger. Dozens of fierce beasts are attacking together. This is a bit troublesome. Lin Xingya's expression remains calm, although it's hard to tell what she's thinking. She deliberately moves closer to Chen Mu. Under the protection of Elder Zhou, a powerful figure from her family, she knows she won't be in any danger. However, Lin Xingya hopes that while Elder Zhou is protecting her, he can also protect Chen Mu. On the other hand, Gu Feng wears a wry smile. Among the 5, the others are all elite beast tamers, their physical abilities at least several times stronger than ordinary people. But he himself is just a 9th-tier transcendent. Moreover, the family protector he brought is much weaker than Elder Zhou, with strength only at the elite mid-tier. In this situation, it is indeed a bit dangerous. Sigh. Trying to get close to Brother Chen is really not easy. After thinking for a moment, Gu Feng grits his teeth and says to the family protector beside him, "Please prioritize protecting Chen Mu when his life is in danger, and then protect me." The Gu family protector is taken aback. "Young master, you're really pushing it. It doesn't matter if your family rank is a bit lower, there's really no need for this." While everyone is cautiously confronting the volcanic rock beasts, waiting for the right moment to strike, a roar suddenly echoes. The yellow dinosaur next to Chen Mu lets out an excited roar and darts out like an arrow. There's no need to wait for Chen Mu to issue a command. The ancient beast thinks to itself, "Boss, I'm going first." It then lets out a deafening roar and charges straight at the numerous volcanic rock beasts surrounding them. Seeing these familiar red figures, the ancient beast's fighting spirit surges instantly. It can be confirmed. These creatures that emerge from the magma are the terrifying red digital beasts that once looked like they wanted to eat it when it was still a rolling beast. At that time, it was incredibly weak and dared not fight back, only able to flee and panic. A glint flashes in the ancient beast's eyes. But now, the tides have turned, and it has been granted the power of evolution by its boss. Those digital beasts that once seemed terrifying and could easily crush it now appear to be of only average strength. It's time for revenge. Is the ancient beast this excited? Chen Mu is taken aback. It seems the ancient beast thinks the volcanic rock beasts look like dragons, especially similar to the fire salamander beast. Thus, the ancient beast's fighting spirit is instantly ignited. With its blood boiling, it quickly activates the skills Beast Blood and Swiftness, both of which enhance physical abilities. Then it opens its mouth and unleashes several small flames, shooting them at the foreheads of the closest volcanic rock beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Now at the elite second tier. The ancient beast's combat power has increased several times compared to when it was at the 9th tier of Transcendent. The basic skill of small flames it casually spews can cause severe explosions. Although the volcanic rock beast's skin can withstand high temperatures, the heat damage from the flames poses negligible threat to them. However, the shockwave from the explosions blasts away large chunks of their lava armor. Ouch! Dark purple. Peculiar blood gushes from the wounds of several injured volcanic rock beasts, causing them to howl in pain. One volcanic rock beast is even killed outright, its head blown off. Well, the surrounding volcanic rock beasts are momentarily stunned by this scene. Then they all begin to screech madly. They never expected that after being surrounded by so many companions, this yellow little dinosaur would still dare to act so arrogantly. It completely disregards them. A full dozen volcanic rock beasts charge at the ancient beast, their flowing lava armor seemingly coming to life, transforming into red lava flames surging forth. This is the volcanic rock beast clan's unique basic skill, Lava Charge, which is quite powerful and ranks among the top in basic skills. The little red dragon is nothing to worry about. Faced with the counterattack of a dozen volcanic rock beasts that are nearly at the same tier as itself, the ancient beast shows no signs of retreating. Its right arm's data stream quickly solidifies. In the next instant, a mechanical arm, engraved with intertwining orange-red patterns, appears out of thin air. The ancient beast swings the digital alloy mechanical arm, ready to use its tearing claws to fight these volcanic rock beasts. But Chen Mu shouts, "Ancient beast, don't rush in too hard. First take out that one behind you preparing to sneak attack, then use the mechanical arm to unleash the purple dragon flame." Hearing Chen Mu's command, the ancient beast pauses slightly. It stretches its right arm back, and the sound of mechanical gears rapidly turning fills the air as the mechanical claws suddenly launch forward. A powerful sound of air breaking echoes as the launched mechanical claw sends a volcanic rock beast that was preparing to sneak attack flying. The mechanical claw quickly retracts, and the entire digital alloy mechanical arm begins to emit strange sounds like steam rising. After the ancient beast evolved into its ancient dragon form, the digital alloy mechanical arm bound to its digital core also underwent evolution. It now resembles the arm armor of the ancient Tyrannosaurus beast, equipped with several nozzles for shooting high-temperature flames. At this moment, the ancient beast aims these nozzles at the charging volcanic rock beasts. But the flames it unleashes are not ordinary flames. Instead, they are the high-tier skill, Purple Dragon Flame, acquired after absorbing the blood essence of the purple flame dragon lizard. The indestructible nature of the purple dragon flame colliding with the lava on the volcanic rock beasts creates constant hissing sounds. The dark purple flames, akin to poison, violently burn using the volcanic rock beast's vitality and the lava on them as fuel. Ouch! The volcanic rock beasts engulfed by the purple dragon flame immediately howl in pain. They never expected that with their skin capable of withstanding magma's high temperatures, they could still be burned by flames. And they didn't even try to dodge the purple dragon flame spewing from the ancient beast's mechanical arm. As a result, they suffer significant losses. After a dozen volcanic rock beasts retreat behind their clan, they roll frantically on the ground, trying to extinguish the purple dragon flame on their bodies. But no matter how hard they try, it proves useless. Damn, how is Brother Chen's beast so brave? In just half a minute, Gu Feng, standing within the group, is almost dumbfounded. They haven't even moved yet. How did Chen Mu's beast charge out directly casually blowing one volcanic rock beast apart. Then, it boldly confronts 10 volcanic rock beasts, forcing them all back? Is this the strength an elite beast can possess after just breaking through? If Chen Mu's beast keeps charging and killing for a while, wouldn't it directly annihilate all the volcanic rock beasts? Of course, it's not as exaggerated as Gu Feng imagines. Just now, it was because the ancient beast caught the opponent off guard that its performance appeared so astonishing. Once the volcanic rock beasts realized that the purple flames from the ancient beast can harm them, they 1T charge forward recklessly. At that time, if surrounded by more than 10 volcanic rock beasts, the ancient beast might not be able to cope. Damn, Brother Chen must be a disciple of a top family. Otherwise, how could he have such an extraordinary beast? However, Gu Feng didn't have time to think much about it. At this moment, he is even more convinced of his suspicion. He must work harder to cling to Chen Mu's leg, while the others are still staring blankly at the ancient beast rampaging through the battlefield. Chen Mu instructs the ancient beast to retreat next to the corpse of the volcanic rock beast it had just killed with a small flame. It inserts its claws into the corpse's skin, pretending to use a skill to absorb its blood and flesh essence. At the same time, Chen Mu quietly follows, turning his back and placing his right hand on the corpse. Data extraction. Extracting the essence of the elite second-tier volcanic rock beast's blood and flesh. Converting it into 7 points of universal data, 95 points of dragon-type data, 266 points of beast-type data, and 32 points of dark-type data. Upon hearing the prompt from the world tree, Chen Mu felt a slight joy. The data extracted from the elite-tier ferocious beast was indeed substantial. It's more than what 10 ordinary transcendent-tier ferocious beasts would yield. However, after the prompt finished, Chen Mu was stunned. What the heck? Why is there dark-type data? Chapter 53. What is so good about a rich woman? Just rely on your dad. Watching not only the Yaga beast fiercely charge out, but also the volcanic rock beast showing no signs of weakness, even Chen Mu, the beast master, rushed forward. The Gu family expert following Gu Feng twitched his lips. Young master, are you sure that Chen Mu needs my protection in this situation? Shouldn't beast masters be standing safely in the back, quietly using their beast mastery talents to enhance their beast's combat power while avoiding being affected by the battle's aftermath? Yet Chen Mu seemed ready to fight alongside his beasts. The Gu family expert was afraid of being splashed by the high-temperature lava and didn't dare rush out of the team. As an elite-tier beast master, he had 2 beasts, one responsible for protecting himself and the other for protecting Gu Feng. How could he split his attention to protect Chen Mu if he rushed so far ahead? Perhaps Chen Mu's beast mastery talent is rare and can enhance his own physical abilities, even merging with his beast powers? Gu Feng's eyes flickered, looking quite surprised. He knew that there was a top family in the capital that had inherited such talents for generations. However, that family didn't seem to be surnamed Chen, right? Could it be that Chen Mu is a bastard? In an instant, Gu Feng seemed to discover a new continent, and his gaze became peculiar. Old Shou, please protect my beasts. On the other side, Lin Xingya also started to take action. She originally thought to wait for Old Shou to clear most of the volcanic rock beasts, leaving only a few for her to practice on. But seeing Chen Mu rush out so dangerously, Lin Xingya couldn't sit still anymore. Subsequently, a 2-meter-long 9-tailed fox with snow-white fur and occasionally mixed with a few strands of ice blue gracefully leaped out from the team. Species: Ice Spirit 9-tailed fox attribute: Ice. Beast potential: High-level general level. Elite Tier 2 basic skills: Light Snow, Proficient. Bewitching Eye, Mastered. 9-tailed Spirit Fox, Perfect. Advanced skills: Absolute Freeze, Novice Exhaling an Extremely Cold Breath. Rapidly freezing everything. Fox Bewitching God, Proficient Evolution Skill, using the fox's enchanting technique to confuse enemies. Upon reaching perfect proficiency, it can evolve independently. Evolution Routes: 1. Mature Knife-tailed Fox Beast. Success rate 0, 0, 1, 2. Matured 9-tailed Fox Beast. Success rate 43. Chen Mu had seen Lin Xingya's beast panel before entering the Flame Valley, and he could only say he was almost stunned. It was his first time seeing a high-level general potential. Even Wang Teng's initial beast only had medium general potential. Yu Feng's summoned transcendent 9th-tier beast also had medium general potential. Chen Mu remembered when he last saw Lin Xingya. This Ice Spirit 9-tailed fox hadn't completed its evolution and was a medium elite-level potential Ice Spirit fox about the size of an arm, which could be wrapped around his neck as a scarf. But after a few days, it had evolved to such a size. After evolution, the success rate for the ultimate evolution route to the 8-legged horse beast decreased significantly. while the success rate for the ultimate evolution route to the Sand Ancient Tooth Beast slightly increased, which was somewhat regrettable. However, these weren't that important, as Chen Mu wouldn't expose his ability to check the evolution methods of beasts to others for a while. What amazed Chen Mu the most was that the Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox had awakened 2 new advanced skills after its evolution, one of which was actually an evolution skill. It belonged to the same category as the Dragon 9 transformations. However, the Dragon 9 transformations was a super tier skill, known to be the only one in the world that granted beasts the ability to evolve, as known by Chen Kanglin. The Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox's Fox Bewitching God was an advanced skill, seemingly only 1 tier lower than Dragon 9 transformations, but the actual effect would be worlds apart. Even so, having an advanced skill with evolution capability was incredibly precious, right? After all, there wasn't a single one in the 5-City Alliance. If this advanced evolution skill, Fox Bewitching God, reached perfect proficiency, what level would the Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox, with high-level general potential, reach after evolving again? Commander tier? Even Chen Mu couldn't help but take a deep breath at this thought. With a beast that could potentially reach the commander tier, the family behind Lin Qingyao was undoubtedly far more terrifying than Chen Mu initially thought. Chen Mu had thought that Lin Qingyao's background was just a family from Green Turf City, but now it seemed the force behind her couldn't be matched by the 5-City Alliance, perhaps on the same level as those top families in the capital that Chen Kanglin mentioned. Once Lin Qingyao grows up, she would undoubtedly also become a commander-tier powerhouse. Commander-tier powerhouses could single-handedly destroy a small city like Green Turf City. Unexpectedly, such a powerhouse would be his cold and indifferent classmate from middle school. Lin Qingyao's reclusive existence in Green Turf City might also be due to some complex reasons behind her, similar to Chen Kanglin. Chen Mu suddenly felt disheartened. Why not just directly cling to the rich woman's thigh? No wonder Lin Qingyao was thinking of casually giving him the merit-level certificates from the cultivation base before. It seemed that she didn't take those things seriously at all. If she wanted them, she could easily obtain them. What a pity, Lin Qingyao's personality was too cold, seemingly uninterested in anyone. Otherwise, he would want to directly date her and become a son-in-law. Chen Mu sighed slightly. However, according to the World Tree, once his father's beast's injuries healed, his strength would gradually recover to the commander tier as well. What is so good about a rich woman? Just rely on your dad. Chen Mu thought he was still too thin-skinned. Although he often thought of clinging to a rich woman, he still felt a bit embarrassed to do so. While Chen Mu was pondering, the Yaga beast was still fighting vigorously. However, this time, a large number of volcanic rock beasts surged forward, using skills to counterattack against the Yaga beast's purple dragon flame, making it impossible for the Yaga beast to gain any advantage. It could only retreat repeatedly until it reached Chen Mu's front, its face a bit bitter as it quietly said, "Boss, I can't hold on much longer. Let me evolve and take down these red dragons in one go." Chen Mu silently shook his head. "Yaga beast, if you can't hold on, just keep retreating. No need to fight so fiercely." Evolving into a Tyrannosaurus beast would indeed allow it to reach elite tier 7 strength, making it capable of rampaging through these volcanic rock beasts. But it wasn't necessary. Firstly, the evolution of the digital soul could only last for a few minutes, after which Chen Mu would be exhausted and weak. He wouldn't use it recklessly unless it was a dangerous or necessary moment. In this relatively dangerous Flame Valley, preserving strength was the right choice. Secondly, the digital soul evolution was too shocking and not suitable to be revealed in front of others. Besides, old Zhou, an elite high-tier beast master, was present. Why should he, an elite tier 2, work so hard? Following old Zhou to loot corpses later, wouldn't that be more enjoyable? Chapter 54. Can you break through while fighting? Wow. Just as Chen Mu was somewhat distracted, a volcanic rock beast quietly circled to his blind spot, excitedly screeching and quickly spewing a lava-like crimson flame toward Chen Mu. If it were an ordinary elite tier beast master, it would at least suffer serious injuries. But Chen Mu, relying on his strong mental power, sensed it in advance, furrowing his brow and preparing to dodge. He then saw a frigid breath of ice shooting rapidly towards the volcano rock beast that was attempting a sneak attack. Wherever it passed, the hot air was instantly frozen into a shallow, icy path. The scorching lava spewed by the volcano rock beast was also frozen into ice shards, scattering on the ground. Seeing this, the sneaking volcano rock beast showed an extremely terrified expression, trying to flee with a series of cries. However, it was hit by the frigid breath in an instant, and its entire body quickly turned into an ice sculpture within a few seconds. Immediately afterward, with the sound of cracking, the ice sculpture of the volcano rock beast shattered into countless tiny fragments. The Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox, using the high-level skill Absolute Freeze, saved Chen Mu's life and walked gracefully to Chen Mu's side, holding its head high, as if strolling leisurely. "Chen Mu, be careful," Lin Xingya shouted from a distance, lightly patting her not-so-high chest, inwardly thinking how dangerous it was. Chen Mu turned his head and smiled, nodding as a form of gratitude. He didn't expect that Lin Xingya, this little rich girl, actually cared about him. It seems that 2 years as deskmates weren't in vain. In the future, even if he didn't directly cling to the wealthy girl, getting close to Lin Xingya would still add a terrifying connection. The volcano rock beasts usually like to dwell in high-temperature lava and despise low temperatures and ice. The Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox only needed to exhale a mist of ice to attract almost all the aggro from the volcano rock beast attacking the ancient beast. Even all the surrounding volcano rock beasts looked at the Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox with hateful gazes. Lin Xingya was also observing the battle. She saw more than 10 volcano rock beasts abandon their attack on the ancient beast and instead turn to attack her summoned beast. Her expression remained calm, and she calmly commanded, "Ninetails, use Fox Charm." The Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox let out a soft hum. Its originally clear ice-like eyes suddenly radiated an enchanting purple light. The charging volcano rock beast paused momentarily upon seeing that purple glow. Then they shouted, causing the lava armor on their bodies to erupt with scorching lava. But for a moment, they stopped their attack, seemingly trying to court the Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox. "Chen Mu." At this moment, Lin Xingya called out sharply to remind him. Chen Mu simultaneously said to the ancient beast, "Good opportunity, ancient beast, tear claw." The ancient beast also curiously glanced at the Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox's enchanting purple eyes. At the same time, a figure resembling a humanoid with several pairs of pure white wings and an incredibly holy aura appeared in its mind. But the naive ancient beast didn't understand what it was. Seeing that the volcano rock beasts were immobilized, it suddenly surged with blood and energy, wielding its digital metal mechanical arms and charging in for a chaotic slash. In just a few seconds, 5 volcano rock beasts were directly killed. At the same time, the Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox let out another soft hum, appearing somewhat fatigued as the enchanting purple light in its eyes instantly vanished. The group of volcano rock beasts that had been charmed suddenly realized what foolish behavior they had just exhibited, trying to court a disgusting ice-using fox. At this moment, all the volcano rock beasts were completely enraged. More than 50 volcano rock beasts used their powerful racial skill, Lava Charge, indiscriminately crashing towards everyone. "Ancient beast, retreat, retreat." Seeing this, Chen Mu decisively retreated frantically, casually feeling the bodies of 5 volcano rock beasts. After the ancient beast and Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox used Purple Dragon Flame and Absolute Freeze respectively to push back a few blocking volcano rock beasts, Chen Mu safely retreated back into the team. The Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox's high-level skill was indeed powerful, capable of immobilizing nearly 20 ferocious beasts of similar rank. Chen Mu couldn't help but marvel at it in his heart. Although it seemed to consume quite a bit of stamina and could only immobilize for a few seconds while it couldn't act itself, it was still impressive. Relying on the Fox Charm skill, the previous wave of cooperation between the Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox and the ancient beast was unexpectedly perfect. In the team, Gu Feng gave Chen Mu a thumbs up. "Brother Chen, you're really ruthless." He truly admired Chen Mu. Just to kill a few more ferocious beasts. He didn't even care about his own safety and charged in to fight alongside his summoned beast. When Chen Mu was almost hit head-on by the lava sprayed by the sneaking volcano rock beast, even he felt a bit of sweat for Chen Mu. However, the person involved remained unfazed, killing 5 volcano rock beasts, and only then willing to retreat. This ruthlessness was no wonder he could quickly elevate his strength to elite rank as a private child of a large family instead of a formal disciple. Gu Feng became more convinced in his heart that Chen Mu must be the illegitimate child of a family in the capital that has been passing down the talent for enhancing physical qualities. "Stop overthinking," Chen Mu said to Gu Feng, then moved closer to Lin Xingya, vigilantly watching the frenzied volcano rock beasts charging towards everyone. He planned to have the ancient beast and Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox continue their coordinated battle. However, there were too many volcano rock beasts. If Zhou Lao continued to just stand there, only caring about his and Lin Xingya's safety, perhaps it would be hard to hold them back. Thinking of this, Chen Mu silently injected the dragon-type and beast-type data extracted from the 6 volcano rock beasts into the ancient beast in a 1:1 ratio. Instantly, the ancient beast, which was already close to elite rank 3, broke through and its momentum surged significantly. "Damn, Can it still break through while fighting? Gu Feng was stunned. Looking at Chen Mu with a bewildered expression, Chen Mu, are you even human? Cough cough. I didn't mean to say you aren't human, Brother Chen. What I meant is that you don't seem like a proper beast master, as if you have multiple talents. Gu Feng realized he had gotten too excited and quickly corrected himself. Chen Mu not only seemed to possess the beast master talent for enhancing physical qualities, but also had the talent for allowing summoned beasts to break through levels through combat. Both talents were quite rare. Combined, they created Chen Mu, who dared to charge into battle alongside his summoned beasts. Of course, this was just Gu Feng's speculation based on his own understanding. Hearing his words, Chen Mu silently replied, "You're overthinking it. I only have one beast master talent that can't be used in battle. The rest relies on the powerful skills of my summoned beast. In the short term, Chen Mu would definitely not casually admit to having any other talents or abilities aside from skill instructor. The answer was that the ancient beast was powerful. He relied entirely on the ancient beast he accidentally contracted to carry him. As for where to find another ancient beast like it, he would just carpet search in the ancient god forest. If he was lucky, he might find one. If not, it was none of his business. After briefly replying to Gu Feng, Chen Mu directed the ancient beast to work with Lin Qingya to block the encroaching volcano rock beasts, while falling into deep thought. After extracting the essence from 6 volcano rock beasts, he found it very strange that each volcano rock beast contained a large amount of dark-type data. This was clearly highly unreasonable. The volcano rock beast race obviously had nothing to do with the dark attribute. If there were 1 or 2 with a small amount of dark-type data, it could be considered a mutation. But having a lot on each was just too absurd. The key point was that Chen Mu inadvertently recalled that many of the ferocious beasts attacking Greengrass City also contained dark-type data and dragon-type data. Many of their attributes directly possess both dark and dragon qualities. Could there really be a connection between the two? I initially thought that the reason there were dark and dragon attribute beasts in the beast tide of Green Turf City was because there were warlord-level beasts with those attributes in the ancient god forest acting as leaders, sending their subordinates to charge ahead. I was even considering hunting in the Flame Valley to avoid a potential secondary beast tide from the ancient god forest, thus reducing the danger. But now, I feel like my speculation might be off. The ancient god forest is to the south of Green Turf City, while the Flame Valley is to the north. They are almost completely unrelated. So, why do the volcanic rock beasts in the Flame Valley also have dark and dragon-type data? After repelling this wave of volcanic rock beasts, I should advise Lin Qingya to leave quickly. My instincts tell me there may be unexpected dangers here. Although Chen Mu couldn't understand why, he felt it was necessary to be cautious. In the wild, if something feels off, it's definitely best to leave for a safe place. Meanwhile, after fighting the volcanic rock beasts for over half a minute, the group was starting to struggle. This was mainly because everyone's contracted beasts had to mix it up with the volcanic rock beasts while also protecting their beast masters. They were fighting under a lot of pressure, unable to unleash even half of their full combat power. Chen Mu was fine, his physical fitness was strong, and he had a good synergy with Lin Qingya, making it difficult for the volcanic rock beasts to get close to him. Lin Qingya, protected by Zhou Lao's contracted beasts, seemed unharmed, not even getting her clothes dirty. However, Gu Feng and the strong member of the Gu family were in a tough spot. Perhaps because Gu Feng was of lesser importance at home, the Gu family's protector was weaker than Chen Mu had imagined. The 2 contracted beasts were one elite level 4 and one elite level 2, protecting both himself and Gu Feng, who was more of a burden with only one transcendent level 9 beast, was truly a stretch. The Gu family protector's battle suit had even been burned in places. The Gu family protector was feeling quite bitter. This Flame Valley usually had only about 20 volcanic rock beasts out at a time, but this time, suddenly over 50 appeared. If he had known it would be like this, he would never have let Gu Feng come out to take risks. Although Zhou Lao primarily focused on Lin Qingya's and his own safety, he couldn't remain silent and watch things unfold when it came to this point. He coldly snorted, "Umph. A bunch of abominations. Do they think gathering together makes them a threat?" At the same time, the wolf and tiger contracted beasts protecting Zhou Lao and Lin Qingya suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Howl. The wolf beast let out a howl that seemed to carry a powerful intimidation, freezing the anger on the faces of all the charging volcanic rock beasts. In its place was a hint of fear. The volcanic rock beasts sensed the overwhelming intimidation in the howl, a natural suppression of the weak by a strong entity that was almost a whole tier above them. That wolf-like beast seemed to be even stronger than their slumbering king. The volcanic dragon beasts were stunned. After fighting for so long, How could such a terrifying presence suddenly emerge from this group of prey? This was no longer a fight. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have dared to attack such a strong entity. For a moment, most of the volcanic rock beasts stopped thinking about revenge and scrambled to escape into the surrounding lava. No joke, without a few kings leading them. How could a group of newly promoted elite tier beasts confront such a powerful foe? However, at that moment, the escaping volcanic rock beasts found that they were unable to flee as Zhou Lao's wolf and tiger beasts suddenly lunged out from the ranks, blocking the escape routes of most of the volcanic rock beasts. The wolf beast's sharp claws were incredibly lethal, swatting down many volcanic rock beasts as if they were insects. The tiger beast was even more ferocious, directly opening its massive jaws to bite down on the heads of the volcanic dragon beasts and tearing them down. Both of these beasts were elite tier 9, and with the enhancement of their beast mastery talents, they could barely match the strength of warlord-level beasts. Seeing this scene, the Gu family protector was filled with shock. He knew that Zhou Lao was definitely a strong entity above elite tier 7. At least one of his beasts had to be at that level. But he never expected that both of his beasts were raised to elite tier 9, and that his beast mastery talent also significantly boosted their combat power. Damn, this old man is finally willing to take action. Chen Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. Through the data panel, he had already seen Zhou Lao's strength. Any one of his 2 contracted beasts was stronger than the Agumon evolved into a Tyrannomon. However, Zhou Lao had always remained silent, even having his beasts intentionally conceal their aura, seemingly to prevent scaring away all the volcanic rock beasts, which would leave Lin Qingya without any opportunity for training. But now that Zhou Lao had taken action, it was evident that with his 2 elite tier 9 beasts, dealing with these volcanic rock beasts would be a piece of cake. First, they would pick up some spoils, and then they should leave. This flame valley seemed abnormal. It wasn't a place to linger. Chen Mu thought to himself, just as he was about to make a move. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the many rock walls surrounding the valley began to collapse, and the huge sound of falling rocks echoed in their ears. Roar. Following that, several gigantic beasts, each standing 4 to 5 meters tall, emerged from the collapsing rock walls, letting out earth-shattering roars. As the giants roared, the surrounding lava began to boil. Countless dense bubbles surged from the lava, and one after another, new volcanic rock beasts crawled out, surrounding Chen Mu and the others once again. Chapter 56. Dark volcanic dragon beasts. Space cracks beneath the lava. Boom boom. With the continuous rumbling sounds, 5 gigantic beasts, each about 4 to 5 meters tall, slowly walked out from the collapsing rock walls. They resembled the volcanic rock beasts, but had their upper bodies standing upright, engulfed in pitch-black flames. Roar. These giants seemed to have been asleep in the rock walls, but at this moment, they all woke up simultaneously, under the call of the 5 giants' roars. Even more volcanic rock beasts surged out from the lava, making excited screeches. Strangely, these newly emerged volcanic rock beasts were all clad in black lava armor, nearly identical to the pitch-black flames burning on the 5 giants. So many volcanic rock beasts suddenly appearing, and 5 volcanic dragon beasts as well. Why are they all black? What is going on? Watching Zhou Lao just finish off more than 50 volcanic rock beasts, only for even more to suddenly appear, Gu Feng, the weakest member of the team, felt completely numb. Volcanic dragon beasts are the evolved forms of volcanic rock beasts, each possessing strength above elite tier 7, and are quite rare. Usually, one is hard to come by. How could 5 black ones appear all at once, and accompanied by nearly 100 volcanic rock beast minions? Could it be that all the volcanic rock beasts in Flame Valley have mutated recently? Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have come. At that moment, Gu Feng felt a bit regretful. Why did so many unexpected changes have to occur on this rare outing into the wild? Chen Mu also frowned as he discovered that all the volcanic rock beasts and volcanic dragon beasts had gained a dark attribute. Moreover, the dragon attribute of the volcanic rock beasts had completely disappeared. Race, volcanic rock beast attribute, dark, fire, beast potential, low elite level, elite first stage or second. Third stage, basic skills, lava concealment, high temperature skin, fire breathing, lava charge evolution route. Mature stage volcanic rock beast to demon beast. Success rate 0. 1. Race, volcanic dragon beast attribute, dark, fire, beast, dragon potential, high elite level, elite 8th stage or elite 9th stage. Basic skills, lava concealment, high temperature skin, fire breathing. Lava charge, evolution route. Mature stage volcanic rock beast to demon beast. Success rate 71. 9. What's most bizarre is why their original evolution route has disappeared. Instead, it has been replaced by the Demon Beast route? Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat. Does the volcanic rock beast family have any connection to the Demon Beast? Or is it that as long as the dark attribute proportion is high enough, there's a possibility of falling into evolution into a Demon Beast? At this moment, even Old Goo's expression changed, and he shouted in a deep voice, "I'll have one of my contracted beasts hold off those 5 volcanic dragon beasts. While the rest rush back the way we came, do not linger in battle. Today, the Flame Valley is too strange, let us escape first." In fact, the volcanic dragon beast was the ultimate target he and Lin Qingya set out to hunt. The volcanic dragon beast produces a high-temperature flame core, which allows the ice spirit nine-tailed fox to enhance its control over ice powers through training with this flame core, thereby quickly improving the proficiency of the high-level skill Absolute Freeze. However, he didn't expect the number of volcanic rock beasts and volcanic dragon beasts to be so overwhelming. If he thought about getting that flame core now, he might end up trapped among a large group of fierce beasts. It's better to escape first. Roar. After Old Joe's words, his contracted Tiger Clan beast, extremely fierce, leaped out from the team with a roar. It summoned several powerful wind blades to stop the 5 volcanic dragon beasts, which had just awakened from the rock wall, their strength hovering between elite 8th and 9th stages. 1 against 5, it still held its ground. Fortunately, I still have a chance for digital soul evolution as a trump card. Even if the situation becomes more critical later, I can burst out and 1T face life-threatening danger. Chen Mu closely followed Lin Qingya and Old Zhou, relying on Old Zhou's Wolf Clan beast to share most of the firepower. The Agumon worked in tandem with Lin Qingya's Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox, making their retreat relatively smooth. Chen Mu's purpose for this trip was also to collect a large number of elite-level fierce beast bones with dragon or sub-dragon bloodlines to use as evolution materials for Agumon. He originally planned to rely on himself and Agumon to carry back the bones of the deceased volcanic rock beast one by one. But now, given the situation, carrying anything would just slow down their escape. They shouldn't carry anything at all. Although he didn't get any dragon bones, he still made considerable gains. Besides the data extracted from the 6 normal volcanic rock beasts earlier, while retreating, Chen Mu also touched over 10 corpses of darkened volcanic rock beasts, extracted elite 2nd stage volcanic rock beast blood essence, converted into 6 universal data points, 235 dark type data points, 79 beast type data points, 29 dragon type data points. Unfortunately, these darkened volcanic rock beasts mostly contained dark type data, with a smaller proportion of dragon type data. So where did this dark type data come from? Chen Mu was puzzled. At this moment, Agumon found a few opportunities and quietly said to Chen Mu, "Boss, I feel something is off. There is one more thing I didn't tell you. After I woke up from the digital world, I seemed to appear in this place and then got abducted. But at that time, I only encountered those red dragons. Now, for some reason, these red dragons all have a dark digital beast aura. Do you think the dark digital beasts are trying to invade us?" Chen Mu's eyes widened. "What the hell? Agumon, why didn't you say this earlier?" Agumon looked aggrieved and muttered softly, "Boss, didn't you say there are outsiders around and told me not to speak? You can't blame me for this." After hearing Agumon's words, Chen Mu's heart shook violently, connecting it to a not-so-good possibility. Ever since binding with the World Tree, Chen Mu knew there seemed to be another digital world outside the Beastmaster world. Plus, waking up and seemingly coming from the digital world to the Beastmaster world with the rolling beast. The digital runes written by the ultimate level angel-type digital beast obtained from ancient relics. All of this undoubtedly indicated that there was some intersection between the Beastmaster world and the digital world. In fact, there might have been for a very long time. Now, combined with what the rolling beast said, perhaps this Flame Valley is some kind of intersection point between the two worlds. The rolling beast, which has a peaceful temperament and is not very strong, being transported from the digital world isn't a big deal. But the problem is, the volcanic rock beasts now have a dark attribute power, clearly related to dark digital beasts. If some mature demon beasts or complete blood-sucking beasts were accidentally transported over, wouldn't that be the end? Damn, we need to run fast. Without the strength of a battle general or above, one shouldn't get close to such a ghostly place. Chen Mu anxiously grabbed Lin Qingya's delicate wrist, wanting to run faster to avoid any new changes. At the same time, unknown to Chen Mu, at the bottom of the lava, the space suddenly filled with fine cracks like shattered glass. A trace of dark power surged from the space cracks, and the young volcanic rock beast living at the bottom of the lava rushed up to devour this dark aura. Soon, Their entire body's lava armor turned black, and their levels began to rapidly rise. Some of the young volcanic rock beasts even showed signs of about to evolve into volcanic dragon beasts. Chapter 57. Beast Domain Descends? The Shattered Flame Valley Greengrass City. Beastmaster Association. In a spacious conference room, the atmosphere felt slightly tense. The president of the Beastmaster Association sat in the main seat and said solemnly, "Everyone. The cause of this beast tide may not be as simple as being led by a few battle general-level fierce beasts. According to military investigations, nearly 30% of the fierce beasts killed in the first-level beast tide had dark or dragon attributes, which is extremely abnormal compared to the beast tides we've encountered in the past." As he spoke, the president of the Beastmaster Association looked at a man seated to his right in the conference room and asked, "Commander Fan, has there been any change in the situation these past few days?" The person the president referred to was Commander Fan of the Greengrass City military, whose strength had already reached above Battle General 7th stage and is currently the commanding officer of the Greengrass City Army. However, even though Commander Fan is one of the top few powerhouses in Greengrass City, his expression was also difficult to maintain calm. "President, the proportion of dark and dragon attribute fierce beasts has not only not decreased, but is showing a slowly increasing trend. If it were just this, it wouldn't be a big issue." As Commander Fan spoke halfway, the large screen in the center of the conference room lit up. It displayed a map of Greengrass City and its surroundings, with dozens of red dots marked on it. Commander Fan looked at the red dots marked on the screen and continued, "The key point is that in these past few days, we have increasingly frequently detected signs of spatial fluctuations around Greengrass City. These spatial fluctuations initially concentrated in the depths of the ancient god forest, but today, for some unknown reason, the spatial fluctuations in the ancient god forest have completely calmed down, while the plains north of Greengrass City have begun to fluctuate continuously. Moreover, the frequency of spatial fluctuations in the northern plains today is comparable to the sum of the previous days. I suspect a new beast domain is about to descend." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. The more than 20 people sitting in the conference room were almost all battle general-level beastmasters, the top powerhouses of Greengrass City. Clearly, everyone knows what the arrival of the beast domain means. If luck is on their side, the native ferocious beasts within the beast domain are not too powerful, and then Greengrass City might gain a resource-rich land similar to a small world for free. However, if luck runs out, and there are sovereign-level king beasts within the beast domain, their arrival will almost inevitably trigger a terrifying level 4 beast tide. At that time, Greengrass City's situation will not be much better than the ruined city that was destroyed by a level 4 beast tide decades ago. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man resembling Gufong, sitting in the second position to the left of the president of the Beast Tamer Association, stood up and said seriously, "The 5-city alliance adheres to the principle of mutual assistance. Although the beast domain has descended around Greengrass City, my Gu family can represent Xiang City and send battle-hardened experts to help Greengrass City resist the potential crisis brought by this beast domain arrival. I hope our 5-city alliance can stand as one and not let the tragedy that happened decades ago repeat itself." With the strong statement from the Gu family's expert from Xiang City, the strong individuals sent by the other 3 cities also began to voice their willingness to support Greengrass City. Seeing this, the president of the Beast Tamer Association slightly relaxed his tightly furrowed brow and gratefully glanced at the Gu family expert. "Thank you, fellow compatriots, for your assistance. I will immediately report the specific situation to the province and the imperial capital, hoping to request the help of some sovereign-level experts." The association president then looked at Commander Fan and sighed lightly. The location of the spatial fluctuations has shifted. It seems the beast tide in the ancient god forest should not develop into a level 2-1, but the beast domain may descend somewhere in the northern plains. Commander Fan, please try to mobilize some personnel to monitor the situation in the northern plains. Meanwhile, in the northern plains, in the Fire Valley, Chen Mu looked at the darkened volcanic beasts that continued to increase in number after their group had been fighting for a long time, and his throat tightened slightly. This situation is a disaster. At this moment, he, Lin Xingya, and Zhou Lao were still in relatively good condition. However, the Gu family expert was already struggling to cope. Gu Feng's clothes had several scorched spots, and his arm had been burned by lava. They were not far from the exit of the Fire Valley. Originally, with their speed, they could escape this terrifying danger in just a minute if they moved a bit faster. But due to the obstruction of the volcanic beasts, Even after fighting for another 10 minutes, they might not be able to escape. Lin Qingya's ice spirit nine-tailed fox was panting heavily, already exhausted. The high-level skill, Fox Enchantment, consumed too much energy, and now it had used up more than half of its stamina, making it difficult to continue using it. The Yaga Beast, which was supposed to work in tandem with the ice spirit nine-tailed fox, was now in a bit of a predicament without a strong support. It had almost been directly hit by the volcanic beast skills several times, barely avoiding them thanks to Chen Mu's timely reminders. Chen Mu, what should we do? My nine-tails can't hold on much longer. At this moment, even Lin Qingya couldn't remain calm and asked Chen Mu with some worry. Chen Mu gritted his teeth, contemplating whether to evolve the Yaga Beast to see if it could break through in one go. But he couldn't find a suitable opportunity and didn't dare to gamble recklessly. If they successfully broke through, it would be a joyous outcome. But if they failed to escape, he would exhaust his mental energy and end up in a worse situation. Suddenly, a crisp sound, like a potato chip being broken in half, rang out. Unexpectedly, Chen Mu saw a small crack suddenly appear in the space that had been bubbling with hot air to his right. Following that, the surrounding areas began to make cracking sounds. These cracks started appearing continuously and became increasingly dense. A three-tier volcanic beast suddenly found a crack open in front of it and accidentally bumped into it. The next moment, it didn't even have time to scream before its flesh and blood were directly shredded. Some of it was sucked into the spatial crack, while the rest remained where it was, far from the crack. What the hell is happening? Chen Mu's mindset was starting to crack. What was going on today? With one unexpected event after another? Was this going to keep going? As the cracks multiplied, he feared that even Zhou Lao's two elite 9th-tier tamed beasts wouldn't be able to escape if they were caught in it. At that moment, Chen Mu suddenly felt a message in his mind, detected that the spatial region here is about to collapse. Please enter a safe location within 1 minute. Otherwise, there will be a danger to life. Why is there going to be a spatial collapse again? Is it really necessary to mess with people's mindset like this? Chen Mu couldn't help but shout internally. The World Trees alerts rang out unusually 3 times in a row, indicating its extreme urgency. Meanwhile, a transparent map of the Fire Valley appeared in Chen Mu's eyes. Fortunately, it marked a few locations that wouldn't be affected by the spatial collapse. 1 minute. Chen Mu took a deep breath, didn't think about anything else, and immediately decided to run toward a cave not far from him. He didn't have time to slowly explain to the others, just shouted, "Follow me into that cave, or we'll all die." Lin Qingya, without hesitation, trusted Chen Mu's judgment and quickly followed him. Zhou Lao glanced at the increasing number of spatial cracks blocking their path, sighed lightly, recalled his 2 tamed beasts, and followed suit. Gu Feng and the Gu family expert found themselves at a loss and had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow behind Chen Mu and the others. As soon as Gu Feng stepped into the cave, countless sounds of spatial fragmentation erupted. When gathered together, it sounded like thunder rumbling. A large amount of space began to shatter, and countless volcanic beasts were sucked into the spatial turbulence, their flesh and blood turning to ash in an instant. Even the towering 3 to 4 meter tall, powerful volcanic dragon beasts were crushed by the power of space in an instant. The few people inside the cave gasped at this scene. They didn't know what major event had happened in the Fire Valley that made the space so unstable. If they hadn't decisively followed Chen Mu, they would likely have been wiped out completely. Gradually, the collapsing space began to repair itself, unexpectedly forming a black vortex-like spatial passage in the process. Originally sitting quietly in the cave, having put the Yaga beast into the beast's space to recover its stamina, Chen Mu suddenly opened his eyes in shock. He was astonished to find that the vortex had an incredibly strong suction force directed at him. The next moment, his whole body was lifted and pulled into the vortex. Chen Mu, Lin Qingya, sitting next to Chen Mu, sensed something was wrong first and instinctively grabbed his clothes, trying to pull him back. However, the gravitational force that even Chen Mu couldn't escape from. How could Lin Qingya's strength have any effect? The next moment, the attraction from the black hole doubled, and both of them were pulled in panic. Miss. Zhou Lao saw this and shouted furiously, unleashing his beast tamer talent to empower his 2 beasts. Both of his beasts jumped out with all their strength, trying to pull Chen Mu and Lin Qingya back. However, the black hole exerted a tremendous repulsive force on his 2 beasts. Even with the enhancement of the beast tamer talent, Zhou Lao's 2 beasts, which had barely reached battle-hardened levels, were instantly repelled by the spatial repulsion. Once the black hole sucked in Chen Mu and the others, it began to close rapidly. In just a few seconds, it disappeared without a trace. By this point, apart from the many vanished volcanic rock beasts in Chen Mu and Qingya, The entire Flame Valley had returned to calm. Chapter 58, Puppy Beast. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Chen Mu felt as if his consciousness had sunk into a quagmire. When he gradually regained consciousness, he sensed a slight warmth on his face, as if someone was wiping it with a damp towel. What is going on? The next moment, consciousness returned, and Chen Mu suddenly opened his eyes, sitting upright. His movement startled a small creature beside him, causing it to retreat several steps. Why, you're awake? A creature resembling a small dog, with cream-colored fur, long ears, and rosy cheeks, timidly observed Chen Mu and asked, "Puppy Beast?" Seeing this familiar and adorable creature, Chen Mu was momentarily stunned. Isn't this the juvenile form of Dilu Beast and Angel Beast, the Puppy Beast? Where am I now? This can't be a hallucination, right? As a legitimate Digimon, the Puppy Beast shouldn't normally appear in the Beastmaster world. Chen Mu shook his head, sorting through his memories, and then speculated with confusion. Did I somehow get sucked into a spatial vortex that appeared in the Flame Valley and end up in the digital world? The place he was in was a small cave, the entrance covered by vines, with sunlight streaming in through the gaps above, sufficient to see everything inside the cave clearly. The small rich girl Lin Xingya, who had been pulled in along with him, was still lying unconscious beside him. Her breathing was normal, and she seemed fine. Likely still in the same state as he had been, her consciousness not yet awakened. Agumon had also been staying in his Beastmaster space and could be summoned at any time. There was no need to worry about encountering danger without any means of self-protection. However, Chen Mu found it somewhat helpless at this moment. The World Tree had inexplicably gone offline, and even the Puppy Beast data panel had not automatically appeared. No matter how much he called out in his heart, there was no response. Why, you actually know me? You can't be a minion of the vampire beast sent to capture me, right? Upon hearing Chen Mu's mumbling, the previously shy Puppy Beast immediately tensed up, its long ears standing upright. It quickly retreated behind a large rock, staring at Chen Mu with its big, watery blue eyes, looking very alert. However, seeing Chen Mu inspecting his surroundings, he completely ignored the Puppy Beast. The Puppy Beast bared its teeth and tried to sound fierce in a soft, cute voice. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered with you. I should have let those unfamiliar dark Digimon outside eat you. The vampire beast's lackey. Coming back to his senses, Chen Mu finally looked apologetically at the Puppy Beast and said, Sorry, I just woke up and am still a bit dazed." Clearly, he and Lin Xingya had been sucked into that spatial vortex and ended up in an unfamiliar place, while he was unconscious. It was this Puppy Beast that had discovered them and dragged them into this cave. Thinking of this, Chen Mu felt a bit more gratitude towards the Puppy Beast and patiently explained, "Puppy Beast, first, I must thank you for saving me and my companion. I arrived here inexplicably, and knowing your name is purely a coincidence. I am definitely not someone sent by the vampire beast to capture you, so you don't need to be afraid. Can you tell me where this place is? Or is this the digital world? And what is this vampire beast about?" Hearing the Puppy Beast's words, Chen Mu was filled with confusion. This situation couldn't be related to the original plot, right? In the first season of the anime, the protagonist's sister, Yagami Hikari, or Yagami Taichi, had a partner Digimon that was raised by a fully evolved vampire beast. That vampire beast had trained the Puppy Beast into a loyal subordinate, eventually leading it to evolve into Dilu Beast. At this moment, could it be that something had happened, and the Puppy Beast had escaped from the vampire beast? The Puppy Beast was also deep in thought. It seemed that what this humanoid Digimon said made sense. If he were indeed sent by the vampire beast to capture him, he would have attacked directly instead of talking to him for so long. Moreover, it could faintly sense a very comfortable holy aura from him. How could a Digimon with such an aura possibly collude with darkness? Thinking of this, the Puppy Beast relaxed its guard a little, slowly stepping out from behind the large rock while maintaining a distance of 5 meters from Chen Mu, and said, "I was originally a subordinate of a very brutal vampire beast in the dark area. That vampire beast feared the part of the light power I possessed, so it imprisoned me, trying to use dark power to corrupt and evolve me. Recently, during a sacrificial ceremony held in the vampire beast castle, I seized the opportunity to escape, but accidentally got sucked into the sacrificial altar. I thought I was doomed, but unexpectedly, I found myself here in a daze. I don't know where this is, only that outside are various dark Digimon I've never seen before, and even some strange humanoid Digimon that look a lot like you want to capture me back." The Puppy Beast tried to keep a serious expression, but its soft and cute voice made it sound a bit out of place. However, Chen Mu didn't have the time to care about that. He was working hard to digest the information expressed by the puppy beast, and the various terms combined left him feeling somewhat bewildered. Subordinate of the vampire beast? Sucked into the sacrificial altar? Even the dark area, a place that had never appeared in the anime, was mentioned. This was a million times different from the plot of the anime in his previous life. Overall, it seemed that the puppy beast was also brought here like him. Moreover, its description was quite similar to Agumon's initial statements about the various unknown Digimon outside. This indicated that there might not be any Digimon outside at all, but rather various kinds of ferocious beasts. It seemed he hadn't left the realm of the Beastmaster world. Perhaps he had come to a region completely occupied by ferocious beasts far from Greenfield City. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mu decided to summon Agumon directly and said, "Agumon, your experience seems quite similar to the puppy beast's, so you two should communicate well." As soon as Agumon appeared, it anxiously looked around, and upon seeing that Chen Mu was fine, it let out a sigh of relief. "Boss, have we escaped from that valley? What about those red dragons? Should I evolve immediately and fight them?" Agumon had been waiting in the Beastmaster space for a long time, not knowing what was happening outside. Chen Mu hadn't released it again, and it was a bit worried that something had happened to Chen Mu. But now it seemed that fortunately, nothing was wrong. Otherwise, it would definitely have fought those red dragons to the death. Agumon. The puppy beast was also taken aback upon seeing the yellow little dinosaur suddenly appear from the summoning array. It had known an Agumon friend in the vampire beast castle, but unfortunately, that friend had fallen and evolved into a Devimon. Now seeing a new Agumon, the puppy beast couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Just as the puppy beast was about to exchange a few words with Agumon, it suddenly widened its eyes, its fur bristling, and said in a very low voice, "Quiet. I sense the aura of a powerful dark Digimon approaching rapidly." Chapter 59, Dark Dragon Beast. How could there be no battle for Beastmasters? Boom, boom. A faint vibration echoed on the ground, as if a colossal creature was stomping heavily with its feet, rapidly approaching the cave. The puppy beast bit down hard, remaining silent. Its slightly trembling body revealed the fear in its heart. It was almost certain this approaching digital beast, possessing dark powers, had definitely discovered its whereabouts and was coming for it. If it were to be captured and taken back to the castle of the blood-sucking beast, it was unimaginable what kind of cruel torture it would endure. That kind of experience would be worse than death. With this thought, the puppy beast felt a bit overwhelmed. Even if it knew it would be caught, what could it do? Although it was a rare digital beast with light powers, it was merely in the growth stage with weak powers, unable to contend with those powerful dark digital beasts. Unfortunately, it had also implicated Agumon and those two strange humanoid digital beasts. Agumon was also just in the growth stage, unable to exert much power. The puppy beast drooped its ears, clearly in despair. Just then, it saw the strange humanoid digital beast stand up, mumbling something it couldn't understand. Not that strong after all. It seems to barely be at the elite level 6 or 7. Thought it was some powerful beast comparable to a war general, but turns out it's just this? Chen Mu stood up with a relaxed expression, dusting off his pants, and walked directly toward the cave entrance with Agumon, gently instructing the puppy beast, "Please take care of that companion." The puppy beast watched Chen Mu's actions, feeling extremely anxious, and lowered its voice, trying to sound serious. "Don't go. It's really dangerous outside. You can't defeat that guy." Relying on a growth stage Agumon to confront the rapidly approaching dark digital beast that seems to have the power of the mature stage is just asking for death. However, Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Then he lifted the vines covering the cave entrance and stepped outside with Agumon. It wasn't that he was eager to face the battle. He could sense that a huge creature was running toward them, and if they stayed in the cave, a hard hit could cause it to collapse. It would be a shame if he accidentally got crushed by falling rocks. Going out to confront it was the best choice. Watching Chen Mu resolutely step outside, the puppy beast was stunned. Tears welled up in its eyes. This strange humanoid digital beast, whom it had just met, was actually going out to confront a powerful mature digital beast to save it. Why? It really didn't deserve such sacrifice. Meanwhile, after stepping out of the cave, Chen Mu surveyed his surroundings and found that the environment was not much different from the ancient god forest. Outside the cave was a small clearing. Looking further ahead, there was an endless forest. However, at that moment, a loud roar came from not far ahead, and tall trees were quickly knocked down, as if a giant beast was advancing straight toward him. In just a moment, with the collapse of 3 rows of trees, a cloud of dust rose before him, revealing a gigantic dinosaur over 4 meters tall, its skin pitch black. At that moment, Chen Mu suddenly noticed something moving slightly in front of him. A transparent data panel popped up. Race: Dark Dragon Beast. Specific race difficult to identify. Not a data body, but very similar to the mature digital beast Dark Dragon Beast. Temporarily named Dark Dragon Beast. Attribute: Dark, Beast Potential. High Elite Level 7, Mature Stage. Basic Skills: Dinosaur Claw, Hardened Skin, War Roar. Black Flame Storm Evolution Route 1. Mature Dark Dragon Beast, Success Rate 79-2. Mature Dark Dragon Beast Demon Beast, Success Rate 36. The World Tree had actually come online. After a moment of surprise, Chen Mu felt an unexpected joy. However, he didn't have time to slowly communicate with the World Tree. Instead, he focused on the strange dinosaur beast. It looked almost identical to the Dark Dragon Beast among digital beasts, and it could directly evolve into a proper Dark Dragon Beast. Strangely, it also had an evolution route for a demon beast. This situation was identical to what he had seen before with the Dark Volcano Dragon Beast and the Volcano Rock Beasts in the Flame Valley. However, that was not what surprised Chen Mu the most. The strangest thing was that atop this beast resembling the Dark Dragon Beast sat a person. Chen Mu used his mental power to sense the individual and felt that they didn't seem like a beast master or a human. How to put it? It was a very strange species, seemingly between a human and a beast. The figure was wrapped in a pitch-black robe, wearing a strange demon mask, giving off a bizarre appearance. However, upon seeing Chen Mu, the figure in the black robe seemed even more surprised and quickly asked in a hoarse voice, "Little ghost, how did you come to this beast domain that hasn't yet descended? Also, I can clearly sense that light attribute beast is nearby. Did you hide it?" The black-robed figure seemed to sense that Chen Mu was merely a beast master around Elite Level 3, so he appeared fearless. Speaking with an unrestrained tone, "I hope your answer can satisfy me. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you experience what it means to suffer worse than death." Chen Mu snorted lightly, too lazy to engage in more conversation with this strange being. Although he didn't know the origins or background of the figure, it was clearly an enemy. At this moment, he just needed to quickly eliminate them, and then he could ask whatever he wanted. There was no need for more idle chatter. If he delayed any longer, who knew if the figure would call in more teammates, which would make things difficult. With this thought, Chen Mu directly took out the 5th-generation digital monster machine, and the orange-red digital soul blazed brightly in his hand. Agumon, evolve. In the next moment, nearly 1/5 of the mental power river in the beast master space vanished instantly. The digital soul surged into the digital monster machine like a scorching, endless fire, transforming into pure evolution power that enveloped Agumon. At that moment, Agumon's form began to swell wildly. Roar. When the evolution power completely merged with Agumon, the ground trembled slightly, and a gigantic dinosaur nearly 5 meters tall, larger than the Dark Dragon Beast, appeared in its place. Super explosion. After completing the evolution, Agumon wasted no time and directly conjured a massive fireball in its mouth. Boom. Accompanied by a rolling wave of heat. The fireball shot straight toward the Dark Dragon Beast's head, targeting that black-robed man first. This was something Chen Mu had taught Agumon long ago. In the wild, if anyone dared to target him, the first thing to do was to hit the human hard, without caring about their digital beast. In real combat, how could one only attack the digital beast and not the beast master? Chapter 60. Intense Battle, Earth-Shattering Dinosaur Beast. Seeing that Agumon, who was originally only at Elite Level 3, suddenly surged in size, transforming into an even larger behemoth than his own digital beast, and without hesitation unleashed a powerful fireball targeting him. The black-robed man instantly felt a deathly crisis, his pupils dilating in fear. At the same time, his muscles tensed up, and he instinctively leaped back to the ground while yelling, "Black Dragon, block that fireball for me." The Dark Dragon Beast obeyed, quickly raising its right claw while using its skills, Dinosaur Claw and Hardened Skin. Its skin, as dark as ink, rippled with muscle, and the hardened dragon claw, carrying immense power, struck out toward the incoming fireball. Roar. With a loud explosion, the Dark Dragon Beast let out a deep howl of pain, staggering back several steps and crushing a few fallen trees in half to dissipate the powerful impact of the fireball. However, even though it expended considerable effort to block the fireball, the Dark Dragon Beast paid a hefty price. The hard black skin on its right arm resembled severe burns, revealing the red flesh beneath. Even one of its 5 sharp claws was blown off, making it look quite tragic. The aftermath of the fireball explosion hit the face of the man in the black robe. If it weren't for the unexpectedly hard material of the demon mask he wore, he would have felt the fierce fighting spirit of the Agumon. The battle was exhilarating. Meanwhile, the evolved Agumon had a deeper, more powerful voice. Seeing its opponent in such a sorry state, it let out a howl towards the sky, feeling a rush of satisfaction. It was unexpected that Chen Mu was so decisive this time. Upon seeing a strong opponent, without saying a word, he directly allowed itself to evolve. It seemed that the appearance of its evolution this time was somewhat different from the last. The evolved Agumon glanced at its new body, a hint of doubt appearing in its mind, but it didn't think much of it. Agumon only remembered that during the last evolution, it didn't even have time to feel the thrill of its sudden increase in power before Chen Mu suddenly recalled the digital soul. But this time, Agumon was ready to seize the opportunity to experience it. After injuring its opponent with one strike, Agumon charged forward with a roar without waiting for Chen Mu's command, preparing to battle the Dark Dragon Beast for another 300 rounds. Wait a minute. Why did it evolve into the Ground Tyrannomon this time? When Agumon noticed its evolved form was different, Chen Mu raised an eyebrow, equally puzzled. The giant dinosaur charging excitedly towards the Dark Dragon Beast, while resembling a Tyrannomon, appeared even more robust overall. Its body was covered with strong muscles, and there were even several sharp protrusions resembling bone spurs on its shoulders and arms. This was clearly the mature form of one of the subspecies of Tyrannomon, the Ground Tyrannomon. Species, Ground Tyrannomon attribute, Dragon, Fire. Beast potential, Primary Battle General, Digital Soul and Evolution, Specific potential currently undetermined. Level, Elite Level 8, Mature, Basic skills, Rending Claw, Subtle, Small Flame, Perfect, Beast Blood Boiling, Perfect. Swift, Perfect, Advanced skills, Purple Dragon Flame, Entry, Super skills, Divine Dragon 9 changes, Entry, Temporary Evolution Indeterminate skills, Super Flame, Super Explosion, Giant Horn Impact. Currently, it appears that the direction of Digital Soul evolution is not completely determined, which is why it evolved into Tyrannomon last time, and this time into the subspecies Ground Tyrannomon. The data panel provided by the World Tree indicated that Chen Mu was not mistaken. The evolution of the Digital Soul still has uncertainty, which is different from the animations in the previous life. Chen Mu was taken aback. However, since he was in the middle of a battle and felt the rapid consumption of mental energy and the flow of the Digital Soul in the beast control space, he didn't have time to think more. Theoretically, the Ground Tyrannomon subspecies should be slightly stronger than the Tyrannomon. The Tyrannomon's ultimate skill, Super Flame, was also possessed by the Ground Tyrannomon. In addition, the Ground Tyrannomon had a skill called Super Explosion, which involved compressing Super Flame to the limit in its mouth and then releasing it instantly, dramatically increasing its power. It was equivalent to an enhanced version of Super Flame. The Ground Tyrannomon had just used the Super Explosion skill to severely injure the Dark Dragon Beast with a single blow. Of course, this skill consumed a lot of energy, a significant portion of which was drawn from Chen Mu's Digital Soul. From that recent strike, Chen Mu noticed that a small area of the river in the beast control space had dried up. Ground Tyrannomon, let's finish this quickly. Chen Mu raised his head and shouted. In the brief moment he was distracted, the Ground Tyrannomon had already collided with the Dark Dragon Beast using brute force. After Agumon absorbed data extracted from several volcanic rock beasts, its level rose from Elite Level 2 to Elite Level 3. The evolved Ground Tyrannomon was also one level higher than the previous Tyrannomon, reaching Elite Level 8. Once reaching the Elite High Level, levels 7 to 9, the power gap between each level is significant. Therefore, the Elite Level 8 Ground Tyrannomon completely overwhelmed the Elite Level 7 Dark Dragon Beast in their struggle. Behind and beneath them, trees were ruthlessly knocked down, and dust rose, creating a grand scene. After hearing Chen Mu's command, the Ground Tyrannomon did not merely focus on competing in strength for its own enjoyment. It suddenly released the Dark Dragon Beast for a moment, stepped back to gather strength, and the sharp giant horn on its head glowed before it charged madly at the Dark Dragon Beast. Giant Horn Impact. The Ground Tyrannomon attempted to penetrate its opponent's chest with this strike, aiming to kill it and end the battle. Damn little brat. Watching someone who clearly looked like a student act with such decisiveness and ruthlessness, the man in the black robe cursed angrily after barely escaping with his life. If he hadn't fled quickly, he would have already met the King of Hell, although his expression couldn't be seen through the mask. Chen Mu guessed it must have been quite spectacular, seeing that his elite beast, which was already top tier among the elite ranks, was almost defeated in just a short time. The black-robed man became somewhat flustered and hurriedly summoned another magic circle. Black Hound, you go too. A presence even stronger than the dark dragon beast emerged from the magic circle. The newly summoned beast was not as large, measuring only about 3 meters long. Resembling a hunting dog, with black skin all over. It wore a collar adorned with many sharp spikes around its neck. As soon as this hunting dog beast appeared, it lunged at the ground Tyrannomon with incredible speed and bit down on the ground Tyrannomon's right hand, momentarily delaying its actions and allowing the dark dragon beast to successfully evade the almost fatal giant horn impact. Species, Dark Galehound attribute, Dark, Wind. Beast potential, High elite level 8 basic skills. Noise, Mastery. Dark Wind Vortex, Mastery. Swift, Mastery. Dark Bite, Perfect. Looking at the attribute panel of the hunting dog beast provided by the World Tree, Chen Mu's expression turned serious. Another elite level 8 beast? Chapter 61, Holy Cultist, Summoning Ritual. As long as resources are not plentiful, elite level beast tamers who can contract 2 beasts usually make some choices. They designate one beast as the primary training target and the other as secondary. Once the main pet is almost cultivated to its potential limit, they concentrate resources on cultivating the secondary pet, maximizing their combat power. Chen Mu initially thought that the first elite level 7 dark dragon beast was the main pet of the black-robed man. Unexpectedly, he summoned another elite level 8. Stronger Dark Galehound. When he was still at the Transcendence level, Agumon could easily battle above its level due to its superior skill proficiency. Even at Transcendence level 9, it could fight an elite level 1 by surpassing a major stage, but the skill's proficiency and potential were not high. However, now facing elite beasts with levels 7 and 8, each of which had been trained by the beast tamer for many years, the minimum proficiency of their basic skills was mastery level. In terms of skill proficiency, the ground Tyrannomon had little advantage left, and it had to face 2 opponents. The Dark Dragon Beast and the Dark Galehound clearly coordinated very well, one excelling in defense and power, while the other excelled in speed and ranged attacks. The combined combat power was far more than just the sum of their parts. However, the Earth Tyrannosaurus is not without its advantages. Its potential is that of a primary level battle general, higher than that of the Dark Dragon Beast and Dark Galehound. And it has a high-tier skill, Purple Dragon Flame. With all these factors combined, the Earth Tyrannosaurus can achieve victory through a slow battle. However, before winning, Chen Mu's mental strength will definitely not hold out. After seeing that he had summoned a second beast, Chen Mu remained indifferent. And the man in the black robe instantly understood. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Little brat, I thought you were strong. But it turns out you only have one elite level beast. It seems I won't even need to wait for my companions to arrive. I can take you down all by myself. Because of your previous actions that annoyed me after I kill your beast, I will make sure you enjoy a hellish torment to extract the information from your mouth." The black-robed man initially speculated that Chen Mu, with his youthful appearance, was in this realm of beasts that had not yet descended due to the surrounding space being extremely unstable before the beast realm's arrival. It was possible that Chen Mu had bad luck and was accidentally sucked in during his training in the ancient god forest. However, Chen Mu had unexpectedly displayed nearly elite 8th-tier strength, and the black-robed man instantly realized that Chen Mu's entry into this beast realm was definitely not a simple coincidence. Perhaps he was a powerful individual from the nearby Green Grass City, who, like himself, had entered this beast realm through some special method. It was imperative to extract specific information from him. After all, before the summoning ritual was completed, there could be no accidents. Damn it. If it weren't for that suddenly appearing light attribute beast disrupting the summoning ritual, the ritual would have been completed long ago. How could there be so much trouble now? After taking down this little brat, I must also capture that light attribute beast and make sure to torment it thoroughly to vent my anger. At the moment the black-robed man was thinking this, he saw Chen Mu in the distance suddenly grow cold. After shouting, "Earth Tyrannosaurus, block those 2 guys for me," the boy actually ran straight towards him. A small question mark slowly appeared above the black-robed man's head. Is this little brat trying to fight me in close combat? Upon thinking this, the black-robed man couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that Chen Mu was in a desperate situation and had lost his mind. He was a holy disciple blessed by the power of the Lord of Monsters, with physical strength comparable to a transcendent level ferocious beast, far beyond what a beast master of the same tier could compare to. Choosing to fight him in close combat? Should I say this kid is foolish? Or has he still not recognized my true identity? Unexpectedly, the younger strong ones on the human side are so adorably foolish. The black-robed man shook his head with a smile. Although he was in the mood to toy with Chen Mu, on the surface, he did not overly boast, instead adopting a fighting stance, ready to thoroughly torment Chen Mu's young mind. Little did he know, as the two closed in, Chen Mu's speed suddenly increased in the black-robed man's eyes. As he moved, Chen Mu's figure almost became an afterimage. What? The black-robed man's expression instantly changed drastically. Horrified to the extreme. Realizing something was wrong with Chen Mu, he dared not hold back, launching a powerful punch that exploded through the air, aimed directly at Chen Mu's vital area. However, his fist directly hit nothing but an afterimage, as Chen Mu seemed to vanish before his eyes. The next moment, the black-robed man felt excruciating pain tearing through both his arms, blood gushing out in an instant. After his expression twisted in agony, he finally saw a dagger enveloped in orange-red flame-like energy slowly being drawn from his severed right arm. It was then pressed against his neck. Who said that during a battle between beasts, when both sides were evenly matched, the beast masters couldn't engage in close combat? However, this black-robed man's physical quality seemed to be far superior to that of an ordinary elite-tier beast master. After quickly subduing the black-clad man, Chen Mu smiled slightly, feeling a bit dazed, and spoke gently as if talking to a friend. Please let your two beasts stop attacking. Feeling the dagger pressing against his neck, slowly digging into his skin, the black-robed man, gripped by the fear of death, dared not utter another word. He immediately shouted, "You two, stop! Don't resist." Then, the black-robed man prepared to withdraw his two beasts into the beast space. But Chen Mu would not give him the chance to make any small moves. Giant horn charge. The Earth Tyrannosaurus seized the opportunity, roaring loudly as terrifying power gathered at its sharp horn, charging towards the vital points of the Dark Dragon Beast and the Dark Galehound. The obedience of the black-robed man's beast seemed unexpectedly high when told not to move. They really didn't resist even against the Earth Tyrannosaurus's full-force attack. The two powerful elite high-tier beasts let out a scream before dying on the spot. The black-robed man also let out a mournful cry. As both contracted beasts died simultaneously, the backlash from the beast contract caused his beast space to collapse. The collapse of the beast space made his mental strength begin to unravel, nearly dissipating. In the throes of a splitting headache, the black-robed man instantly fainted. At this point, Chen Mu took a deep breath, sat down on the ground, feeling a bit dazed. Using the power of the digital soul to make Agumon evolve and fight consumed far more than he had imagined. The World Tree clearly stated that evolution could last nearly 20 minutes. But now, less than 5 minutes had passed, and Chen Mu saw that nearly half of the mental energy in his beast space had dried up. Boss, that was awesome. The degenerated Agumon was in a completely different state from Chen Mu, looking unsatisfied. Agumon was looking forward to it. If only the boss could last a bit longer. He could unleash super explosive skills without worrying about Chen Mu's consumption. That would be unimaginably awesome. Don't get too excited yet. We need to leave here quickly. After catching his breath, Chen Mu hurriedly stood up. The black-robed man mentioned he had companions, and he didn't know if he was trying to scare him. But he couldn't be careless. In any case, they couldn't stay here. He needed to take the puppy beast and the unconscious Lin Qingya to a safe place. With this thought, as Chen Mu turned to look at the cave, he saw a cute little dog head peeking out slightly, as the human and beast locked eyes. The puppy beast's sapphire-like, clear eyes sparkled with excitement as it charged out of the cave, bouncing and jumping straight into Chen Mu's arms. Saying in a sweet voice, "Master Chen Mu, please grant the little puppy beast the power to evolve." Chapter 62. The puppy beast grabs hold of the future of evolution. Master Chen Mu, please grant the little puppy beast the power to evolve. After the little puppy beast jumped into his arms, feeling the fluffy softness, Chen Mu couldn't help but pet it a few more times. The texture was surprisingly much better than that of the previous rolling beast. The former rolling beast felt more like a bouncy jelly, while the puppy beast was like a smooth and soft little pet. Woo! The puppy beast seemed to have never been petted like this by anyone or any digital beast before. Experiencing it for the first time, it couldn't help but let out a comfortable low moan, then instinctively rubbed against Chen Mu's hand. Seeing this scene, Chen Mu was somewhat puzzled as to why the little puppy beast, which had previously been a bit wary of him, suddenly became so clingy. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mu spoke. "Puppy beast, do you want me to help you evolve, right?" Hearing this, the puppy beast eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at rice, its blue eyes sparkling with anticipation as it said, Lord Chen Muxio, the little dog beast has figured it out. You are hiding a divine power within you that can help Agumon evolve, so you must be the embodiment of some great archangel-type Digimon. As long as you can bestow the power of evolution upon the little dog beast, it will do anything you ask." When the little dog beast first saw the unconscious Chen Mu, it sensed a faint divine power within him and felt a good impression. So it directly brought Chen Mu back to its hiding cave. Of course, this was just a kind act. The little dog beast had no intention of leveraging Chen Mu's power at that time, until the dark dragon beast suddenly attacked the little dog beast. Thinking it was well hidden, felt almost hopeless. If it hadn't been stripped of its divine halo by the minions of the blood-sucking beast, it would have been able to gain the power of light and evolve into an angel. How could it have ended up in such a situation? Without evolution, it was too weak, and when discovered by an enemy with dark power, it didn't even have the courage to fight. The little dog beast felt sorrow and had already resigned itself to death. It only hoped to be reborn as a Digi-egg after death, so it could regain the power of light in the next life and fight against darkness. Just then, the little dog beast saw Chen Mu resolutely take argument to fight the immensely powerful dark dragon beast for its sake. At that moment, the little dog beast was stunned. Its heart almost stopped beating for a few seconds. After being taken to the blood-sucking beast's castle, no other Digimon had treated it so well. Never before had the little dog beast wanted to evolve so much, to gain power and fight alongside Chen Mu against the darkness. But unfortunately, with its current power in the rookie stage, it would only be a hindrance if it rushed out. Although it couldn't rush out of the cave, the little dog beast was still very worried about Chen Mu's safety and couldn't help but peek outside through the gaps in the vines at the cave entrance, only to see a scene that shocked it immensely. With Chen Mu's help, Agumon actually completed its evolution. It transformed directly from a weak rookie to a powerful champion-level Tyrannomon, and even defeated 2 equally strong champion-level Dark Digimon. In the little dog beast's eyes, Chen Mu was practically glowing. At that moment, Lord Chen Mu was its angel, the angel who could bestow the power of light upon the little dog beast, to gain the power of light and seize the future of evolution. The little dog beast was willing to give everything. At this moment, Chen Mu was unaware of the significant change in the little dog beast's heart. He was taken aback when he heard the little dog beast's words. Is that true? I have divine power hidden within me, and I didn't even know it myself? Then, Chen Mu recalled that in his beast taming space, there was still a piece of text written by an ultimate angel-type Digimon titled Digital Runes, the Angel's Melody. According to the World Tree, this item has the effect of assisting angel-type Digimon in evolution. The little dog beast might have sensed its presence and started to misinterpret its identity. What does it mean to be the embodiment of an Archangel Digimon? I'm just an ordinary human. However, if it wants to evolve, that can definitely be arranged. With a spirit power level reaching 3 and having advanced to elite rank, he could already contract the second beast. After extracting so many angel-type data from the mysterious stele that recorded the angel's melody, Chen Mu had long wanted to contract an angel-type Digimon. Just in time, a cute little dog beast appeared today. Who else would he contract if not it? With this in mind, Chen Mu put on a serious expression and said, Little dog beast, first, I must clarify that I am not the embodiment of an Archangel Digimon. Just an ordinary human, a different kind of life from Digimon. However, if you are willing to be my beast partner and fight alongside me in the future, I can help you gain the power of evolution. As he spoke, Chen Mu gently bit his finger and held it out in front of the little dog beast. If you agree, just touch my hand, and I will make a beast contract with you. Before Chen Mu could finish speaking, the little dog beast, unable to hide its joy, blushed even more and eagerly replied, I'm willing. The little dog beast is willing. It then tightly hugged Chen Mu's right hand with its whole little body. It thought to itself, Little dog beast, this time, you must seize the future of evolution. Chen Mu said he wasn't an Archangel-type Digimon, but the little dog beast didn't believe it at all. It must be that Lord Chen Mu is testing me. Yes, it must be like that. As Chen Mu silently operated his spirit power and used the beast contract incantation, a summoning magic circle appeared from his right hand, enveloping him and the little dog beast. In response to the spirit power, the little dog beast not only offered no resistance, but was filled with excitement and joy. The intensity of its emotional fluctuations was almost as if Agumon had just taken down 10 dark dragon beasts, leaving Chen Mu a bit dazed. Did the little dog beast suddenly become so fond of him? But that was a good thing, just like with the rolling beast before. The intimacy was already full right after the contract without needing to slowly cultivate feelings. From defeating the black-robed man until now, it hadn't taken much time at all. After completing the contract, Chen Mu temporarily set aside other matters and first asked the little dog beast if it could find another safe place. The black-robed man mentioned he had companions. Although he didn't know if it was true, it was something to be wary of. Chen Mu had already consumed nearly half of his spirit power, so it was clearly not suitable for continued combat. After receiving an affirmative response from the little dog beast, Chen Mu used data extraction to gather a lot of dark-type data from the fallen Dark Dragon Beast and Dark Wind Hound. He then carried the still unconscious rich girl Lin Qingya on his back while having Agumon carry the fainted black-robed man, preparing to go to another safer location to rest and recover spirit power while waiting for the black-robed man to wake up to interrogate him slowly. Chen Mu had too many doubts about this unfamiliar place. Having contracted the little dog beast as a new Digimon partner, Chen Mu felt he had struck gold. Now that he could return to Green Grass City, he wanted to go back as soon as possible. The black-robed man clearly didn't stay in such a ghostly place for a vacation. Perhaps he was plotting some plan or conspiracy, and Chen Mu had no interest in getting involved. Once the captured black-robed man woke up, he planned to force out some information on how to leave this ghostly place before heading straight back to Green Grass City. Chapter 63: Intertwined Worlds. The possibility of dual digital souls evolution during the rapid traversal through the woods, Chen Mu realized that this place was quite dangerous. There were almost a plethora of beasts above the 7th stage of transformation, mostly dark attribute, each one fiercely violent, and occasionally, he would encounter 2 beast clans fighting desperately for territory. Moreover, the deeper he went, the more he could feel the overall strength of the beasts residing there increasing. At this rate, there were likely powerful war general level beasts in the deepest part of this forest, making it even more dangerous than the ancient god forest surrounding Green Grass City. If an ordinary transformation stage beast tamer were unfortunate enough to come here, they probably wouldn't survive an hour. Agumon constantly revealed its aura, intimidating the weaker beasts, allowing them to avoid many battles along the way. Of course, the main reason was that the little dog beast didn't lead Chen Mu into the deeper, more dangerous parts of the forest. According to the little dog beast, it had been living in this forest for many days. To avoid being tracked by the black-robed man, the little dog beast had found several hiding spots, with the cave they had just been in being just one of them. In fact, relying on its sensitivity to dark attribute beasts, the little dog beast had managed to stay safe despite some anxiety and had never been caught by the black-robed man. Just now, the black-robed man found the cave entrance mainly because the little dog beast had stayed outside for too long in order to drag Chen Mu and Lin Qingya back from the forest, leaving behind a considerable trace of its aura. The dark wind hound of the black-robed man followed the scent from a distance. This made Chen Mu feel somewhat touched, and he gently patted the little dog beast's head. If he hadn't been lucky enough to meet it, he might have been devoured by some dark attribute beast while he was unconscious. The little dog beast also let out a comfortable hum, enjoying Chen Mu's touch. While hurrying to another dwelling, Chen Mu was recovering his mental power and communicating with the world tree, asking it to clarify his doubts, returning to the host. The place where you and I are now should be a small world independent of the main world you were in before. The spatial vortex that appeared in the Flame Valley was created because this small world intersected with the main world's space, and that vortex is very unstable. I am currently in a damaged state, far from my peak strength. Just passing through an unstable spatial vortex has caused me to remain offline for a long time, and I have only just managed to power up. At the same time, the girl you are carrying has not woken up for so long because her mental power is not as strong as yours, but she should be fine. Good heavens. So it turns out they inadvertently entered a small world? It seems that going back won't be so easy now. Listening to the world tree's explanation, Chen Mu felt a bit helpless. Although he had never heard of the concept of a small world in Green Grass City as a transmigrator, he accepted it quite quickly. Normally, a small world should have plenty of rare materials and extraordinary resources. Unfortunately, after walking for so long, Chen Mu found that aside from a lot of dark attribute beasts, there wasn't much useful. It would be very difficult to obtain dragon-type data to upgrade Agumon. Not to mention finding evolution materials, he didn't even have a contract with a dark-type Digimon. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He just wanted to return to Green Grass City as soon as possible. While Chen Mu was frantically complaining in his heart, the world tree suddenly said something surprising. I suggest the host not to rush back because I have sensed the existence of the digital world for the first time while in this small world. In other words, this small world may have intersections with both the Beastmaster world where humans reside and the digital world where Digimon exist. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Mu was immediately shocked and even stopped his fast pace. He almost made the little dog beast leading the way and the Agumon beside him think something was wrong. Chen Mu quickly resumed his fast pace, carefully sorting through all the events in his mind before arriving at a hypothesis. So, this small world is connected to the Flame Valley on one side and to the dark area mentioned by the little dog beast. The castle of the blood-sucking beast on the other side? It was precisely because it connected the Flame Valley and the castle of the blood-sucking beast that he and the little dog beast could meet here. This hypothesis was undoubtedly absurd. It made Chen Mu feel not only that the digital world truly existed, but also for the first time that it was so close to him. According to what the world tree said, under normal circumstances, the digital world and the beast master world should be two parallel lines that do not intersect. When this small world moves between the two parallel lines, the digital world and the beast master world can use the small world as a springboard to reach each other through some means. The little dog beast came over like this, crossing over from the digital world. Just now, when he heard the little dog beast mention that the castle of the blood-sucking beast seemed to be holding some kind of sacrificial ceremony. It was drawn here by the altar in the ritual. The blood-sucking beast must have created this thing for the ultimate purpose of crossing over to this small world. Just like the little dog beast, right? Thinking of this, Chen Mu's heart sank. This blood-sucking beast does not seem to be the same one that crushed the protagonist group in the animation of his previous life. However, as a complete body, the blood-sucking beast would at least have the strength of a war general, and it could even exceed that. If the blood-sucking beast really crossed over and found a weak human like him in this small world, Chen Mu didn't need to think much to know what his fate would be. Just relying on Agumon's strength after evolving with the digital soul to reach elite level 8. He definitely couldn't compete with a powerful complete body Digimon. However, the good news is that aside from Agumon, he now has the little dog beast as an additional fighting force. While thinking, Chen Mu carefully studied the little dog beast data panel. Species, little dog beast, also known as Protomon, attribute, light. Beast potential, high-level transcendence level 3, growth period, basic skills, Holy Ring, perfect a burst attack that damages all enemies. Holy Ring is missing. This skill is temporarily unavailable. Little dog roar, perfect produces a high-pitched cry that paralyzes opponents. Small strike, perfect attacks enemies with front paws. Sliding charge, perfect runs forward and headbutts enemies. Happy claw, perfect ignites a beam of holy energy. The naturally carried holy ring around the neck is missing, making it impossible to naturally evolve into Diablomon. Digital soul evolution is not affected. Evolution route, to be determined the little dog beast's data panel. Although much weaker than Agumon when it first evolved, with potential not even reaching low-level elite and only at transcendence level 3, could still be considered average during the growth period. Agumon was much stronger than usual during the growth period because it used the universal data provided by the world tree. High-quality evolution materials like the blood of the purple flame dragon lizard and the inherent ancient species factor. However, what surprised Chen Mu was that the little dog beast's naturally occurring holy ring was actually gone. It seemed to have been destroyed by the underlings of the blood-sucking beast, preventing natural evolution. This was somewhat awkward. No wonder he always felt something was off when he first saw the little dog beast. It turned out it was missing a holy ring around its neck? Chen Mu pressed his temples. However, whether or not it had a holy ring was a consideration for later. With the world tree's abilities, as long as the universal data was sufficient, recreating one shouldn't be a problem. What Chen Mu was most concerned about now was, the absence of the holy ring only affects natural evolution, but does not impact digital soul evolution. The little dog beast is only at transcendence level 3 and lacks combat power. But if he could make Agumon and the little dog beast undergo digital soul evolution simultaneously, wouldn't he have two forces equivalent to high-level elites at any time? Chapter 64, Absorbing Angel-Type Data. The evolution route of the little dog beast, the dual digital soul evolution theory proposed by the host, is theoretically completely feasible. But the consumption will be more than twice that of separate evolution, and the burden will be immense. Given the current number of digital souls the host has, the mental power river will be completely dried up, and it will absolutely not last for 10 minutes. After receiving the world tree's affirmative response, Chen Mu was filled with joy. Being able to evolve is great. Forget about 10 minutes. If he could last 5 minutes, that would be very good. Chen Mu felt that the world tree's calculations might not be that reliable. If he could last 10 minutes just for evolution, then in full combat, the consumption would be huge, and he might not even last 3 minutes. However, if he could perform dual evolution, like in the previous battle with the black-robed man, he wouldn't need to risk himself in close combat. Just relying on Agumon and the little dog beast to evolve could end the battle within a minute. which overall would be very cost-effective. He would need to upgrade the little dog beast first to reduce the evolution consumption. More than 10 minutes later, the puppy beast found a cave blocked by large stones. After entering, Chen Mu found a few softer vines and made a resting spot, placing the small wealthy girl Lin Xingya, whom he had been carrying on his back, on top. He noticed that her delicate little face had slightly trembling eyelids, and her originally pale cheeks were now faintly flushed. Chen Mu smiled to himself and decided not to disturb her. During their journey, due to the fast and bumpy pace, he could vaguely feel two soft things pressing against his back, which, although not large, could still be held in one hand. After walking for a while, he even sensed the girl's heartbeat quickening, indicating that Lin Xingya seemed to have woken up. However, out of modesty, she was embarrassed to wake up on the spot. He thought it would be fine to let her lie there for a while. She would wake up on her own. By then, with Lin Xingya's Ice Spirit nine-tailed fox powers, their chances of finding a way to leave this small world would increase. Chen Mu clearly remembered that when he was sucked into the spatial vortex in the Flame Valley, Lin Xingya's first reaction was to tightly grab onto him, even more decisively than the elite high-level expert Zhou Lao. If it weren't for that, he would have been the only one sucked into the spatial vortex. After recalling this, Chen Mu felt something was off. Is this how a normal person would react? This small wealthy girl couldn't really like me, could she? He quickly shook his head, realizing he was almost falling into one of the three great illusions of the world, her liking him. If Lin Xingya were just an ordinary young lady from a family in the Five Cities Alliance, there might be a possibility. However, when Chen Mu learned that Lin Xingya's family came from the imperial capital and that they had at least a commanding-level strongman in their family, he dismissed that unrealistic idea. With Lin Xingya's status and her cold demeanor, it would be quite good if she could regard him as a friend and keep in touch occasionally. How could she possibly like him? Subsequently, Chen Mu stopped thinking about these matters that affected his beast training and instead patted the soft head of the puppy beast, saying with a smile, "Puppy beast, this new stronghold you found is quite nice, so here are some small rewards for you." At the same time, he secretly communicated with the world tree. Give all the angel-type data extracted from the mysterious stone tablet to the puppy beast. And let's first raise her strength to the limit of her growth stage. Consuming 635 points of angel-type data, puppy beast strength increases to the 9th stage of transformation, reaching the current evolutionary stage's strength limit. It is estimated that continuing to absorb 1,000 points of any type of data will allow automatic evolution. And the evolution direction is uncertain. Would you like to continue absorption? Current remaining angel-type data, 1873 no. The puppy beast's potential is only high-level transformation. It truly seems that reaching the 9th stage of transformation is the limit. Chen Mu felt somewhat emotional. Once a digital beast reaches the strength limit of its evolutionary stage, it can automatically evolve after accumulating enough data. However, this automatic evolution is uncontrollable. What it evolves into depends on the proportions of the various types of data absorbed in luck, making it difficult even for the world tree to calculate or interfere. Theoretically, when luck is at its worst, any digital beast could evolve into a dung beast during its maturity stage. Therefore, Chen Mu thought it would be safer to use universal data and various evolutionary materials to assist in evolution. With this in mind, he examined the current evolution path of the puppy beast. Race, puppy beast, also known as Prodder beast, attribute, light. Beast potential, high-level transformation level, 9th stage of transformation, growth stage, basic skills, holy ring, perfect, puppy roar, perfect, small strike, perfect, sliding impact, perfect, happy claw, perfect, evolution path, 1. Diru beast, success rate 56 consumes 5,300 points of universal data 2. Black Diru beast, success rate 77 consumes 5,600 points of universal data 3. Maine Coon beast, success rate 16 consumes 6,200 points of universal data 7. Flame Angel beast, success rate 5 consumes 8,500 points of universal data 8. Pegasus beast, success rate 37 consumes 6,300 points of universal data. When the puppy beast was in the castle of the blood-sucking monster, it was heavily polluted by dark power, even losing its holy ring. Although it had just absorbed a considerable amount of angel-type data, the success rate for the evolution direction of Puppy Beast Diru Beast Angel Beast was still not very high. Conversely, the success rate for the evolution direction of Puppy Beast Black Diru Beast Demon Beast was much higher. Chen Mu felt somewhat helpless about this. If the evolution using universal data and auxiliary materials fails, it wouldn't turn into a messy digital beast. but a large amount of universal data and evolution materials would be wasted. Chen Mu was contemplating whether to directly let the puppy beast evolve into a black Daru beast and then follow the paths of the demon beast and Lilith beast. But thinking of the puppy beast's longing and pitiful look when it wanted to evolve into an angel, Chen Mu felt a bit reluctant to let it evolve into a demon beast. Forget it, he thought. He would think about this issue after leaving the small world. For now, he should focus on the evolution of the Agumon. Afterward, he would discuss with the puppy beast if it was willing to evolve into a black Daru beast. The Black Daru Beast's direct ultimate form, known as one of the 7 Demon Lords, the Lust Demon Lord Lilith Beast, was also quite good. The image of Lilith Beast appeared in Chen Mu's mind. In fact, from a certain perspective, among the ultimate forms that the puppy beast could evolve into. The noble woman-like Lilith Beast was much more attractive than the Holy Angel Beast, which was wrapped in armor and didn't even show its face. Chen Mu swore that he absolutely had no other improper thoughts in his heart. Chapter 65 Encountering Fellow Travelers. Digital Rune Demon Chapter. Meanwhile, at the place where Chen Mu was battling the black-robed man, 2 more figures dressed in black robes and wearing demon masks appeared together. The newly appeared black-robed individuals were puzzled as to why the light attribute beast and their companion's aura had disappeared together, speculating whether their companion had taken the light attribute beast and run away. Although this possibility was quite small, it was not impossible. However, when they tracked to the scene and saw the Dark Dragon Beast and the Dark Wind Hound, 2 elite high-level ferocious beasts with their flesh and essence completely drained, they couldn't help but be stunned, and a shared suspicion arose in their minds. They had encountered fellow travelers. Moreover, a fellow traveler with extremely ruthless methods. Killing their opponent and then draining their flesh and essence so thoroughly was a cruelty that even we, the holy believers of the beast god, felt ashamed of. It must be something that the heretics who believed in the evil beast god could do. One of the black-robed individuals shook his head upon seeing this, then looked at the other person and asked in confusion, "Number 2, logically speaking, only the 3 of us should have used that special method to enter this beast domain ahead of time, right? Others shouldn't have been able to come in." The one referred to as number 2 remained silent for a moment before saying, "Number 1, it doesn't matter how others got in. You should know that those cultists could easily take down the number 3's Dark Dragon Beast and Dark Wind Hound. Their strength is likely above both of us. Although this beast domain is unstable and does not allow battle general level powerful beings to enter, even if the other party is not at the battle general level. As long as there are enough of them, we definitely won't be able to handle it. This task has little reward, and now that an unexpected situation has arisen, should we just not do it?" Hearing this, the first black-robed man sighed. At this point in the mission, if we withdraw now, it would be no different from betraying the church. I believe you know what the consequences of betrayal would be. The priority now is to quickly complete the second summoning ritual and bring that powerful monster from another world here. At that time, relying on the monster's immense power, even a general-level expert would be nothing but an ant. As for that light attribute beast, we can temporarily set it aside. Completing the summoning ritual is the top priority. After weighing things in his heart, the second black-robed man nodded helplessly. "All right. I have already informed the purple flame dragon lizard at the depths of the ancient forest that several of its children were killed by humans from Green Meadow City, in order to divide its bloodline. Once the purple flame dragon lizard believes this, I will share a large amount of dark power with it. And I believe its strength will reach about the 9th rank of general level. By then, it will initiate a second-level beast tide and attack Green Meadow City. During the second-level beast tide, Green Meadow City will be too preoccupied to pay attention to this beast domain, ensuring that the summoning ritual will be foolproof." On the other side, the puppy beast was completely stunned after feeling a sudden surge of holy power within its body, rising several ranks. Then, tears welled up in its big blue eyes, and it joyfully burrowed into Chen Mu's arms, whimpering, "Woo-woo, Lord Chen Mu, you are too good to the puppy beast." The puppy beast originally thought that in order to receive the light power from Chen Mu, it would at least have to undergo a cruel trial or pay a great price. It had fully prepared itself mentally, but unexpectedly, Chen Mu said nothing and casually allowed its internal light power to surge, exceeding several times what it had absorbed from the blood-sucking beast over many years. The puppy beast even felt that it was not far from evolving to maturity. Chen Mu stroked the soft fur of the puppy beast and smiled. "From now on, we will be partners in battle. You can just call me by my name, or like Yaga Beast, you can call me something like Big Brother. Of course, remember not to add beast after it." The puppy beast nodded repeatedly, selectively understanding Chen Mu's words. Lord Chen Mu, The puppy beast understands. Seeing this scene, Yaga Beast felt a bit gloomy and kicked the unconscious black-robed man hard, waving its paw and pointing to itself. Big brother, what about me? Just for leading the way. The puppy beast was rewarded with so much data. Yaga Beast was carrying a dark humanoid digital beast all the way. It had worked hard to carry it. How could it not receive any reward, being treated unfairly? Chen Mu spread his hands helplessly. There's no data right now. Yaga Beast, you'll have to wait a bit longer. Previously in the Flame Valley, Yaga Beast absorbed data from 6 volcanic rock beasts and successfully broke through to the elite 3rd rank. After which a large number of dark volcanic rock beasts began to appear, taking advantage of the chaos in battle. Chen Mu also absorbed data from more than 10 dark volcanic rock beasts, but they contained very little dragon-type data. Combined, it was just over 200 points, which was not enough for Yaga Beast to further elevate its strength to elite 4th rank. At the metamorphosis stage, only 30 to 60 points of various types of data were needed to upgrade a small stage, and the data consumption for leveling up was relatively low. However, once reaching the elite rank, the data required for each upgrade would increase significantly. Chen Mu had calculated that Yaga Beast spent nearly 1,500 points of dragon and beast-type data to rise from Metamorphosis 9th rank to elite 3rd rank. On average, each rank increase required consuming 500 points of data. From elite 3rd rank onward, the consumption for each rank would only increase. The good news was that under the influence of the Dragon 9 transformations, as long as Yaga Beast absorbed dragon-type data and any other type in a 1:1 ratio, the data would automatically transform into something similar to dragon-type data. This meant that Yaga Beast could maintain its ancient dragon form as a subspecies with 100 points of dragon-type data, even after evolving into a Tyrannosaurus beast. It would not be an ordinary one but would still maintain the ancient dragon form, continually mastering the powers of the ancient Tyrannosaurus beast from the 10 warriors, thereby enhancing its combat power beyond that of a normal Tyrannosaurus beast. Moreover, once the proficiency of Dragon 9 transformations improved, it might also produce some other effects. While Chen Mu was deep in thought, Yaga Beast felt a little gloomy hearing that there was no data to absorb. It complained inwardly that Chen Mu had forgotten about it. The old Yaga Beast, after getting a new puppy beast. Glancing at the still unconscious black-robed man, Yaga Beast suddenly had an idea and began to mimic Chen Mu, feeling around the man to see if it could extract any data. As a result, it didn't find any data but instead pulled out a piece of black paper from within the black-robed man's robe. Yaga Beast curiously held the black paper and waved it in front of Chen Mu, asking, "Big brother, what is this thing?" Chen Mu glanced at Yaga Beast and suddenly heard a prompt from the world tree. Detected a digital rune chapter of the demon written by a suspected ultimate-level demon-type digital beast. Do you wish to extract data from it? Chapter 66, the so-called Beast Domain, the blood-sucking beast approaches digital rune chapter of the demon? Seeing the black book page that Yaga Beast had pulled from the black-robed man, Chen Mu was momentarily stunned. Although the digital runes written by an ultimate-level demon-type digital beast might not have much use for him, their preciousness was evident. He didn't expect that this black-robed man, who only had elite-level strength, would carry such a valuable item. After taking the black book page, Chen Mu felt its texture was very rough, and it only contained a short half-line of runes that he couldn't understand. The number of digital runes written on it was far fewer than the densely packed Angel's Melody he had previously obtained from the mysterious steel. However, after just one glance, Chen Mu quickly averted his gaze. The runes on the black book page were originally white, but when he focused on it, he felt as if a noisy sound was echoing in his mind, as if countless demons were laughing and whispering, and the white text began to gradually turn blood red, vaguely reflecting a seductive figure dressed in purple finery. If one stared at this page for too long, one might have their mind sucked into it. Not knowing what would happen, would they end up like the black-robed man, resembling something both human and beast? Indeed, treasures are treasures, but they come with some danger. Chen Mu cautiously tore off a large piece of the black-robed man's robe, wrapped the black paper with white text securely, and then placed it into a backpack he always carried, which had little presence. Better safe than sorry. Chen Mu also did not let the world tree extract data from the black book page. One reason was that its material was quite ordinary, making it impossible to extract the original data. The second reason was the fear of potential trouble. After the data from the mysterious steel was extracted, the digital runes of Angel's Melody directly entered his beast space, transforming into a golden book page and quietly waiting. If this chapter of the demon, which already felt quite dangerous after just one look, were to be extracted, and also ended up in his beast space. It would be hard to guarantee that no major issues would arise. Big brother, did I find something good? Shouldn't I get some reward or something? Seeing this scene, Yaga Beast rubbed its hands with a grin. However, Chen Mu rolled his eyes in exasperation. This time, there really isn't any data left. Once we find a way to leave this cursed place, I will continue to help you search for data. After sending Yaga Beast away, Chen Mu looked at the black-robed man, who had a large piece of robe torn off, and whose clothing was somewhat disheveled from Yaga Beast rummaging. His physical fitness was much stronger than Chen Mu had imagined. The veins in his arms had been severed by a digital alloy dagger, and if it were an ordinary person, they would have bled out and died long ago. Even an elite beast master, in such a short time, could at most manage to stop the bleeding and hang on to life. But the wounds on the black-robed man's arms had completely scabbed over, and he was almost recovered. If it weren't for the fact that his two beasts had been killed, causing a backlash from his beast contract and the collapse of his beast space, which severely injured his spirit, the black-robed man would have likely woken up and been bouncing around by now. This vitality and physical fitness were more resilient than most fierce beasts. Chen Mu really needed to know the various secrets this guy held. However, Chen Mu was too lazy to wait for him to slowly wake up on his own. He took out the digital alloy dagger again and stabbed it into the black-robed man's palm. Hiss, as the nerves transmitted the intense pain to the brain. The unconscious black-robed man suddenly opened his eyes, gasping in pain. The pain in his palm was secondary. The severe damage to his mental power made him feel as if a blade had been embedded in his head, causing a splitting headache. After a few seconds, the black-robed man finally caught his breath and felt a cold dagger pressed against his throat. At the same time, a cold, youthful voice sounded in his ear. Tell me your identity, purpose, everything you know about this place, and how to leave. If your words differ from those of your other companions, then you all have only one fate, death. Although Chen Mu was not sure if the black-robed man had any companions, what if he really did? In that case, if he extorted a little, wouldn't he just have to obediently tell the truth? If not, it wouldn't affect anything. Hearing Chen Mu's words, the black-robed man remained expressionless, quickly glancing around. Seeing that Agumon and Gabumon were watching him closely, his heart skipped a beat. That light attribute beast was indeed in this kid's hands. Moreover, it was still alive and well, looking completely unharmed. Could it be that his two colleagues had truly fallen into this kid's hands? Although, based on the power of the beasts, this kid was definitely no match for his two colleagues. But if the opponent took advantage of his physical fitness to directly confront him in close combat, and if his two colleagues were as careless as he was at that time, there was indeed a possibility they could fall for this kid's treacherous tricks. Thinking of this, the black-robed man didn't dare to gamble on the truth of Chen Mu's words. At this moment, he was the fish on the chopping block. Although he was a loyal and holy believer in the beast god, he had sworn to put the interests of the Holy Church first. But seeing his life hanging by a thread, who could care about those things? The black-robed man chose to speak obediently. This is a small world that is about to descend. In the words of your Yinhuang kingdom, it is a beast domain where fierce beasts exist. I am a holy believer in the beast god, and in the name of the Holy Church. I am assisting a powerful beast from another world to complete a summoning ritual, allowing that powerful beast to descend and rule this beast domain. You captured my two colleagues, and I assume you intercepted the second summoning ritual, which was almost successful if we had just waited another day. Damn. At this point, the black-robed man gritted his teeth. He didn't know what bad luck he had encountered recently. The first summoning ritual, which was supposed to be foolproof, was interrupted by the suddenly emerged light attribute beast. After painstakingly planning the second one, it was again intercepted by an unknown, powerful brat who didn't match his age. Leaving is quite simple. My colleagues have the keys to leave here. You can search them. The black-robed man's words confirmed the analysis of the world tree. This was indeed a small world situated between the beast world and the digital world. However, after confirming this guess, Chen Mu's mood sank. If the black-robed man was not lying, things could get a bit troublesome. He had not captured the black-robed man's two colleagues. This meant that the summoning ritual was still ongoing and would be completed by tomorrow at the latest. Summarizing the information he had gathered earlier, it was evident that the black-robed man and his group were trying to summon a blood-sucking beast that existed in the dark area of the digital world. If a fully evolved blood-sucking beast successfully descended into this small world, with Gabumon and Angel's Melody by his side, Chen Mu feared he would not be able to leave alive. Chapter 67. The turmoil in Green Grass City, seeking help from the imperial capital at the same time. After Chen Mu and Lin Qingyao were sucked into the spatial vortex, The volcanic rock beast clan of Fire Mountain Valley was shattered by the collapsing space. Although Fire Mountain Valley appeared somewhat empty as a result, it was far from peaceful. Old Zhou watched helplessly as Lin Qingya disappeared before his eyes. Nearly going blind with rage, he ordered his 2 elite 9th-tier beasts to frantically use their skills to strike at the void, trying to reopen the closed spatial vortex. But the skills passed through the void, falling into nothingness, only causing lava to erupt and rocks to crack, completely futile. To destroy space. Unless the beast itself possessed spatial attributes and powerful high-level spatial skills, no strength below that of a general could shake space even a little. It's over. It's over. The spatial vortex has appeared, which must connect to the beast domain that is about to descend on Green Grass City. Chen and Miss Lin are in grave danger. From the high-level information obtained in Green Grass City, wasn't this beast domain expected to descend in the ancient god forest? How did it suddenly run all the way to Fire Mountain Valley? Gu Feng's face was pale and weak, wishing he could curse the beast domain 100 times. They had deliberately avoided the ancient god forest because they had received news that the beast domain was expected to descend there, instead coming to this little explored Fire Mountain Valley. Yet the beast domain could chase after them. However, this also explained the various accidents they had encountered earlier. The number and overall strength of the volcanic rock beast clan in Fire Mountain Valley had surged, and even their appearances had drastically changed. Clearly influenced by the power pouring out from the beast domain that was about to descend. But the more Gu Feng knew the truth, the colder his heart felt. Just the pouring power had made the volcanic rock beast clan so difficult to deal with. How terrifying must the fierce beast group residing in that beast domain be? Could Chen Mu and Lin Qingya truly survive? If Chen, the illegitimate son of this prominent family, were to perish, perhaps things wouldn't be so serious. But if Miss Lin were to die, her family would likely send powerful individuals above general rank to personally investigate in Green Grass City. By then, if they discovered Miss Lin had disappeared along with him, perhaps even the Gu family behind him would be implicated. Gu Feng thought bitterly, then took a deep breath, praying in his heart that Chen Mu and Lin Qingya would be safe. At the same time, he said to Old Zhou beside him, "Old Zhou, with your strength, you definitely can't break this space. We should head back to Green Grass City immediately and relay the news that Miss Lin and Chen have mistakenly entered the beast domain. If the Imperial capital can send strong reinforcements quickly, they might still be saved. No problem. We'll head back right away." Hearing this, Old Zhou finally reacted from his sorrow and directly threw Gu Feng and the Gu family's strong fighters onto his beast. Old Zhou himself rode the Wolf Clan Fierce Beast, racing back to Green Grass City. In Green Grass City, President Song of the Beastmaster Association had recently been overwhelmed with the news of the beast tide and the impending arrival of the beast domain. He even had to allocate considerable energy to the resource competition between the 5 cities that would be held in a few days. Upon hearing that Chen Mu and Lin Qingya had mistakenly entered the beast domain, President Song nearly blacked out, almost collapsing in his office. Although he didn't know which family Chen Mu belonged to, as President Song had never heard of Chen Mu's name before, he guessed that he might just be an unimportant side branch of a family. However, Lin Qingya was different. When Lin Qingya chose to live in Green Grass City to study a few years ago, a powerful figure from the imperial capital had contacted him, the president, to help take care of her. President Song had even received some benefits at that time. However, he had thought that with the elite 9th-tier expert Zhou Lao protecting her closely, there wouldn't be any accidents in such a small city as Green Grass City. Wasn't this a free benefit? But at this moment, if he hadn't taken the benefits, Lin Qingya's incident wouldn't have much to do with him. But after accepting the benefits, the nature of the situation changed. Being greedy caused trouble. Thinking about the consequences of the family behind Lin Qingya being furious, President Song couldn't help but swallow hard and commanded a few subordinates in a deep voice. Find a low-tier warrior with a contract for a flying beast and immediately head to the imperial capital to inform her family about Miss Lin's accidental entry into the beast domain. The more exaggerated the message, the better. Additionally, inform Commander Fan of the Army to increase personnel deployment near Flame Valley and closely monitor signs of spatial fluctuations, ready to welcome the arrival of the beast domain at any time. If Miss Lin is found, rescue her immediately. As for the ancient god forest, reduce attention for now. Just arrange a large team to patrol there. After his subordinates left, President Song sat in a recliner, lit a cigarette, exhaled a heavy smoke ring, and murmured, "Perhaps this is a good thing. Even if something happens to Miss Lin, as long as it can bring powerful leaders from the imperial capital to Green Grass City, it can at least ensure that the city won't face destruction when the beast domain arrives." As for the anger of that big family, I can bear it alone. After being president for so many years, I can be considered to have contributed something to Greengrass City. President Song's logic was somewhat strange. But the fact was indeed so. The territory of the Yan Huang Kingdom was vast, but only about 1/10 of it was urbanized. The rest was wilderness. Apart from the imperial capital itself and the 12 satellite cities surrounding it, all other large, medium, and small cities could be regarded as fortresses distributed across the country to resist the threat of fierce beasts. There were simply too many such fortresses, and they were spaced far apart, making mutual support difficult. They were at a level where it was worth saving if possible, but if not, it wouldn't be a significant loss to build another one. Moreover, cities like Greengrass City, Purple Sun City, and Yuxian City were located in remote areas, separated from the imperial capital by a vast distance, but were closer to the nearby fierce beast territories. Often, when disasters occurred, not to mention the imperial capital, even the nominal superior jurisdiction, Yuha Province, to which Greengrass City belonged, couldn't be bothered to intervene. After all, there were numerous beast tides every year caused by a powerful fierce beast suddenly breaking through, and it was impossible to manage them all. Furthermore, under various crises and threats, occasionally one or two top-tier talents could emerge from these fortresses. In the wilderness, it was also possible for one or two top bloodline fierce beasts to appear, and once they did, the experts from the imperial capital could go to harvest them. Overall, it was still a gain for the country. The Yanhuang Kingdom only needed to ensure that the major war zones bordering the fierce beast territories were not breached. And as long as no monarch-level beast emperors entered the territory, everything would be fine. Regarding the current predicament, even President Song, as a powerful 7th-tier warrior, felt somewhat helpless. He had done everything he could, and in the end, could only silently pray, "I hope everything will be safe in the end." Chapter 68, The Boomerang of Fate. Lin Xingya's beast taming talent in the beast domain. After Chen Mu obtained the necessary information from the black-robed man, he eliminated him in disbelief. The black-robed man was filled with reluctance in his eyes before he died. He had already thought of a way to slowly stall for time with Chen Mu to escape. As long as he could escape from Chen Mu and return to the holy sect, just reporting Chen Mu's information would definitely earn him a substantial reward. After all, the beast taming talent that Chen Mu had displayed in the previous battle was astonishingly powerful, almost indistinguishable from the legendary evolutionary talents, which was truly unbelievable. It allowed a beast that was only a refined 3rd tier to instantly surge in strength, crossing several tiers to crush his dark dragon beast. This kind of beast taming talent could be called a monster. One of the favorite things of the holy sect that worships various beast gods is to crush the talents among humanity. As long as this boy dared to stay in a small city like Greengrass City without strong protection, he just needed to send a word back, and strong members of the sect would come to kill him and take revenge. The black-robed man's thoughts were beautiful, but Chen Mu knew in his heart that both the righteous and the wicked could easily die from being ostentatious and talkative. After asking for information, he immediately let the black-robed man meet his end. However, after learning a lot of information, Chen Mu frowned. What terrible luck! How did he inexplicably get entangled with this group of cultists? Moreover, this group of cultists was even in cahoots with a vampire beast from the digital world. This world might be far more complex than he knew. Chen Mu had previously wondered why the black-robed man's aura resembled both a human and a fierce beast, making him seem neither human nor ghost. It turned out that he was a cultist who worshipped certain powerful fierce beasts as deities. That made sense. However, getting involved with this group of people was very bad news. Aside from the main news that the vampire beast was preparing to descend into this beast domain through a summoning ritual from the digital world, Chen Mu also learned many other details from the black-robed man. For instance, the conditions for holding this summoning ritual required sacrificing many powerful fierce beasts. The targets chosen for sacrifice by the black-robed people were several offspring of a general-level purple flame dragon lizard sleeping deep within the ancient god forest. Because the offspring were inexplicably killed, the purple flame dragon lizard immediately went into a rage. But that wasn't the key. The key was that the black-robed people had long had a plan and immediately shifted the blame for this grievance to Greengrass City. The specific method was to extract some of the essence blood from the purple flame dragon lizard's offspring and then sell it cheaply in Greengrass City, allowing many people to pick up bargains and feel pleased. Little did they know the huge disaster this would bring to Greengrass City. When Chen Mu heard this, he was taken aback. It turned out that the drop of purple flame dragon lizard's essence blood he had previously bought for the rolling beast was not just good luck. But rather, there was an invisible hand pushing all of this behind the scenes. Picking up a bargain would also come at a considerable cost. The general-level purple flame dragon lizard itself wasn't that top-tier strong, only at the 3rd tier, and it was quite self-aware, having never had any conflicts with humans. However, after the black-robed man's manipulations, the purple flame dragon lizard directly turned into a sworn enemy of Greengrass City. It immediately mobilized its underlings to form a 1st-tier beast tide to attack Greengrass City. However, that beast tide didn't affect Greengrass City much. Chen Mu even bought a large number of fierce beast corpses that had died in the beast tide at a low price, causing the strength of the archaic beasts to soar in a short time, crossing from the 9th tier of transformation to the 2nd tier of refinement. Seeing so many of its underlings dead while Greengrass City remained unharmed, the purple flame dragon lizard became even angrier. However, with its only 3rd tier strength, no matter how much it struggled, it really couldn't do anything to Greengrass City. But at this critical moment, the black-robed man appeared again. He generously brought out a large amount of dark power obtained from the dark area of the digital world for the purple flame dragon lizard to absorb. The hidden potential of the purple flame dragon lizard turned out to be unexpectedly good. Under the nourishment of dark power, its strength began to rapidly increase within just a few days. It had already regarded the figure in the black robe as a solid ally, choosing to follow their advice while simultaneously organizing a stronger 2nd-level beast tide as the black-robed figure conducted a summoning ritual. At this moment, the outside world was likely already experiencing the onset of the 2nd-level beast tide. The upper echelons of Greengrass City had also been misled, thinking that the beast tide was caused by the impending arrival of the beast domain and had nothing to do with the ancient god forest. As a result, Greengrass City weakened its defenses against the ancient god forest and redirected its forces towards the Flame Valley, regardless of the consequences that might follow. Chen Mu was no longer able to care about the outside world, as long as the 2nd-level beast tide did not escalate to a 3rd level. No matter how fierce it was, it would be impossible to breach the walls of Greengrass City. But Chen Mu was different. The boomerang of fate unexpectedly came back around. After previously gaining numerous opportunities from the purple flame dragon lizard clan, he was now about to face danger. He had to interrupt the summoning ritual again before the blood-sucking demon beasts arrived. Alternatively, he needed to find a way to completely eliminate the black-robed figure's other companions and obtain the key to leave this beast domain from them. However, with his current strength, this was somewhat difficult to achieve. Just as Chen Mu was hesitating, a clear voice came from within the cave. "Chen Mu, I will go with you." Chen Mu looked over and saw Lin Xingya standing up. Although her face was still slightly flushed, her expression had returned to calm, with a hint of determination in her eyes. She had been pretending to sleep not entirely out of shyness. Although she felt Chen Mu carrying her, and the sensation of their bodies brushing against each other made her heart race and her ears flush, the shyness gradually faded away. The key point was that her family's bloodline inheritance had a very special beast-controlling talent. After too much contact with the opposite sex, the talent would automatically activate uncontrollably, and eventually she might even lose her rationality. Lin Xingya had been pretending to sleep all this time just to suppress the automatic activation of her beast-controlling talent. When Chen Mu pressed the black-robed figure for answers, he did not lower his voice, so Lin Xingya, who had already woken up, naturally heard everything. She came from a top family in the imperial capital and knew a lot about evil cults. The sect that the black-robed figure believed in was among the most elite forces within the numerous evil cults. Its followers were few, but each was equivalent to an elite beast master, with the weakest having high-level elite strength. The black-robed figure's companions did not even know how many there were. And with Chen Mu's strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat them alone. Even with the addition of her recently advanced elite 2nd-tier Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox, it might not make much of a difference. But if things came to a worst-case scenario, Lin Xingya could only take a gamble and actively activate one of the top beast-controlling talents inherited from her bloodline, Heavenly Charm Body, to join Chen Mu in the fight. The Heavenly Charm Body talent, combined with the high-level skill of the Ice Spirit Nine-Tailed Fox enchantment, would make it difficult for even high-level elite beast masters to resist. They would be overwhelmed psychologically and fall into a state of stupor. However, after using that talent, Lin Xingya herself did not know what consequences would follow. At worst, dying alongside Chen Mu in this beast domain might not be such a bad thing. After all, she had sworn never to return to that disgusting family. Just as Lin Xingya was thinking this, she felt a warm hand gently stroke her hair. Her body trembled slightly. almost losing control of the beast-controlling talent that was about to erupt. Chen Mu smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, things aren't that serious. Wait for me to fully recover my mental strength, and we can launch a night raid on the summoning ritual." Upon seeing Lin Xingya, Chen Mu suddenly thought of some strategies. With 10 times the mental strength of a beast master of the same level, he could easily disguise himself as a general-level powerhouse. At that point, he could first launch a wave of intimidation. Then, using the power of his dual digital soul's evolution, even if 2 or 3 black-robed figures teamed up, it might still be possible to kill them all. Chapter 69. Combined chapter. As night fell, in the depths of the beast domain, on a vast expanse of flat land, numerous corpses of various fierce beasts were piled up densely. However, most of these corpses had become extremely shriveled, their blood and flesh essence transforming into strands of black mist, continuously gathering towards the center, gradually condensing into a massive black crystal suspended in midair. Through the black crystal, one could faintly see reflections of another world, a dark sky and a desolate land. A dilapidated castle stood alone on the ground, its specific appearance difficult to discern, but merely getting close to the black crystal, one could faintly hear countless seductive voices cheering. As the blood and flesh essence of the surrounding fierce beast corpses were almost completely consumed, several bat-like purple patterns gradually appeared on the black crystal. The 3 black-robed figures guarding the black crystal looked extremely excited. "It's done. We can see the reflection of the castle. The second summoning ritual on the other side must have reached its final stage. Now, we just need to ignite the remaining few juvenile purple flame dragon lizard's flesh and transform it into summoning power to connect the 2 spaces. And that powerful demon beast from the other dimension will successfully descend. Our task will be complete. With the power of that other dimensional beast, we will easily destroy 5 nearby human cities, including Green Grass City. After that, the church will reward us, and the 3 of us will easily break through to the general level." The black-robed figure with the code name 4, who had been guarding here and had never teamed up with others to capture the puppy beasts, let his beast spit out a flame to ignite the corpses of the several purple flame dragon lizards, then breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at another black-robed figure. 2. Fortunately, you came up with a good idea to shift the blame onto Green Grass City. Otherwise, the people of Green Grass City would surely come up with various methods to interfere with our actions before we could complete the final step. The most cautious black-robed figure, 2, shook his head. "Don't relax your vigilance until the last step is completed. You must know that there are suspected cultists of the evil beast god roaming in this secret realm." At this moment, his right eyelid twitched violently, and he had a bad feeling. "Relax. Disrupting our plans is not beneficial to those cultists. They want tea." Before the black-robed figure 4 could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped. Buzz. In the next moment, a powerful mental fluctuation, as if it were tangible, suddenly appeared. Although most beast masters could not directly attack with mental power, the overwhelming sense of pressure that seemed to be a whole rank above left the 3 black-robed figures momentarily stunned. Their eyes widened as they instantly became extremely alert. This mental fluctuation, how is that possible? It's a general-level powerhouse. How could a general-level powerhouse enter this unstable space? Then, they saw a young man casually walking closer as if taking a stroll. Perhaps due to his absolute confidence in his strength, he didn't even release his beast, just smiling and saying lightly, "I didn't expect that coming to this little green grass city for a stroll would lead me to encounter you interesting little bugs engaging in small tricks. Now, tell me, what are you doing with this sacrificial ritual?" Upon seeing this scene, the faces of the 3 black-robed figures instantly turned ashen. They understood in an instant. This young-looking guy was not a general-level powerhouse at all. A general-level powerhouse would not be able to enter this beast domain and advance under unstable conditions. Moreover, the intimidation from his mental power was not fake. The opponent's mental strength had reached at least level 4. Otherwise, it would be impossible to exert such intimidation over them. For various reasons, this young man before them is definitely a top-tier powerhouse of the human race, at least at the commander level. Once a beast master reaches such a level, their physical prowess can crush elite-tier ferocious beasts, relying solely on a minuscule portion of the power feedback from their beasts. Facing the few of them, why would he need to summon his beasts? Why? Why are we so unlucky? Just casually taking on a task near this small city, we encounter a top-tier human powerhouse? The 3 black-robed individuals screamed frantically in their hearts, racking their brains for a countermeasure. For a top powerhouse like Chen Mu, eliminating them is as simple as stepping on a few ants. Resisting would only lead to a quicker death. As for why they didn't question Chen Mu's youthful appearance, That's simple too. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, it is entirely possible to appear younger as one ages. Unbeknownst to them, while the black-robed individuals were on high alert, Chen Mu himself was also sweating profusely. Each of the 3 black-robed individuals had contracted 2 elite beasts of 7th rank or higher. Under normal circumstances, dealing with just one of them would be quite dangerous. At this moment, relying on acting skills, if there was even the slightest mistake and the opponent reacted by summoning their beasts, you wouldn't even know how he died. Lin Xingya, who followed behind, also felt a slight sweat in her palms. Although she didn't need to disguise her strength, she was still worried for Chen Mu. She didn't expect Chen Mu's beast mastery talent to be so special. He was able to intimidate several high-tier elites with the strength of low-tier elites. What was supposed to be a life-and-death battle might not even require fighting thanks to Chen Mu's clever maneuvering. Meanwhile, Chen Mu didn't even dare to take a deep breath. He smiled and pretended to be calm as he slowly walked towards the second black-robed individual closest to him. The other party, seeing Chen Mu getting closer, gritted his teeth, seemingly making a certain decision, preparing to see if he could take them down together. Little did he know that the next moment, the smile on Chen Mu's face disappeared. His body had long been poised to strike, and a dagger burning with an orange-red digital soul appeared in his hand, instantly shooting towards the second black-robed individual like an arrow released from a bow. The dagger entered and exited, sealing the throat with blood. Before the other black-robed individuals could react, Chen Mu summoned Agumon and Gabumon from the beast space, while simultaneously charging towards the other 2 black-robed individuals, the first and fourth, trying to take down another one. However, the 3 black-robed individuals were already encircling the massive black crystal in the center, maintaining a considerable distance from each other. Chen Mu's explosive speed couldn't keep up with their shifting thoughts. If he were truly a powerhouse above a general, why would he need such means to kill us? He asked, just pretending. After realizing the situation, the first black-robed individual roared and immediately released his 2 beasts. It was as if they were standard for a cult. One a dark giant dragon beast, and the other a dark wind hound. They directly blocked Chen Mu's path. Roar, feeling their master's furious emotions. The 2 dark attribute beasts looked fierce, one swinging a massive dragon claw, and the other bearing sharp wolf jaws, both attacking Chen Mu. Little brat, die. Although they didn't know what method Chen Mu was using to disguise even his mental energy, it didn't stop the 4th black-robed individual, who had almost been killed second, from roaring with a fierce expression as he summoned his 2 beasts. The 4 elite high-tier dark attribute beasts encircled the physically weak human, intent on crushing him completely to vent the black-robed individual's anger. Nine-tailed quickly saved Chen Mu. Seeing this scene, Lin Xingya exclaimed anxiously. She also summoned the ice spirit nine-tailed fox, preparing to try her luck to see if her high-tier skills and beast mastery talent could temporarily charm the 4 elite high-tier beasts. However, before she could act, the 4 massive black beasts suddenly erupted with an extremely strong wave, similar to mental energy. Orange-red light surged wildly, appearing to be tinged with purple under the darkness. For more? That should be enough to deal with them, Chen Mu whispered to himself. Then, clenching his fists, a fierce battle intent surged within him, accompanied by a strong killing intent, as he slammed countless purple-tinted digital souls into the digital monster machine. Agumon, Gabumon, dual digital soul evolution. Roar. At that moment, the 2 dark giant dragons were about to crash down heavily to turn Chen Mu into mush, but it was as if they were held back by an immense force. They quietly halted in midair, unable to move an inch. Surrounded by countless dark purple digital souls, Agumon's body instantly expanded to over 5 meters. With one pair of dragon claws holding the claws of the 2 dark giant dragons, then suddenly exerting force. Growl? The 2 dark giant dragons, in astonishment, staggered back several steps before stabilizing their forms. Boss, I've been waiting eagerly for this. With a deep yet excited roar, the dark giant dragons watched as a dinosaur beast, even taller than themselves, walked out from the evolution light. Its entire body was a cold deep blue, covered with black patterns, and the hard carapace on its head was also dark in color. The dinosaur beast's eyes glowed with a predatory blue light, and as it opened its massive jaws, drool dripped onto the ground, corroding it into a pit, looking even more villainous than the black attribute beasts. Besides, at the feet of the blue dinosaur beast stood a small, gray-black, cold-eyed cat-like beast, which disdainfully glanced at the 2 dark wind hounds that were rushing to bite. With a cold snort, it said, "A bunch of trash, dare to attack my master Chen Mu?" It leaped into the air, moving gracefully and nimbly, Its paws adorned with cute purple cat boxing gloves, constantly punching, each strike targeting vital points. Although the damage from a single cat punch was great, it was incredibly agile. Even the two Dark Wind Hounds, known for their speed, found it hard to keep up. They desperately ran their bodies, barely managing to shake off the gray cat-like beast. What did they evolve into this time? At this moment, not to mention the remaining two black-robed individuals. Even Chen Mu himself was taken aback. He saw the data panels for Agumon and Gabumon appear in his eyes. Species: Tyrannomon, blue. Attribute: dark, dragon. Beast potential: initial war general, digital soul evolution in progress. Specific potential temporarily unknown. Level: elite tier 8, mature, basic skills: rending claw, micro, small flame, perfect. Beast blood boiling, perfect, swift, perfect, advanced skills: purple dragon flame, beginner, super skills: divine dragon 9 transformations, beginner, temporarily evolved indefinite level skills: giant horn impact. Bit flame, accompanied by black smoke that would even stain itself, spitting out a cyan blue spiral flame. Species: black beast attribute, dark. Beast potential: high-level metamorphosis, digital soul evolution in progress. Specific potential temporarily unknown. Level: elite tier 7, mature, basic skills, none temporarily evolved indefinite level skills. Cat punch after evolving these two dark attribute subspecies. Chen Mu felt he resembled a more legitimate villain than the two black-robed individuals. Forget it, no matter why they evolved like this, they looked the part. Feeling the intense drain on his mental energy, Chen Mu didn't dare to think too much and loudly commanded, Tyrannomon, black beast. Do your best to hold those 4 beasts while I take out their beastmaster. Bit flame. Tyrannomon, blue, roared excitedly, gathering a thick blue flame in its mouth, wildly surging towards the two dark, giant dragons. Giant horn impact. At the same time, it disregarded the consumption, letting the blue flames in its mouth rage while condensing power on its giant horns, excitedly charging towards one of the dragon beasts. Even when the blue flames burned its body, the Tyrannosaurus beast seemed to have no sense of pain, rushing in to engage in a fierce battle with the dark dragon beasts. TCH, what a big fool. The Darkadru beast smiled sweetly at Chen Mu, nodded, and then glanced at the Tyrannosaurus beast, secretly mocking in its heart. However, its hands did not slow down at all. As the cat punch struck the two Dark Wind Hounds like a phantom, the Dark Wind Hounds howled in pain, angrily trying to bite through the Darkadru beast's neck with their sharp teeth, but they could not catch the agile figure of the Darkadru beast at all. What on earth is this little brat? To enhance the strength of 2 elite low-level and transcendent-level summon beasts to elite high-level, even changing their appearance. Is that reasonable? The other 2 black-robed figures were shocked while feeling incredibly troubled. As they watched Chen Mu charge towards them, they felt a tinge of fear. Logically speaking, as holy disciples blessed by the beast god, their physical bodies far exceeded those of the same-level beast masters, so they shouldn't be afraid of Chen Mu. However, Chen Mu's strange methods made them feel apprehensive. How could an elite-level beast master's mental strength be so terrifyingly disguised? He wouldn't have any other underhanded tricks, would he? The third figure, who mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind 2 withered summoned beast corpses, wouldn't he also have been taken down by this brat, right? Suddenly, the fourth black-robed figure raised an eyebrow and quickly said, "Number 1, don't be afraid. I understand why now. This kid is indeed a warrior-level powerhouse with mental strength reaching level 4, but his main summoned beasts are either dead or not with him in the beast space. He only brought these 2 relatively weak summoned beasts, which is why he could enter this unstable beast domain. It is precisely because his mental strength has reached level 4 that his enhancement of the summoned beasts is so significant. Don't panic. He is just bluffing. A typical warrior-level beast master's mental strength is powerful, but their physical body is not as good as ours. Together, we can easily take him down." After hearing the fourth black-robed figure's words, the first one pretended to realize something and prepared to flank Chen Mu from the front and back to take him down. As long as Chen Mu died, without the enhancement of his beast master talent, his 2 summoned beasts would be completely insignificant. However, when the fourth one charged forward and confronted Chen Mu directly, they saw the first black-robed figure, who was supposed to flank Chen Mu from behind, slightly veer off, say nothing, and turn to flee. Number 1, you. Seeing this, the fourth couldn't help but curse. Chen Mu was also slightly shocked by Number 1's decisiveness. But then he suddenly accelerated, unleashing a physical quality that did not belong to a beast master of this stage. Why? The honest fourth didn't even finish 2 sentences before he directly met his demise on the spot. With the Beastmaster's death, the 2 summoned beasts of the fourth let out muffled groans simultaneously. The Tyrannosaurus beast and Darkadru beast finally seized a good opportunity. Giant horn charge. Cat punch. The 2 finishing moves hit the vital points of their opponents, taking down half of the 4 summoned beasts in one go. With that, this perilous assassination could be considered a basic success. Just as Chen Mu let out a slight sigh of relief, he suddenly heard a series of crisp cracking sounds in the space. His expression changed drastically as he looked at the huge black crystal not far away. At this moment, the purple bat-like patterns on it became increasingly clear, almost lifelike. A few cracks began to appear in the center of the crystal, and a familiar wave surged. Chen Mu had just sensed this wave not long ago. It was a sign that a spatial rift was about to take shape. Chapter 70. Freezing Space Vortex in the Beast Domain. The summoning ritual had almost reached its final stage. Several corpses of the purple flame dragon lizards were flickering with enchanting purple flames, as if summoning the demon king that was about to descend from another world. The black crystal in the center began to shatter from the inside, and one could vaguely see the distorted space gradually beginning to twist at its broken parts. As a space vortex was about to form, faintly visible, a chilling, eerie laughter emanated from within, and a bony, skeletal claw, half of which was still composed of data and not fully materialized, suddenly reached out from the vortex. The owner of the claw was eagerly trying to break through the barriers of space and descend into the beast domain. Was-T had said that this summoning ritual would be completed tomorrow. It was only midnight. How could it succeed ahead of time? Seeing this scene, Chen Mu felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to curse the 3rd black-robed figure who provided the information 300 times over. At this moment, the data of the owner of the black claw appeared in his eyes. Race, demon, beast attribute. Virus type, darkness. Demon, type, fallen angel potential, medium warrior level. Mature, elite level 9, skills. Death claw, extends hands to pierce through opponents, and can also be used to control them. Razor wings, flaps wings to create destructive energy waves, which can even form black tornadoes. It was definitely a digital beast from the castle of vampire beasts. Moreover, it was a formidable mature demon beast. But fortunately, the first to descend wasn't a vampire beast, so there was still a chance to escape. The formation process of this space vortex didn't seem instantaneous. Even a mature demon beast would need to wait quite a bit of time to completely pass through the vortex. It needed to expand enough for it to step in. There was still a chance to escape. As Chen Mu's thoughts raced, he didn't pay attention to the situation with the black crystal. He looked at the last remaining surviving black-robed figure who was crazily fleeing, and without saying a word, he chased after it with all his might to take it down. Now, all the cult members were gone. No one would know that I had wiped out their plans, and I wouldn't have to deal with this gang again. Chen Mu thought to himself. After eliminating all the witnesses, this operation of his was a perfect assassination. He then quickly searched the 3 black-robed figures and found 3 items, an unremarkable gray stone and 2 black pages inscribed with Chapter of Demons. According to the information he learned from the 3rd black-robed figure, this gray stone was the key to forcibly leave the beast domain. As long as it was crushed, it would directly teleport to the spatial coordinates left by the 4 black-robed figures in the ancient god forest. While Chen Mu was racing against time, Lin Qingyao wasn't idle either. She had a sudden inspiration and immediately ordered the ice spirit nine-tailed fox to use its skill to freeze the corpses of the purple flame dragon lizards that were burning with purple flames. Once the flames were extinguished, the summoning ritual, although not directly interrupted, slowed down the speed at which the black crystal shattered into a space vortex. The demon beast's claws struggled left and right, trying to make the space vortex expand faster. It had already caught a whiff of a large amount of blood and was feeling unbearably hungry due to its body's restlessness. But the demon beast was puzzled to find that the space vortex didn't seem to be expanding. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus beast and Darkadru beast had successfully dealt with the remaining 2 dark wind hounds. Lin Qingyao whispered a few words to the Darkadru beast, and the Darkadru beast shot an annoyed glance at her, then silently jumped up and unleashed a flurry of cat punches at the demon beast's outstretched claws. Taking the demon beast by surprise, it directly knocked its claws back. Nine Tails, absolutely freeze. At the same moment, Lin Qingyao coldly commanded. The ice spirit nine-tailed fox exerted all its strength to gather the ice attribute energy from the surrounding space, unleashing an extreme cold breath that covered the massive black crystal. Gradually, frost began to form on the cracks appearing on the black crystal. The ice spirit nine-tailed fox's skill had actually managed to freeze the black crystal momentarily. Although the cracks on it are still increasing, it is clear that this spatial vortex won't take shape anytime soon. After Chen Mu walked back, he appeared somewhat dazed and couldn't help but give Lin Xingya a thumbs up. You can freeze this thing? Lin Xingya's imagination as a little rich woman is truly impressive. However, just a few seconds after Chen Mu felt happy, he relaxed a bit and suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, nearly losing his balance. Looking into the Beast Master space, he saw that the mental power and digital soul river were almost drained, with hardly a drop left. He hurriedly canceled the dual digital soul evolution and sat down to adjust himself. Fortunately, this time, there were only 3 black-robed individuals, and he managed to take down one by feigning an attack, just enough to win with his mental power and digital soul almost completely exhausted. Otherwise, if his mental power suddenly gave out during battle, it would have forced Agumon and the others to revert from their evolution. And fighting the black-robed individuals would have been impossible for even 3 rounds. Seeing Chen Mu's pale complexion, Lin Xingya walked over with concern. She pulled out a purple crystal from somewhere and handed it to Chen Mu, softly saying, "This is a type of extraordinary resource that can quickly replenish mental power. We'll be teleporting to the ancient god forest soon, and we don't know if other unexpected situations will arise. Chen Mu, you should absorb it quickly." Such a good thing. Chen Mu's eyes lit up. Now wasn't the time to be polite with the little rich woman. The ancient god forest outside is probably not peaceful at all. That warlord-level purple flame dragon lizard mistakenly believes that its child was killed by someone from Green Grass City. And with its own strength having increased significantly, it must have gathered a large number of fierce beasts in the ancient god forest, ready to fight to the death with Green Grass City. If we go out now, the worst possibility is a direct encounter with a level 2 beast tide. Without enough mental power as insurance, it would be extremely dangerous. Thinking of this, Chen Mu immediately took the purple crystal. After using meditation, the purple crystal was quickly transformed into surging mental power, flowing into the Beast Master space, where it was automatically converted into digital souls. In less than a minute, when the mental power river in the Beast Master space was completely filled, surprisingly, the purple crystal had consumed less than 1/3. Chen Mu was stunned. This thing is too effective. He had never heard of such an extraordinary resource that could quickly replenish mental power. Generally, once a Beast Master reaches the Warlord level, their mental power is difficult to deplete completely under normal circumstances, and they don't need such resources at all. But he is different, just a bit of evolution. And his mental power consumption is faster than a reservoir opening its gates. If he could carry many of these purple crystals to replenish his mental power in the future, wouldn't that allow him to evolve freely without worrying about depletion? Even if they are a bit expensive, he could still get some as a trump card. Chapter 71. Mental Power Crystal, the last evolution material, but when Chen Mu asked Lin Xingya about the name and grade of that purple crystal, he immediately wilted. It is a low-grade warlord-level extraordinary resource, a mental power crystal, formed from the residual mental power of a warlord-level strongman before their death. A perfectly crafted warlord-level mental power crystal can allow an elite-level beast master with mental power at level 3 to absorb it and quickly elevate their mental power to level 4. However, this one is a defective product, lacking that powerful effect, and can only be used temporarily to replenish mental power, plus it is a one-time use. If you don't absorb it all at once, it will gradually dissipate. Low-grade warlord-level resource? Chen Mu glanced at the purple crystal in his palm, which had shrunk by 1/3. And his expression froze. Did I just waste a low-grade warlord-level resource? Lin Xingya's casual manner of handing it to him made Chen Mu think it wasn't too precious. But he underestimated the richness of the wealthy woman. Having absorbed a warlord-level treasure, he now owed Lin Xingya a significant favor. Seeing Chen Mu's wilted expression, Lin Xingya rarely smiled mischievously. Although this mental power crystal barely counts as a warlord-level resource, I've had it on me for a while without use. Chen Mu, you don't need to be polite, just absorb it. This mental power crystal still has plenty of reserves. It should be enough to handle the dangers in the ancient god forest. Seeing Chen Mu hesitate for a moment before choosing to put away the 1/3 diminished mental power crystal, Lin Xingya didn't say anything, but she was also shocked. That was a crystal condensed from the entire mental power of a warlord-level 7-stage powerhouse, and Chen Mu actually absorbed 1/3 in one go. Just how strong must Chen Mu's mental power be in quality and quantity? At the elite level, his mental power could barely match that of the warlord level. And it also allowed his beasts to gain a massive boost in power, similar to evolution. These were clearly the powerful abilities brought by Chen Mu's Beastmaster talent. Lin Xingya felt that, when it comes to comparing the strength of Beastmaster talents, even the top geniuses from the prominent families in the imperial capital would be much weaker than Chen Mu. And thinking that Chen Mu didn't hide the secret of his talent from her, Lin Xingya felt a sweet sensation in her heart. She definitely wouldn't tell anyone else, as this should be a little secret exclusive to the two of them. In fact, Chen Mu initially wanted to hide it a bit, but the situation forced him to stop hiding it. If it weren't for bringing Lin Xingya along, no one would have frozen that black crystal, and by now, there might have already been multiple blood-sucking monster subordinates rushing out from that spatial vortex. Chen Mu, we shouldn't stay here for long. Although the formation speed of the spatial vortex has greatly decreased, we can't guarantee when it will completely take shape. You should be almost recovered, so let's leave quickly. Lin Xingya, not lingering too long in her romantic thoughts, reminded him softly after having the ice spirit nine-tailed fox add another layer of frost to the black crystal. Chen Mu got up and nodded. At this moment, Agumon and the puppy beast were actually not in good condition. The former was heavily injured due to using a mutual destruction tactic while evolving into a Tyrannomon, blue, to fight against two dark dragon beasts, being burned by the dimensional flames all over its body. Even after reverting, it still bore significant injuries. However, Agumon was still spirited, having taken down two giant dragons and stating that as long as Chen Mu allowed it to maintain its evolved state, it could still fight 10 of them. Moreover, while the puppy beast wasn't injured, its mental state was quite concerning. After reverting, it looked aggrieved, almost in tears, constantly mumbling, "Why did I evolve into a dark digital beast? Why am I thinking of such strange things after evolving? I'm not clean. Will Master Chen Mu dislike me?" Chen Mu found it both amusing and exasperating. He had promised the puppy beast that it would evolve with the power of light. But who knew the unpredictability of digital soul evolution would turn around and play a big joke on him? Chen Mu could only squat down and gently pat the puppy beast's head, softly comforting it. "Don't worry, that was just an accident. Next time you will definitely evolve into an angel, I guarantee it." Although Chen Mu couldn't really guarantee that, but once they returned, he needed to have the world tree study what exactly the rules of evolution were. It couldn't be random evolution every time. What if one time it evolved into a poop beast? In fact, this issue could be easily resolved in just a few consecutive evolutions and reversion cycles. But each evolution required an instant consumption of about 10% of the digital soul to allow the digital beast data to expand and transform into its evolved form. The subsequent maintenance of evolution and skill use would incur additional costs. If Agumon and Gabumon were to continuously evolve and de-evolve simultaneously, after several rounds without starting a battle, the digital soul would be depleted first. That approach isn't very feasible. After comforting Gabumon, Chen Mu recalled both it and Agumon into the beast space to prevent them from scattering when leaving. However, upon seeing the frozen corpses of several purple flame dragon lizards, a hint of unwillingness flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. These were all elite beasts with a small portion of the dragon clan bloodline. As long as he took their bones out, they could definitely serve as the final material for Agumon's evolution. Then he could seek a drop of essence blood from his father's azure water green scale dragon, and Agumon could evolve into Tyrannomon in its normal state. Without relying on digital souls for evolution, its combat power could soar again. What a pity he couldn't take them. Chen Mu sighed. In the current outside world, there might be war general level purple flame dragon lizards nearby, eyeing him greedily. If he were to take out the corpses of their offspring, wouldn't he that be just asking for trouble? At this moment, Lin Xingya noticed Chen Mu's thoughts, tilted her head, and asked curiously, "Chen Mu, are you interested in these purple flame dragon lizard corpses?" Chen Mu blinked and quickly asked, "What's up?" "Xingya, do you know where I can get more purple flame dragon lizard corpses?" However, Lin Xingya shook her head with a slight smile and calmly replied, "No need to go through all that trouble. If you want them, I can help you bring them back." Then, Lin Xingya casually walked up to one of the purple flame dragon lizard corpses and lightly touched it with a green bracelet on her right wrist. In the next moment, the corpses of several purple flame dragon lizards vanished, seemingly absorbed into the bracelet. Wow, spatial equipment? Chen Mu was stunned for a moment. He admitted that poverty had limited his imagination. He did know that there were things like spatial equipment in this world, but they were extremely rare. Even war generals found it hard to obtain. It was said that Old Man Qin had a space ring with an internal space of 3 cubic meters. That capacity was far from enough to hold a purple flame dragon lizard's corpse. He never expected Lin Xingya's spatial equipment to be this large. Now, Agumon's evolution materials were completely collected. Chen Mu felt a little excited. After calming down, he gently held Lin Qingya's wrist to avoid getting separated during the spatial transport. Then he crushed the gray stone on the black-robed man's body with force, and a wave of spatial power enveloped them. When Chen Mu regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by the roars and growls of countless ferocious beasts. Chapter 72. Out for investigation task, Chen Kanglin's doubts in Greengrass City. At the City Guard Army Camp, Chen Kanglin had been quite comfortable in the military these past few days. He had been prepared to fight on the front lines to exchange military merits for a war general level resource to learn the dragon transformation technique. But what happened? He had spent several days in the military, doing nothing. Every day he ate and drank, and in his spare time, he guided his subordinates in training a few times. Clearly, there was a raging alert for a level 2 beast tied outside, yet he was assigned to Commander Fan's 9th Combat Brigade as the deputy brigade leader. With the job of just guarding the city, he only had a brigade leader named Guilin above him, who was said to know his son, and they exchanged polite greetings upon meeting. Chen Kanglin was baffled. How was this different from what he initially expected? From Guilin, it seemed that it was his son who had helped him get this idle position through connections. Chen Mu had grown up under his watch. How did his son, who hadn't even graduated high school, yet after a few days of matchmaking, become so influential in Greengrass City? He could even interfere with the arrangement of military brigade leader positions? Moreover, the talent of his son and his beast was too outrageous, right? He had never heard of any beast being able to learn the dragon transformation technique without relying on any extraordinary resources. Chen Kanglin himself was once hailed as a genius. However, he felt that the abnormal degree of his son's beast talent was so outrageous that even he, a freak, felt it was extremely abnormal. Chen Kanglin repeatedly read Chen Mu's reply and found it a bit absurd. Not only did he ask if he could return the war general level lightning attribute ferocious beast essence blood that he had painstakingly exchanged for with military merits, but he also asked if he could find metal armor for ferocious beasts with at least primary commander level potential and war general level strength, emphasizing that this thing was very useful. The essence blood exchanged for military merits certainly couldn't be returned. As for the metal armor for ferocious beasts with commander level potential and war general level strength, it was even harder to find. This kind of material couldn't be found casually, even in Greengrass City. Not to mention in the 12 major satellite cities and the imperial capital. But that wasn't the key point. The key was that Chen Kanglin roughly guessed his son's intention. This material seemed not to be for Chen Mu's use, but for himself. When Chen Kanglin thought of this, a hint of excitement arose in his heart, which he himself felt was unrealistic. How strong could Xiao Mu's evolution talent be? Could it be that as long as he collected this kind of material, he could allow his Azure Water Greenscale dragon to further complete its evolution? Even recover its injuries and regain its peak strength? Theoretically, this was impossible. At its peak, the Azure Water Greenscale dragon had trained the dragon transformation technique to the 6th level. Its bloodline was almost indistinguishable from that of a true dragon, and its potential had once reached the primary monarch level. To allow a beast with such racial potential to continue evolving was something even many prominent families in the imperial capital found difficult. Not to mention that no one had ever cultivated the Azure Water Greenscale dragon before, without a reference evolution path from predecessors. Chen Kanglin could only rely on developing his own beast talent and practicing the dragon transformation technique to explore the evolution path of the Azure Water Greenscale dragon himself. But now that Chen Kanglin's beast space had collapsed, and he had lost his talent, with the Azure Water Greenscale dragon also suffering dark injuries and facing a life-threatening situation, how could he still research the next step of the evolution path? If he could, he wouldn't have to stay in this small Greengrass City. After silently developing for so many years, his strength would likely be able to dominate among monarchs, directly killing back to the imperial capital to make those families who once hunted him pay in blood wouldn't be a dream. Although the possibility of successfully evolving the Azure Water Greenscale dragon again was slim, Xiao Mu wasn't the type to boast. Since he said this, he likely already had an 80 to 90 certainty in his heart. Even if it was theoretically unlikely, after pondering for a while, Chen Kanglin chose to believe in Chen Mu. Finally, he decided to take a gamble. He had some connections as a descendant of a prominent family. However, since he concealed his identity and came to Greengrass City, he hadn't contacted anyone. The reason was simple: one must be cautious of others. Human hearts are easily changed and cannot withstand tests. If his whereabouts were accidentally exposed, the hunt from back then might repeat, and even Chen Mu would be affected, which was not the outcome Chen Kanglin wanted to see. After thinking it over, he decided to wait for a while, then find a way to leave the army and head alone to the imperial capital to see if he could find a way to obtain these materials. If successful, it would be a soaring rise, a return of the Dragon King. If he failed, Chen Kanglin would have no regrets. His son Chen Mu was clearly beginning to grow rapidly. It wouldn't be long before his strength surpassed his own. He wouldn't need his protection anymore. Meanwhile, a small blue-scaled fish swimming in a fishbowl was happily blowing bubbles. Life was really good lately. No need to be a bodyguard or take care of anyone. And no need to fight desperately, it was simply delightful. The illustrious Azure-scale Dragon King has spent a lifetime on the battlefield, fighting countless strong enemies. Now, unfortunately injured and in a precarious state in his old age, he should simply lie down and enjoy his remaining days. Continuing to go out with the Beast Masters to fight for his life, what dragon could endure that? At that moment, a soldier hurriedly entered Chen Kanglin's resting tent, respectfully saying, "Captain Chen, Captain Guo is calling for you. It seems there's a mission." The latest news from above indicates that the beast tide in the ancient god forest should be calming down, with a significant decrease in danger. Several main combat teams have already withdrawn from the ancient god forest, only sending us to guard and patrol there. After hearing this, Chen Kanglin waved his hand. "All right, you can go." Once the soldier left, however, Chen Kanglin frowned. If the beast tide in the ancient god forest is calming down, then their patrol and guard duty would be like a walk in the park. Not only would there be no danger, but they could also continue to slack off. But Chen Kanglin's instincts told him that things might not be so simple. Although everyone in the army knew about the potential for a level 2 beast tide, only a select few high-ranking officials knew the reason for its arrival. Certainly, the squad leaders were not qualified to know. However, as a scion of a noble family in the imperial capital, Chen Kanglin had a broad perspective, based on various signs. He quickly deduced that this beast tide was caused by the emergence of a beast domain. Normally, once the location of a beast domain is determined, it wouldn't easily shift. If it appeared in the ancient god forest, it wouldn't deviate too far. So what exactly happened that made the military high command believe that the beast tide in the ancient god forest would not occur? Chapter 73, The Sudden Beast Tide. Leading the steel-armored Thunder Python with these doubts in mind, Chen Kanglin joined Guilin, and the 9th Combat Team set out of the city with a mindset of slacking off. Initially, when they occupied and stationed in several fierce beast territories on the outskirts of the ancient god forest, it was indeed calm. With significantly fewer beasts even at the transcendence level, everyone thought that many fierce beasts were killed in the previous beast tide, leading to this result. But after a resounding dragon roar echoed deep within the forest, the entire ancient god forest seemed to erupt in chaos. Countless beast roars surged from the depths of the forest, and a large number of fierce beasts came rushing in from all directions, surrounding the 9th Combat Team, which consisted of hundreds of people. What is happening? Wasn't it said that the beast tide in the ancient god forest had calmed down? Damn it. We came here to slack off, and now what is going on? What was that dragon-like beast roar just now? Could it be that a top-tier warrior-level fierce beast was born in the depths of the ancient god forest again? Although the first wave of attackers were weak, fierce beasts with strength below the 4th level of transcendence, the 9th Combat Team, which had come with a mindset of slacking off, was now somewhat shaken. Seeing this scene, Captain Guilin's expression changed dramatically. He too did not understand the situation of this sudden beast tide. However, he did not panic. He immediately summoned his 2 beasts to block the front and commanded loudly to stabilize the troops. "Everyone, do not panic. Form up according to our training and resist the beast tide's assault while slowly retreating to the city wall. Split off a scout team to quickly return to Green Meadow City and report the situation to Commander Fan." Chen Kanglin's expression was similarly grim. He could faintly sense that the owner of that dragon roar had an absolutely terrifying strength, likely reaching the top level among warrior ranks. However, at this moment, he couldn't flee alone. He could only let the Azure-scale Flood Dragon transform into a giant python and, along with the soldiers of the 9th Combat Team, form a defensive formation while retreating as quickly as possible. Just as the 9th Combat Team was about to exit the ancient god forest, a massive python, even larger than the Azure-scale Flood Dragon, appeared before them. Its body was over 10 meters long, covered in thick, dark scales like ink-colored steel armor, with powerful arcs of electricity crackling between the armor's seams. This suddenly appeared steel-armored python was incredibly ferocious, single-handedly pushing back Guilin's 2 beasts, which had reached elite levels above the 7th rank. What kind of fierce beast race is this, with just elite level 6 strength? Its energy value was as high as 836, not much less than an average elite level 9 fierce beast. Guilin used an energy level detection device to assess the steel-armored python's level and energy value, his eyes revealing an incredulous look. Elite tier ability values range from 200 to 1000. This giant python seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, representing a powerful race he had never encountered before. With only elite level 6 strength, its energy value was nearly reaching the elite tier's limit. Captain Gua, this creature's racial potential likely exceeds that of higher-ranked warriors. Already reaching the commander tier, it probably possesses at least 3 high-level skills, which is why its combat power is so terrifying, seeing that Guilin was at a disadvantage. And even several Transcendence-level soldiers were being swallowed by the steel-armored python's massive jaws. Chen Kanglin could no longer stand by. After explaining briefly, he commanded the Azure Scale Flood Dragon to engage in battle as well. Guilin was the only elite high-level powerhouse in the 9th combat team. If he fell, Chen Kanglin feared he would also struggle to escape from this beast tide. After the Azure Scale Flood Dragon used the first transformation of the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, its level barely reached elite level 5. But relying on its remaining high-level skills, its actual strength was also above elite level 7. However, the steel-armored python was not mindless. Besides its immense strength, it also knew how to command its minions in battle. Even though Chen Kanglin and Guilin coordinated for a time, the steel-armored python's scales suddenly shot out like arrows, unexpectedly piercing through the right arm of Guilin's bear-like beast, instantly inflicting serious damage. The situation immediately turned around. With the steel-armored python suppressing the 2 top combatants, the entire 9th combat team faced immense pressure, nearly collapsing under the assault of the beast tide multiple times. This is not good. I can't use my last trump card for this situation. Seeing this scene, Chen Kanglin clenched his fist, feeling somewhat helpless. If he forced the Azure Scale Flood Dragon to use the second transformation of the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, its strength would surge to elite level 9 in a short time, even approaching warrior level. But doing so would only worsen its injuries. He didn't want to resort to that unless absolutely necessary. Captain Chen, we can't hold on much longer. I'll hold off the steel-armored python's assault. You lead the others to retreat. Guilin's mood was far from calm. He had no other trump cards. He knew that if this continued, not only would he and his beasts die in the belly of the steel-armored python, but the entire 9th combat team would lose nearly half their numbers. Moreover, the owner of that dragon roar deep within the ancient god forest could emerge at any moment. If he didn't make a decision soon, the entire 9th combat team would perish in vain. Roar. Just then, a massive beast roar echoed from the ancient god forest, accompanied by the sound of trees breaking. A dinosaur-like giant beast, over 5 meters tall and incredibly robust, suddenly appeared. When Guilin first saw the Tyrannosaurus, he nearly blacked out, thinking another powerful fierce beast had emerged, and that he was definitely done for this time. However, when he saw the figure standing on the Tyrannosaurus's shoulder, his mind almost couldn't process it, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Chen Mu? At the same time, Chen Mu, standing on the Tyrannosaurus's shoulder, smiled and nodded at Guilin. Super Flame. The Tyrannosaurus saw the enormous steel-armored giant python and immediately unleashed a scorching fireball from its mouth, directly exploding on the python's head, dealing a significant blow. Dad, Captain Gua, what are you doing here? Chen Mu was momentarily stunned when he saw the 2 familiar faces. After being teleported from the beast domain, he had heard the roars of numerous ferocious beasts around him, realizing that a level 2 beast tide was beginning to emerge. He immediately had Agumon evolve again and rushed out of the ancient god forest with Lin Qingya, but just as they were about to break free, they heard a group of humans shouting and fighting. As they got closer, they discovered Old Dad and Guilin. Seeing the shock on Guilin and Chen Kanglin's faces, Chen Mu knew they were puzzled about why his strength had suddenly increased so much. But the situation was critical, and it wasn't the time to explain. The urgent task was to quickly deal with the steel-armored giant python before the battle general-level purple flame dragon lizard emerged from the depths of the ancient god forest and then retreat back to Green Grass City. However, when Chen Mu turned to check the steel-armored giant python's data panel, an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. Species: Steel-armored dark thunder python attributes: darkness, thunder. Beast potential: initial commander level, elite 6 others, slightly what the hell. A thunder attribute: ferocious beast with commander potential and steel armor. Could this be used as evolution material for the Azure Water Blue Scale Dragon? Chapter 74. offering from a ferocious beast with commander potential. Dad, Captain Gua, let us work together to take down this thunder python, and then quickly retreat. Chen Mu signaled to Chen Kanglin, then jumped down from the Tyrannosaurus's shoulder. Standing between Chen Kanglin and Guilin, the Tyrannosaurus charged forward with a powerful horn impact towards the steel-armored dark thunder python. Chen Kanglin had been focused on retreating and hadn't thought much of it. Seeing Chen Mu signaling him, he suddenly realized this sudden appearance of the giant python was not here to attack him, but rather to offer a gift. The species' potential seemed to reach commander level, and it was clad in heavy armor. This was exactly the ferocious beast material that Chen Mu had asked him to find. The only drawback was that the giant python's strength was only Elite 6, which was quite far from the requirement of a battle general level beast. Since Chen Mu had hinted at it, perhaps it could still be useful? With this thought, a flicker of excitement flashed in Chen Kanglin's eyes. Originally, he had considered risking a trip to the imperial capital to see if he could find evolution materials. But today, he had unexpectedly turned danger into opportunity. It seemed like he had encountered a dangerous beast tide, but in fact, it was a heavenly opportunity. After quickly calming his emotions, Chen Kanglin calmly commanded, Azure Scale, don't worry too much about your injuries. Entangle that guy. Chen Mu, Captain Gua, take the opportunity to attack. Upon hearing this, the Azure Water Blue Scale Dragon cursed in its heart, but due to the complete trust built over years of fighting side by side with Chen Kanglin, it still charged forward. However, it didn't quite understand what the Beast Tamer was commanding. Shouldn't he be trying to conserve strength in this situation? Believing this old guy was too reckless, it felt like it was risking its life just to stay alive. Hiss. The Azure Water Blue Scale Dragon was of a similar size to the steel-armored Dark Thunder Python and also resembled a giant python. If it truly set its mind to binding the latter, the python would find it hard to break free. The two giant pythons quickly entangled with each other, struggling and rolling, even crushing a few low-level ferocious beasts in the process. Feeling itself bound by the immense power of the Azure Water Blue Scale Dragon and unable to move, the steel-armored Dark Thunder Python let out an angry hiss. And then arcs of violent electricity flickered from the gaps in its armor. Crackle. Under the powerful thunder attack. Even though the Azure Water Blue Scale Dragon had tough skin and flesh, it still felt the sting. You little snake, dare to shock this Dragon King? Although the Azure Water Blue Scale Dragon lacked close combat means, it was immensely powerful with the enhancement of the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. After being shocked and feeling pain, it retaliated fiercely, biting down on a weak defensive spot on the steel-armored Dark Thunder Python. Originally, the steel-armored Dark Thunder Python was covered in heavy armor, making it difficult for the Azure Water Blue Scale Dragon to get a grip. However, to severely injure Guilin, the steel-armored Dark Thunder Python had shot out some of its scales, giving the Azure Water Blue Scale Dragon an opportunity. With one bite, blood oozed from the area a bit. Feed me some big meat. The Azure Water Blue Scale Dragon's eyes gleamed with ferocity, and it yanked hard, tearing off a large chunk of flesh from the steel-armored Dark Thunder Python. After chewing a few times, it swallowed it whole. Flame horn. The Tyrannosaurus seized the opportunity, excitedly roaring, as the massive horn on its head ignited with a faint purple flame. The high-level skill, Purple Dragon Flame, combined with the skill Flame Horn learned after evolving, was inadvertently unleashed at this moment. The Tyrannosaurus charged its sharp horn with a tremendous impact force, crashing it into the wound where the steel-armored Dark Thunder Python had been bitten, directly piercing through half of its body. Hiss. The steel-armored Dark Thunder Python let out a mournful cry, wildly writhing its body, desperately releasing the thunder it had stored within, trying to drive the Tyrannosaurus and Azure Water Blue Scale Dragon away. At this point, the steel-armored Dark Thunder Python was already considering fleeing. It had just been lucky to absorb a large amount of dark power, which had greatly increased its strength, intending to show off as a vanguard and teach those detestable humans a lesson. But it had not expected to encounter these two reckless characters so soon after its arrival. In endless pain, a steel-armored Dark Thunder Python, which had the potential to become a top ferocious beast in the future, fell in such a humiliating manner before a small human city. Witnessing this scene, Guilin was almost dumbfounded. What the hell? A powerful ferocious beast with commander-level potential, which could possibly grow into a beast king, just died like that. The sudden appearance of a ferocious beast with suspected commander potential in the beast tide was already outrageous. It might be decades before another one appears. Who knows how this one was born? It might have a lot to do with this bizarre beast tide. A ferocious beast with commander-level potential, if allowed to grow slowly, would eventually reach that level of power. At that time, it would pose an immeasurable threat to the surrounding human cities. For such potential ferocious beasts, once discovered, the five-city alliance would jointly send strong fighters to hunt it down at all costs. Even if the encirclement fails, a message will be sent to the imperial capital, and many wealthy families' young heirs will rush in to tame it and contract it as their own beast. And didn't we agree to act together as three? How come you two father and son managed to take down a beast with commander-level potential in just a few moves before I even made a move? Guolin was somewhat bewildered by the scene before him. Just a few days ago, Chen Mu was still a small rookie talent at the transformation level. In just a few days, his strength had already surpassed his own by a notch. Was this really the same river? Captain Gua, what are you still dawdling for? Retreat. Chen Mu couldn't help but wave his hand at Guolin, who was in a daze. This was merely the first wave of the Beast Tide. The subsequent second-level Beast Tide could make even battle generals hesitant to face it alone, not to mention people like them. Chapter 75, Confusion Between Father and Son. The arrival of the third-level Beast Tide. Xingya, please help collect the corpse of this big guy. Before retreating, Chen Mu didn't forget to quietly remind Lin Xingya, who was riding on the ice spirit nine-tailed fox. Fortunately, he had the wealthy girl with him. Otherwise, even if they had managed to kill the steel-armored Dark Thunder Python, it would have been impossible to carry such a large corpse away in this Beast Tide. Due to the large number of people around, Lin Xingya felt somewhat socially anxious but simply nodded slightly. After extinguishing the flames on the steel-armored Dark Thunder Python, she stored the entire corpse into her spatial equipment. However, looking at the enormous corpse of the steel-armored Dark Thunder Python, which nearly filled her spatial equipment, Lin Xingya felt a bit conflicted. Would Chen Mu expect her to handle the corpse later? If it didn't fit, how would she refuse? Chen Mu, unaware of the peculiarities of a girl's thoughts, after the steel-armored Dark Thunder Python's corpse vanished, teamed up with Chan Kanglin and Captain Gui to cover the retreat of the main force. After all, the evolution of digital souls wasn't without limits, relying on the remaining two-thirds of the mental energy crystal given by Lin Xingya. The evolution state of the Tyrannosaurus beast could at most last until they retreated back to Green Grass City. Fortunately, the retreat went smoothly without any other setbacks. Aside from some transformation-level soldiers beasts suffering severe injuries, the entire 9th team, surprisingly, sustained no major casualties under the impact of the second-level Beast Tide. This could be considered a small miracle. After returning within the walls of Green Grass City, Guolin quickly reported to Chen Kanglin. After the recent battle, Brother Kanglin, you can be considered wounded and may no longer participate in the subsequent fights. However, as an old soldier, I cannot retreat at this time. Once we defeat this Beast Tide, we'll regroup. At this moment, the early warning alarms for the second-level Beast Tide were continuously ringing throughout Green Grass City. Clearly, the higher-ups in Green Grass City were already aware of the unusual happenings in the ancient God Forest and were urgently mobilizing personnel to launch this defensive war against the Beast Tide. After reminding Chen Mu to stay safe, Lin Xingya hurriedly left as well, indicating that if he needed to contact her for the beast materials in her spatial equipment later, he could do so at any time. Lin Xingya was also unaware of the commotion that would occur outside during her absence. If old Zhou worried about her accidentally entering the beast domain and getting into danger, and specifically sought help from the families in the imperial capital, Lin Xingya couldn't imagine what kind of uproar would follow. Perhaps she would never be able to quietly stay in the city again and would be forced to return to her family, living a life she didn't want to experience at all. Standing near the city wall, Chen Mu felt the endless roars of fierce beasts outside and couldn't help but frown, asking Chen Kanglin, "Dad, what do we do now? Just stay here?" To be honest, he actually wanted to fight against the Beast Tide within his capabilities, to relieve some pressure from Green Grass City. It would also give him a chance to loot some corpses for data extraction. But now, not only was the mental energy crystal about to run out, but the Tyrannosaurus beast was also heavily injured. Continuing to fight wasn't a good choice. Once the Tyrannosaurus beast recovered, he needed to prioritize its evolution. The evolution of the blue water greenscale serpent was the same, although evolving it into his Super Sea Dragon Beast would immediately restore most of its peak strength. Any restoration would be beneficial. At least reaching the battle general level shouldn't be a problem. Chen Kanglin pondered for a moment and shook his head with some helplessness. "Xiao Mu, this Beast Tide may be a great disaster for Green Grass City. I received news from the military that a few days ago, a large amount of spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared in the Flame Valley of the Northern Plains, which is a sign that the Beast Domain is about to descend. According to the current developments, The second-level beast tied in the ancient god forest may only be a precursor. Once the beast domain in the northern plains fully descends, it's highly possible that the beast tide will evolve into a third-level one. By then, even with all the strong people in Greengrass City, it would be difficult to fully resist. We might as well conserve our strength and see how things develop before deciding what to do. Chen Mu listened, feeling somewhat confused. Most of Qin Kanglin's words matched the information he had, but some felt off. Dad, you said there were spatial fluctuations in the northern plains a few days ago? But why do I remember it was only a day since I was sucked into the beast domain by the spatial vortex and then came out? Chen Mu asked this question casually, but it left Qin Kanglin bewildered. Qin Kanglin carefully examined Chen Mu and, seeing that he wasn't injured, looked at him with a look of disbelief. What are you saying, kid? You accidentally entered the spatial vortex a few days ago and came out unscathed while also hooking up with a young lady from a family I don't know? Earlier, there had been time to discuss why Chen Mu appeared before him outside the city. But now, with this exchange, Qin Kanglin was directly stunned. What on earth had his son done while he was away for a few days? Entering most beast domains alone with only elite-level strength was practically a life-or-death situation. After that, Chen Mu didn't hide his encounters in the beast domain and told Qin Kanglin everything that had happened. After all, keeping it a secret wouldn't be of any use. He would have to report this matter to the higher-ups in Greengrass City anyway, especially since that beast domain was connected to a spatial passage leading to the digital world's vampire beast castle. If this was kept under wraps, who knows what kind of hidden dangers could arise later. After a thorough exchange between the father and son, Chen Mu found that his understanding had suddenly been overturned. It seemed that humanity was not completely unaware of the existence of digital beasts. They simply regarded them as a type of powerful and special fierce beast. Of course, Chen Mu wasn't sure if his dad, Qin Kanglin, had misunderstood his meaning. According to his father, there were indeed historical examples of beast domains connecting to another fierce beast world. Beast domains were very mysterious. Some contained various rare resources. Some might house powerful fierce beast groups, and some even connected to other fierce beast worlds. However, his father candidly stated that he had never been to a beast domain that connected to other fierce beast worlds. So, it seemed that the digital world might have had contact with the beast taming world a long time ago, but the contact was minimal. And this was considered a secret among the higher-ups, not known to ordinary people? Upon learning this information, Chen Mu could only express his surprise. He had spent more than a day in the beast domain, but several days had passed outside. This was because the time flow in the beast domain was different from that outside. But that didn't make sense either. Dad, didn't you say that the location of the beast domain Esticin is fixed? Then why does this beast domain appear now in the ancient god forest? Now in the Flame Valley, as if it's chasing after me? Moreover, I also mentioned that the beast tied in the ancient god forest should be related to the cult and a battle general level purple flame dragon lizard. So it shouldn't have anything to do with the beast domain. Hearing Chen Mu say this, Qin Kanglin also felt somewhat at a loss. As the father and son pondered, a loud and furious dragon roar suddenly echoed from the distant horizon, and the ground began to tremble slightly. A piercing alarm sounded like a train frantically honking, and a pale blue light curtain suddenly opened in the sky, enveloping the entire Greengrass City. Chen Mu blinked, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with this scene, unsure of what was happening. However, Qin Kanglin's brows were tightly furrowed as he said solemnly, "That is the Guardian Barrier. The last card a city has against a beast tide. I didn't expect the beast tide to escalate to level 3 so quickly." Chapter 76. Purple Flame Demon Dragon Lizard. All War General level experts mobilize. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association in Greengrass City, an emergency combat meeting was convened with a host of powerful experts gathered. President Song of the Beast Tamer Association sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed to the utmost. "Everyone, we have a sudden situation. The originally level 2 beast tide has unexpectedly escalated to level 3. I have immediately activated the Guardian Barrier. What does a level 3 beast tide mean? I believe everyone knows that even War General level experts may fall in it. Next, all War General level experts from the Greengrass City Beast Tamer Association will mobilize. And each major family in Greengrass City will also send at least one War General level expert to assist in the battle. Here, in my capacity as the president of the Greengrass City Beast Tamer Association, I earnestly request our compatriots from the other 4 cities to lend us a hand." After President Song finished speaking, the War General level experts from the other 4 cities showed no signs of hesitation, immediately standing up to express their willingness to do their best. with the level 3 beast tide descending. It was indeed time for the 5-city alliance to support each other. As long as there were no commanding level ferocious beasts within the beast tide, no one would refuse to help one another. After all, no one knew which city the next level 3 beast tide would strike. Has there been any news from Miss Lin Xingya's family in the past few days? After the experts dispersed to prepare for battle as arranged, President Song asked his secretary beside him. The secretary slightly bowed, his face weary. President, we have conveyed the message to Miss Lin's family, but they seem indifferent and have not replied at all. It seems they don't even care if Miss Lin accidentally entered the beast territory. President Song sighed. The relationships among those top families are complex. Perhaps there are many hidden circumstances we do not know. Logically speaking, President Song should be pleased to hear this outcome. If Miss Lin had entered the beast territory and her family was indifferent, then he, as the president who had benefited but failed to protect the person, would not be held responsible for the aftermath. However, compared to avoiding accountability, President Song actually hoped they could send 1 or 2 commanding level experts. If commanding level experts came to Greengrass City, eliminating the level 3 beast tide would be straightforward, saving the city from many unnecessary casualties. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. The situation is urgent. As the president of the Beast Tamer Association, I should be at the front lines. What use is it to stay here frowning? Just as President Song was preparing to join the battle, a subordinate suddenly hurried in with a girl and an elderly man. Upon seeing the girl's appearance, President Song instantly showed an incredulous expression. Miss Lin, you're actually unharmed? Outside the city walls of Greengrass City, as a loud dragon roar echoed in the sky, a massive creature nearly 30 meters long, with deep purple skin and a pair of large black hole-like wings, resembling a western dragon, was flying in from the direction of the ancient god forest. Under the creature's roar, hundreds and thousands of ferocious beasts began to charge madly towards the city walls. At this time, nearly half of the soldiers in Greengrass City had been dispatched to patrol the northern plains and would take some time to return. The remaining personnel in the city were already few, and they were undoubtedly overwhelmed by the onslaught of the beast tide. Due to the smaller number of personnel facing the dark mass of the beast tide, the soldiers also dared not casually open the city gates to engage in direct combat. They could only let their beasts use ranged skills from the city walls and assist with some defensive weapons, trying to kill a portion of the ferocious beasts. They hoped to delay until the main force returned or until the major war general-level experts of Greengrass City took action. In the sky, a large number of flying ferocious beasts had directly bypassed the city wall's defenses, attempting to enter Greengrass City and devour any living flesh within. Fortunately, the activation of the Guardian Barrier provided a pale blue light shield above the entire Greengrass City, temporarily repelling the attacks of these flying ferocious beasts. However, Chen Mu looked at the thin layer of the shield and felt it wouldn't hold for long. From a great distance, Chen Mu could see the massive body of the creature, and its attribute panel appeared before him. Race: Purple Flame Demon Dragon Lizard Attributes: Dark, Fire. Beast Potential: Initial Commanding Level, War General Level 9 Basic Skills: Tear Claw, Perfect. Beast Blood Boiling, Perfect. Flame Breath, Perfect. Rampage, Perfect. Advanced Skills: Purple Dragon Flame, Proficient. Demon Flame Charge, Entry. Dark Erosion, Skilled, Evolution Route. Purple Flame Demon Dragon Lizard Complete Body Vampire Beast, Success Rate 39. Purple Flame Demon Dragon Lizard Complete Body Ancient Beast, Success Rate 13. Is this the Purple Flame Dragon Lizard that the Black-Robed Man mentioned? After absorbing a large amount of dark power from the digital world's dark area and evolving, its strength has expanded to this extent. Feeling the overwhelming rage and terrifying pressure of the Purple Flame Demon Dragon Lizard, even from such a distance, Chen Mu felt a faint heart palpitation. Not only had its strength reached the peak of War General level, but its potential had also reached the threshold of commanding level. It was hard to imagine the pressure one would face in a direct battle with it. Chen Mu even developed a very pessimistic thought. The 5-city alliance only had one War General Level 9 expert combined, and that person was still stationed in Purple Sun City, not in Greengrass City. Could Greengrass City, with its own strength, really defeat such a terrifying giant beast? Even if the War General Level 9 expert from Purple Sun City came, the difference in potential and strength was significant. If a battle broke out, a Purple Flame Demon Dragon Lizard with initial commanding level potential could easily crush several War General Level 9 and high-level War General Level Beast Tamers. Dad, how is your beast's recovery? If you're ready, let's start trying to evolve. Chen Mu suddenly turned to Chen Kanglin and asked, "We can start the evolution directly?" Chen Kanglin looked astonished. Wasn't there a need for various preparatory work beforehand? Chen Mu nodded. The evolution of Agumon and the Azure Water Green Scale Dragon required not only evolution materials, but also a considerable amount of universal data. Currently, the universal data Chen Mu had collected was only enough for one of them to complete evolution. Chen Mu initially planned to evolve Agumon first to participate in the 5-city resource competition. But now that the level 3 beast tide was attacking the city, what was there to compete for? It was unlikely that the competition would proceed as scheduled. Given the current situation, the priority was to maximize combat power and ensure survival. So, naturally, he would first let the Azure Water Green Scale Dragon evolve. Chapter 77, Fighting to the Death. Shattered Guardian Barrier. What do? That dragon hasn't attacked yet, and the barrier is already on the verge of collapse. My beast is heavily injured. Nearly half of our squad's beasts have been severely wounded. I need to change shifts. There's a vacancy at the west side. Operation Position 3. The 6th Squad of the 4th Brigade. Hurry and fill in. Emergency report. The captain of the 6th Squad in the 4th Brigade was devoured by an elite level 7 Blood Demon Eagle, and the defensive position is vacant. That Blood Demon Eagle is about to break through the city wall's defenses. A fierce beast resembling an eagle, with a wingspan of 5 meters and feathers seemingly soaked in blood, broke through the defenses on the city wall, devouring several brothers from the army in quick succession. Guilin bit his teeth so hard that they almost bled, and he immediately roared, charging forward with his 2 injured beasts. Damn it. I'll hold the front. The 9th Squad led by Guilin had suffered significant injuries while retreating from the ancient god forest. Although there were not many deaths, the wounded were reassured to recuperate, while the remaining uninjured soldiers were scattered and reorganized into other squads and sent to the battlefield. Guilin, regardless of his injuries, stood at the forefront. However, seeing the scene outside the city, he couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Most of the beasts charging towards the city wall were merely transcendent-level monsters, with very few being elite level. In the distance, a giant dragon with demonic wings lay silently, showing no intention of attacking. Its deep black dragon eyes fixed intently on the tall walls of Greengrass City. Guilin could sense an overwhelming hatred emanating from it. Behind the dragon, more than 30 beasts with energy levels far exceeding elite level followed closely. Undoubtedly, those beasts were all commander level. The purple flame demon dragon lizard, in its fury, had nearly summoned all the commander level subordinates it could gather nearby, if not for the presence of a similar number of human powerhouses to obstruct them. The purple flame demon dragon lizard could have easily breached the walls and all defenses of Greengrass City with these beasts. Guilin didn't understand why the dragon harbored such hatred for Greengrass City. Perhaps only Chen Mu knew the reason. The sons of the purple flame demon dragon lizard, who shared the same bloodline, had all been killed by the man in the black robe, and the hatred for losing his offspring was wrongfully attributed to Greengrass City. The key was that such matters could not be explained clearly. After losing its sons, the purple flame demon dragon lizard accidentally discovered that a hybrid son it had sired with a female steel armor snake bore a striking resemblance to it, with talent and potential no less than its own. Thus, the purple flame demon dragon lizard immediately shared part of its dark power with it and made it the vanguard general to attack Greengrass City. However, when it personally arrived at Greengrass City, its hybrid son was nowhere to be found. At that moment, the anger of the purple flame demon dragon lizard reached its peak. It vowed that it would not rest until half of the humans in Greengrass City were slaughtered. Suddenly, powerful auras began to emerge from the city walls, and the soldiers fighting desperately noticed that nearly 20 extraordinary figures had appeared beside them. As various colored and sized summoning arrays manifested amidst the beast tide, a large number of beasts reaching the threshold of commander level emerged from the arrays and, under the command of their beast masters, unleashed their respective skills. Boom. In the next moment, the area beneath the city wall was instantly cleared as if bombarded by numerous artillery shells, and the once dense and overwhelming beast tide was pushed back dozens of meters in an instant. Following that, several powerful bursts of fire appeared, quickly incinerating the corpses of many dead transcendent and elite level beasts into ashes. In a short time, a vacuum zone was surprisingly cleared near the city walls. The beast tide, which had seemed endless and relentless, suddenly showed signs of fear towards the summoned beasts appearing from the summoning arrays. For a moment, the beast tide dared not advance another step. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers on the city wall fell into a frenzy after a brief silence. Great. The commander-level powerhouses have finally taken action. A total of 20 commander-level big shots have appeared. Such a scene is rare to see in a decade. Besides the strong from Greengrass City, surely many reinforcements from the other 4 cities have also arrived. With so many strong fighters here, the Tier 3 Beast Tide is nothing to fear. We VE one for sure. Unfortunately, the ones cheering madly were mostly Transcendent-level soldiers who were unaware that even among commander level, the gap was still significant. After the 20 commander-level powerhouses had forcefully eliminated a large number of beasts, their expressions turned grave. Among them, the leader of Greengrass City's army, President Fan, after surveying the distant purple-flamed demon dragon lizard for a moment, commanded in a deep voice, "I will lead a few commanders from the army to hold off that dragon. The rest of you, please clear the remaining beast tide before I fall in battle. After that, we will find a way to deal with that dragon together." The other commander-level powerhouses remained silent, nodding in agreement. If they did not possess comparable strength to the 9th tier of commanders, confronting that dragon would only lead to their demise. Fan's words undoubtedly indicated that he was prepared to fight to the death. They could hardly have any other doubts. Roar. As the 20 commander-level powerhouses beasts charged out, the purple flame demon dragon lizard let out a high-pitched roar at the same time, its black dragon eyes gleaming with an endless bloodthirsty light. It had been waiting for these slightly stronger little ants to come out on their own. Before the city was slaughtered, it would have a few small appetizers first. Seeing over a dozen commander-level beasts surrounding it, the purple flame demon dragon lizard calmly shook its wings. In the void, it was as if a purple sea of blood was stirred up. Countless dark purple flames poured out from its massive demonic wings, engulfing the commander-level beasts that had gathered around it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Strange sounds resembling the cries of bats echoed. And the commander-level powerhouses were shocked to find that the purple sea of blood had transformed into numerous small bats. Each small bat reached the threshold of commander level. And under the relentless biting of countless bats, for commander-level beasts were no match for them, instantly having their skin torn and their blood and flesh consumed to death. Witnessing this scene, the more than 10 beasts attacking the purple flame demon dragon lizard completely did not expect their opponent to be so terrifyingly powerful, and they scattered in fear. Roar. After the purple flame demon dragon lizard casually devoured a commander-level beast of the 5th tier, it couldn't help but let out an excited roar. The beasts of the Greengrass City strongmen were completely on a different level in front of it. With a flap of its demonic wings, the purple flame demon dragon lizard exhaled a breath and suddenly felt that this long-prepared battle was somewhat boring. In the next moment, it soared into the sky, crossing thousands of meters in an instant, easily overcoming the obstacle of the city wall and arriving directly above Greengrass City. Gathering dark power in its sharp front claws, it struck fiercely against the blue protective shield above Greengrass City, with a series of cracking sounds. In the desperate eyes of countless people, the greatest defense of Greengrass City against the beast tide, the guardian barrier, shattered like ordinary glass.